The journey through time. In the tranquil village of Qingchuan, following a gentle rain, a hint of late autumn chill lingered in the air. Gu Jianyang, drenched in perspiration, hastily reached the village entrance, calling out, "Young Master Qin! Young Master Qin!" With a sudden slip of her foot, she tumbled unceremoniously, landing in a most undignified manner. Before her, a horse-drawn carriage sped away, splattering her face with mud. Ha 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 ha! Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Gu Jianyang was known as the village simpleton, living with a husband who was a cripple. Despite having a well-meaning, honest man at home, she relentlessly pursued the town's young Master Qin. Who is young Master Qin, you ask? The son of an affluent official, an accomplished scholar, and strikingly handsome. What interest could he possibly have in a girl of her standing? A toad lusting after swan meat. Indeed, she should take a look in the mirror. Does she truly believe young Master Qin would notice her? Filthy rag, an eyesore, foolish girl. Furious, Gu Jianyang placed her hands on her hips and retorted fiercely, "You must not insult me." A child leaped forward, taunting, "Hee. And what if we do? Foolish girl. Eyesore. Eyesore." Consumed by rage and humiliation, Gu Jianyang lunged at the child, only to stumble and fall into the water. At the icy lake's bottom, the unconscious woman suddenly opened her eyes. What was happening? Hadn't she perished when her plane collided with an iceberg during a mission? How then had she found herself submerged in water? With great effort, Gu Jianyang began to swim towards the shore. Yet, whether due to her earlier fall or some other misfortune, she found herself lacking strength. At long last, she emerged onto the bank, feeling utterly drained and on the brink of collapse. The villagers ashore, who initially witnessed Gu Jiao sinking, were preparing to retrieve her with poles, but she resurfaced on her own accord. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances before dispersing in an instant. She lay prostrate on the frigid ground, wiping droplets of water from her countenance, and subsequently, she was taken aback. She gazed at her hands with incredulity. These were the delicate hands of a girl of 14 or 15 years. Considering she was already 28, how could she possess such petite hands? Furthermore, as a refined queen in the realm of special agents, she was well versed in self-care. Yet these hands were riddled with chilblains, with fissures in certain areas. Soon, Gu Jiao discerned that not only had her hands transformed, but her attire and physique were also drastically dissimilar. The daring conjecture flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She approached the water's edge, intending to observe her current appearance, but nearly toppled over. What were these garish colors? Gu Jiao cupped water and cleansed the inferior rood from her face, only to discover that this ablution rendered her even more unsightly. Not only was her complexion sallow and emaciated, but a sizable crimson birthmark extended to the corner of her left ey. Gu Jiao, who, in her previous life, would have been incensed by the emergence of a mere pimple, was now confronted with such an unparalleled disfigurement that she wished for immediate demise. Evidently, she had transmigrated to a dynasty that did not exist in historical records. This village was named Qingchuan Village, nestled at the foot of Qingchuan Mountain. The original owner was also named Gu Jiao, the sole offspring of the third branch of the Gu family. In his youth, Grandpa Gu was a scholar who passed the imperial examination to become a student and then became the head of Qingchuan Village, which he did for many years. Qingchuan Village was poor, and there was not much money to be made as the chief, but after all, he would not starve to death. Old Master Gu has 3 sons and a married daughter. The eldest son, Gu Changhai, has a son and a daughter with the Zhou family. The second son, Gu Changlu, has 2 sons with the Li Yu family. The first 2 households flourish with offspring, but the third household seems cursed, unable to bear children. After much anticipation, they finally had Gu Jiao, yet she was a girl, unattractive, and born with a mental disability. In the village's crude parlance, she was deemed a burden, akin to a product that one could not even give away. Ever since Gu Jiao's birth, the third household has not been blessed with any more children. Whispers began to circulate in the village, suggesting that Gu Jiao was an ill omen, the cause of the third household's misfortune. Initially, the Gu family dismissed these rumors, but after the untimely deaths of Gu Jiao's parents, they began to believe that the child truly bore a curse. The Gu family sought connections, hoping to arrange a marriage for Gu Jiao. Yet the question remained, who would dare take her as a bride? As Gu Jiao processed the memories within her mind, she made her way towards a dilapidated hut to the west of the village, which is now her home. As she walked, a sudden sharp pain struck the back of her head. She raised her hand to touch it and found it covered in blood. The IT must have been from hitting a stone underwater. The wound was substantial, and she needed to staunch the bleeding quickly. While pondering this, Gu Jiao entered her yard. Though referred to as a yard, it was merely a small plot of land enclosed by a fence. Her humble abode consisted of 2 rooms, with the slightly larger room on the east side designated for Gu Jiao, which was still smaller than her former lives' wardrobe. Such a dismal fate of transmigration, as Gu Jiao pondered. She raised her hand to push open the door. However, just as she crossed the threshold, she keenly sensed the presence of someone inside. From the sound of his breathing, she deduced that it was a man. He was hiding behind the door, straining to suppress his breath. A cold smile crept across Gu Jiao's lips as she seemingly nonchalantly entered the room, slamming the door shut. Almost simultaneously, she swiftly grasped the man lurking behind the door and forcefully brought him down to the ground. The man was taller and more imposing than she had anticipated. In her past life, she would have feared no one, regardless of their stature. Yet now, faced with this frail body, she employed her cunning strength, pressing her weight upon him to secure him in place. With one hand, she tore off a hair tie to bind his wrists, while her other hand tightened around his throat. Her expression was icy as she demanded, "Speak. Who are you? What are you doing in my room?" The man was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. "Gu Jiao, are you insane? It's me. Acquainted? A familiar face committing an offense?" That made it all the more contemptible. Gu Jiao not only refused to release him, but she also settled down further, pressing his waist and abdomen even more firmly against the ground. "You get off me." He gritted his teeth, his tone frigid. A derisive laugh escaped Gu Jiao's lips. She was accustomed to giving orders, not being ordered about by others. Moreover, this was her room, and she had yet to interrogate him about his clandestine activities within. As she raised her fist, intending to teach him a lesson, her elbow inadvertently knocked against the window frame behind her. Bright rays of light streamed in, illuminating the handsome and refined features of the man, causing Gu Jiao's eyes to widen in astonishment. Chapter 2. The husband as a connoisseur of handsome men. Gu Jiao had accumulated quite a collection in her past life, yet none, to be precise, not even all of them combined, could rival the one before her. This individual possessed a remarkably pristine visage, with features as exquisitely chiseled as if carved from jade. His eyes, icy and profound, resembled a bottomless cold pool. Although his countenance bore a sickly pallor, it was accentuated by a flush of embarrassment that rendered him intriguingly alluring. As for his age, Gu Jiao found it more fitting to refer to him as a young lad rather than a man. "Have you had enough of the view?" Xiao Lulang asked through gritted teeth. "Not quite," Gu Jiao replied, her gaze sweeping over his physique. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "I fear I might crush you." With that, Gu Jiao feigned a show of rising. However, though she stood, her eyes remained fixated on him, swirling with unspoken meaning. "You." Xiao Lulang was incensed by her scrutinizing gaze. "Do you need assistance?" Gu Jiao inquired sweetly, extending her hand. "No need," Xiao Lulang replied coldly, turning away as he supported himself against a nearby chair to rise. It was evident that he struggled to move, yet he still rebuffed Gu Jiao's offer of help. Thereafter, he ignored her entirely and limped out of the room. At that moment, Gu Jiao recalled who he was. He was none other than her husband, Xiao Lulang. Their marriage, though termed as such, felt more like a form of indentured servitude. The dilapidated house they resided in was provided by the Gu family, as was the land they farmed, which was of the poorest quality. When they wed, Gu Jiao had been unaware of Xiao Yolang's lameness. Upon discovering it, her disdain gradually grew, leading her to pursue a flirtation with the charming young Qin from the town. The villagers all sympathized with Xiao Lulang, likening him to a flower blooming amidst cow dung, with Xiao Lulang as the flower and her as the dung. What Xiao Lulang truly thought remained a mystery to Gu Jiao. But his utter disregard for her disheveled appearance spoke volumes about his disdain for the original owner of this body. Gu Jiao opened the wardrobe, intending to change out of her wet garments, only to discover, to her dismay, that there was not a single clean outfit within. "Brother Xiao, are you there?" A delicate voice suddenly called from outside the door. It was a young woman dressed in a purple floral coat, her hair styled in a glossy bun, adorned with makeup, and cradling a basket covered with floral cloth, obscuring its contents. Gu Jiao quickly recalled from the original owner's memories the identity of this person, Xuanningsiang, the young widow from Qingchuan village. She was their neighbor, often slipping into their home, typically when the original owner was absent, though there had been a few awkward encounters. The original owner, rather Navi, had suffered many subtle setbacks at Xuanningsiang's hands. It was also Xuanningsiang who had informed the original owner of the arrival of Xiaoqin. "Oh, is that you, Sister Ningxiang? What brings you to my house during the day?" Gu Jiao greeted, startling Xuanningsiang, who then expressed her disappointment. "Oh, it's just you?" Gu Jiao smiled lightly, tapping the door panel. "This is my home. Is it so strange to see me? What are you disappointed about?" Xuanningsiang hesitated, clearly disappointed not to find Xiao Lulang. She looked at Gu Jiao once more. The same person she once knew now seemed somewhat unfamiliar, no longer the wooden figure of the past, but instead, someone with a spark of life in her eyes. Even drenched to the bone, she exuded an aura that was anything but disheveled, possessing an unspoken magnetism that was undeniably captivating. Surely, it must be an illusion. How could a fool possibly undergo such a transformation? Xue Ningxiang lifted her chin defiantly and declared, I have come to find Brother Xiao. Gu Jiao smiled coolly. You call him Brother Xiao so affectionately. Are you well acquainted with my husband? Step aside. Xue Ningxiang dismissed her with disdain. But what if she didn't? Gu Jiao obstructed her path. Xue Ningxiang regarded Gu Jiao with utter indifference, raising her hand to push past her. Gu Jiao effortlessly sidestepped, using her foot to trip Xue Ningxiang, who fell, basket and all, in a most ungraceful manner. Foolish Gu, you tricked me. Such antics had played out many times before, though this time, the roles had reversed, with Xue Ningxiang as the one who stumbled. She harbored serious doubts about her own perception. In truth, Xue Ningxiang and the original owner had long been at odds, both being the two most talked about women in the village, one a simpleton, Gu Jiao, and the other a widow, Xue Ningxiang. However, Xue Ningxiang prided herself on her beauty and industriousness, believing herself to be superior to Gu Jiao. After it was confirmed that Xiao Lulang was a man of impeccable integrity, Xue Ningxiang felt a pang of regret. She was about to unleash a tirade when Xiao Lulang emerged, his expression frosty. Upon seeing him, Xue Ningxiang's demeanor shifted instantly, and she began to weep softly. Brother Xiao, she is bullying me. She tripped me. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang with an innocent shrug. She pushed me first. Xue Ningxiang, now agitated, exclaimed, Brother Xiao, did you hear that? She confessed. What brings you here, Sister Ningxiang? Xiao Lulang interjected, interrupting her. Xue Ningxiang was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Xiao Lulang, then at Gu Jiao, and picked up the basket on the ground. Well, you helped me read the letter last time, and I haven't properly thanked you. Since your family has run out of food, I dug up some sweet potatoes from the field to bring to you. Xue Ningxiang bit her lip, but her voice was low, yet her eyes sparkled with a chilling mirth that sent a shiver down her spine. Startled, Xue Ningxiang felt a jolt of fear and hurriedly left with her basket in tow. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at her husband. I never would have guessed that a little limping fellow like you would be so appealing to women. A sharp pain throbbed in her wound again. Sitting on the stool, she gingerly touched the gaping cut. It was quite large, although not too deep. If left untreated, it would most likely become infected. But this was ancient times. Where could she procure disinfectants? If only my medicine chest were still here. As this thought flickered through her mind, a sudden, intense pain shot through her head, causing her to faint. When she regained consciousness, she was astonished to find a small chest on the table before her. Chapter 3. The medicine chest. This chest was not large and appeared quite worn, as if it had endured severe blows and falls, its surface uneven and paint chipped away, resembling something salvaged from a rubbish pile. Yet, this battered little chest ignited a wave of familiarity deep within Gu Jiao. Stunned, she opened the chest, revealing its contents, medicines that made her head spin. No way. My medicine chest. How could it be here? Am I dreaming? Gu Jiao pinched herself hard, and the sharp pain confirmed her reality. It is not a dream. The box is indeed real, and the medicinal herbs within are all genuine. Gu Jiao recalled that during the plane incident, the small medicine box was by her side. Could it be that this is the reason it has come here as well? Yet, how did it become so tattered? What happened to its once dazzling golden hue? In the past, when the small medicine box glittered with brilliance, Gu Jiao found it unsightly. Now that it has become worn and shabby, she perceives it as even more unattractive. However, unable to resist the surge of affection rising from within, Gu Jiao could not help but embrace the box tightly, declaring, Sister will no longer find you ugly. I will treat you well from now on. Gu Jiao diligently wiped the small medicine box clean, relieved to find that only its exterior was damaged while the contents remained intact. She retrieved several pieces of gauze and a bottle of iodine from the box to disinfect her wounds, applying an antibacterial ointment as well. After taking 2 anti-inflammatory pills, she initially thought she would need to bandage herself, but later realized it was unnecessary. Once she had tended to her injuries, a pang of hunger struck her. She placed the medicine box back into the cabinet, intending to seek something to eat in the kitchen. However, before doing so, she needed to change into a clean and fresh outfit. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Jiao crossed the main room and knocked on Xiao Yolang's door. What is it? Came his cold voice from within. Gu Jiao replied, I would like to borrow a change of clothes from you. The ones in my cabinet are unwashed, and I have nothing to wear. The fabric of the long robe was not of the finest quality, its color somewhat faded, yet it was impeccably cleaned. In a past life, Gu Jiao would never have donned a man's attire. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. What choice did she have but to wear this? rather than the garments in the wardrobe that had long succumbed to mildew. After changing her clothes, Gu Jiao took it upon herself to wash the dirty laundry before proceeding to the kitchen. The kitchen was surprisingly tidy, likely a result of Xiao Lulang's efforts. The rice jar was empty, but as Xiao Lulang had mentioned, there remained half a jar of cornmeal. Additionally, Gu Jiao discovered 2 eggs and a bunch of scallions in the cupboard. She took the eggs and prepared 2 cornmeal egg pancakes, garnishing them with the chopped scallions. And with the remaining batter, she crafted a small pot of cornmeal dumpling soup. Gu Jiao then carried the prepared meal to the main room. The door to Xiao Lulang's chamber was slightly ajar. In her recollections, the two of them typically dined separately when Xiao Lulang cooked. He would leave a bowl for the original owner, yet she often preferred to dine at the Gu family home. Gu Jiao hesitated momentarily before knocking on Xiao Lulang's door. "What is it?" came his cool voice from within. Gu Jiao replied, "I've made dinner. Would you care to join me?" Rarely did she cook, and even when she did, it was not for him. Hence he planned to wait for her to emerge before preparing his own meal. Xiao Lulang regarded the closed door with skepticism. "If you do not come, I shall eat without you." Gu Jiao had intended to wait for him, but her hunger had reached a point where her stomach pressed painfully against her back, nearly causing her to faint. She needed to replenish her strength swiftly. Just as Gu Jiao settled down, chopsticks not yet in hand, the door creaked open. Xiao Lulang emerged, though he had not come to partake in the meal. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Jiao, he found himself momentarily frozen. He presented her with a long robe that he could no longer wear himself, yet it still appeared excessively large on Gu Jiao, her slender frame rendering the garment rather cumbersome. Perhaps for the sake of practicality, she had tied her hair and sleeves back, revealing a delicate, pale neck and slender wrists. Gone was the former arrogance and madness. She sat quietly, earnestly consuming the food in her bowl, almost unrecognizable. Xiao Yolang's gaze faltered momentarily but ultimately shifted away with indifference. At that moment, Gu Jiao noticed him and said, "Oh, you're here. Please sit down and eat." Before her lay another set of chopsticks and a bowl, clearly indicating that she had indeed prepared a meal for him, not merely speaking casually. However, Xiao Lulang remained unmoving. Gu Jiao understood his hesitation. The original owner of her body had a poor relationship with him, and suddenly offering him food might raise suspicions. Yet, Gu Jiao found herself unable to explain that she was no longer the person she once was. After some contemplation, she remarked, "We have little firewood left at home. If we don't eat now, we will waste fuel reheating a meal later." It was uncertain whether her words struck a chord with Xiao Lulang, but he eventually sat down across from her. The original owner had been foolish, but Gu Jiao was far from it. She grasped what the original owner had failed to see with just a glance at her memories. Xiao Lulang had been deliberately provoking the original owner, unwilling to consummate their relationship or allow her to draw closer to him. Ironically, she shared the same sentiment. Despite her playful banter, she feared that if it came to a more intimate engagement, she might falter. Gu Jiao soon finished her meal, took her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen, and returned carrying a basket. Xiao Lulang did not inquire about her destination, nor did she divulge it. Such was the nature of their relationship. He gazed at her intently. In the past, Gu Jiao was oblivious to the changing skies and never revealed her whereabouts. Once Gu Jiao departed, the house was left with only Xiao Lulang and a table laden with food, the edibility of which remained uncertain. Despite his growing disfavor towards Gu Jiao, he could not forsake the sustenance. Furrowing his brow, he picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of scallion and egg pancake. Chapter 4. Rescuing a life. Gu Jiao ventured out to gather firewood. Motivated not only by the genuine need for fuel, but also by the desire to find something edible in the mountains. Although their situation had not yet reached the point of dire poverty, it was perilously close. Xiao Lulang could perhaps sustain himself for a few more days alone. But with her presence, resources became increasingly strained. The season was deep into autumn. Perhaps it was the untouched purity of the environment that made the sky above appear extraordinarily blue, a hue she had never encountered before. The air was refreshingly crisp, invigorating her spirit. She found herself inexplicably in this place, uncertain whether the madmen at the research institute would miss her. Most likely, they were gnashing their teeth in frustration, blaming her for vanishing without sending them the latest research findings. Yet, outwardly, she was a medical doctor at M University's Research Institute, while in reality, she was an undercover agent. She had joined the organization at the tender age of 8, and every subsequent experience had merely served to conceal her true identity. Of course, she had no intention of living a life on the edge forever. She had made an agreement with the organization that this would be her final assignment. Upon its completion, she would depart. Little did she know, the airplane incident would unfold. In retrospect, the plane crash seemed rather coincidental. Surely, no one would mourn her demise. Her parents divorced when she was merely 2 years old, subsequently each forming new families and welcoming new children, leaving her feeling perpetually superfluous. In a certain sense, her fate bore striking similarities to that of the original owner. The original owner's parents departed early, rendering her an unnecessary presence within the Gu household. Upon her demise, no one would genuinely mourn her absence. Gu Jiao offered a self-deprecating smile, her brow tinged with a hint of coldness. Due to concerns of impending rain, Gu Jiao refrained from venturing deep into the woods. Nevertheless, she still managed to uncover a plethora of treasures: mushrooms, wild fungi, and wild ear mushrooms flourishing on a tree stump. The ear mushrooms were plump and abundant, nearly enveloping half of the stump. Gu Jiao harvested the larger ones. This particular area had evidently been logged by villagers, as numerous similar stumps were scattered about, yielding an abundance of mushrooms. As she diligently picked them, her basket soon became laden with their weight. Once she deemed her gathering sufficient, Gu Jiao prudently ceased her foraging, chopped some dry twigs, and bound them with rope to her basket, preparing to descend the mountain. However, just as she turned, she felt a sudden squelch beneath her foot, as if she had stepped on something. Almost immediately, she heard a muffled groan, faint and frail. Blinking in surprise, she slowly shifted her leg. Could it be that she was this unfortunate? Taking a deep breath, she glanced down to discover an elderly man with a white beard, having been inadvertently knocked unconscious by her foot in the midst of some weeds. Gu Jiao thought, how could there be someone lying in the gutter? And what a stroke of bad luck that she had stepped on him. With a conscience that was somewhat at ease, she stepped over him. Just to clarify, I am not saving you out of any sense of moral obligation. A sudden rustle emanated from a tightly bound cloth bag beside the elderly man, where a wild chicken flapped its wings and let out a cry. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow, casting a nonchalant glance at the bag, which immediately fell silent. She then turned her attention to the white-bearded old gentleman, whose face bore the unfortunate imprint of a large foot, a rather unsightly sight. Clad in simple attire, he resembled an ordinary villager, yet there was an indescribable air of authority about him. Gu Jiao set down the firewood she had been carrying on her back and began to take his pulse. Although she had studied Western medicine during her schooling, she had spent 5 years in clandestine training under the tutelage of a renowned traditional Chinese medicine master for a particularly unique mission. From her examination, she deduced that he was not afflicted with any grave illness. Instead, she surmised that he had contracted a cold, leading to a sudden high fever, which had caused him to accidentally fall into a ditch, dislocating his left arm in the process. Retrieving her small medical kit from her backpack, Gu Jiao applied an ice pack to his forehead. After completing this task, she measured his temperature once more, discovering it remained alarmingly high. Consequently, she administered an injection to reduce the fever. Nearby, there was a small thatched shelter for villagers to rest on their way up the mountain, where Gu Jiao moved them in. As the fever subsided, he began to regain consciousness, prompting Gu Jiao to rise and descend the mountain. Before leaving, she left her umbrella with him, stating, "I do not treat ailments without reason." With that, she discreetly took the bag of wild chickens with her. Upon her return home, rain began to fall, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. The distant mountains and the village shelter were enveloped in a misty shroud. Gu Jiao made her way directly to the kitchen. Xiao Lulang had already tidied up the dishes and cleaned the stove, while also putting away his clothes. Gu Jiao set down the firewood and cloth bag, opened the cupboard to take a look, and wondered aloud, have they all been eaten? She had left quite a bit. To her surprise, that skinny lad had quite an appetite. Surely, it was the age for growth. Raising her brow, Gu Jiao found a cage to confine the wild chicken. She separated the small firewood from the larger pieces, setting aside those that needed splitting. By the time she finished chopping the firewood, evening had fallen, and the rain had yet to cease, leaving the room damp and chilly. She fetched a brazier, intending to kindle a fire for herself. Suddenly struck by a thought, she approached Xiao Yolang's door and gently knocked. "Would you like to warm yourself by the fire?" she inquired softly. There was no response from within. Calling out again, she was met with silence once more. Noticing the door slightly ajar, she gently pushed it open and peered in, discovering, under the dim glow of an oil lamp, the frail figure of Xiao Lulang slumped over the worn table, fast asleep, a book still clutched in his hand. The book was evidently aged, with yellowed pages and a tattered cover, patched with oiled paper. Scholars in the countryside endured great hardships, especially someone like Xiao Lulang, who had long been exploited by the Gu family and the original owner, unable to attend even a private school, relying solely on self-study. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment before quietly walking over and retrieving a cotton coat from the cupboard to drape over him. Xiao Lulang awoke in the dead of night. Having not slept well in recent days, surprised to find himself dozing at the table. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed an additional cotton coat on himself. Furrowing his brow slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at the book in his hands. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the stillness, prompting him to turn his head. To his surprise, a blazing brazier had appeared on the ground, illuminating the cold, desolate room with its warm glow. Xiao Liulang's gaze settled upon the brazier, revealing a contemplative expression. The household possessed only one brazier, which had been allocated to Xiao Lulang, leaving Gu Jiao without any warmth. After hastily concealing her small medicine box, Gu Jiao burrowed into her quilt, wrapping herself up like a tiny silkworm cocoon. Perhaps due to the fatigue from her daytime exertions, despite the chill, she succumbed to slumber swiftly. It had been many years since Gu Jiao had dreamt. Yet tonight she found herself in a vivid reverie. She dreamt that a doctor had arrived in town, and Xiao Lulang sought his aid for his leg. However, chaos erupted at the apothecary where the doctor worked, resulting in numerous injuries. As a consequence, Xiao Lulang, already limping, suffered further harm to his otherwise sound leg. Although this injury did not claim his life, it caused him to miss an important examination 3 days hence. Chapter 5. The villain Gu Jiao was taken aback by her dream. She had actually dreamed of a man. Was he truly occupying her thoughts so? She pondered, her fingers brushing her chin in contemplation. Yet, it was merely a dream, and she chose not to dwell on it. The dawn was breaking, the sky still adorned with a few twinkling stars, suggesting a fine day ahead. Gu Jiao could not recall the last time she had risen so early. In her previous life, though employed at a research institute, those who knew her were well aware of her proclivity for nocturnal activities. Her research and surgeries were predominantly scheduled for the afternoon. As for the tasks assigned to her by the organization, they were seldom of the diurnal variety. Gu Jiao donned her own garments today. Last night, after Gu Jiao brought the brazier into Xiao Yolang's room, she had indeed warmed her clothes by it for a spell. Though she was careful not to rouse Xiao Lulang from his slumber, Gu Jiao proceeded to the backyard to fetch water for her ablutions. Xiao Yolang's door stood ajar, but he was nowhere to be seen within. Though she thought she had risen early, someone had evidently preceded her. Gu Jiao traversed the front and back of the house. Yet Xiao Lulang remained elusive. She did, however, notice a missing bucket beside the water vat. Gu Jiao regarded the half-full vat, stroking her chin in contemplation, and remained silent. The front door's bolt was still in place. Xiao Lulang must have exited through the back door of the kitchen and locked it from the outside. Thus, outsiders could not enter at will, but should Gu Jiao desire to leave, she could simply open the front door and depart. As the dough required more time to rise, Gu Jiao took up a broom and swept the backyard, the main hall, and her own room. With Xiao Lulang absent, she refrained from entering his chamber. Half of yesterday's laundry remained unwashed, with several garments still in the wardrobe. Gu Jiao gathered them all and placed them in a large wooden basin in the backyard. This dynasty possessed soap-berry pods, which the original owner had glimpsed on the peddler's rack. However, the villagers were impoverished and largely unable to afford them, instead resorting to soap beans plucked from trees. Gu Jiao crushed the soap beans, spreading them evenly over the clothes, and ceaselessly beat them with a mallet until a fragrant foam emerged. Then, she began to scrub them repeatedly. The cleansing power of the soap beans was not as potent as she had imagined, but Gu Jiao's determination to cleanse the garments was unwavering. Finally, a small hole was rubbed into the bodice. As Gu Jiao finished washing the clothes, the water in the half-barrel was nearly depleted. At that moment, the dough had also risen, and Gu Jiao prepared to steam corn buns in the pot. The village possessed 2 wells. The old well, situated at the end of the village, was relatively close to them but was nearing depletion. Gu Jiao surmised that Xiao Lulang would likely go to the new well at the village entrance for water. Standing before the stove, she gazed toward the front door and ultimately decided to step outside. Gu Jiao discovered Xiao Lulang behind a large locust tree near the ancient well. He was encircled by several menacing ruffians, with a water bucket toppled on the ground, spilling water everywhere. Each of the thugs sported 2 chicken feathers atop their heads, resembling a historical version of a rebellious youth. Gu Jiao recognized that this gang not only comprised locals from her village, but also included troublemakers from the neighboring village, who were perpetually engaged in nefarious deeds. While they had not resorted to murder or arson, they had certainly caused their fair share of mischief among the neighboring community. One of the younger ruffians had snatched Xiao Yulong's cane, and despite his tender age, no more than 13 or 14, he exuded an air of arrogance. He shoved Xiao Lulang to the ground, pointing the cane at his face. How many times have I warned you? You are not to show your face before me again. Are you deaf? Hurry up and get out of Qingchuan village. The young thug's voice, still in the throes of adolescence, sounded strangely familiar. As the ruffian swung the cane toward Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao instinctively rushed forward, raising her hand to shield him and delivering a swift kick to the young ruffian's backside. Ouch! Who dares to kick me? The thug, momentarily stunned, turned to curse, only to find himself momentarily silenced. Gu Jiao paid no heed to his struggle as she advanced, snatching the cane from his grasp. With a swift motion, she twisted his hand behind him and pressed the cane against his throat. The young ruffian was immediately beset with discomfort, letting out a piercing cry, "Sister! Sister! What are you doing?" Gu Jiao paused, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the other ruffians, witnessing their leader being accosted, surged towards her in a frenzy. The young villain bellowed, "Stop right there! This is my sister." The gang froze in astonishment. Gu Jiao. It dawned on her who this young ruffian was, Gu Xiaoshun, the youngest son of the Gu family's second branch. At 13, he was the youngest among the grandchildren and the only one who genuinely cared for the original owner. He bore no disdain for the original owner's simplicity nor for her lack of beauty. Perhaps it was due to Gu Xiaoshun's own unruly nature. He often neglected his studies, preferring to squander his days in idleness, which led to constant reprimands from his siblings and beatings from his parents. Only the original owner would foolishly take his hand, sweetening his spirits with candies she had saved for him, praising him for his fighting prowess, declaring him truly formidable. Gu Xiaoshun recognized that Gu Jiao's actions stemmed from her foolishness, though he was not particularly astute himself. He simply believed in reciprocating kindness. "Sister! Sister! It hurts!" he cried out, feeling wronged. Gu Jiao released him, concealing her right hand behind her back as she pulled him up with her left, her tone calm as she inquired, "Why did you bully your brother-in-law?" "Brother-in-law?" Gu Xiaoshun questioned, doubting his own hearing. "Didn't you tell me to beat him up?" Gu Jiao responded, perplexed. "Yes." Gu Xiaoshun glanced at Xiao Lulang and, lowering his voice, continued, "You told me you no longer wanted this little cripple, and that I should chase him away so you could be with young Master Qin." He believed his voice was not loud, yet everyone present heard him. Xiao Lulang wore a cold expression. The rogues could hardly bear to look. Gu Xiaoshun remarked, "Sister, you haven't forgotten, have you? You told me that with your own lips." Gu Xiaoshun would not deceive her. It appeared that the original owner had indeed uttered such words, albeit she herself had no recollection of it. However, her brother remembered every word. "I merely spoke in passing. Did you take it to heart?" Gu Jiao winced from a toothache. "So what shall we do now?" Gu Xiaoshun realized he might have erred, lowering his head and standing there like a little quail. Chapter 6, Selling Chickens. Gu Jiao bent down, using her left hand to pick up the cane from the ground, and approached Xiao Lulang, extending it to him. Xiao Lulang accepted the cane with indifference and stood upright, then went to lift the fallen water bucket. "You go," Gu Jiao instructed Gu Xiaoshun. "Oh," he replied, scampering over, reaching the water bucket before Xiao Lulang and lifting it up. "Go fetch water," Gu Jiao told Gu Xiaoshun. "Fetch water." Gu Xiaoshun commanded one of the rogues. The rogue's lip twitched as he grabbed the water bucket and trudged off to fetch water. Gu Jiao shot him a piercing glance. Gu Xiaoshun, chagrined, fell silent. "Boss, the water has arrived." The rogue returned swiftly, carrying a full bucket. "And what do you mean by fetching? What? Get lost. Scram." The rogues dispersed. Gu Xiaoshun smiled at Gu Jiao. "Sister, please do not be angry. If you no longer dislike my brother-in-law, I shall refrain from bullying him in the future." "Do you often bully him?" Gu Jiao inquired. As the conversation progressed, Gu Xiaoshun's voice grew increasingly faint. He had a poor memory and had lost count of how many times he had been bullied. With a cheerful chuckle, he followed Gu Jiao, carrying a water bucket. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze fixating on Gu Jiao's rigid right arm. "Sister, is your hand injured?" "It's nothing," Gu Jiao replied. "Nothing? You're bleeding," Gu Xiaoshun exclaimed, setting down the bucket and seizing Gu Jiao's arm, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a vivid crimson stain on her wrist. "Did I hit you with that stick just now? And what happened to your head?" "I bumped it before falling into the water," she explained. The injury was concealed within her hair, and Gu Xiaoshun marveled at the keen observation of this boy. "You fell into the water? When did that happen?" He pressed. "Hey, sister, wait for me. Who are you?" What are you doing at my sister's house? Gu Xiaoshan demanded, hands on his hips. The stranger ignored him, casting a cold glare at Gu Jiao. Did you let someone bully Xiaoxiong again? You wicked woman. How dare you insult my sister? Gu Xiaoshan retorted, dropping the water bucket and swinging his fist at the intruder. Despite being only 13, he was quite adept at fighting. Otherwise, he would not have earned the reputation of the most notorious ruffian in the region. A frail scholar stood no chance against him. Xiaoshan, Gu Jiao called out to him. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Lulang emerged from the house, dressed in fresh clothing. My classmate, Xiao Lulang addressed Gu Jiao and her brother. The classmate scoffed disdainfully, stepping forward to support Xiao Lulang and taking the heavy bundle from his hands. Let us be on our way. Gu Xiaoshan was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Lulang with his bundle prepared. Where are you headed? He wondered. Surely, he isn't truly frightened and planning to leave? His classmate had no intention of engaging with Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao asked no further questions, silently entering the house. As she brushed past Xiao Lulang, he caught a glimpse of her slightly stiffened right hand. Gu Jiao had concealed her hand within her sleeve, hiding the blood trickling from her wrist. Once she had entered, she suddenly heard Xiao Lulang's somewhat cold voice from behind. I'm going to the town. To treat your leg? Gu Jiao instinctively inquired. For some reason, she recalled a dream. She didn't genuinely believe in it. Yet do you have an exam in 3 days? Gu Jiao gazed at him. A flicker of surprise flashed in Xiao Yolong's eyes, but he nodded nonetheless. Yes. Gu Jiao turned to look at Gu Xiaoshan. She couldn't remember such events. Gu Xiaoshan pointed an accusatory finger at him. Can you even speak? What do you mean my sister is stopping him from going? My sister is ill. How could he just abandon her right after their marriage? She doesn't wish to be a young widow, so she has locked up Xiao Lulang. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Lulang had missed an exam 6 months prior, as well as his only opportunity to heal his leg due to this situation. Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Lulang's leg. Well, actually, vile woman. A classmate gritted his teeth, helping Xiao Lulang onto an old cart at the village entrance. Xiaoxiong, don't listen to her. Li Ji is a time-honored establishment. Their osmanthus cakes are incredibly difficult to procure. By the time you finish your shopping, Dr. Zhang will have left. He is a physician from the capital, far superior to the town doctors. Only he can treat your leg. You must not let that vile woman hinder you. This is my sister. She must be treated this way. Gu Xiaoshan gave Gu Jiao a thumbs up. Gu Jiao rubbed her forehead and asked, Do you know where the market is? Gu Xiaoshan nodded. Yes, sister. Why do you ask? Are you going? For what purpose? To sell chickens. Chickens? Where did you get the chickens, sister? Wild chickens. She did not mention that they were the diagnostic fees she had forcefully acquired. Gu Xiaoshan naturally assumed that his sister had caught them herself. Sister, I've noticed you've changed. You're much more capable than before. It wasn't that she had become less naive. Rather, she had grown more formidable in Gu Xiaoshan's eyes, who had never regarded the original owner as foolish. Gu Xiaoshan indicated the direction of the market, explaining that both the market and the clinic were in town, with one to the west and the other to the east. Gu Xiaoshan insisted on accompanying her, but Gu Jiao declined. The Gu family did not favor Gu Xiaoshan getting too close to Gu Jiao, claiming that her foolishness might rub off on him. I'm so hungry, Gu Jiao remarked as she headed to the kitchen. Chapter 7. The Dean upon arriving in town. Xiao Lulang was immediately taken to the clinic by his classmate. A long line had formed outside, filled with individuals seeking consultation from the renowned physician. The two stood at the end of the queue. The classmate stretched on tiptoe to take a look. It's not too late. We should be able to get in. I'll cover the fare in a moment, Xiao Lulang assured. His classmate patted his chest. Why be so polite? We are both classmates and from the same hometown. By the way, are you hungry? He had rushed out without eating, and Xiao Lulang had not eaten either. From his wide sleeves, he produced a clean small bundle, revealing 3 beautiful cornmeal buns. Where did you get these buns? Xiao Lulang felt a sense of familiarity with the several steamed buns before him. His classmate remarked, Those are from your kitchen. They were freshly steamed when I visited. Xiao Lulang furrowed his brow and asked, Did you save any for me? The classmate replied oddly, Aren't there only 3 in total? Have you forgotten the buns you made yourself? Xiao Lulang pressed his lips together in silence. After a moment, he pondered aloud. Why didn't I leave one for her? His classmate was taken aback. Are you referring to that wicked woman? What purpose would it serve to save one for her? Hasn't she caused you enough trouble? Besides, she wouldn't eat anything you made. The classmate took a bite of a bun, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao, how is it that your buns are so delicious today? Xiao Lulang stepped out of the line. The classmate, puzzled, called after him. Where are you going, Xiao? It's almost your turn. Xiao Lulang remained silent, resolutely advancing forward. The classmate caught up and inquired, "What are you up to?" "I'm going to buy osmanthus cake," Xiao Lulang replied as he made his way through the alley to Li Ji's shop. Li Ji was a century-old establishment, and the line here was as lengthy as that outside the clinic. The classmate exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Are you truly buying osmanthus cake for that vile woman? Don't you realize that Dr. Zhang only holds consultations for half a day? By the time you purchase the cake, the flowers will have wilted." An hour later, Xiao Lulang successfully acquired the osmanthus cake from Li Ji. He hoped that Dr. Zhang had not yet departed. The classmate seized Xiao Lulang's arm, urging him towards the clinic. However, upon their arrival at the clinic's entrance, they discovered that the long queue had vanished, leaving only a crowd of onlookers and a group of stern, imposing soldiers. The classmate turned to a middle-aged man nearby and inquired, "Good sir, what has transpired here? Why has the clinic become so deserted?" A middle-aged man replied, "Just now, a madman burst into the medical hall, claiming that the doctor had caused his wife's death. He was brandishing a knife and indiscriminately attacking everyone inside. Many were injured. Did you see that lady at the entrance? She was the last one to go in. Just as she entered, the madman arrived. Fortunately, she managed to escape, though she fell and injured her head. That lady was indeed the one who had been directly behind them in line. Had they not left, the last to enter would have been Xiao Lulang. Given his leg ailment, he would have had no chance of escaping, and he would likely have been among the injured. On their way back, the two remained silent as the sky gradually darkened. The cart creaked along the quiet path, the wheels making a rhythmic sound. At this hour, the town's carts were reluctant to venture into the countryside. They had spent 20 copper coins to hire a mule cart, which lacked a proper enclosure, featuring only a simple black canopy that allowed the cold wind to cut through from both ends. The two of them were freezing, their limbs stiff with cold. Suddenly, a frail figure caught Xiao Lulang's attention. He paused, observing a fork in the road. From the direction of the market, Gu Jiao was trudging along, burdened by a heavy load on her back, panting heavily. The last rays of the setting sun had faded, leaving her enveloped in the twilight, her frame gaunt. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, revealing the bandage on her wrist, faintly stained with blood. "Stop the cart," Xiao Lulang commanded. The driver complied, bringing the cart to a halt. "Why are we stopping?" his companion inquired, perplexed. It was then that he noticed Gu Jiao approaching on foot. She seemed oblivious to their presence, perceiving the cart merely as an ordinary mule-drawn vehicle. She did not raise her gaze, turning her back and walking past the carriage. "Come up," Xiao Lulang said. Only then did Gu Jiao turn her head, looking in astonishment at Xiao Lulang on the mule cart, beside whom sat the same classmate from earlier. The classmate wore an expression of disdain, but refrained from uttering any words to dissuade Xiao Lulang from engaging with her. "Come up," Xiao Lulang repeated, his voice chillingly calm. Despite being merely a boy of 16 or 17, he possessed a composure and aura that seemed beyond his years. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment before complying and took a seat opposite Xiao Lulang. Setting down the basket she carried on her back, Xiao Lulang glanced at the basket and inquired, "Did you go to the market?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, I sold 2 chickens and bought some rice and flour. I also managed a few other things." Xiao Lulang regarded her intently, as if discerning something, yet remained silent. Meanwhile, the classmate shot Gu Jiao a peculiar look, seemingly incredulous that this foolish woman was capable of conducting business. However, Gu Jiao appeared oblivious to his scrutiny and asked Xiao Lulang, "What about you? Did you see the doctor in town today?" "Well, it's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on eating osmanthus cake, we wouldn't have missed Dr. Zhang's consultation," she continued. The classmate would never reveal that Xiao Lulang had avoided a calamity by choosing to procure the osmanthus cake for her. "Ah, what a pity," Gu Jiao murmured. Her eyes cast down. Although she spoke of regret, there was an inexplicable sense that she felt none at all. Could it be that she was already aware of the situation at the medical hall? Unlikely, given her nature. Would she remain so composed knowing she had inadvertently saved Xiao Lulang? "Last time, I saved brother Xiao, compelling him to marry her, if I were to rescue him again. Wouldn't he that elevate me to the heavens?" A classmate scoffed. "I've devoured the osmanthus cake. I want to let you have the advantage." Gu Jiao remained composed, responding with a simple, "Oh." The classmate struck the cotton with a fist, and thereafter, none of them spoke further. A remarkably distinguished carriage approached. The classmate's spirits lifted as he sat upright, exclaiming, "Look, that is the dean's carriage." "What dean?" Gu Jiao inquired. "The dean of Tianqiang Academy. Brother Xiao is set to take the entrance examination there in 3 days. The dean hails from the capital, once the foremost among the 4 talents of the capital, possessing vast knowledge and wisdom. His examination results from 2 decades ago remain unsurpassed. A single word of guidance from him is worth 10 years of sage study. How splendid it would be to be his disciple. However, I've heard that he has taken on a student in many years. In my 6 months at the academy, I haven't even glimpsed his face, the classmate chattered on, overwhelmed with excitement. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was conversing with the person he detested most. Inside the carriage, the dean, clad in a white academy robe, sat respectfully beside an elderly man dressed in simple attire. The old man had his left arm bandaged, cradling a tattered umbrella, and on his face, a large footprint was faintly visible, the origin of which remained a mystery. This appearance rendered the dean somewhat at a loss for words. He dared not inquire. Bowing respectfully, he asked, "What brings you back unexpectedly? You didn't inform your students. I could have sent someone to greet you." Chapter 8. Solitude. The mule cart came to a halt at the village entrance. Brother Xiao, the classmate, was the first to dismount the carriage, extending a hand to assist Xiao Lulang down, while also retrieving his bundle. Gu Jiao gracefully leapt from the carriage, slinging a basket onto her back. Indeed, the evening had grown late, and the coachman was becoming somewhat impatient. The classmate then remarked, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Do not forget about the examination in 3 days. The academy will not be closed that day, so I shall not be coming to fetch you. Remember to go on your own." Xiao Lulang nodded faintly, taking hold of his bundle. The night path was treacherous, and without a lantern, they found themselves at a standstill. Gu Jiao remained motionless, silently waiting for Xiao Lulang. The classmate cast a cold glance at her, pulling Xiao Lulang a bit further away, and whispered, "Brother Xiao, do your best in the exam. If you succeed, you will be able to reside in the academy and no longer suffer the torment of that wicked woman. There is no need to fret about your leg. I will continue to inquire about Dr. Zhang's whereabouts. Oh, and regarding the osmanthus cake, be sure to eat it yourself, and do not let that vile woman benefit from it." The classmate opened his mouth to say more, but Xiao Lulang chose to disregard him, gripping his bundle with one hand and leaning on his cane with the other as he turned to head homeward. Gu Jiao stepped forward to accompany him, maintaining a distance that felt just right, not too close, yet close enough to offer support should he stumble. By now, the night had enveloped everything in darkness. Every household had closed its doors, save for Xuaningxiang, who emerged to dispose of her bathwater, pausing momentarily at the entrance. "Ah Xiang, why are you not coming in? What are you gazing at?" Inside, Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law rasped from her sickbed, inquiring about her. Xuaningxiang blinked in confusion, responding, Nothing at all." Surely, she must have misperceived. How could Xiao Lulang be walking alongside that foolish girl? Though they are a married couple, their animosity towards each other surpasses that of sworn enemies. In the old Gu residence, today it is the eldest son's turn to prepare the meal. Mrs. Zhou and her daughter, Gu Yui, bring steaming dishes to the main hall, carefully arranging bowls and chopsticks. In the Gu family, women do not partake in the meal at the table. Only the venerable Mr. Gu and his 2 sons, Gu Chanhai and Gu Changlu, along with their 3 grandsons, are seated there. Meanwhile, the matriarch, Mrs. Wu, along with her 2 daughters-in-law and granddaughter Gu Wei, take their bowls to eat in the kitchen. Mr. Gu, a village elder, stands out among the locals who toil in the fields for their sustenance. While most villagers seldom enjoy meat throughout the year, the Gu family is fortunate enough to feast on meat twice a month. Today is one of those days. The dish consists of pork belly stewed with cabbage, the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. However, the portions of pork belly are scant, barely enough for each person to have 2 bites. After each son takes a slice, they dare not reach for more under the imposing gaze of their father and instead turn to pick at pickled vegetables. Mr. Gu himself does not indulge excessively, selecting only a small piece for himself and offering moderate portions to his grandsons, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Erzhan, while generously serving the remainder to Gu Dashan. Gu Xiaoshan counts his share, 5 pieces, all substantial. Why is he receiving such a bounty? As he eats, he murmurs with a hint of resentment. Gu Erzhan quietly remarks, "That is because our elder brother is a scholar. Our family relies on him for a brighter future." As he speaks, he cannot help but glance enviously at the meat in Gu Dashuan's bowl. His desire is palpable, yet he has grown accustomed to this disparity in treatment. Among the numerous men in the household, only the elder brother possesses the aptitude for scholarly pursuits, having achieved the remarkable feat of gaining admission to the county academy this year, surpassing even their grandfather's accomplishments. How frustrating! Gu Xiaoshan rolled his eyes, remarking that his brother-in-law was also an educated man, yet no one ever called him to partake in a feast. How can it be the same? My elder brother has already been accepted into the county school. How could he possibly be compared to him? My brother-in-law simply chose not to take the exam. The two brothers continued to bicker until the old master Gu slammed his chopsticks onto the table, causing them to fall silent immediately. When the old master was enraged, it was not just the three grandsons who could not withstand it. Even Gu Chonghai and Gu Chonglu felt a bit intimidated. The room fell into an eerie silence. Second brother, have you looked over the book I gave you? There are my annotations in it. Study it well, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It was Gu Da Sun who spoke up, the only one daring to address the old master's wrath. His voice was clear and soothing, his tone calm and unhurried, exuding the demeanor of a scholar. The old master Gu was particularly fond of this golden grandson, and his anger dissipated swiftly. Gu-er-son, taken aback by the attention, smiled, and said, "Then I shall thank you in advance, elder brother." The old master had taught all three grandsons, but only Gu Da-sun had succeeded academically. When the old master could no longer impart his knowledge, he sent Gu Da-sun to a private school in the town. The private school was quite expensive, and the Gu family could only afford to support the most exceptional among them. Gu-er-hun dreamed of achieving the same success as Gu Da-sun. The old master, with an air of authority, declared, "Do not disturb your elder brother in the coming days. He has an examination to prepare for." Gu-er-sun respectfully nodded. "Understood, grandfather." Gu Shaoshun, unwilling to linger, finished his meal in haste and decided to leave. He found himself unable to exit through the front door of the main room or the back door of the kitchen, as Wu was not as easily dealt with as the old master. Thus, Gu Shaoshun resolved to scale the wall. However, just as he had climbed halfway, Lu caught him. "Gu Shaoshun, come down this instant." Gu Shaoshun was yanked down by Lu, who swiftly delivered a slap to his head, scolding, "Your grandparents are here. Do you wish to court disaster? Do not strike my head." Gu Shaoshun retorted impatiently. "What are you doing out so late?" "My sister hasn't returned for a meal all day. I wish to check on her," he replied. Lu scoffed. "It's just as well she hasn't come. What business do you have peeking? A married person ought not to be running back to her maternal home every day. How disgraceful." Gu Shaoshun scoffed. "That is not what my uncle and aunt said before they passed. Grandfather and grandmother promised my aunt, and my sister is to find a husband here. That man surnamed Shao is to be a son-in-law. My sister remains a member of our family." Lu, unable to counter his reasoning, pinched him fiercely. Gu-er-hun was compliant yet ineffective, while Gu Shaoshun was neither obedient nor useful, rendering her efforts in raising two sons utterly futile. Gu Jiao had purchased rice and flour at the market, unaware that Xiao Lulang had also made purchases, including several steamed buns. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to warm the buns, which had been prepared by Xiao Yolang's fire. She did not feign indifference. When she left her home, her wrist injury was not severe, but her activities at the market had exacerbated the wound. Thankfully, she had deemed her home unsafe and carried a medicinal kit, allowing her to bandage it on the spot. Neither mentioned the 3 cornmeal buns from the morning. Xiao Lulang offered no explanation, and Gu Jiao posed no inquiries. "Let us eat here. It is warm," Gu Jiao suggested, shivering from the cold. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment, then nodded, settling onto the small stool beside Gu Jiao. For the first time, the two found themselves so close that he sat beside Gu Jiao, allowing him to distinctly observe the birthmark on the left side of her face. In the past, Gu Jiao had concealed it beneath layers of powder, but today she presented her bare visage, unadorned and candid. Xiao Yolang's appealing lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Just as she showed no interest in his affairs, he too chose to remain indifferent to hers. They were, after all, two unrelated souls, devoid of any necessity for deeper entanglements. The steamed bun, lacking in flavor, did not deter Gu Jiao, who, having gone hungry all day, was not inclined to be choosy. Upon opening the container, she discovered osmanthus cake. Chapter 9, Protectiveness in the Blink of an Eye. The day of Xiao Liulang's examination had arrived. Gu Jiao rose early, kneaded the dough, and steamed a basket of solid white buns, alongside preparing a pot of wild mushroom soup. The mushrooms had been foraged from the mountains. The first batch had already been consumed, and these were freshly picked yesterday, with plenty remaining for her to carry to the market later. She had also gathered some black fungus, but the fresh variety was toxic and required drying before it could be consumed. The wounds on her wrist and the back of her head had healed, and her medicinal supplies were nearly exhausted, although a substantial portion of the ointment remained. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulang had also awakened. Gu Jiao was aware that he had studied late into the night and had chosen not to disturb him in the morning. Yet he still rose at such an early hour. She arranged the tableware and served him a small bowl of wild mushroom soup, mindful to leave it partially filled in case he needed to find a restroom during the examination. However, She could not shake the feeling that Xiao Yolong's fleeting glances held a hint of melancholy. The examination would last the entire day. So Gu Jiao packed buns and water for him. After a brief pause, as if struck by a sudden thought, she tucked 10 copper coins into her bundle. Xiao Lulang observed her as she inserted the coins, his gaze flickering, yet he remained silent. Gu Jiao handed him the packed bundle, stating, "I have already settled the fare and made the necessary arrangements to ensure you are taken directly to the vicinity of the academy." Xiao Lulang replied softly. Accepting the bundle and, leaning on his cane, stepped outside. Gu Jiao gazed at his slight limp, suppressing the urge to accompany him to the village entrance, knowing he likely preferred solitude. Upon reaching the village entrance, Xiao Lulang found Uncle Luo's ox cart already stationed beneath the locust tree, populated by several villagers who were transporting their homegrown vegetables and eggs to the market. Upon spotting him, the villagers greeted him with warm smiles and waves. There was one last available spot on the cart, presumably reserved for him. Just as Xiao Lulang was about to ascend, a figure swiftly interposed himself before him. With one hand gripping the cart and the other supporting another figure behind, the person called out, "Shunzi, hurry up." It was none other than Zhou Shi and her son from the Gu family. Zhou Shi effectively blocked Xiao Lulang from boarding the cart, leaving him no opportunity. From the cart, a woman declared, "Zhou Shi, it was Lulang who arrived first." Gu Dazhong halted mid-motion, turning his head to glance over his mother at Xiao Lulang. The latter's expression remained cool and indifferent. Without concern, Zhou Shi retorted, "My Shunzi is preparing for an examination. What of it if he arrived first? Does that allow him to hinder my Shunzi's prospects?" The villagers were well aware of Gu Dazhong's promising future, having recently gained admission to the county school, a prestigious achievement that allowed him to stand before the county magistrate without the need for bowing. While Xiao Lulang was indeed a fine young man, his aspirations paled in comparison to Gu Dazhong's bright prospects. If Gu Dazhong were to prosper, it would not only bring glory to the Gu family, but the entire Qingchuan village would bask in his success. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. "Well," Uncle Luo hesitantly remarked, "Lulang is also going to take the exam." Last night, when Gu Jiao visited Uncle Luo, she had clearly instructed him that Xiao Lulang was to participate in an examination at an academy and due to his physical limitations. She urged him to ensure that Xiao Lulang arrived safely, even offering him 2 extra copper coins for his trouble. Uncle Luo found this rather puzzling. The seemingly foolish Gu family member, who had always been at odds with Xiao Lulang, now appeared to be a transformed individual. However, before he could inquire further, Gu Jiao had already departed. Upon hearing that Xiao Lulang was also taking the exam, Zhou Shi dismissed the notion entirely. Could Xiao Yolong's examination possibly compare to her son's? It was Gu Dazhong who, in astonishment, turned to Xiao Lulang and asked, "You are also going to Tianxiang Academy?" "Yes," Xiao Lulang replied mildly. When Xiao Lulang first arrived in the village, he had already been a student. At that time, Gu Dazhong was also a student. Subsequently, Gu Dazhong advanced to the rank of Xiaocai, while Xiao Lulang remained a student, causing Gu Dazhong to regard him with less esteem. "You haven't attended private school for half a year." Gu Dazhong shook his head. The implication was clear. Xiao Lulang was unlikely to pass the examination. Since success seemed improbable, there was no need for unnecessary effort. Uncle Luo retrieved the coin pouch. The journey to the market cost 2 copper coins, while a slightly longer distance required 3. Gu Jiao had generously provided 2 additional coins, totaling 5. As Uncle Luo counted out the coins to return to Xiao Lulang, Gu Dazhong was pushed onto the ox cart by Zhou Shi. Just as he had not yet settled in, a bony, delicate hand suddenly reached from behind him, seizing the collar of his garment and yanking him down from the ox cart. Gu Dazhong, 2 years older than Xiao Lulang, was now 19, a robust young man. Yet he stumbled precariously from the unexpected pull, nearly falling to the ground. Zhou Shi was startled and hurried to assist Gu Dazhong. Who was it? Soon, everyone turned to behold the diminutive figure of Gu Jiao. Her gaze was icy, imbued with an unyielding chill. All present were taken aback. "Gu Jiao, what madness has overtaken you?" Zhou Shi initially assumed it was someone audacious, only to realize it was this foolish girl. "What do you mean?" Zhou Shi inquired. "In the most literal sense, if Xiao Lulang cannot board the ox cart today, then no one is permitted to do so," Gu Jiao declared. "By what right do you assert that?" A woman retorted disdainfully. Gu Jiao leisurely produced a sickle from behind her. "Simply because I am a fool?" At the sight of the blade, the faces of the onlookers turned ashen. Zhou Shi, who had intended to rush forward and seize Gu Jiao by the hair, was now too frightened to advance. A fool indeed. A fool can be capable of anything. Yet this fool had previously held Xiao Lulang in disdain. Why then would she oppose her typically close-knit Gu family for his sake? The villagers were perplexed, and even a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Liulang's eyes. Those wishing to summon old Master Gu should do so promptly, Gu Jiao said, polishing the sickle she had sharpened to a gleam. Zhou Shi genuinely considered going, but was halted by Gu Dasan. Engaging in reason with a fool was futile. Delaying the examination would be disastrous. Although Xiao Lulang would also miss the exam, it mattered little for him, as he was unlikely to pass regardless. His situation was vastly different. At last, it was Uncle Luo'er who devised a plan, suggesting that Zhou purchase the produce from one of their fellow villagers, who in turn ceded his position to Gu Dasan. Gu Jiao was indifferent to the identity of the vendor from whom Gu Dasan had acquired his place. However, to preclude any unforeseen mishaps along the way, Gu Jiao equipped herself with a sickle for the journey. As the ox cart had no spare room for her, she resolutely traversed several miles on foot, successfully escorting Xiao Lulang to the examination hall. Chapter 10, Confrontation. Once Xiao Lulang entered the examination hall, Gu Jiao departed, carrying her basket. She intended to sell the wild mushrooms and the dried black fungus within, while also attending to other matters. Tianxiang Academy was renowned far and wide, attracting a multitude of examinees, both local and those like Xiao Lulang from distant lands. Each candidate bore a recommendation letter from their village school, county school, or prefectural school, and entered the corresponding examination rooms accordingly. Due to the varying levels, Xiao Lulang and Gu Dasan were assigned to different examination halls, with Xiao Lulang seated in the last row. The steps of Tianxiang Academy were notably steep. Typically, those seeking knowledge were at least scholars, and attaining the title of scholar in this era was no small feat. Gu Dashuan's achievement of this honor before the age of 20 was indeed remarkable. At merely 17, Xiao Lulang was the youngest among all candidates, and also the most handsome. Regrettably, he was a cripple. The other examinees cast him curious glances, but their attention quickly shifted as they bent over their examination papers. The morning session entailed poetry composition, while the afternoon focused on classical texts. Most candidates who arrived here were well-versed in literature, and composing poetry on-site posed little challenge for them. However, the afternoon's classical examination was considerably more daunting. The topics concerning the classics are exclusively derived from the original texts of the 4 books and 5 classics, and candidates must adhere strictly to the 8-legged essay format. This format consists of 8 components: the introduction of the topic, the acceptance of the topic, the commencement of discussion, the entry into the subject, the first leg, the middle leg, the latter leg, and the conclusion. Metaphors are strictly prohibited, and the language must reflect the tone of the sages, with annotations permitted solely from the Chengzhou school, imposing considerable restrictions on the candidates. Furthermore, the difficulty of this examination's questions, set personally by the dean, has left the candidates' faces nearly ashen after a long day of testing. When Xiao Lulang emerged, his classmates had already been waiting outside the examination hall for nearly half an hour. "Lulang, over here," he called, waving his hand. Leaning on his cane, Xiao Lulang approached. His classmate remarked, "I just overheard many people complaining about the tricky questions. Alas, it's unfortunate for you. The dean crafted this round-S questions himself. If you hadn't encountered that mishap earlier and had taken the exam with me, it wouldn't have been so arduous. It's all that wicked woman's fault." Xiao Lulang shot him a glance, his brow furrowing slightly. His classmate continued, "By the way, she hasn't been bothering you these past few days, has she? I was so worried you might not make it today." Indeed, it was a close call. Xiao Lulang paused, and suddenly, sensing something, he lifted his gaze to the front. At that moment, the examination had just concluded, and the street outside the academy was bustling with activity, a constant flow of people. A slender figure stood against the wall, a small basket on her back, arms crossed nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Passers-by cast various glances in her direction, yet she remained unfazed, neither angry nor embarrassed. Soon, his classmate spotted Gu Jiao, his brow furrowing in concern. What is she doing here? Surely she isn't here to cause you trouble. Pray tell, did you sneak away from home today?" In truth, Xiao Lulang was uncertain whether Gu Jiao had come in search of him. He merely observed her leaning there, clearly awaiting someone. Perhaps the influx of examinees had finally caught Gu Jiao's attention. She turned her gaze in this direction and, amidst the throngs of people, immediately spotted the strikingly handsome youth. A soft smile graced her lips as she approached Xiao Lulang. "The examination is over," she remarked. "Indeed," Xiao Lulang nodded. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not particularly," Gu Jiao replied, playfully tugging at her small ear. I happen to have some matters nearby. What sort of matters could you possibly have? His companion rolled their eyes. Nonetheless, Gu Jiao's words served as a reminder. Having finished class early today, he had visited the medical hall and discovered that Dr. Zhang had indeed returned, miraculously saving a man on the brink of death. Are you certain it was Dr. Zhang? Xiao Lulang inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The last time there was a disturbance at the medical hall, Dr. Zhang had sustained some superficial injuries. In truth, it was not Dr. Zhang who had caused the death of the assailant's family member. He was merely implicated in the chaos. Still, having been provoked, he had vowed never to return. Without a doubt, his companion asserted. I witnessed the man being carried in, drenched in blood, his neck askew, and devoid of breath. Who else but Dr. Zhang from the capital could have saved him? Gu Jiao silently observed the little ants on the ground, saying nothing. Her companion continued, if Dr. Zhang can revive someone in such dire straits, he will certainly be able to treat your leg. You needn't concern yourself with those details. I shall inquire about Dr. Yang's schedule. When will you go? Gu Jiao suddenly asked. A classmate cast a disdainful glance at her, asking, why should I tell you? Gu Jiao remained silent. Dinner was to be enjoyed in the town, as the classmate insisted on introducing Xiao Lulang to the Yangcha noodles near the academy, claiming they bore the taste of home. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, the carriage, devoid of oil lamps, became illuminated by the silvery moonlight that seeped through the cracks. Gu Jiao sat opposite Xiao Lulang, extending her petite legs and rhythmically flexing her toes. She had purchased new shoes, not the embroidered ones worn by affluent young ladies, but rather a simple pair of inexpensive black cloth shoes, devoid of any embellishments, which surprisingly suited her feet beautifully. Her playful demeanor with the shoes was endearing, her eyes sparkling like shattered starlight. The mule cart remained stationed at the village entrance. Upon alighting, Gu Jiao continued to trail behind him, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close. The news of the quarrel between Xiao Lulang and Gu Dashan had spread throughout the village, and Xuening Xiang had specifically waited at the door, only to witness the two walking towards her through the night. Could it be that her previous suspicions were unfounded? Were these two truly growing fond of one another? Silly Gu. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang halted outside her home, turning to gaze at the young man striding towards them. None other than Gu Erzhan from the second branch of the Gu family. Gu Erzhan and Gu Xiaoshun were both offspring of the Lu family, however. Gu Erzhan had always been closer to his cousin Gu Dashan than to his own biological brother. Gu Jiao merely cast a cursory glance before averting her gaze. Unlocking the door and entering with Xiao Lulang, Gu Erzhan approached with long strides, placing his hands on his hips as he stood at the threshold, exclaiming in anger. Gu silly, I see you've lost your mind to dare treat your elder brother this way. Do you realize you nearly jeopardized his examination? Before the entire village. He humiliated my elder brother. Ignoring his words, Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold, intent on closing the door. Gu Erzhan, incensed by her blatant disregard for him, stormed into the house, bracing himself against the door. Do you dare? Grandfather sent me to find you. Hurry and go apologize to my elder brother, or I swear I will beat you to death. Gu Jiao, irritated, flicked her ear dismissively. Are you not listening? If we do not resolve this matter today, you shall not. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Jiao lifted her foot and sent him flying out of the house. Chapter 11. In the same room, Gu Erzhan was momentarily stunned by the force of Gu Jiao's kick. Although his status within the Gu family was inferior to that of Gu Dashan, he had been raised by Lu Shi in a pampered manner. Never subjected to the rigors of farm work, only allowed to study indoors like Gu Dashan. Whether he had absorbed any knowledge was anyone's guess, but his delicate constitution was undeniable. He lay on the ground, motionless for quite some time. What madness had possessed this foolish girl today to dare kick him? He felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, to slap her across the face, yet he could not bring himself to admit that Gu Zhao's kick had truly frightened him. Why you wait? He spat out a defiant threat, clutching his stomach as he fled. Gu Jiao secured the bolt on the door and turned to find Xiao Lulang standing in the main room, his gaze appraising her. After a moment's contemplation, she replied with unwavering composure. He fell out on his own. Xiao Lulang. Lu Shi hurried forward. Erzhan, what happened? Where's that girl? Gu Erzhan recounted the events that transpired before Gu Jiao's door with embellishments. I kindly advised her to come over and clarify things, to apologize to my elder brother. But she refused and even kicked me. I regarded her as a sister and did not retaliate. Upon hearing this, Lu's scalp tingled with fury. That little wretch. Raised by a harlot. Even her own brother has been attacked. In contrast, Zhou exhibited a calm demeanor. If that girl dared to lay hands on Dashan, what could Emir Erzhan expect? Yet, She could not suppress her curiosity. The girl had been behaving rather unusually of late. How outrageous. Unable to contain her anger over her son being assaulted, Lu rolled up her sleeves and struck Gu Xiaoshun beside her. You go. Teach that little wretch a lesson. Avenge your brother. I refuse to go. Gu Xiaoshun shot a disdainful glance at Gu Ershun. Who knows what he did? Gu Ershun, indignant, proclaimed, I did nothing. I was merely trying to speak with her. Who knew she would resort to violence? I see her as nothing but a fool, a madwoman, a bringer of misfortune. Whom are you insulting? Gu Xiaoshun, brimming with bravado, rose to his feet. Gu Ershun hastily took refuge behind Lu. You dare defend that little harbinger of doom. Who is your true brother? Lu, infuriated, was about to strike Gu Xiaoshun, yet hesitated with the presence of old Master Gu. She turned to her husband, casting him a meaningful glance. Why don't you say something? But Gu Chonglu remained silent. Why should he speak up? When that girl had not graced their table with her presence for days, no one bothered to inquire. Now, however, they were keen to seek retribution. He had no desire to intervene, not out of sympathy for Gu Jiao, but because he was the most ineffectual of the three brothers. When the third son encountered misfortune, he was right beside him. Had he reached out to help in time, perhaps the third son would not have perished. Yet, the flood was too fierce. And fear overtook him. He abandoned the third son and fled. This incident was kept secret, known only to the elder. He has always felt a twinge of guilt towards the third household. Cha Hai, called the elder, addressing his eldest son, please go over. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Cha Hai replied, Father, Jiao is not quite right in the head. I believe we should let this matter go to avoid escalating it and giving the villagers cause to gossip, suggesting that we are being cruel to the flesh and blood of the third son. Lu was incensed. How can we simply let it go? It seems the injury does not concern your Dazhan, does it? Have you not seen the state that Ershun is in? Gu Ershun, feeling wronged, clutched his abdomen. That kick from the little misfortune was indeed quite severe, and he was still in pain. The elder's face remained solemn as he contemplated. Gu Changhai spoke softly, Father. If this escalates, it would tarnish Dazhan's reputation. Ultimately, it was Gu Ershun who received the kick, not Gu Dazhan. Dazhan was merely pushed by Jiao in front of everyone, which left him somewhat embarrassed. However, since Dazhan was neither injured nor delayed in his studies, there is no need to jeopardize his reputation over this matter. At this moment, Gu Dazhan also understood that scholars place great importance on their reputation. Otherwise, the Gu family would not have been able to compel Xiao Lulang to yield in the past. He could not afford to be muddled in this situation. Gently, he said, let it go, grandfather. My sister is not well. To argue with her would only make us seem unreasonable. Lu, exasperated, retorted, why did you not say this sooner? If you truly do not wish to hold a grudge, you should have stopped Ershun from confronting her earlier. Elder Gu appeared quite pleased with Chongsuan's words. You are a sensible individual. Learn from your elder brother more often. And refrain from quarreling with a girl all day long, as it undermines your status as a brother. The latter remarks were evidently directed at Gu Ershun. Additionally, he cautioned, and you, avoid causing trouble outside that could tarnish your elder brother's reputation. Gu Xiaoshun was not spared from this admonition either. However, Gu Xiaoshun let the words drift in one ear and out the other, paying them no heed. Unbeknownst to Gu Jiao, her antics had stirred quite a commotion within the Gu family. Earlier that day, she had made a modest profit in town, purchasing numerous items, albeit consuming a fair share as well. She had procured a vial of anesthetic, 2 vials of coagulant, along with various sutures and other first aid supplies. Gu Jiao carried salt, star anise, fennel, and several ingredients to the kitchen, where she boiled some water, and finally tended to the firewood in the stove to prepare a brazier. She brought the brazier over to Xiao Lulang. As the lunar month approached its end, the nights grew increasingly frigid. While she could retire early, Xiao Lulang needed to study by lamplight, and his injured leg required warmth. The door was slightly ajar, and Gu Jiao knocked softly. It's me. Xiao Lulang replied. Gu Jiao pushed the door open and entered. He was bent over, copying texts, with only a small oil lamp flickering beside him, casting a dim light. Gu Jiao placed the brazier on the ground and moved closer to adjust the lamp to its brightest setting. After a moment's contemplation, she returned to fetch her own lamp, remarking, the light is too dim, it strains the eyes. Xiao Lulang's gaze shifted slightly. You can use the brazier. I want to feel cold once I sleep. Gu Jiao replied, wait a moment. Before I sleep, may I come to your room to warm myself by the fire? Xiao Lulang nodded, sitting up straight once more, resuming his copying of the nearby texts. Gu Jiao was aware that he earned a modest living by transcribing books for others. Although his income was not substantial, he managed to garner a small sum each month. only to have the Gu family take a portion of it under the pretext of paying taxes on behalf of the original owner. Unbeknownst to the original owner, they believed that the Gu family genuinely cared for them. To be fair, Xiao Yolong's demeanor towards the original owner was merely unfriendly, a reflection of their strained relationship rather than any deficiency in his character. Gu Jiao paused and declared, "You need not send any more silver to the Gu family. I shall dine at home from now on." Xiao Lulang's hand, poised with a brush, faltered. Gu Jiao gently took the damp bedding and garments to dry by the fire. Her movements were delicate, her breathing serene. Were it not for Xiao Lulang catching glimpses of her with the corner of his eye, he might have failed to perceive the presence of another in the room. Once the clothes were sufficiently dried, as she was about to leave, she suddenly inquired, "By the way, what is the name of your classmate?" "Feng Lin," Xiao Lulang replied. As Xiao Lulang continued his transcription until the late hours, he rose to find that Gu Jiao had also dried his garments, neatly folded and placed upon a chair. He picked them up, intending to stow them away in the wardrobe, only to discover a new pair of shoes tucked at the bottom. Chapter 12. Medical practice. Since abandoning her nightlife, Gu Jiao rose earlier than the roosters each day. Before dawn, she set out with a water bucket in hand. She arrived at the ancient well at the village entrance to draw water. The villagers were already awake, and at this hour, several aunts and young wives were gathered by the well, their expressions a mixture of astonishment upon seeing her. The commotion surrounding Gu Jiao's incident with the ox cart had spread throughout the village. Everyone was aware that she had forcibly pulled Gu Dashan from the vehicle. After all, it was evident that she was quite foolish, her actions even causing distress to her own cousin. However, the little fool never engages in labor, rising only when the sun reaches its zenith. Are they mistaken? Just moments ago, the little fool appeared anything but foolish. Her grace while fetching water was truly captivating, and her gait was equally enchanting. After Gu Jiao finished collecting water, she steamed a basket of sumptuous meat buns. Yesterday, she had purchased a piece of cured meat, soaking it in water before bedtime, allowing the excess saltiness to dissipate while retaining just the right amount of flavor. The aroma of the meat buns wafted through the air, enticing even the neighboring dog to whimper with longing. Gu Jiao ascended the mountain with 2 buns in hand. She had gathered a considerable amount of black fungus, and an abundance of wild mushrooms remained. In truth, villagers could also discover these ingredients while collecting firewood. Yet most dared not pick them, either unable to distinguish between edible and toxic mushrooms, or unaware of how to neutralize the toxins in fresh black fungus. After foraging for mushrooms, Gu Jiao proceeded directly to the market. The eastern part of the town represented affluence and vibrancy, housing the finest medical hall and restaurants, along with the government office and academy. In contrast, the western side was far more chaotic, filled with markets, workshops, gambling dens, and brothels, a veritable mix of all sorts. Upon arriving at the market, Gu Jiao casually found a vacant spot to set up her stall. An aunt nearby recognized her and smiled. "Ah, you're back. Do you still have those mushrooms you picked last time? My eldest grandson adores them. Could you spare me a bit more?" The aunt sold sweet potatoes, whose prices were incomparable to the mushrooms found on the mountain. Nevertheless, Gu Jiao paid no heed, handing her basket over for the aunt to take what she needed. The aunt grabbed a handful, placing 2 large, red sweet potatoes into her basket. Shortly thereafter, another woman approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "May I exchange some radishes for a little of your harvest? I also wish to prepare a nourishing stew for my family." Gu Jiao, seemingly unfazed, nodded subtly, signaling the woman to take the initiative. The lady then exchanged her 2 sizable radishes for 2 handfuls of mushrooms from Gu Jiao. Shortly thereafter, several vendors appeared, gradually trading their humble vegetables for Gu Jiao's mushrooms. This scene was keenly observed by 2 gentlemen seated at a tea stall diagonally across the way. "Is this the person you mentioned, Wang?" inquired a man in elegant attire, appearing to be in his 30s, with a ruggedly handsome visage and an imposing stature. The second proprietor scrutinized Gu Jiao, furrowing his brow. To barter such valuable mountain goods for mere trifles, is she not foolish? And she allows others to pass off inferior produce without protest. She must be quite naive. Wang, at a loss for words, silently contemplated. He sensed that she was not foolish, but rather indifferent. "Are you certain you have not mistaken her?" The second proprietor pressed. "I was present when she treated the patient. I witnessed her skillfully suturing a deep, lengthy wound. I cannot be mistaken." Wang gestured emphatically. What Wang did not disclose was that he had encountered her twice before, the initial meeting occurring at this very marketplace, which was why he anticipated her return to conduct business here. She was too youthful, too impoverished, and bore a prominent birthmark on her face. Yet, Wang would not deceive him. The previous incident involving the patient had left significant repercussions, offending Dr. Zhang and inciting the displeasure of the capital's main hall, putting the second proprietor's position in jeopardy. He was in urgent need of a reputable physician to stabilize the situation. Ask her where she trained. I am willing to offer a substantial sum to have her master come and practice here, the second proprietor declared. The girl's medical skill surely did not arise from thin air. Enlisting her master would undoubtedly be more reliable than seeking her out. Manager Wang deemed this approach feasible and turned to inquire further. However, just as he took a step, he witnessed a young man collapse right before a poultry stall, startling the chickens within their cages. "Oh dear, my chickens!" exclaimed the elderly vendor, frantically attempting to catch them. The scene descended into chaos. Manager Wang and the second shopkeeper's gazes fell upon the young man, both momentarily frozen in shock. The young man exhibited symptoms of chest tightness, cyanosis, and shortness of breath, almost identical to those of a patient who had perished under their care, albeit more severe and urgent. That previous patient had at least made it home. This young man was on the brink of suffocation. This was an affliction deemed untreatable, even if a physician from their clinic were present. He would be unable to save him. Just as despair loomed, a slender figure darted through the crowd, kneeling before the young man. With a swift motion, she tore open his garments and, brandishing an instrument, thrust it forcefully into his chest. Gasps of horror echoed among the onlookers. Was she attempting murder? Yet, in the next moment, Gu Jiao withdrew the needle's core, allowing a stream of fine air to escape. Everyone watched in astonishment as the young man's chest deflated, and he instantly regained normal respiration. Manager Wang was left dumbfounded. Should he still inquire about her master? What a pointless question. Had their clinic possessed such a remarkable physician? That day's tragedy would have been averted. The second shopkeeper decisively pushed past Manager Wang, rising to approach Gu Jiao directly. "Are you suggesting that I should become a physician at your clinic?" Listening to the words of Dongjia, Gu Jiao cast a glance at the young man. He had suffered a rib fracture that led to a torn lung, ultimately resulting in a pneumothorax. Although the air in his chest had been alleviated, he still required follow-up treatment. Regrettably, he left alone after regaining his breath. She stroked her chin. Once, Dongjia was taken aback. "Wait, are you agreeing to this? No emotional display? No price negotiation?" "No, once she only sees patients once a month. I am quite busy," Gu Jiao stated earnestly. "Busy with selling vegetables?" Dongjia glanced at her basket, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Dongjia conceded. "All right. Once it is." Gu Jiao fixed her gaze upon him, as if the next part was of utmost importance. "Additionally, I have another condition." After class, Feng Lin hastened to the clinic. Following the incident with the medical dispute, business at the clinic had waned somewhat, and the staff were listlessly organizing herbs in the main hall. "Is Dr. Zhang here?" Feng Lin inquired, stopping a staff member. "When will he return?" Feng Lin asked politely. "I'm not sure," the staff member replied. "Could you please find out? My friend has had a leg injury for 6 months, and only Dr. Zhang can treat him." Feng Lin persisted. "How much?" he asked. 10 taels. "What? 10 taels?" Feng Lin was taken aback, even combined with Xiao Luolang. He could not muster such a sum. Chapter 13. Treating the leg disheartened, Feng Lin turned to leave, just as a polite voice called out from ahead. "Is this gentleman here to seek medical attention?" Feng Lin paused for a moment and looked towards the other party, a young man clad in luxurious attire, exuding a powerful aura, yet possessing a gentle demeanor. Unfamiliar with him, Feng Lin inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The attendants recognized him and began to bow, but were halted by a mere glance from the second master. Feng Lin shook his head. "No, I am not ill. I have come to inquire on behalf of my classmate. May I know your name?" "I am Feng Lin," he introduced himself with a slight bow. It turned out he was Doctor Who. The other party claimed to be from the medical hall, and Feng Lin naturally regarded him as the physician here. The second master did not correct him. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Pray tell, what ails your classmate?" Feng Lin sighed. His leg was injured half a year ago, and despite consulting numerous doctors, none could provide a remedy. "I believe only Dr. Zhang from the medical hall can heal him. However, I have heard Dr. Zhang will no longer come to the medical hall." "Who said he won't come?" The second master cleared his throat and stated, "He will come. In fact, he shall arrive tomorrow. The consultation fee is a flat rate of 100 won." A chorus of gasps filled the room. Feng Lin choked slightly. 100 won? Is that not rather expensive? The second master blinked and quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke. It is 10 won." Feng Lin's expression reflected his disbelief, as did that of the attendants. Even Feng Lin, no fool, understood that medical care was costly, not to mention Dr. Zhang from the capital. Even the itinerant healers from the countryside would not be satisfied with merely 10 won. Is it not said that Dr. Zhang's consultation fee is 10 taels? He queried, perplexed. The second master maintained his composure, replying, a consultation at the hall is indeed cheaper than a house visit. Cheap, so much? Our medical clinic has lost lives. Business is poor, and it's the off-season. Feng Lin reiterated. The fellows responded. Feng Lin hurried to the village to discuss the consultation with Xiao Lulang. The consultation fee is merely 10 won, with herbal medicine charged separately. Given their current business slump, I reckon the cost of herbs 1 be exorbitant. Indeed, the clinic's business has suffered a blow. Yet to claim it's this affordable is still rather hard to believe. Feng Lin excitedly proclaimed. I inquired with manager Wang afterward, and he confirmed the same. This matter is undoubtedly genuine, so you can rest assured. On the last day of the month, coincidentally, I am on leave, and I shall accompany you. Remarkably, the date is already set, indicating its authenticity. 3 days later, the examination results were released, and Gu Dasan ranked second. The candidates this time hailed from all corners, numbering in the hundreds, including children from affluent families. They had been tutored from a young age, with far superior learning conditions compared to Gu Dasan. Yet, despite this, Gu Dasan managed to secure the second position, bringing great honor to the Gu family. Particularly, this time the exam questions were personally crafted by the esteemed dean. And it was widely rumored in the academy that the dean might be emerging from retirement to recruit direct disciples from this batch of candidates. Gu Dasan felt a surge of hope. How did Lulang perform? Elder Gu inquired. Gu Dasan chuckled. He also passed, ranking second, albeit from the bottom. This time, a total of 100 were admitted, with Xiao Lulang positioned at 99th. Reflecting on the fact that Xiao Lulang had been left so far behind, Gu Dasan could not help but feel a sense of pride. However, he remarked, he hasn't attended private school for half a year. All he has done is diligently study at home. Achieving this level of success is quite impressive. After all his earnest efforts, he nearly failed to pass, which underscores the necessity of talent in scholarly pursuits. In this regard, you surpassed Lulang by a significant margin. It was rare for the elder Mr. Gu to express himself so freely, as he had initially held modest expectations for Gu Dasan. Yet now, with the results in hand, he felt confident that Dashuan's prospects for the autumn examination next year were exceedingly bright. In his delight, Mr. Gu instructed his second son to procure 2 pounds of pork belly from the town, as it was the turn of the second household to prepare the meal. Lu Shi was aware that most of the pork belly would likely end up in Gu Dashuan's stomach, prompting her to surreptitiously hide 2 pieces in a jar. Mother, you are hiding meat, exclaimed Gu Xiaoshan, his sharp eyes catching her in the act. Startled, Lu Shi nearly toppled the jar as she spun around, scolding Gu Xiaoshan. Lower your voice. Why are you shouting? Gu Xiaoshan raised an eyebrow and insisted, I want to eat meat. Not for you. Lu Shi turned her back, clutching the jar protectively. Gu Xiaoshan huffed, if you don't give it to me, I'll tell grandfather and grandmother that you are hiding meat. You. Lu Shi, exasperated, raised her fist. It seemed that while others enjoyed the blessings of having sons, her own son was a source of her frustration. Aware that Gu Xiaoshan would indeed expose her secret, she reluctantly opened the jar and, with a heavy heart, sliced off a small piece for him. However, before he could savor the taste, it was gone. Why did you only give me half a bite? There are 2 large pieces in the jar. That is meant for Erzhan. Among her 2 sons, only Erzhan had the inclination to pursue his studies. Lu hoped that Erzhan would achieve great success in the future, allowing her to bask in his glory. As for Xiaoshan, she had little hope. He was nothing more than a rascal, and she would be grateful if he did not squander their resources in the future. Xiaoshan intended to bring some meat to his sister, but he could not outright seize his mother's pot. Instead, he waited for her to be distracted, lifted the pot lid, and swiftly snatched a few white steamed buns before fleeing. The little rascal! Lu was furious. White steamed buns were a rare treat, typically reserved for Gu Dasan, while the rest of them had to settle for cornmeal. Enraged, Lu grabbed a stick and chased after him, but Xiaoshan was too quick and vanished in an instant. Xiaoshan ran breathlessly to his sister's place, his hands burning from the hot buns. Sister! He burst into the kitchen, only to suddenly freeze as a delightful aroma wafted through the air. He sniffed and exclaimed, What smells so good? Sister, what are you cooking? Wild chicken, she replied. She had sold 2 of the 3 wild chickens from her last catch, keeping this one for a few days before finally deciding to cook it today. What do you have there? Gu Jiao inquired, eyeing his hands. Buns, Xiaoshan mumbled, lowering his head. He had intended to share something delicious with her. But now that she was enjoying chicken, he felt a bit embarrassed about the white buns he had brought. Gu Jiao took a bowl and instructed him to place the buns inside. She also brought over a basin of cold water. "Put your hands in," she said. "Oh." Xiaoshan complied without questioning why, and as soon as his hands were submerged in the cool water, the pain subsided. "We'll eat here," Gu Jiao added. "Huh?" Xiaoshan was taken aback. "I saved you a bowl. I was just thinking about how to send it to you, and now that you're here, it saves me a trip." Gu Jiao, while speaking, opened the cupboard and brought forth a bowl of chicken, pouring it back into the pot. Gu Xiaoshan, upon seeing the bowl of chicken, realized that his sister was not merely indulging in pleasantries due to his visit. She had indeed saved it for him. Inside, there was a complete chicken drumstick, which he observed clearly. A sudden wave of emotion washed over Gu Xiaoshan, causing his nose to tingle. He approached Gu Jiao from behind, bent down, resting his forehead against her back, and affectionately murmured, "Sister, how can you be so wonderful? Tell me, could it be that you were actually my real mother?" Chapter 14. Repaying kindness. Today, Gu Jiao prepared wild chicken stewed with mushrooms. Though the flavor of the wild chicken was exquisite, its meat was firmer than that of domestic fowl. She simmered it in a large iron pot for 2 whole hours until it became tender. Additionally, she made a refreshing dish of cold wood ear mushrooms and shredded white radish, with white rice and cornmeal pancakes as the staple. Although Xiao Lu Lang had only ranked at the bottom, Gu Jiao still placed significant importance on the occasion, hence the slaughter of the chicken to celebrate his achievement. Yet, she would not vocalize such sentiments. "Go and call your brother-in-law to dinner," she instructed, lifting the freshly cooked pancakes from the pan and addressing Gu Xiaoshan. "Okay," Gu Xiaoshan exclaimed, scampering off. Xiao Lu Lang had just finished copying a book. Some exemplary candidates, upon being admitted as Jinshi or other high ranks, would lend their annotated books and notes to be copied and sold to other candidates. Xiao Lu Lang's handwriting was a delight to behold, and the books he transcribed were the most sought after. "Brother-in-law, dinner is ready." Gu Xiaoshan peered in through the crack of the door. The audacity of youth was commendable. Just days prior, he had been bullied mercilessly, yet now he was acting as if they were the closest of companions. Xiao Yolong's demeanor remained as frosty as ever. He exhibited no trace of surprise at Gu Xiaoshan's change in attitude, nor did he let past indiscretions tarnish his regard for him. Gu Xiaoshan suddenly found himself quite at ease in the company of his brother-in-law. The three of them sat down to dine, and he eagerly helped himself to a piece of chicken. My goodness! It was so delicious it brought him to the brink of tears. Gu Jiao served 2 large drumsticks, one for Xiao Lu Lang and another for Gu Xiaoshan. The drumsticks had been stewed to perfection, their juices rich and succulent. With each bite, Gu Xiaoshan felt he was ascending to the heavens. Xiao Lu Lang remained composed. But had Gu Jiao been aware of his previous appetite, she might have entertained different thoughts. Before long, the two finished their bowls of rice. When Gu Xiaoshan noticed Xiao Yolong's bowl was also empty, he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, let me get you another bowl." Xiao Lu Lang replied, neither accepting nor declining the offer. Whether it was the goodwill or the address of brother-in-law that he was not dismissing remained a mystery. Gu Xiaoshan promptly fetched more rice. This was the most comfortable meal he had ever enjoyed, with delightful flavors and a pleasant atmosphere at the table. Although his sister and brother-in-law were silent, he felt no need for words. The three of them dined happily together. After the meal, Xiao Lu Lang assisted Gu Jiao in clearing the dishes while Gu Xiaoshan went to chop firewood in the backyard. Upon entering the kitchen, Xiao Lu Lang unexpectedly placed a small pouch of coins beside Gu Jiao. She regarded him with a quizzical expression. For household expenses, he stated, the 2 taels of silver he provided had been earned over a month of transcribing texts, leaving him with merely a handful of copper coins. However, he was nearing the completion of the book he was copying, and within 2 days, he anticipated being able to take it to town to exchange for money. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow at the money pouch on the stove and, after a brief moment, took it and tucked it away. Once she finished tidying up the kitchen, Gu Jiao headed to the village entrance to fetch water. Gu Xiaoshan snatched the burden from her shoulders, declaring, "Sister, you rest. I shall handle this labor." He hoisted the yoke onto his shoulders and strode away, leaving Gu Jiao unable to stop him. At that moment, everyone was inside having their meal, leaving no one to draw water. He monopolized the ancient well, diligently filling his container, when 2 robust men on horseback galloped toward him. Halting beside Gu Xiaoshan without uttering a word, they dismounted swiftly. Gu Xiaoshan sensed an ominous aura emanating from them. As the local ruffian, he immediately recognized that these men were formidable fighters. Even the combined might of all the rogues from miles around would pale in comparison to either of them. Are you from this village? One of the burly men inquired. Yes. What brings you here? Gu Xiaoshan stammered, taken aback. We're here to find someone. The man brandished a tattered umbrella, menacingly asking, Have you seen this umbrella? How could I not? That belongs to my sister. Gu Xiaoshan's demeanor shifted drastically. Have you seen it or not? The man narrowed his eyes dangerously. I. Gu Xiaoshan stuttered, bewildered by the gravity of the situation. What had his sister done to attract such fearsome individuals? Listen, young man, the burly man said, extending his rough hand to press gently on Gu Xiaoshan's shoulder. I advise you to speak the truth, otherwise I shall inquire elsewhere. The man's strength was overwhelming, rendering Gu Xiaoshan almost immobile. Gritting his teeth, he finally admitted, It's mine. The burly man paused, exchanging a glance with his companion. Gu Xiaoshan's calves had indeed begun to weaken, yet he stubbornly declared, Of course, I am certain about my own umbrella. There is a mark on the handle where I inscribed the character Xiao with my own hands. The latter part was true, during a moment of boredom. He had carved his name into his sister's fan handle, albeit he could only write that single character. The burly men were well aware of the inscription on the umbrella handle, and thus, upon hearing his words, they believed him to a considerable extent. So, it was you who went to the back mountain that day? It was I, and you were the one who stepped on our Lord's face? Yes. Was it you who injured our Lord's arm? Indeed. Were you also the one who pricked him on the backside? Gu Xiaoshan took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Yes. All of it. If you do not believe me, go ask around. Apart from me, Gu Xiaoshan, who else could possibly do such a thing? Gu Xiaoshan felt he was destined to be beaten to death right there. However, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Cautiously, he opened his eyes and saw the two burly men step back in unison, bowing deeply to him. Benefactor, we have finally found you, Gu Xiaoshan exclaimed. Sister. He dashed into the kitchen as if he had stumbled into a calamity. I seem to have gotten into trouble. Lower your voice. Your brother-in-law is studying. Gu Jiao gestured for silence. With a face full of distress, Gu Xiaoshan recounted the events at the village entrance to Gu Jiao. Sister, what should we do now? What benefactor? Have they set their sights on me? So that is how it is. Gu Jiao recalled the events that transpired on the mountain that day, nodding thoughtfully. Did you not inquire about their identities? She asked. Gu Xiaoshan drooped his head. I forgot to ask. Have they departed? Gu Jiao inquired. Not yet, Gu Xiaoshan replied, tears welling in his eyes. Gu Jiao set down her broom. Very well. Wait for me here. Sister, don't go. Gu Xiaoshan grasped her arm. It's nothing to worry about. Gu Jiao smiled reassuringly and made her way towards the village entrance. Gu Xiaoshan was oblivious to the conversation between his sister and the two individuals. Nonetheless, they left obediently. The following day, at the break of dawn, a horse-drawn cart entered the village and halted before the Gu family's gate. A refined middle-aged gentleman alighted from the cart. It was the day for the main household to prepare the meals, so Zhou Shi and Gu Yui had risen early. Gu Yui, carrying a basket, stepped outside to cut pigweed and was taken aback at the sight of the middle-aged man who was about to knock on their door, accompanied by the grand cart. Such an imposing presence was unfamiliar to her. The middle-aged gentleman, with a pleasant demeanor, inquired, May I ask, is this the residence of Gu Lijian? Gu Yui turned and dashed back into the house. Mother, someone is looking for grandfather. Emerging was Gu Changhai, the eldest son of the late patriarch. Having occasionally accompanied his father to the yamen, he possessed more worldly experience than most villagers. Upon seeing the gentleman, he recognized the significance of the visitor. Gu Changhai greeted him politely. My father is currently washing up. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged gentleman clasped his hands and smiled. I am the steward of Tianxiang Academy, here specifically to deliver the enrollment documents to young Master Gu. It was customary for such documents to be collected from the town. That the academy had sent someone personally was indeed remarkable. Had Gu Shun performed exceptionally well in the examinations? Gu Chahai felt his back straighten with newfound pride as he called into the house. Das Hun, the academy has delivered your admission documents. Chapter 15. A slap in the face. Gu Das Hun excelled in his studies not only due to his sharp intellect but also through unwavering diligence. Rising earlier than Zhou Shi and Gu Yui, he was engrossed in his books when he heard his father summon him. He set his book aside and stepped out, asking, Father, what is it? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man standing at the door. He felt a flicker of recognition regarding the man's features, though he couldn't quite place him. Nevertheless, it was evident that the visitor possessed an air of distinction, leaving Das Hun curious about the purpose of his visit. What did you say, father? I was studying and didn't quite catch that, He turned to Gu Changhai and inquired. Gu Changhai pointed at the middle-aged man with a smile, saying, "This gentleman is the steward of Tianxiang Academy. He has come to deliver your admission documents." Admission documents? Gu Dashun echoed his father's earlier confusion. The academy had already informed him results would be released 3 days after the examination, and the admission papers would follow 7 days later, which meant he was to collect them at the academy's east gate, with 3 days still remaining until the 7th. He wondered why they had arrived so soon and in person. The middle-aged man, realizing the misunderstanding, chuckled softly and explained, "It seems your household has another examinee, but I believe there has been a mix-up, sir. The document I hold is not intended for this young scholar, but rather for another Master Gu." Gu Changhai replied with an air of perplexity, "But our family is only Dashun as an examinee." The middle-aged man maintained a composed smile as he spoke. "I apologize for my earlier lack of clarity. May I inquire if Master Gu Shaoshun is present?" The father and son were utterly bewildered. Gu Shaoshun was nothing but a scoundrel, a rogue. He would never take the examination in his lifetime. And even if he did, he would undoubtedly fail. The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "I assure you, I am not mistaken. It is indeed Gu Shaoshun. He has been personally recommended by my esteemed master." Granted admission without examination. Having just risen, Gu Changlu overheard his son's name and approached, saying, "What has happened to Shaoshun? Has he gotten into trouble again? That rascal. I shall go and give him a good thrashing." Gu Changlu appeared quite disheveled, yet the middle-aged man's smile remained unwavering. "My master had an unfortunate fall while climbing the mountain, and fortunately, it was Master Gu who came to his aid. Thus, this matter is settled. I kindly request that you hand over the admission documents to Master Gu, as he is to commence his studies in 4 days. We cannot afford 2 tuition fees." Gu Changhai suddenly interjected. Gu Changlu was still in a fog, struggling to grasp the situation at hand. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Dashun and then at Gu Changhai. This time, there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. The documents state that the tuition is entirely waived. Furthermore, I have prepared the necessary books and school uniforms, which I ask you to deliver to Master Gu. While his father and uncle were oblivious, Gu Dashun noticed that the man referred to him as this candidate, while consistently addressing Gu Shaoshun as Master Gu. Moreover, despite having achieved 2nd place, the man seemed unaware of the fact that this was his household. Gu Dashun's expression turned somewhat grim. He sought to inquire further about the identity of the gentleman. Yet the middle-aged man handed a redwood brocade box to Gu Changlu and promptly departed in a carriage. During breakfast, the entire family became aware of the incident. "When did you ascend the mountain? Who did you save? Why didn't you inform the family?" Lu asked a series of questions. How would I know? "I just saved someone," he replied. His sister forbade him from speaking out, leaving him to bear the blame. He had not anticipated such an outcome. How could he possibly attend school now? "Well, since there's no need for tuition, let Shaoshun go to school. It would save him from causing trouble outside," Gu Changlu suggested. "But who will tend to the fields?" Zhou expressed her dissatisfaction. "Waiving tuition is one thing, but with one less person to work, it burdens us." Gu Dashun turned to Zhou. "Mother, having more scholars in the family is beneficial. Once I finish school, I can help with the chores. What need is there for you to toil?" Zhou objected, asserting that her son was destined for academia, not for labor in the fields. However, Shaoshun needed to temper his temperament, at least to sit still like Shun. Gu Dashun spoke again, and his words resonated with everyone. Indeed, could Gu Shaoshun excel in his studies with such a disposition? He might offend the teacher, causing Gu Dashun to suffer the consequences. "What if we let Shun study instead?" Lu proposed. Nevertheless, Zhou still held reservations. She believed Shun merely appeared studious, yet several times, when Gu Dashun explained topics to him, he failed to grasp them. He was not cut out for scholarly pursuits. It was merely Lu's whimsical fantasy to envision Shun as a scholar's mother. Throughout the entire discourse, no one bothered to inquire about Gu Shaoshun's opinion. On a serene morning 3 days hence, Xiao Lulang donned a pristine academy robe. This robe was familiar to Gu Jiao, having seen others clad in it, such as Feng Lin and several students emerging from the academy. Yet none bore the elegance of Xiao Lulang, whose tall figure and snow-white attire made him resemble a celestial being, his features akin to a picturesque painting. Truly, he was a refined gentleman, unparalleled in the realm. Before long, Gu Jiao's gaze fell upon his feet, and she noticed he was wearing the new shoes she had purchased for him, causing the corners of her lips to curve into a smile. "Do they fit well?" she inquired. "Yes," Xiao Lulang replied with a subtle nod. Gu Jiao handed him his cane, and they departed together. Upon reaching the village entrance, Uncle Luo's ox cart awaited them. There were few travelers heading to town that day. Aside from the two of them, only Gu Dashun and Gu Ershun were present, both of whom had also donned their academy robes. Gu Xiaoshun had previously saved a notable figure's reputation within the academy, which Gu Jiao had relayed to Xiao Lulang. Thus they both understood that Gu Xiaoshun was expected to be the one attending the academy today. However, upon seeing Gu Ershun, who was clearly wearing a robe a size too small, seated in the cart, they displayed little surprise, as if they had anticipated such shamelessness from the Gu family. Gu Jiao let out a cold laugh. As Xiao Lulang rummaged through his belongings, he discovered that Gu Jiao had slipped him some coins again. This time, 20 pieces. Humph. Gu Ershun shot them a disdainful glance. The ox cart soon arrived near the academy. Let us disembark here. We shall walk the rest of the way, Gu Dashun suggested. Yet, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao remained seated until they reached the academy's entrance. Once inside, Xiao Lulang entered the academy while Gu Jiao, with her basket on her back, proceeded to the market. Chapter 16. The villain. The candidates for this year's admission were divided into 4 classes, ranked from highest to lowest according to their scores. Class A of the Heavenly Division, Class B of the Heavenly Division, Class A of the Earthly Division, and Class B of the Earthly Division. Gu Dashun ranked second, thus naturally securing a place in Class A of the Heavenly Division, while Xiao Lulang, finishing second to last, ended up in Class B of the Earthly Division. As for Gu Xiaoshun, the well-connected individual, he too was assigned to Class B of the Earthly Division. Initially, Gu Dashun pondered which influential figure Gu Xiaoshun had managed to rescue, but ultimately it turned out to be a mere placement in the least prestigious class, suggesting that Gu Xiaoshun did not possess significant clout at Tianxiang Academy. That is Class B of the Earthly Division. You may go there, Gu Dashun instructed Gu Ershun. Before turning to head towards Class A of the Heavenly Division, Gu Ershun, who had long aspired to attend school like Gu Dashun, was elated to finally see his dream come to fruition. However, the thought of being in the same class as Xiao Lulang dampened his spirits. Although he was unaware of the implications of the distinctions between Class A of the Heavenly Division and Class B of the Earthly Division, the fact that Xiao Lulang had ranked second to last led him to question the quality of the class he was assigned to. He resolved to seek out the gentleman whom Gu Xiaoshun had rescued, hoping to persuade him to transfer him to Gu Dashun's class. Gu Ershun thought this was only natural, oblivious to the absurdity of his notion. Casting a dismissive glance at the students present, he raised his chin and was about to enter when suddenly, the teacher at the lectern addressed him. "Who are you?" "I am the new student, Gu Ershun," he replied. Upon hearing this, the teacher ceased to regard him and coldly remarked, "There is no such person in my class. You are merely trying to audit. Leave at once." Gu Ershun stood there, momentarily taken aback. All the students turned their gaze toward him, and Gu Ershun's face flushed crimson. I am. Has Gu Xiaoshun arrived?" The teacher interrupted his stammering. The classroom fell silent. "Has Gu Xiaoshun arrived yet?" The teacher inquired once more. Whispers began to circulate among the students. Gu Xiaoshun. Gu Ershun. There was evidently a connection, yet the teacher did not even question it. As the students murmured, their eyes sparkled with curiosity when they glanced at Gu Ershun. The embarrassment on Gu Ershun's face was palpable. He turned to seek Gu Dashun, originally hoping that Gu Dashun could alleviate his predicament, only to discover that Class Tianzi had already commenced their lesson. With nowhere to turn, Gu Ershun felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground. After the class concluded, Gu Dashun was called out by his own teacher, Master Chun. "Master Chun." Gu Dashun respectfully bowed. After a moment's contemplation, Master Chun asked him, "Are you aware of your brother's admission?" Gu Dashun nodded. "I am aware. A steward from the academy personally delivered my brother's enrollment documents to the village. May I inquire, is there an issue?" Master Chun furrowed his brow. The one admitted was Gu Xiaoshun, yet the one who arrived was Gu Ershun. "Are you informed of this?" Upon seeing Master Chin's expression, Gu Dashun sensed that something was amiss. His eyes flickered, and he lowered his gaze. "I am not aware. I left first. Those two are my uncle's sons." "I see. Please proceed to class," Master Chin replied. "Master, my brother." Gu Dashun looked at Master Chun, his expression tinged with unease. Master Chun waved his hand dismissively. "It is a matter concerning your uncle's family, and does not concern you. Attend class diligently. This time, your performance was commendable, and the dean holds high hopes for you." Gu Dashun has gone to class. He glanced towards the corridor. Gu Ershun, timid by nature, is unlikely to speak out of turn. It was said that after visiting the market, Gu Jiao headed straight to her former stall, where it seemed everyone was aware of her intent to sell mountain goods, having reserved her spot in advance. Today, Gu Jiao brought freshly picked mushrooms and dried black fungus. Is this edible? Isn't it said to be toxic? Inquired the sweet potato vendor, holding a piece of black fungus. What I sell is safe to eat, Gu Jiao assured her. The sun-dried black fungus had lost its tannins and porphyrins, eliminating any risk of poisoning. The sweet potato vendor believed her. Can I trade sweet potatoes for it? Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. A significant portion of the black fungus and mushrooms in her basket was exchanged for various vegetables by nearby vendors, leaving only a small amount truly sold to passing customers. Gu Jiao grasped her heavy basket with one hand, effortlessly lifting it, filled with radishes, sweet potatoes, winter melons, and pumpkins. The onlookers watched in astonishment as she departed the market. Xuan Ningxiang also arrived at the market. Her mother-in-law's chronic leg ailment had flared up again, and with no money to visit the town's clinic, she sought the barefoot doctor for some herbal remedies. She focused her gaze on the other person, confirming her recognition, and could not help but feel perplexed. What was she doing here? Why would she venture to such a place? That alley was not a respectable location. Xuan Ningxiang knew of gambling dens, brothels, and illicit workshops. She simply could not fathom what Gu Jiao intended to do there. Was she deceived, or? Xuan Ningxiang furrowed her brow and hurriedly followed. However, as soon as she crossed the alley, Gu Jiao had vanished. Before her stood a grand gambling house to the left, a brothel, and to the right, an unknown establishment from which piercing screams occasionally emanated. Individuals, bruised and battered, stumbled out, some collapsing, blood spilling from their mouths, never to rise again. Well, where did this little lady come from? Quite the beauty, isn't she? One of the two men in front remarked, extending a lecherous hand toward Xuan Ningxiang. The other two behind, though not making a move, chuckled in a lascivious manner. The four of them closed in on her, trapping her with no escape. Xuan Ningxiang attempted to scream, but one of the men covered her mouth, unable to cry out or move. Tears of despair welled up in her eyes. At that moment, a cool and distant voice pierced through the air. Hey, move aside. The men, caught in their excitement, were momentarily taken aback by the sound of a woman's voice, secretly rejoicing at the prospect of another victim. Yet, when they turned to look, they were met with the sight of a young girl with red spots on her face. Her unattractive appearance, combined with her frail physique, suggested she was far from formidable. Instantly, their interest in subduing her dissipated. The man who had covered Xuan Ningxiang's mouth barked, Get lost. I said, move aside, she replied, her voice soft yet imbued with an air of indifference. Strangely, an unsettling chill washed over all of them. The same man scoffed derisively, releasing Xuan Ningxiang to approach Gu Jiao. He swung a punch toward her. Xuan Ningxiang could not bear to look and shut her eyes. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream, startling everyone present. Gu Jiao seized the opportunity, grasping the collar of the second man and forcefully slamming him against the wall, rendering him unconscious. The remaining two lunged at her, yet they could not even graze the hem of her garment before she struck them with two precise kicks, incapacitating them on the ground. At that moment, however, the first man who had fallen suddenly struggled to rise, brandishing a brick towards Gu Jiao's nape. Ah! Xuan Ningxiang screamed. Yet Gu Jiao swiftly pivoted and sent him flying with a well-placed kick. Xuan Ningxiang was left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how Gu Jiao had accomplished such feats. After dispatching her assailants, Gu Jiao departed with her basket, not sparing Xuan Ningxiang a glance, making it seem as though her intervention was merely a consequence of these scoundrels obstructing her path. Gu Jiao continued onward. Xuan Ningxiang wished to follow her, but her garments had been torn by those men, leaving her exposed as she stepped out. Tears brimmed in her eyes from anxiety. Gu Jiao paused, slightly irritated, and adjusted her hair before retrieving her own cotton coat from the basket, tossing it onto Xuan Ningxiang's shoulders. Xuan Ningxiang stood in stunned silence, glancing between the coat and Gu Jiao. Aren't you cold? Put it on. Gu Jiao insisted, extending her hand. All right, I'll wear it. Xuan Ningxiang quickly donned the cotton coat. It was somewhat snug, particularly around the chest, causing her discomfort. She bent down to retrieve the herbs that had fallen to the ground and whispered to Gu Jiao, Thank you for what you did just now. She truly did not anticipate encountering such an event, nor could she have foreseen that Gu Jiao would come to her rescue. Her emotions were somewhat complex, nonetheless. Her expression of gratitude was sincere. In that moment, she was genuinely convinced that Gu Jiao was no longer the same as before. Are you no longer foolish? She asked cautiously. Gu Jiao did not respond to her question. Perhaps she was still naive. Otherwise, why would she save her after all the bullying she had endured in the past? Suddenly, Xuan Ningxiang noticed the blood dripping from Gu Jiao's left hand. You are injured. Gu Jiao replied calmly, "It's not my blood." She spoke the truth. It indeed did not belong to her. However, for reasons unknown, she took a handkerchief and wiped away the bloodstains. The two exited the alley, and Gu Jiao glanced at the sky. Her brows knitted together slightly as she said, "I must make a trip to the academy first." Xue Ningxiang's eyes brightened, and she looked up. "May I accompany you?" Gu Jiao remained silent and turned toward the eastern part of the town. Xue Ningxiang tentatively followed for a couple of steps. And when she saw that Gu Jiao did not dismiss her, her heart leaped with joy as she hurried to catch up. Xue Ningxiang, with her feet bound, walked slowly. Gu Jiao, feeling a twinge of irritation, raked her fingers through her hair but still paused to wait for her. When they finally reached the academy, the classes had just concluded. Xiao Lulang emerged with his satchel and, upon spotting Gu Jiao at the alley entrance, paused momentarily. He approached her with an expression of nonchalance. "Are you in the vicinity today as well?" Gu Jiao replied vaguely. Xue Ningxiang was astonished. From the market to this place was at least 7 or 8 miles. Is this truly what one would call nearby? At that moment, Xiao Lulang finally caught sight of Xue Ningxiang standing beside Gu Jiao. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Liulang's eyes as he struggled to comprehend how the two could be together, especially since Xue Ningxiang was wearing Gu Zhao's clothing. Uncle Luo's ox cart was already waiting in the alley, as arranged earlier in the morning for him to be picked up at the hour of Yu. The three of them climbed onto the cart, with Gu Jiao seated between the two. Xue Ningxiang had previously harbored a favorable impression of Xiao Lulang. But after the recent horrifying incident, she was filled with trepidation towards Min and did not even greet him. Xiao Lulang, however, was indifferent to Xue Ningxiang's demeanor. He merely found it somewhat peculiar, but chose not to inquire further. Gu Jiao had given her cotton coat to Xue Ningxiang, leaving herself with only a thin jacket. While traveling, she did not feel the chill, but once seated, a sense of coldness enveloped her. Xiao Lulang glanced down at his own attire and hesitated. Should he offer his coat to her? Their relationship did not seem to warrant such familiarity. Yet, if he refrained, she might freeze. Just as he pondered this, he observed Xue Ningxiang weakly leaning closer to Gu Jiao, using her own body to provide warmth. Xiao Lulang. As the ox cart navigated through the alley, they encountered Gu Dashun waiting there. Gu Dashun paid no heed to Xue Ningxiang on the cart, his gaze fixed instead on the composed Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. Reflecting on their calm demeanor earlier that morning, he suddenly felt that they must have anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Yet, they said nothing, merely watching as Gu Ershun was driven out, almost leading to suspicions from the teacher. Whose idea was it, after all? Xiao Yulong's, or that of this naive girl? A gentle breeze caressed the air as Gu Jiao delicately brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured her face, unperturbed by the birthmark that lay exposed upon her skin. This version of Gu Jiao was one that Gu Dashun had never encountered before. No, he had, in fact, seen her this way on the morning of the exam. She had pulled him down from the ox cart with a similar air of nonchalance. At that moment, however, he had been too irate to notice. What could have transpired to cause this little fool to undergo such a transformation? She had suddenly changed her disposition, ceased coming to the Gu household for meals, and inexplicably formed a bond with Xiao Lulang. "Are you thirsty?" Xue Ningxiang inquired as she unfastened the water pouch from her waist and offered it to Gu Jiao. Even Shui Guofeng, who was often at odds with her, had seemingly become a friend. Gu Dashun's brow furrowed deeply. As the ox cart arrived at the village, Gu Dashun leapt down with fervor. Gu Jiao made no attempt to compete with him. Instead, she sat atop the cart, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Don't forget to send Xiaoshun to school tomorrow." Gu Dashun clenched his fists. Upon returning home, Gu Jiao felt an unusual chill envelop her. Her hands and feet were icy. By nightfall, she experienced her first menstruation. Having grown up in the countryside, where nutrition was often lacking, her cycle arrived late. And at the age of 14, this was her inaugural experience. Although she had endured various pains throughout the years, she found herself particularly intolerant of the abdominal cramps associated with this monthly occurrence. When Xue Ningxiang arrived to return Gu Zhao's clothing, she entered the room to find her seated in a chair, her complexion pale. Immediately, she asked, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Gu Jiao replied coolly. The woman, capable of striking down 4 men with a single blow by day, now appeared so weak that she could scarcely rise. Could it truly be nothing? Observing Gu Jiao cradling her abdomen, Xue Ningxiang gasped, "Have you started your menstruation?" Gu Jiao lacked the strength to address her situation. Upon hearing the commotion from the room, Xiao Lulang approached and inquired, "What has transpired?" Gu Jiao remained silent, but Xue Ningxiang spoke up. "She has come down with her monthly cycle and is in considerable pain." Is there any brown sugar at home? Please prepare her a bowl. Xiao Lulang suddenly froze. Xuaning Xiang, oblivious to the implications, assumed that since the couple had been married for half a year, they must have consummated their union, rendering such matters unremarkable. Chapter 18. Blushing Xiao Lulang awkwardly excused himself from the room. There was no brown sugar at home, and the market had closed for the night. The only option was to borrow from a neighbor. Xiao Lulang had never borrowed from anyone, let alone for something so intimate as brown sugar to alleviate a woman's discomfort. Standing under the eaves, his cheeks flushed, he took a few deep breaths before making his way to the eastern end of the village. Zhang Dinyang. He knocked on the door of the Zhang residence. When Zhang Dinyang opened the door and saw him, she smiled and asked, "Ah, it's Lulang. What brings you here at this late hour?" "I have come to borrow some brown sugar," Xiao Lulang replied, feigning composure. In the countryside, brown sugar was a rare commodity, and most households did not keep it on hand. He recalled that Zhang Dinyang's daughter-in-law had recently given birth and was currently in confinement. He had heard her ask Uncle Tua to bring her some from the market. "Why do you need brown sugar? Has Gu girl become pregnant?" Zhang Dinyang inquired. Xiao Yolong's cheeks flushed once more. "No, not at all." To his astonishment, it seemed Lulang was indeed a considerate person. Xiao Lulang hardly knew how he managed to leave. He entered the house without casting a glance aside, placed the bowl of brown sugar water on the table, and said, "You drink this first. If it is insufficient, just let me know." With that, he turned and departed. Despite his rapid pace, Gu Zhao keenly noticed that his ears had turned red. She let out a light chuckle and drained the bowl of brown sugar water completely. To her surprise, the concoction proved effective. Her body warmed, and she felt significantly more comfortable, quickly drifting into slumber. That night, she dreamt once more. In her dream, she awoke late the following day, finding Xiao Lulang had departed alone and encountered Gu Xiaoshan at the village entrance. The two decided to accompany each other to the academy, enrolling in the same class. Gu Xiaoshan, known for his carefree demeanor, succumbed to sleep during the very first morning lecture, leaving a rather poor impression on his peers. When it came time to assign dormitories, no one wished to share with him, save for Xiao Lulang, who stepped forward. They were allocated to the dormitory at the far west end, a dilapidated room that had not been maintained for years. Upon entering, the roof collapsed, injuring Xiao Lulang severely and leaving Gu Xiaoshan with minor injuries. The next day, Gu Jiao indeed awoke late. With Xiao Lulang absent, he must have gone to school. Uncle Luo's ox cart had ventured to town, so she walked to the academy, arriving just at noon. Gu Xiaoshan was sprawled over the table, oblivious to the world, until a fellow student prodded him with a pen. "Hey, it's time to eat." Rubbing his eyes, Gu Xiaoshan sat up, exclaiming, "Ah, is it time for a meal?" The surrounding students chuckled at the creases on his face, imprinted by the book. Everyone in the class was aware that Gu Xiaoshan was a beneficiary of nepotism, having gained admission through connections, yet no one anticipated he would be entirely devoid of academic prowess. Even in the lowest class of Tianxiang Academy, such a slacker was unheard of. The gazes directed toward Gu Xiaoshan were laced with disapproval. Soon, Master Zhang from their class approached. He announced, "Today we shall allocate the dormitories, for individuals per room. Please deliberate amongst yourselves before coming to me for the keys." Class DZE consisted of 26 students, which implied that one of the rooms would accommodate only 2 occupants. The students quickly organized themselves. Xiao Yolong's deskmate, who had 2 childhood friends in the class, invited Xiao Lulang to join them. However, Gu Xiaoshan faced a more arduous situation, as no one was willing to share a room with him, resulting in his solitary predicament. Additionally, a student who had taken leave the previous day and just enrolled today remained alone, as he was unfamiliar with everyone. It was evident that this student also harbored disdain for Gu Xiaoshan, exclaiming, I refuse to share a room with him. Humph, then I shall reside alone." Gu Xiaoshan crossed his arms and gazed skyward. Naturally, he could not occupy a room by himself. Was the solitary student expected to slumber against the wall? Xiao Lulang calmly interjected, "I will switch with you." The student, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly expressed thanks, nearly calling him father. Gu Xiaoshan remarked, "Brother-in-law, you need not share a room with me. It is not that I am unwilling, rather, I simply feel." Xiao Lulang accepted the key from Master Zhang and walked away with an impassive expression. Gu Xiaoshan clicked his tongue in reluctance and followed. Most of the desirable rooms had already been claimed, leaving only the most remote one available. The 2 of them carried their bundles forward. Just as they had traversed halfway, a flustered attendant rushed over, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Which one of you is Xiao Lulang?" Xiao Lulang halted and turned to him, replying, "That would be me." The attendant, panting heavily, informed him, "Your family is here. They are waiting outside for you, insisting it is urgent. You must go and see them immediately." Xiao Lulang, an orphan, could only regard her as family. He paused for a moment and said to Gu Xiaoshan, "It's your sister." "My sister is here?" Upon hearing the name Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshuan's spirits lifted, and without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Let us hurry to find her." The dormitory was merely a few steps away, and it wouldn't be impossible to drop off his belongings before meeting her. However, she insisted that there was an urgent matter at hand. Xiao Lulang quickened his pace, carrying his bundle and leaning on his cane as he accompanied Gu Xiaoshan to the entrance of the academy. The streets bustled with people, and clad in inconspicuous attire, she was nonetheless immediately recognizable to Xiao Lulang. She stood in the biting wind, her small face slightly flushed from the cold, and perhaps due to her aversion to noise, her brow furrowed intermittently. Sister! Sister! Gu Xiaoshan dashed excitedly towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao glanced at him briefly before shifting her gaze to the figure of Xiao Lulang behind the crowd. Their eyes met. Xiao Lulang froze momentarily, and Gu Jiao offered a slight smile. He averted his gaze and approached her. Sister, what brings you to us? Gu Xiaoshan inquired. Oh, nothing much, Gu Jiao replied nonchalantly. I just came to invite you for a meal. Noticing Xiao Lulang's skeptical expression, she straightened Gu Xiaoshuan's collar and added earnestly, I was worried about you on your first day of school. The two of them went to a nearby noodle shop, where they savored 3 bowls of Yanchun noodles, the very establishment where Feng Lin had previously taken Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang found the meal rather bland, prompting Gu Jiao to ask, Isn't this the noodle dish from your hometown? Don't you enjoy it? It's not as delicious as yours, he replied. The words slipped from his lips, leaving Xiao Lulang momentarily stunned. Gu Jiao, taken aback for a moment, rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you this evening. Gu Xiaoshan had a hearty appetite. After finishing 1 bowl, he contemplated another, but inexplicably, a sudden fullness washed over him. What have I eaten to feel so satisfied? In Chapter 19, when did the collapse occur? Xiao Lulang inquired. The student replied, It happened shortly after you left. Many saw you heading towards the dormitory and were concerned you might be trapped inside. They had intended to go, but Xiao Yolong's expression faltered momentarily. Gu Xiaoshan rushed to inspect the fallen dormitory, only to find a scene of destruction, scattered debris, and a floor shattered by fallen beams. The thought of such debris crashing onto a person's head sent terror through him, and he pounded his chest in relief. Thank goodness my sister came to find us for dinner. Otherwise, we would have been buried alive. This marked the 2nd time they had narrowly escaped disaster, each occasion owing to her timely intervention. Xiao Lulang gazed contemplatively in the direction Gu Jiao had departed. The dormitories at Tianxiang Academy had always been in short supply, and with an influx of 101 new students, the recruitment this time was unprecedented. Consequently, the academy was unable to provide additional accommodation, compelling the two to continue their studies as day students. Although the accommodation fees were included within the tuition, typically no refunds were issued for those not residing on campus. However, considering the circumstances were not the students' fault, the academy graciously covered the daily transportation expenses for Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan was indifferent. He held no fondness for the Gu family, yet he felt no particular affection for the academy either. To him, it was all the same. Why am I so happy? Xiao Lulang retorted, showing no hint of shame as he spoke. He added sharply, Do not speak carelessly. The two entered the classroom, where the afternoon was dedicated to mathematics. This subject was not part of the imperial examinations, which focused solely on the 8-legged essay, leading the court to regard mathematics with indifference. The establishment of this discipline was entirely the dean's initiative, as he aspired to cultivate talent for the Zhao kingdom without conventional constraints. As soon as Xiao Lulang took his seat, Master Zhang summoned him. The dean is looking for you. Xiao Lulang proceeded to the dean's Zhongjing Hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Dashan, who had just exited. The smug expression on Gu Dashuan's face had yet to fade. Upon spotting Xiao Lulang, his brows furrowed in discontent. What are you doing here? Xiao Lulang ignored him, leaning on his cane and walking past without a word. Gu Dashuan's frown deepened. Was Xiao Lulang also seeking the dean? On his first day at school, Master Qin had informed Gu Dashan that the dean held him in high regard and had subtly hinted that he intended to select a disciple from this cohort, urging him to strive diligently. Naturally, he was determined to excel, with his exceptional talent, under the guidance of a literary luminary like the dean. How could he fail to achieve success? He sensed the dean's satisfaction and believed his chances of becoming a disciple were nearly assured. However, he was puzzled as to why Xiao Lulang had also come. Was it related to the dormitory incident? He had heard that Xiao Lulang's dormitory had collapsed at noon. Such misfortune seemed to plague him, suggesting he was not destined for fortune. Yes, Xiao Lulang replied. The dean's piercing gaze fell upon Xiao Lulang, a youth of merely 17. His visage still bearing the freshness of youth, yet his brows conveyed a remarkable composure and coolness that belied his age. Though he limped on one leg, he exuded a refinement surpassing that of any healthy student. Why did you not answer the first two subjects? The dean inquired. While outsiders only knew that this student had ranked at the bottom, they were unaware that he had submitted blank papers for 2 of the 3 examinations. What a stubborn child, the dean mused silently, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, you may attend your class. Xiao Lulang performed a respectful gesture customary among students before turning to leave. From behind the curtain emerged an elderly man clad in simple garments. Teacher, the dean instantly rose, bowing respectfully. After bidding farewell to Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao proceeded to the nearby market. The market in the east of the town was akin to that in the west, albeit more upscale, with correspondingly higher prices. However, by this time, the market had already closed, leaving her with no choice but to visit shops instead. Gu Jiao purchased 5 pounds of white flour, 2 pounds of premium 3-line pork belly, and 2 pounds of salt, spending a total of over 100 copper coins. As she passed a fabric shop, she recalled that when she had collected clothing for Xiao Lulang a few days prior, his undergarments had been worn and tattered. She entered the shop, procuring a new set of undergarments and requesting some scraps of cloth from the shopkeeper, intending to mend what could be salvaged. Though she had never repaired garments before, having sutured a heart in the past, she reasoned that if she treated the fabric as she would a piece of human skin, it should be relatively straightforward to sew. Nearby, townsfolk whispered among themselves. What has transpired? It has come to light that a patient from the leprosy mountain has escaped, and the authorities are currently scouring the streets. Alas, a leprosy patient, what calamity! Indeed, one must venture outdoors with utmost caution. A mere moment of carelessness could lead to an unfortunate encounter. This disease spreads with certainty, and once contracted, there is no remedy. In ancient times, leprosy was deemed an incurable affliction, with those infected relegated to the leprosy mountain to await their demise. Suddenly, Gu Jiao recalled that Xiao Lulang's elder brother had apparently succumbed to this very disease. After the squad of soldiers concluded their search of this street, they proceeded to the next. As she was kneading dough, a resounding thud echoed from outside, as if something had collided with her door. Gu Jiao wiped her hands with a dry cloth and approached to investigate, only to find an elderly woman collapsed at her doorstep. Chapter 20. The choice. The earlier sound was the result of the woman's head striking the door, leaving a gash on her forehead that bled slightly. Gu Jiao had encountered her fair share of deception in her previous life, yet never had she witnessed someone gamble their life in such a manner. The woman was indeed unconscious. Her face bore symmetrical patches of pale skin and faint red spots, with indistinct borders, and similar markings adorned her hands. Gu Jiao's brow furrowed slightly. This was unmistakably. At that moment, Gu Xiaoshun came running toward her, clutching an old book bag. Gu Jiao turned to him, her gaze sharp. Do not approach. Never before had she spoken to Gu Xiaoshun with such sternness, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sister. He took 2 more steps forward. I said, do not come closer. Gu Jiao's tone grew even colder. At this moment, Gu Xiaoshun was completely frozen in place. Standing idly at a distance of about 10 paces from Gu Jiao, he noticed Gu Jiao and, naturally, the elderly woman lying at her doorstep. His intuition suggested that this incident was somehow connected to the old woman. He inquired, Sister, who is she? Initially, Gu Jiao had intended to call Gu Xiaoshun over for a meal, but given the current situation, the safety of her home could not be assured, and she could not endanger Gu Xiaoshun. Well then, brother-in-law, I'll take my leave. He turned to Xiao Lulang behind him. Not only Xiao Lulang, but Feng Lin had also approached. At this moment, both Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin noticed the elderly woman on the ground. You'd best not come closer. Gu Jiao warned the two. Feng Lin frowned peculiarly. Is she dead? You didn't do anything to her, did you? Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Xiaoshun could not tolerate this white-faced man who constantly slandered his sister. Feng Lin retorted, Am I mistaken? That elderly lady must have encountered some misfortune, otherwise. Why would she prevent us from approaching? Xiao Lulang, with a cold demeanor, advanced toward the scene. You, don't come any closer, Gu Jiao cautioned. Yet, Xiao Lulang continued forward. He had sensed something amiss from a distance, and upon closer inspection, his inner suspicions solidified. Seeing him approach, Feng Lin hurriedly followed. Hey, Why are you all going over there? Sister, I. Gu Xiaoshan anxiously scratched his head. Feng Lin reached Xiao Yolang's side. Gazing at the elderly woman's face, which was marred by red blotches, a chilling premonition swelling within him. Xiao, what is this? Leprosy, Xiao Lulang replied. Furrowing his brow, Feng Lin staggered, nearly losing his balance. This elderly woman is a leprosy patient. Feng Lin stuttered in shock. It is well known that leprosy is one of the most dreadful infectious diseases. Legend has it that if one person in a village contracts it, the entire village is doomed to follow suit. Moreover, there is no remedy for this ailment. Once afflicted, one can only await death. In the previous dynasty, a tragedy unfolded due to the insufficient regard for leprosy, leading to the demise of tens of thousands. The first major decree of the founding emperor of the current dynasty was the establishment of Leprosy Mountain, where all leprosy patients were sent for centralized management. Did you come into contact with her? Shalulang calmly inquired of Gu Jiao. She nodded. However, she had merely brushed against the patient, and her skin bore no wounds. Thus the likelihood of contagion was minimal. Yet, others might not share the same sentiment. Should word spread that Gu Jiao had interacted with a leprosy patient, she would undoubtedly be sent alongside the afflicted to Leprosy Mountain. Such a place, once ascended, one would never return from. Feng Lin pulled Xiao Lulang aside. A distance of several paces, and, still shaken, exclaimed, Did you hear her? She has come into contact with that leprosy patient. We must send her away at once. Otherwise, your entire village will be at risk of contagion. Xiao Lulang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Feng Lin stamped his foot, urging, Oh, Xiao, what are you hesitating for? Have you not always sought to rid yourself of that wicked woman? She has touched a leprosy patient. It is highly probable that she has been infected as well. According to the laws of the court, she must be dispatched to Leprosy Mountain. This is a legitimate opportunity to be rid of her. Feng Lin pondered. Xiao Lulang was a scholar, and to commit an act of abandoning his wife and child would tarnish his reputation. The current situation was akin to a timely reign, preserving his honor while liberating him from that vile woman. No one would be sent to Leprosy Mountain, Xiao Lulang stated calmly. Feng Lin was momentarily taken aback. Leaning on his cane, Xiao Lulang approached Gu Jiao. Fetch a dry cloth. Without further inquiry, Gu Jiao complied and retrieved a clean piece of cloth from within the house. Xiao Lulang took the cloth from her hands and knelt before the elderly lady. Realizing his intent, Gu Jiao interjected, Let me do it. No need, Xiao Lulang replied. Wrapping the cloth around the old woman's face, covering her mouth and nose, and then lifted her inside. All right, Gu Jiao nodded. Hey, Brother Xiao, Feng Lin exclaimed, attempting to intervene. At this moment, Gu Xiaoshan had also gleaned enough to understand. It seemed the elderly lady was an unwelcome leprosy patient, and his sister was concerned about him contracting the disease, hence her reluctance to let him approach. But was he, Gu Xiaoshan, so devoid of loyalty? He rushed over to assist his sister and brother-in-law in carrying the woman to the backyard. Feng Lin, exasperated, stamped his foot. You are all mad. Absolutely mad. Yet, he gritted his teeth and, despite the risk of infection, followed them inside. Chapter 21. Healing the group laid the elderly woman down on a mat in the backyard. Thankfully, the spaciousness of their yard accommodated a leprosy patient, as well as the necessary distance they needed to maintain. What shall we do now? Gu Xiaoshan inquired, gazing at the woman on the ground. First, we must wash our hands, Gu Jiao instructed. The three of them proceeded to cleanse their hands with water and soap pots. Subsequently, Xiao Lulang entered his chamber and took up a brush to inscribe a prescription. Gu Jiao stood behind him, softly inquiring, What is this? Although Gu Jiao had inherited the memories of the original owner, she was illiterate, thus unfamiliar with the characters of this era. It is a prescription, replied Xiao Lulang. What character is this? Gu Jiao asked, pointing to the first character on the prescription. D, Xiao Lulang pronounced, Digupai. And this one? Gu Jiao continued to point downwards. Kushin, Jingjia, Xiexin. Xiao Lulang recited the prescription as Gu Jiao indicated. Her expression was earnest, as if she were genuinely attempting to recognize the characters, which seemed somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, Xiao Lulang did not dwell on it. How did you come by a prescription for treating leprosy? Gu Jiao asked, puzzled. Xiao Lulang paused briefly before responding. My elder brother was once afflicted with leprosy. A barefoot doctor provided him with an ancestral prescription, and I witnessed my brother's improvement after he consumed it. The original owner had only heard Xiao Lulang mention his brother's leprosy incident in passing, being rather naive. She did not grasp the gravity of the illness and thus did not dwell on it or mention it to anyone. This matter was known to Feng Lin. For it was due to Xiao Liulong's brother's affliction that he faced disdain from the villagers, ultimately leading him to leave his home in search of education in Qingchuan town. On the way, the two unexpectedly encountered each other, and upon clarifying their identities, Feng Lin recognized him as his childhood neighbor. Although he had not seen him for many years, and both had changed significantly, without matching names and household registrations, Feng Lin would not have been able to recognize him at all. If he improved, then why did he pass away? Gu Jiao inquired. Xiao Lulang lowered his gaze and said, the news of his leprosy has leaked, and he was taken by the officials to Leprosy Mountain. Not long after, he succumbed to the illness there. I see, Xiao Lulang continued. Her current symptoms are mild, quite similar to those of my elder brother at that time. With proper treatment, there may be a chance for recovery. Gu Jiao had already comprehended the prescription, which was indeed appropriate for the condition, but the efficacy was notably slow. Merely capable of delaying the progression of the disease, complete healing remained a challenge. However, Gu Jiao refrained from voicing her thoughts. Feng Lin took the prescription and declared, I will go fetch the medicine. Xiao Lulang cautioned, remember to visit different pharmacies. After a brief pause, Feng Lin suddenly realized, I understand. We must ensure it does not appear to be a prescription for leprosy, otherwise, we would expose ourselves. I shall go too. Gu Xiaoshun interjected. What do you intend to do? Feng Lin was reluctant to have him accompany. Gu Xiaoshun raised an eyebrow. I am guarding against you reporting to the authorities. Do not think I did not hear you just now, urging your brother-in-law to send your sister to Leprosy Mountain. Feng Lin rolled his eyes. Had it not been for Xiao Liulong's prior encounter with that elderly woman, he would certainly have reported it. Yet, given that Xiao Lulang had already acted, reporting now would only lead to their mutual capture. Regardless, Gu Xiaoshun was resolute in his decision to follow, leaving Feng Lin with no choice but to acquiesce. Gu Jiao took the medicinal herbs to the kitchen to simmer. Xiao Lulang informed Gu Jiao about the collapse of the dormitory. Indeed, Gu Jiao thought to herself. Though her expression betrayed some surprise, fortunately, you are unharmed. Xiao Lulang cast a deep glance at her. The backyard was too cold, so Gu Jiao set up the small shed used for storing grain, moving in a bamboo bed and laying down some cotton batting, which could barely be considered a bed. You may go out. I will take care of her, Gu Jiao instructed the others. Sister, please be careful, Gu Xiaoshun expressed his concern. Do not worry. I know what I am doing, Gu Jiao reassured them before ushering them outside. She quietly retrieved a small medicine box hidden in a basket. Xiao Lulang's assessment was accurate. The patient was indeed in the early stages of leprosy, specifically the paucibacillary form, characterized by minimal skin lesions and lower infectivity. With appropriate treatment, she could fully recover without any lasting effects. However, her unconsciousness was not caused by the leprosy, but rather by extreme fatigue. Her garments were tattered, and her shoes were worn out. Gu Jiao couldn't help but recall the soldiers she encountered in town. Could it be that she was the patient who had fled from the Leprosy Mountain? After the elderly woman regained a semblance of consciousness, Gu Jiao administered chlorphenicin and rifampicin from her medicine box, along with a special remedy from the Research Institute. As for the bowl of traditional Chinese medicine, she attempted to feed the old woman some, but the latter seemed particularly averse to the bitter concoction, spitting it all out with a look of disdain. Consequently, the elderly woman stared blankly at Gu Jiao, snorted, and fell back asleep. Gu Jiao. After tidying up, Gu Jiao went out to wash her hands in the backyard. Sister, Gu Xiaoshun, who had been waiting in the yard, approached her. Why did it take you so long to come out? The elderly lady drinks her medicine slowly. I had to feed her for a bit longer, Gu Jiao replied nonchalantly. Clearing his throat, Gu Xiaoshun glanced around and quietly asked, Sister, do you really think she can be cured? I have heard that leprosy is incurable. Gu Jiao smiled gently and reassured. Do not worry, it can be treated. If my sister says it can be cured, then it surely can. Before departing, Feng Lin quietly advised Xiao Lulang, Brother Xiao, I am aware of your chivalrous nature and your reluctance to witness suffering without offering aid. However, I must caution you. Leprosy is not curable. You should take advantage of the villagers' ignorance and swiftly send the afflicted away once they awaken. He could not reproach Xiao Lulang for his actions, for it was indeed this very Xiao who had rescued him from the inferno at the post station without even recognizing him. Brother Xiao possesses a heart full of valor and integrity. Moreover, do be wary of that wicked woman. She has had considerable contact with the patient. And in the event that she has a name, Xiao Lulang interrupted Feng Lin. Feng Lin was taken aback, looking at Xiao Lulang in confusion. To be frank, Xiao Lulang was not the type of person who would warm up to others with prolonged interaction. He exuded an air that discouraged approach. Were it not for the life-saving grace he had shown, Feng Lin might have perceived him as an exceptionally indifferent youth. Yet, he increasingly sensed that Xiao Lulang's demeanor towards that vile woman had shifted recently. Brother Xiao, you have changed. Chapter 22. Administering medicine, the four of them understood the gravity of the situation. Though they spoke little of it, they tacitly agreed to keep the matter concealed. Gu Jiao instructed Gu Xiaoshun not to come to this area for the next few days. While the contagiousness of early-stage leprosy is not particularly strong, there remains a certain degree of risk. Gu Jiao refrained from ascending the mountain to gather mushrooms and devoted herself to caring for the elderly lady at home for several days. It seemed that her care had been rather effective. By midday on the third day, the elderly woman had fully awakened, no longer in a daze. Though her mind appeared somewhat awry, Gu Jiao inquired about her identity, and the woman stared at her with wide eyes. When Gu Jiao asked where she resided, the same vacant gaze met her. Could it be senile dementia? Gu Jiao pressed on, asking if she remembered the illness she had suffered from. The elderly lady continued to gaze blankly. Gu Jiao found herself at an impasse. It appeared that not only did the woman forget who she was, but she had also completely lost recollection of her ailment. In truth, forgetting might be for the best. Gu Jiao could ensure she did not want her outside. Yet she could not prevent the villagers from visiting. If the elderly woman inadvertently revealed her leprosy, Gu Jiao, along with Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshun, those who had been in close contact, would inevitably face dire consequences. As for her future arrangements, that was a matter for another day. The immediate priority was to cure her, ensuring that no one discovered her past affliction. With this thought in mind, Gu Jiao picked up the medicine jar to prepare a concoction for the elderly woman. The medicines in the box needed to be consumed, including the traditional Chinese herbs. Otherwise, the secrets of the medicine cabinet would be laid bare. Upon seeing Gu Jiao approach with the jar, the elderly woman turned her face away in disdain. Gu Jiao faintly heard a resentful grunt. This woman certainly had a temper. The medicine needed to simmer gently for half an hour. While waiting for the concoction, Gu Jiao took out the small medicine box for inspection. To her astonishment, she discovered that the anti-inflammatory medication she thought she had depleted had somehow replenished itself with a new bottle, and an additional tube of antibacterial ointment had appeared as well, along with several vials of potions she could not recall placing inside. Gu Jiao gazed at the immobile medicine cabinet, her chin resting thoughtfully upon her hand. As the end of the month approached, the academy was once again preparing for an examination. Gu Dashun had entered the prestigious Tianzi class with the distinction of being the second best among the new students, and he had indeed lived up to expectations with a commendable performance. In this latest examination, he secured the second position once more. While Master Chen was elated, Gu Dashuan's countenance revealed little joy. Master Chen assumed that he was reproaching himself for not attaining first place, and thus offered words of patient consolation. You and Su Hanji are both exceptional among the newcomers. Su is 2 years your senior and has been educated longer than you. There is no need for you to be troubled by your current results. Of course, Gu Dashun was not concerned about this. The student named Su Hanji merely had the advantage of additional years of study, which afforded him a slight edge. Yet, Gu Dashun was supremely confident that his own talent surpassed Su's. However, his ambitions reached far beyond a mere rivalry. He aspired to become a favored disciple of the dean and hoped that the dean would take him under his wing. Is there something else? Master Chen noted the hesitation in Gu Dashuan's demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Dashun summoned his courage to inquire. I have heard that the entrance examination questions were devised by the dean. Might the dean be considering taking on disciples? Indeed, such considerations were present. Master Chen pondered for a moment before realizing the implications, though it was unfortunate that the dean's favored candidate was not Gu Dashun. Gu Dashun discerned a hint of regret in Master Chen's eyes, and a chill swept over him. Is it Su Hanji? Not him, Master Chen replied, shaking his head. This matter is not yet settled, so it is best not to inquire further. Even if one cannot become the disciple of the dean, the dean will still take the time to guide the outstanding students within the academy. How can these two situations be compared? One inherits the dean's legacy, becoming a true successor, gaining not only knowledge but also the dean's connections. In contrast, casual guidance pales in significance. This young man from a humble background dreams of soaring to great heights. If he were not exceptional enough, it might be acceptable, but he possesses ample qualities to attract the dean's attention. How could he possibly be content? Gu Dashun wished to inquire further, yet Master Chen was unwilling to elaborate. In the Zhongjing Hall, the dean gazed at the composed figure of Xiao Lulang and gently inquired, What have you decided? Xiao Lulang replied coolly, Do you truly wish for the student who ranked third from the bottom? In this examination, Xiao Lulang found himself positioned third from the last. A change not due to his improvement, but rather a result of Gu Xiaoshuan's inferior performance. The dean's expression of such sentiments can be deemed quite sincere. Although Tianxiang Academy is merely a local institution, the dean once held the title of the foremost scholar among the 4 great talents of the capital. His reputation and intellect beyond dispute. Had it not been for unforeseen family circumstances, he would not have left the capital to teach in a modest town like Qingchuan. Among the many students he has encountered, Xiao Lulang is the first to kindle his desire to accept a personal disciple. Is he truly willing to take him on? Does he not fear being unable to manage such a spirited individual? After Xiao Lulang departed, an elderly man in plain attire behind the screen let out a soft hum. The dean bowed respectfully to the screen and chuckled. I do fear being unable to manage him. Perhaps the teacher could take him as a disciple? Behind the screen, silence lingered for a while until the old man sighed softly. You have forgotten. I once vowed I would never take on a disciple again in this lifetime. With the passing of the young lord, the National Academy was irreversibly shuttered, and the teacher's spirit had also been irrevocably extinguished. Upon returning home, Xiao Lulang learned from Gu Jiao about the old lady's condition. She remembers nothing. Xiao Lulang did not perceive this as a misfortune, at least not in the present context. Ignorance would prevent her from inadvertently revealing secrets. Does she insist on going outside? He inquired. Gu Jiao shook her head. Not at all. I told her she has pulmonary tuberculosis and cannot venture out into the wind. The rash on her face is due to frostbite. Since tuberculosis is contagious, it is best for her to remain in her room to avoid spreading the illness to others. Observing her demeanor, it seemed she had taken the advice to heart, as she remained calm throughout the afternoon. Xiao Lulang went to check on the old lady. Her condition had significantly improved, with the skin lesions fading considerably. Upon close inspection, the facial rash was nearly undetectable. What Gu Jiao did not mention was that with a few more days of treatment, her leprosy would lose its contagiousness. As the month drew to a close, it was time for Feng Lin and Dr. Zhang to fulfill their appointment with Xiao Lulang regarding his leg. Chapter 23. A couple. Both Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang rose early. Xiao Lulang went to fetch water at the village entrance. Gu Jiao first checked on the old lady's condition in the small room. The rash on her face had faded to the point of near invisibility, and the skin lesions on the back of her hands had largely disappeared. Although full recovery was still a distant prospect, her contagiousness had been effectively curtailed. Satisfied, Gu Jiao stroked her chin before turning to the kitchen to prepare medicine for her. When presented with the bitter concoction, the old lady grimaced in disdain, rolling her eyes dramatically. To facilitate her medication intake, Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang to bring some candied fruits from the town, as the elderly lady had a fondness for them. However, her reluctance to take her medicine meant she would forego the sweet treats. Gu Jiao placed a bowl of medicine alongside a small dish of candied fruits on the table. So few. Only 3. The elderly lady expressed her profound dissatisfaction with the scant quantity of candied fruits. They were quite expensive. If she wasn't going to eat them, it seemed pointless. As Gu Jiao spoke, she reached for the dish containing the sweets. The elderly lady shot her a resentful glare, snatching the candied fruits to her chest, and bitterly drank down the bowl of medicine. Today, as Xiao Lulang was set to visit the medical clinic, Gu Jiao too had to accompany him. But she could not leave the elderly lady alone at home. Although Gu Jiao had contemplated taking the elderly lady along, the checkpoints on the roads posed a risk. If the officials recognized her, their efforts would be in vain. While she was uncertain whether the elderly lady was indeed one of the leprosy patients they were pursuing, prudence was the better part of valor. After much deliberation, Gu Jiao called for Gu Xiaoshan. Sister, you've finally allowed me to enter. Gu Xiaoshan exclaimed with excitement. Gu Jiao replied, I need to accompany your brother-in-law to the town today. You will stay home and help me keep an eye on the elderly lady. Her illness has already been contained, and I have disinfected the house. Gu Xiaoshan did not comprehend what disinfection meant, nor did he inquire how his sister knew the illness had been contained. Yet without any hesitation, he agreed, Sure, sister, you can count on me. I will look after her. I've warmed up lunch in the pot. Just serve her a portion. Gu Jiao continued to instruct. Gu Xiaoshan patted his chest, declaring, Sister, I will handle it. You can rest assured. As a thought crossed her mind, Gu Jiao admonished, if anyone inquires, simply say you are a relative of your brother-in-law who has come to seek refuge. Gu Xiaoshan obediently replied, All right. However, scarcely had Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang departed when the gang of ruffians who had been following Gu Xiaoshan approached. Boss, at last, we have found you. We heard you went off to study, yet you're still playing around with Deshun's antics. Let us go, let us pull off a couple of jobs. Get lost. I have serious matters at hand. Gu Xiaoshun retorted without a moment's thought, sending them away. Though he felt a restlessness from being cooped up for too long, he was determined to fulfill his sister's instructions. Yet, after waiting for over half an hour, he found himself perplexed by the lack of any signs of progress. Just as he pondered this, he spotted Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao approaching. His expression darkened instantly. What brings you here? With a calm smile, Gu Jiao replied. I came for a stroll. Feng Lin was baffled. Wasn't he this wicked woman rumored to be interested in someone else? Why had she been so persistently clinging to Xiao, even accompanying him for such a critical matter as his treatment? Xiao, too, seemed quite foolish. Why bring along a nuisance for such an important task? What if something went awry? Feng Lin coldly warned, I must advise you, once inside the clinic, do not speak out of turn or meddle with their belongings. Do not cause trouble for Xiao and jeopardize his treatment. Oh, Gu Jiao acknowledged, displaying neither impatience nor anger. It was Xiao Lulang who furrowed his brow at Feng Lin before he entered, leaning on his cane. They were greeted by manager Wang, to whom Xiao Lulang offered a subtle nod. Wang, the shopkeeper, was secretly astonished. This young master Xiao was undeniably strikingly handsome, despite his shabby attire. He exuded an ethereal elegance surpassing any young gentleman he had ever encountered. Wang glanced at Gu Jiao, feigning unfamiliarity. Xiao Lulang paused momentarily and introduced, This is my wife. Gu Jiao remarked, such a delightful title. Wang clasped his hands in greeting. So you are Madame Xiao, my apologies for the oversight. Gu Jiao replied. Your address does not sound as pleasant. Has Dr. Zhang truly arrived? Why is there not a single patient in line? Feng Lin inquired. Alas, it is because Dr. Zhang has not yet recuperated sufficiently to handle a large number of patients. I refrained from spreading the word and only informed a few urgent cases. You are the only ones here this morning, while the others are scheduled for the afternoon. Wang had anticipated Feng Lin's question and had prepared his response in advance. I see. Feng Lin accepted this explanation without doubt. Wang smiled. Young Master Feng, please rest in the lobby for a moment. I shall escort young Master Xiao inside to see Dr. Zhang. Am I not allowed to enter? Feng Lin asked. Wang chuckled. That would likely be against the rules. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Lin nodded. Very well, I entrust Xiao to you. Wang, you must ensure that Dr. Zhang treats him well. Wang beamed. We shall do our utmost. After Xiao Lulang and Wang entered the back room, Gu Jiao rose from her seat. What are you planning to do? Feng Lin queried suspiciously. I need to use the restroom, Gu Jiao replied, carrying her small basket to the courtyard behind. As she entered the compartment, Xiao Lulang was already reclined in a rattan chair, asleep. Wang, the shopkeeper, and the second owner were present. Miss Gu, the second owner greeted with a slight bow. Gu Jiao's gaze swept over the incense burner on the table, finally resting on Xiao Luang's handsome, slumbering face, as she inquired, Is the incense all right? Indeed. Gu Jiao approached and placed a small basket on the table, which contained her medical kit. However, she had no intention of retrieving it in their presence. The second owner was quite curious about Gu Jiao's relationship with Xiao Lulang. Since he was her husband, why not simply inform him? Or was it that they were not truly married? Yet, being a wise man, the second owner understood the importance of discretion in business dealings. Knowing that one should listen more and speak less, there were questions that were best left unasked. Chapter 24. The Cure. Gu Jiao drew the screen closed and proceeded to examine Xiao Lulang. Having observed him at home earlier, she noted that his primary issue lay with his ankle. Upon a meticulous examination, her suspicions were confirmed. His ankle had suffered a fracture. Yet the doctor had failed to diagnose it, mistakenly believing he had merely injured his leg, thus treating only that area. Nevertheless, even without targeted treatment, the leg had been immobilized, resulting in minimal use of the foot. The ankle had healed on its own, but the fragmented bone remained unaddressed, causing him excruciating pain with each step. Gu Jiao had performed numerous surgeries on similar cases in her previous life. It posed little difficulty for her. The only drawback was that her medical kit currently lacked the necessary supplies and surgical materials. However, recalling her earlier discoveries, Gu Jiao resolved to wait a bit longer, especially since the timing was not yet favorable for surgery. The afflicted area requires some preliminary treatment. It would be prudent to wait until the academy breaks for the year. The second master and manager Wang patiently waited outside the screen, without a hint of prying. Initially, the second master had contemplated allowing the physicians of Tongchun Hall to observe Gu Jiao's medical skills, but he felt that such a request might be rather abrupt. So he refrained from voicing it. Just moments ago, Gu Jiao had entered to provide treatment, deliberately drawing the screen closed. This gesture alone indicated her reluctance to disclose her medical expertise. Reflecting on this, the second master felt fortunate for not having made the request for observation. However, he was mistaken in one regard. Gu Jiao was not unwilling to reveal her skills. Rather, she was determined to conceal her small medicine box. Gu Jiao had been inside for quite some time. A quarter of an hour for examination, and half an hour for admiring the beauty. Ahem. No disrobing occurred, indeed. The small medicine box was tucked into her backpack, which she carried as she emerged. The second master approached with a courteous smile, inquiring, "Miss Gu, you've been inside for quite a while? Is Master Zhao's injury particularly complex?" Gu Jiao replied, maintaining her composure, "Indeed, it is rather complicated. I will need to perform a surgery." The complexity was genuine, and the beauty quite captivating. "Are you certain?" the second master asked, his expression one of skepticism. The only doctor bold enough to wield a scalpel at Rejuvenation Hall was already 50 years old, a scion from a renowned medical family. "Yes," Gu Jiao affirmed with a nod. "I will consider the timing and will notify you once everything is arranged. Additionally, there are some necessary preparations, and I would appreciate your assistance regarding the funds. I can deduct it from my forthcoming consultation fees." "That is quite acceptable," the second master responded with a smile. "The Hua Chuntang is certainly not a charitable establishment. The patients who seek its services must pay a considerable sum. With the more skilled the physician, the heftier the fee. However, can you truly cure any ailment?" inquired the second master. "Not quite," replied Gu Jiao. "It depends on the case at hand. It would be best if you brought me some complex cases to avoid wasting consultation opportunities." "Ah, that is indeed confidence." Gu Jiao needed to gather some medicinal herbs for her moxibustion preparations, so she headed to the main hall with her basket. The second master chuckled slyly. "Old Wang, do you think, given her exceptional medical skills, she could possibly treat that young master from the capital?" "The young master from the capital?" Wang, the shopkeeper, was momentarily taken aback, taking a while to comprehend. "You mean the young master from the marquis' residence?" The second master's eyes sparkled. "Precisely." The shopkeeper hastily waved his hands. No, absolutely not. I must say, I find Miss Gu's medical skills commendable. Second master, we have but one life." The shopkeeper ruthlessly extinguished the second master's idea. It was not that he was unwilling to earn the marquis' silver. Rather, that young master's condition was indeed grave and fraught with peril. Speaking of which, that young master was somewhat pitiable when the marquis' wife gave birth to him. She was barely a month along, delivering in a dilapidated temple without a midwife, relying instead on a villager from a nearby settlement. Premature birth, poor conditions, compounded by an inexperienced midwife. By the time the first child was born, the marquis' wife had nearly lost her life. To make matters worse, it turned out that she was carrying twins. After giving birth to her first child, Madame Ho's strength was nearly exhausted. The second child had been confined in her womb for quite some time, emerging with a purplish hue. This second child, a young master, had an elder sister. From the moment he was born, the young master was afflicted with a frail constitution, requiring medication since infancy, practically raised in a medicinal environment. In the years that followed, the Ho residents sought numerous renowned physicians to treat the young master's ailment. However, his condition remained stagnant, and frequent medication only served to render him increasingly weak. It was said that he was barely clinging to life. Should fortune turn against them, a single dose of medicine could spell his end. The second master understood the gravity of the situation, yet he remained undeterred. He was inherently ambitious, which explained his keen interest in the immense value that Miss Gu possessed. Interestingly, the young master appeared to be of similar age to Miss Gu. The second master pondered. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Miss Gu treat Xiao Yolong's injuries first. If she succeeded, then she could be invited to the Ho residence for further trials. Upon waking, Xiao Lulang found himself in the presence of an elderly physician with a grizzled beard. "Who are you?" he inquired. The old doctor smiled and replied, "I am Dr. Zhang. It is my fault. I failed to remove the calming incense while you were asleep." Xiao Lulang paused briefly. "It is of no consequence. Allow me to examine your leg." "Very well." The old doctor proceeded to follow the method Miss Gu had instructed. Could that young lady truly possess the ability to help him rise once more? Xiao Lulang took the prescription given by the old doctor and made his way to the main hall. Feng Lin sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Have you finally figured it out? What did Dr. Zhang say? Is your leg treatable?" in order to avoid disrupting his class. Gu Jiao had temporarily refrained from mentioning the surgery to the old doctor. I told you, Dr. Zhang will definitely be able to cure it, Feng Lin said, his heart brimming with joy. However, Xiao Lulang was scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. At that moment, Gu Jiao approached from the direction of the back courtyard, carrying a small basket. How could a trip to the restroom take so long? Feng Lin murmured softly. Xiao Yolang's gaze fell upon Gu Jiao, and as she drew closer, he inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Should we have a doctor take a look? I'm fine. Let's go, Gu Jiao replied. She appeared to be in perfect health, causing Xiao Lulang to retrieve the medicinal ingredients. When he settled the bill, he was astonished to find that a fortnight's worth of medicine cost less than a tael of silver. Is there a mistake? He asked. No, that's the price. The shop assistant replied. I told you earlier, their business has been poor, so they lowered their prices. Feng Lin whispered in his ear. But this is quite unreasonable. Yet, aside from this puzzling price drop, Xiao Lulang could not think of any other explanation. Surely, no noble was secretly aiding him. The second shopkeeper personally escorted him to the entrance, and as he passed by Gu Jiao, he cheerfully extended 5 fingers. The medical fee is 5 taels of silver. Just put it on the account for now. Gu Jiao shot him a defiant glance, as if implying it would be deducted from the consultation fee. Feng Lin sighed. All right. I'll head to the academy first. Be careful on your way. After saying this, he shot another worried look at Gu Jiao, as if fearing she might cause trouble for Xiao Lulang. However, ever since Xiao Lulang uttered the words that she had a name, he has never referred to her as the little vixen again. Gu Jiao purchased some preserved fruits and peanuts, discovering that the old lady was quite easy to please. As long as she had something to eat, she could remain in the house for an entire day. As the two of them loaded their goods onto the ox cart, Uncle Luo chuckled. Preparing for the new year, are we? It's about time, as the festive season is approaching. Both of them paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that the new year was indeed near. In truth, they were not oblivious to the passage of time. Rather, they simply lacked the customs and plans associated with the celebration. The bustling and warm family reunions on New Year's Eve were, for them, eternally the loneliest of days. Gu Jiao had left home at the tender age of 8, residing in the organization's experimental base, which would collectively shut down for the new year, leaving her alone in the empty facility. Xiao Lulang's circumstances were less known to her. Perhaps he too had once experienced joy, but all that was lost in time. She was a lonely spirit in a foreign land, while he was a solitary guest in another's home. Uncle Luo's words left them both momentarily disoriented. Yet, neither spoke a word. They simply took hold of their belongings and silently boarded the ox cart. The cart moved slowly, and by the time they reached the village, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Halfway there, they noticed a commotion at their doorstep, surrounded by a throng of people, tightly packed with voices of anger echoing from within. What has happened, Aunt Zhang? Xiao Lulang inquired. The Gu family has come, and they are arguing with your aunt. Aunt, since when did such a person visit their family? It couldn't possibly be the old lady, could it? With her dementia, she would be terribly vulnerable. Gu Jiao turned to Xiao Lulang and said, I shall take my leave to investigate. Aunt Zhang hurriedly urged, You must go quickly. Your grandmother is not one to be trifled with. Having resided here for some time, Gu Jiao had yet to encounter the original owner's grandmother, only knowing that her surname was Wu. In her youth, she was known for her fiery temperament and later married the esteemed Gule Azizi, a scholar who eventually held the position of village chief. One would presume that Madame Wu would have tempered her demeanor in following him. Yet she had only grown more audacious. In the village, there was none more formidable than Wu, which is precisely why Aunt Zhang was concerned for Xiao Liulang's aunt's well-being. Upon arriving at her family's doorstep, Gu Jiao discovered that the women of the Gu family had gathered, including Madame Wu and her 2 daughters-in-law, Zhou and Liu. Of course, Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Ershun were also present. Gu Ershun stood beside their mother, while Gu Xiaoshun positioned himself next to the elderly matriarch. However, contrary to Aunt Zhang's description, it appeared that it was Madame Wu who was flushed with anger, seemingly at the receiving end of reproaches. You have the audacity to repeat what you just said, Madame Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, pointing a finger at the matriarch, unbeknownst to whom had brought her a stool. The elderly lady boldly sat down, crossing her legs, and casually cracking sunflower seeds as she remarked, Why should I repeat myself? Is it that your mind is muddled? Or are your ears too deaf to hear clearly? For years, Madame Wu had ruled the village with an iron fist, and never had she been subjected to such humiliation. It was no wonder that her 2 daughters-in-law had summoned her to confront the situation, They were utterly unable to withstand the wrath of this formidable matron. I don't care. That 2 taels of silver must be delivered to me tonight. Madame Wu, unable to win the argument, resorted to obstinacy. The old woman spat out the sunflower seed shells and exclaimed, "Pa, has he eaten your family's rice or drunk your family's porridge? Even a courtesan has more dignity than you. Do not speak of silver coins, not even a copper coin will be given." To liken Wu to the dubious women of a brothel was surely enough to infuriate her. Wu, stammering, could barely respond, "Why you?" Yet the old woman refused to grant Wu any opportunity to retort. Furthermore, do not claim that my Jiao Jiao has consumed anything. How much could she possibly eat? How much have you solicited from Lu Lang? My Jiao Jiao was originally meant to marry from the Gu family, but you all acted without regard, driving them away. Now that they have been cast out, they are no longer connected to your Gu family. Wu trembled with rage. That was merely a division of the family. What nonsense about being cast out? Do you wish to ruin the Gu family's reputation? The old woman, cracking another seed, replied, "Oh, so you admit it was a division. Since it is a division, why do you still allow Lu Lang to provide silver to support you? What about your dignity? Have you pasted it on the wall?" Wu was left speechless, rolling her eyes in frustration. Where did this madwoman come from? It was utterly infuriating. The villagers, however, were nearly in stitches. Wu, who had never lost a verbal battle in the village, was now rendered speechless, like a gourd with a sod mouth. The issue of the family division had indeed been initiated by the Gu family, who had claimed it was Lu Lang's idea, as he was unwilling to reside with them. Leaving the villagers reluctant to comment, everyone knew that Gu Jiao continued to dine at the Gu family home. Yet they were taken aback to discover that the Gu family had accepted silver. After all, Gu Jiao was merely a 14-year-old girl. How much rice could she possibly consume? Gu Jiao, however, demanded that Xiao Lu Lang pay them a monthly sum of 1 or 2 taels. Is this not extortion? 1 or 2 taels of silver could sustain an entire family for 2 months. The Zhou and Lu families. Upon noticing that Xiao Lu Lang had failed to provide the household funds this month, ventured to demand their dues, never anticipating that it would escalate into such an uncontrollable situation. What now shall be done? Chapter 26. Annie, the tongue of the mother-in-law was unrestrained, blabbering for as long as she was prompted, spilling forth everything that ought to have remained unsaid. If this continues, the secrets of the Gu family may very well be exposed by the mother-in-law herself. Lu Shi approached, grasping Wu Shi's other arm. Indeed, mother, let us not stoop to the level of this madwoman. Had they made their claims initially, perhaps the villagers would have believed them, but after such a ruckus, Wu Shi and her 2 daughters-in-law had become as irate as a hen, while the old matron remained composed and unruffled. If anyone were to be deemed a madwoman, it would certainly be Wu Shi. The villagers, reveling in the spectacle, thoroughly incensed Wu Shi. Wu Shi rolled up her sleeves, spitting words laced with venom. You old hack. Do you know who I am? I am the wife of the village head. Huh. The old lady rolled her eyes, retorting, and I am the mother of the emperor. Laughter erupted amongst the onlookers. This old woman possessed a certain charm, fearlessly confronting others without regard for consequences, unbothered by the potential repercussions of her words. Wu Shi, a master of stubbornness herself, found herself up against someone even more formidable, realizing she could not win the verbal sparring. She resolved to confront her physically. I shall drive you out of this village today. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the old lady doused her with a bucket of cold water, leaving Wu Shi utterly stunned. Subsequently, the elderly lady disregarded all else, swiftly turning to enter her house, leaving behind the stool and Gu Shaoshun without a second thought. With a resounding thud, she slammed the door shut and securely fastened the bolt. Her escape was remarkably swift. The onlookers were doubled over in laughter. Moments ago, the old woman had exuded an aura of formidable strength, leading them to believe she would confront Wu head-on. Yet, it appeared she had retained her wits, recognizing her inability to contend with the 3 of them. She had strategically startled Wu, and then seized the opportunity to confine the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo outside. When had Wu ever endured such indignity? Grabbing a stone from the ground, she rushed forward, intent on smashing the door. However, just as the stone was about to strike the door, a glinting sickle whizzed through the air, crashing down onto the door with a fierce thud. Wu was taken aback, her grip on the stone instantly stiffening. Had the sickle veered just half an inch higher, it would have landed upon her hand. Startled, Wu's hand slackened, causing the stone to tumble to the ground and land squarely on her own foot. Ouch! Wu cried out in agony. Surely, a stone meant for smashing a door could not be small. She had deliberately selected the largest one available. The weight of that substantial stone crashing onto her foot brought tears to her eyes. The rapid succession of events left the onlookers utterly captivated. It had been ages since such a commotion had stirred the village. With a small basket slung over her shoulder, her slender figure appeared harmless. Yet her piercing gaze emanated an unmistakable air of menace. The crowd instinctively recoiled, parting to grant her passage. Who could fathom how she had hurled that sickle? What if it had missed the door and struck someone in the back of the head instead? Contemplating this, an involuntary chill crept over everyone's necks. Gu Jiao let out a cold laugh. The elderly woman's eyesight was failing, and was the second aunt, still in her youth, also blind? Who had brought the stone? And who had it dropped upon her foot? Did you not have even a modicum of awareness? As these words were uttered, Lu Shi was rendered speechless. How could this girl be so adept at retorting? If her earlier actions of pulling Gu Dashan and kicking Gu Ershan were merely acts of folly, then publicly berating her and Wu Shi for their blindness was undoubtedly a declaration of open conflict with the Gu family. You wretched girl! How dare you insult your grandmother? Wu Shi rolled up her sleeves, ready to advance, but stumbled painfully after just one step. Zhou Shi hastily supported her mother-in-law. Mother, be careful. Wu Shi, both pained and furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Jiao, cursing, "Little beast, how did you not drown when you were young?" At that moment, Xiao Lulang approached. Lulang, look at the mischief your aunt and Jiao are stirring. Your grandmother is of such an advanced age. Zhou Shi began to scold Xiao Lulang. However, before she could complete her sentence, Xiao Lulang nonchalantly interjected, if she is indeed of advanced age, she ought not to wander about aimlessly. Zhou Shi questioned her own hearing. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Lulang walked over to Gu Jiao and inquired if she was well. No, Gu Jiao shook her head, removing the sickle from the door. The door creaked open. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao stepped inside. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had truly witnessed Xiao Lulang engaging in conversation with the foolish Gu. Did he genuinely inquire about her well-being? Had they truly grown close? Upon entering the house, Xiao Lulang closed the door, albeit not entirely, allowing his calm voice to be heard. In the future, should such incidents arise, report them to the authorities. I will personally draft the necessary documents at the magistrate's office. At this declaration, the three members of the Wu family, who had intended to charge in behind him, were momentarily taken aback. Could such matters truly be reported to the authorities? Xiao Lulang spoke with such conviction. Surely, it must be possible, right? The little cripple's heart was unexpectedly treacherous. Mother, the belongings of the third household. Zhou Shi murmured as a reminder. Indeed. There were dubious dealings in the initial division of property. The lands belonging to the third household and the dowry of the third daughter-in-law had been withheld from them. If this were to escalate to the magistrate's office, it could lead to disastrous revelations. Wu Shi gritted her teeth and, along with her two daughters-in-law, retreated in defeat. Gu Ershan also departed, leaving only Gu Xiaoshan, who, after wandering around the village, darted back into his sister and brother-in-law's home. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang sat on chairs in the main room, while the elderly matriarch perched on a stool opposite them, casually crossing her legs and cracking sunflower seeds, showing no inclination to account for the trouble she had stirred. Clueless about everything and reacting sluggishly, Gu Jiao was led to believe that the old woman might be suffering from dementia. Yet, her earlier retort to Wu Shi had been that of a seasoned expert descending into a novice village. Had she been feigning all along? Gu Jiao inquired. The matriarch, with irritation, replied, "Is this how you speak to your aunt? Are you addicted to acting now? No, it doesn't seem like an act." Gu Jiao turned to Gu Xiaoshan with a serious tone. Come with me. Chapter 27. The search. Gu Jiao closed the door behind them. Now tell me, what transpired throughout the day? Gu Xiaoshan candidly recounted his experience as a caregiver. It turned out that the elderly lady had indeed lost all her memories. Upon awakening in the home of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, she mistakenly believed herself to be a resident of that household. Grabbing a handful of melon seeds, she inquired of Gu Xiaoshan, which of those ungrateful little ones is my true grandson? Gu Xiaoshan, mindful of his sister's admonition, refrained from revealing to the elderly lady that she was suffering from leprosy. Yet, he could not outright declare that his sister and brother-in-law were her biological grandsons. In a moment of desperation, he responded, "You are my brother-in-law's granddad," having traveled a great distance to seek refuge with him. Moreover, Gu Jiao had not anticipated that the elderly lady was not suffering from senile dementia and thus did not provide Gu Xiaoshan with a suitable retort to handle her inquiries. The elderly lady remarked, "Why does it seem like your sister is in charge of this household?" To which Gu Xiaoshan replied, "Isn't that so? My brother-in-law is a son-in-law by marriage." She then queried, "Why is it that I do not see any other family members?" Gu Xiaoshan explained, "You all have divided the family." Upon hearing this, Gu Jiao could only hold her forehead in disbelief. This household was hardly under her command. She and Xiao Lulang had always been preoccupied with their own affairs, occasionally sharing a meal together. Xiaoshun, in his naivete, had unwittingly divulged too much to the elderly lady. It was no wonder she had been so critical of the Gu family, as she had gleaned comprehensive insights from Gu Xiaoshun. Gu Jiao pondered. Then why was she so indifferent when I spoke to her earlier? I thought she was simply slow to respond. Gu Xiaoshun replied. She said you are unfilial and do not deserve her attention. Gu Jiao retorted. Is it merely because I offered her fewer candied fruits? Gu Jiao entered the main room, and it was evident that Xiao Lulang had already conversed with the old lady. It was uncertain what words Xiao Lulang had chosen. But the old lady no longer retained her earlier air of superiority. Instead, she appeared somewhat diminished. Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Lulang, who paused briefly before stating. The physician once mentioned that the medicine should be taken according to the prescription for a year. However, if recovery progresses swiftly, one could lose their infectiousness within a month. He did not insistently urge Gu Jiao to keep the old lady, but merely informed her that she would soon no longer pose a risk of contagion, hoping that this would persuade Gu Jiao to continue offering her shelter. Surprisingly, Gu Jiao was unaware that this little black sesame dumpling could also exhibit compassion towards strangers. Perhaps the old lady reminded him of his late elder brother. Very well, let us allow the aunt to stay for now, Gu Jiao sighed. She had never intended to drive her away. Nevertheless, if she could gain a favor in return, that would be advantageous. They both temporarily acknowledged the old lady's status, as it seemed the most prudent course of action. As it turned out, their decision was indeed correct, for that very night, a group of soldiers stormed into Qingchuan village, conducting thorough searches for the patient who had fled from Leprosy Mountain. The only outsider in the village was the old lady, and upon learning that she had only recently arrived, the soldiers wasted no time in bursting into Gu Jiao and Xiao Yulong's home. When the soldiers arrived, the old lady had already finished her meal and retreated to the warmth of the fire, while the couple remained seated at the table, enjoying their dinner. The meal was quite sumptuous, featuring a bowl of stir-fried preserved meat with cabbage, a plate of scallion and egg pancakes, a pot of rich wild mushroom soup, a bowl of cold black fungus salad, and a dish of spiced peanuts. The enticing aroma of the preserved meat and scallion pancakes wafted through the air, instantly igniting the soldiers' hunger. Several officials? Is there something amiss? Xiao Lulang inquired. He led the visitors to the elder lady's quarters, my aunt, who recently arrived from Sioux County. As he spoke, he stepped forward to retrieve a plate that the elderly woman had hastily tried to conceal. Have you been indulging in candied fruits again? Did we not agree that at your age, you ought to refrain from excessive sweets? Humph. The elderly lady, caught in her transgression, averted her gaze with a look of reproach. The officials did not possess an image of the leprosy patient, yet they had received descriptions of her characteristics, noting that she bore leprosy spots on her face and the back of her hands, her complexion waxy, and her vitality waning. The elderly woman before them, aside from her age, bore little resemblance to the description provided. Not only were there no signs of leprosy, but her complexion was flush, and her spirit appeared remarkably vibrant. Leprosy is an affliction that cannot be cured, while certain remedies may delay its onset. It is utterly implausible for someone to recover so swiftly within a mere 10 days. The official suspicions were significantly alleviated, and observing that Xiao Lulang exhibited no signs of aversion or disdain towards the elderly lady further convinced them of her innocence. However, the leader remained vigilant and proceeded to the kitchen, pointing at a medicinal jar atop the stove. Whose medicine is this? It belongs to me, Xiao Lulang replied. I have a leg injury, and this is the medicine I procured from the town's medical hall. Show me the medicine package, the official commanded. Gu Jiao fetched the package. The man opened one of the pouches and discovered sanqi, a commonly used herb for invigorating blood circulation and resolving bruises, familiar to martial artists. Additionally, there was safflower, another well-known remedy for injuries. With these two herbs at hand, it became increasingly evident that this was not a treatment for leprosy. What is your name? The man inquired. Xiao Lulang spoke earnestly, stating that should the officials harbor any doubts regarding his identity, they might inquire at Tianxiang Academy with the dean to verify his household registration. One of the men furrowed his brow and asked, the dean of Tianxiang Academy? Is the surnamely? Indeed, Xiao Lulang replied. The officials exchanged glances, their demeanor towards Xiao Lulang becoming notably more courteous. Generally, one would not need to consult the dean for such matters, but Xiao Yulong's deliberate mention served to convey that he was under the protection of Dean Li. Although Xiao Lulang was reluctant to be the dean's disciple, this did not preclude him from wielding the authority it afforded him. With a thick skin, he felt utterly unburdened. The dean's reputation proved advantageous. And after the officials conducted their routine inquiries, they departed. "Is that old lady truly the boy's great-aunt?" one asked. "Yes," Xuaningxiang confirmed. "When did she arrive?" "Just a few days ago," she replied. "I heard it was 10 days ago," the soldier pressed. "Who told you that?" Xuaningxiang replied with conviction. "I live next door." "How could I not know?" The soldier glanced at the 1-year-old child cradled in Xuaningxiang's arms, a fleeting coldness flashing in his eyes, but ultimately he chose to leave. A cold sweat soaked Xuaningxiang's back. Chapter 28. Dreaming the old lady had indeed arrived 10 days prior, yet during the initial days, her mind was clouded, and she hardly recalled her early arrival. Thus, Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang had delayed the old lady's arrival time by several days. This discrepancy contrasted with the date of her disappearance in Qingchuan town. Unbeknownst to Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, however, Xuaningxiang had heard the commotion when the old lady collapsed at Gu Jiao's doorstep. At that moment, she sensed something was amiss with that person. "Xiang," came the voice of her mother-in-law from the adjacent room. Xuaningxiang steadied herself and walked to her mother-in-law's room. "Mother, you are awake? I thought I heard someone in the house just now. Is something wrong with the second son? Having already lost one son." The elderly woman's greatest concern now was for her youngest son, who was serving in the military. Xuaningxiang spoke softly. "The second brother is fine. It was just a patient from the leprosy mountain who escaped. The officials came here to search, but they have already left." "Was it a man or a woman? How old were they?" her mother-in-law inquired. "They did not say," Xuaningxiang replied. "How could a leprosy patient possibly come to her village?" Coughing violently, her mother-in-law muttered a few incoherent words before drifting back to sleep. Xuaningxiang closed her eyes. Although she was not a paragon of virtue, Gu Jiao had once saved her life. The search by the officials had not stirred a significant uproar in Qingchuan village. Life continued as usual. Occasionally, Gu Jiao felt that the old woman possessed a remarkable background. Otherwise, how could so many officials come to search without revealing any information about her? However, a glance at the elderly woman, who was incessantly cracking sunflower seeds like a squirrel, quickly dispelled those thoughts. With some spare time on her hands, Gu Jiao busied herself at home mending all of Xiao Yolang's clothes. Her intuition had proven correct, treating fabric as if it were human skin made for easier repairs. Gu Jiao had never mended clothes before, at least, he had not seen her do so since his arrival, but surprisingly, her work was quite commendable. The stitches were fine, even, and neat. The only perplexing detail was that while others typically concealed the thread ends within the garment, she had left all the threads hanging outside. The elderly lady's recovery is markedly superior to that of Xiao Yolang's elder brother at the same stage. Xiao Lulang once inquired of the physician regarding the duration until his brother would lose his infectiousness, to which the doctor replied that it would take a month. However, the elderly lady, having taken her medication for less than a month, has already exhibited results far exceeding a month's worth of treatment and is now able to dine at the same table. What Xiao Lulang did not anticipate was that during their first shared meal, the elderly lady nearly choked him. Both Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao found themselves momentarily speechless. "The husband is still young," Gu Jiao remarked without a hint of disturbance. The elderly lady scrutinized Xiao Lulang and nodded. "Indeed, too young. There is no need to exhaust oneself." Xiao Lulang thought to himself that it wasn't that they were unwilling to venture out, but rather that old Master Gu forbade them. The previous incident had caused quite a stir and had reached old Master Gu's ears. Before his passing, the third elder had promised to care for Gu Jiao diligently. Though unspoken, the implication was that she would be kept close for life, with the intention of finding a son-in-law in the future. The breach of this promise stemmed from the belief that Gu Jiao was a harbinger of misfortune, having brought ruin upon the third elder and his wife, and thus could not be permitted to bring calamity upon Deshun and his family. Nevertheless, old Master Gu had never indulged Wu Shi's request for household funds from Gu Jiao and her husband. Wu Shi had claimed that Xiao Lulang wished to honor old Master Gu and also support Deshun's education. Old Master Gu accepted this at face value. Now, upon discovering the truth, he felt utterly humiliated. Henceforth, Xiao Lulang was to pursue his own studies and no longer request money from him. Wu Shi was left infuriated. Her future was destined for the esteemed position of a scholar, where even a mere morsel of food generously bestowed by a scholar would suffice to sustain the entire family of the little cripple. Old Master Gu, however, was concerned about his reputation. The villagers were covertly ridiculing him, and he could not bear to approach his granddaughter's husband for financial assistance. He admonished Mrs. Wu to refrain from bringing her daughter-in-law to the Gu household to stir up trouble. It was not only Mrs. Wu and her daughter-in-law who were experiencing a streak of misfortune. Gu Das-hun had also faced his first significant setback in life. He had finally discerned who the director's favored candidate was, none other than the unanticipated Xiao Lulang. This fellow, besides being physically disabled, was woefully uneducated, possessing little more than a countenance worth beholding. Gu Das-hun could not fathom how such a dismal scholar could capture the director's attention. He questioned whether he had inadvertently displeased the director with his academic prowess. Could it be that Xiao Lulang had concocted some tale that led the director to perceive him as lacking in virtue, thereby inciting disdain? Surely, that must be the case. Why else would the director overlook him in favor of someone who perpetually came in last like Xiao Lulang? The fade of a seemingly honest man concealed such treachery. The thought of Xiao Lulang usurping what rightfully belonged to him filled Gu Das-hun with disdain for the latter's despicable character. Xiao Lulang, just you wait. That night, Gu Jiao had another dream. Unsurprisingly, it was once again of Xiao Lulang. As fate would have it, he had just finished copying a book and was on his way to deliver it to the study at noon. However, an unfortunate theft had occurred in the study, and suspicion had fallen upon Xiao Lulang. In truth, there were witnesses at the time, notably Gu Das-hun, who had personally observed that Xiao Lulang left before the owner entered the study and was aware that Xiao Lulang had never set foot in the owner's room. However, Gu Das-hun was unwilling to reveal the truth, steadfastly asserting that only Xiao Lulang had ascended to the second floor. While this did not directly accuse Xiao Lulang of theft, it effectively eliminated the suspicion surrounding others. Nevertheless, Xiao Lulang was not easily subdued. He adeptly solved the case by analyzing several footprints in the backyard. During his journey, the mule cart skidded and plunged into a ditch, resulting in a disfiguring injury to Xiao Lulang's face. The ghastly scar would accompany him throughout his life, casting an indelible shadow over his existence. Chapter 29. A pitfall. The following day, Gu Jiao awoke and sat at the edge of her bed, lost in thought for quite some time. This time, her reverie was not about her own dreams, but rather her husband's unfortunate fate. What a string of ill fortune for such a young man. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang finished their breakfast, the sky was still shrouded in darkness, with the elderly matriarch peacefully slumbering within the house. Gu Jiao gently saw Xiao Lulang out, reminding him that it would snow today, and urged him to dress warmly. She offered him an outer robe, which he accepted with gratitude, despite the starry sky suggesting otherwise. As was her custom, Gu Jiao accompanied him to the village entrance. Xiao Lulang climbed onto the ox cart, and she waited by his side until Gu Xiaoshun, groggy and clutching a book bag, wandered over, prompting her to turn and depart. Gu Jiao was aware that Xiao Lulang would visit the study that afternoon and that he would be wrongfully accused, yet she refrained from advising him against going. I have heated the food in the pot. Feeling famished, I shall eat by myself. There are also medicines, not a meal shall be spared. And should you dare to discard any, I shall be aware of it. In the main hall, Gu Jiao addressed the elderly matriarch. Since the old lady is not genuinely afflicted by senility, there is no need to keep a close watch on her. After all, she poses no risk to others now, and there is no concern of anyone causing her harm. The matriarch curled her lip and scoffed. Gu Jiao, with a basket on her back, departed. As she passed by the Gu family mansion, she fortuitously encountered Gu Wei, who was pouring out wash water. Good morning, Sister Wei, she greeted. Under the influence of their mother and the second branch of the family, Gu Wei was not particularly close to Gu Jiao. Thus, when Gu Jiao took the initiative to greet her, she merely acknowledged it with silence and retreated indoors. Who is speaking? Inquired Mrs. Zhou from within. It's Jiao Yang. Gu Wei replied softly. Mrs. Zhou promptly flung open the door. Gu Jiao also greeted her. Good morning, and, good morning, Mrs. Zhou stammered. Proud of being the scholar's wife, she was somewhat more courteous than Lu Shi. Casting a glance at Gu Jiao, who was carrying the basket, she awkwardly chuckled. Jiao Yang. Where are you off to so early? Gu Jiao, smiling, replied, I am going to the mountain to gather some wild produce, which I shall then sell in town. Mrs. Zhou's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she laughed. Can wild produce fetch a good price? I have heard that some are poisonous. I am aware of which ones are safe. My husband has taught me, Gu Jiao assured her. If she were to claim knowledge based on her own recognition, no one would believe her. A few days prior, Mrs. Zhou had witnessed a ruckus caused by 3 visitors. At that time, she had seen the contents of Gu Jiao's basket, which included seeds, preserved fruits, brown sugar, and peanuts. Such items could yield a considerable sum. It seemed that this girl had indeed earned a fair amount of silver from her wild produce sales. Zhou's eyes flickered with a glint of mischief as she cheerfully inquired. My dear, may I accompany you and bring along Auntie? Surely, you cannot gather so many on your own, can you? Auntie would be delighted to assist. Of course. Gu Zhao graciously replied. Zhou secretly chuckled, thinking how simple-minded she was, easily persuaded. Once she had familiarized herself with the mountain goods, there would be no need for Gu Zhao's help. Such a fortunate turn of events would not include Lu, but unfortunately, Lu overheard and emerged with a basket in hand, declaring, I shall accompany you too. Very well, Gu Zhao smiled. Together, Gu Zhao and her two aunts ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms. In truth, she could have easily deceived them by collecting wood-ear mushrooms and poisonous varieties to sell, but she was not so lacking in conscience as to endanger innocent lives. Instead, she guided them in collecting ordinary winter fungi, filling their baskets to the brim before departing with contentment. Can this truly fetch a good price? Zhou asked, skepticism lacing her voice. Just follow me, auntie, and you will see. It sells quite well, Gu Zhao assured her. Zhou contemplated going alone, believing she would have full control over the profits, but Lu shared the same thought, resulting in both women accompanying Gu Zhao. My dear, this is not the way to the market, Lu remarked curiously as they traveled halfway. Gu Zhao replied, at this hour, the market is nearly closed. We are heading to the market east of town, where prices are considerably higher. Upon hearing of the potential for greater earnings, both women fell silent. As they passed through an alley, Gu Zhao suddenly said, I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me a moment. Go ahead, Zhou urged. Lu, with a hint of disdain, muttered, lazy people take forever. What could be taking so long? Lu was dissatisfied. Gu Zhao offered a faint smile, saying, I must have eaten something that disagreed with me. Zhou hurriedly interjected, All right, Jianyang, where is the market? Let us hasten to sell our mountain goods before they lose their freshness. Gu Zhao nodded with a smile and led the two forward. Suddenly, a figure sprang out from a side alley, colliding directly with Gu Zhao. The man fell to the ground. With a swift motion, Gu Zhao brandished her sickle. How dare you bump into me? The man, bewildered, retorted, Miss, who exactly collided with whom? Paying no heed, Gu Zhao lunged at him, and soon they were entangled in a fierce struggle. The man's bundle was knocked from his grasp, yet he had no time to retrieve it, for Gu Zhao pursued him with her weapon for several hundred meters. Meanwhile, Zhou and Lu, their hands itching with curiosity, opened the fallen bundle and were met with a dazzling sight of silver coins, instantly igniting their greed. This silver was neither stolen nor robbed. It was simply something they had found on the street. Finding it meant it was rightfully theirs. In silent agreement, they resolved to take it for themselves, leaving nothing for the foolish girl. In a frenzy, they began to scramble for the coins, even resorting to a fierce brawl over who could seize more. Meanwhile, at the academy, Xiao Lulang, having finished his meal, took the copied book to Yiping Pavilion. Although there were numerous study rooms in Qingchuan town, this was the largest. And even at noon, business thrived. The books Xiao Lulang copied were the most sought after, and the staff recognized him well. A polite attendant approached, saying, The shopkeeper is not here. Could you please wait a moment in the accounting room on the second floor? As Xiao Lulang was about to enter, suddenly, a servant called out to him from behind. Are you Master Xiao? Xiao Lulang turned around. Do you still remember me? The servant asked with a smile. No mistake about it. Have you heard? There has been a theft in the study, and the thief is a new student from our academy's Class A. A new student from Class A? What is his name? Gu Da-sun. Chapter 30. Cohabitation. However, Gu Da-sun was different. Someone had witnessed him ascend to the second floor, where the owner's chamber was also located. At that moment, the owner had conveniently stepped out, leaving the entire second floor deserted except for Gu Da-sun. Anyone who had visited the study knew that the second floor, apart from the accounts office, was reserved for the esteemed guest chambers and was not accessible to everyone. Thus, it was rather unusual for a humble scholar like Gu Da-sun to be found there. Gu Da-sun protested vehemently. An esteemed gentleman asked me to bring him a few books. He said he wanted to discuss poetry and philosophy with me. Gu Da-sun was also an ambitious student. He had long understood that his status as a scholar could bring him numerous advantages for his future, and that people would seek to befriend him. Therefore, at that moment, he had no suspicion. Who is this gentleman you mentioned? Bring him forth. The people in the study demanded. Gu Da-sun replied anxiously. He was gone by the time I went upstairs. Has anyone seen this gentleman? The people in the study inquired of the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. They could only pay attention to Gu Da-sun, for he was wearing the academy's uniform, making him quite a conspicuous figure wherever he went. Thus, the crowd merely witnessed Gu Da-sun ascending to the second floor with a book in hand, oblivious to the fact that he had been summoned by someone. This predicament was indeed dire. Gu Da-sun was wrongfully accused and faced with the urgent necessity to locate the gentleman responsible for this accusation. However, It was as if the man had vanished from the face of the earth, rendering him utterly elusive. A sudden inspiration struck Gu Dasan. You claim that I have stolen something, yet where is the stolen property? Surely, I have not consumed it. The chief constable squinted his eyes and commanded, search his home. Gu Dasan felt no trepidation about this search. With a clear conscience, he had nothing to fear. And even if they were to thoroughly ransack his house, they would find no stolen goods. However, to his dismay, Gu Dasan was swiftly confronted with the truth. As the constables burst into the Gu household, Shou and Lu had just returned home and were in the backyard digging a pit to bury silver coins. The constables quickly recognized these as the lost official silver. In Gujiao estuarine, Xiao Lulang deduced from the footprints in the backyard grass and along the outer wall that the perpetrator had entered through a window, acting alone, and stood at a height of 6 feet. The right footprint was deeper than the left, suggesting a slight limp in the perpetrator's left foot, though it was not severe enough to hinder him from scaling the wall to the second floor, indicating that the assailant possessed a certain level of agility. Among the footprints at the crime scene, remnants of a fine mixture of lime and sandalwood gravel were found, a type of stone path typical of gambling establishments, originally intended for warding off evil. Therefore, the thief was either affiliated with the gambling house or a gambler himself, and having taken the silver, he would inevitably seek refuge in a gambling den near the marketplace. Gu Jiao merely needed to wade along the path that led to the marketplace. Regrettably, Gu Dasan was not Xiao Lulang. He could not unravel the mystery nor validate his innocence, and could only helplessly watch as he, along with Zhou and Lu, were imprisoned. Wang, the shopkeeper, cast a reproachful glance at him, saying, "Are you truly so pleased after having ensnared someone?" Indeed, the enigmatic second master is the one who lured Gu Dasan into the second floor. With a cheerful grin, the second master extended 3 fingers, not 1, but 3. Wang Zhenggui felt a chill run down his spine. That girl truly possesses a ruthless heart, calculating against her own kin without a flicker of hesitation. Should we proceed with caution when collaborating with someone of such disposition? The second master gazed at the bustling street. What do you understand? Those who have not endured the sufferings of others should not hastily urge kindness upon them. This statement left Wang Zhenggui somewhat perplexed. Although he served as the second master's subordinate, his understanding of him was limited. He knew he was the legitimate son of the Hu family, yet seemed to lack the elder's favor. The second master sipped his tea with a faint smile. I am growing increasingly fond of that girl. Since this matter bore little relation to Xiao Lulang himself, he refrained from inquiring further. He was only aware that Gu Dasan had pilfered something, yet remained oblivious to whose property it was or what had been stolen. Nonetheless, he did visit the study, where the dean summoned him to the Zhongjing Hall to gain insight into Gu Dashuan's situation. Did you see Gu Dasan while you were in the study? The dean inquired. This was an undeniable truth. After a brief pause, the dean continued. Did you witness Gu Dasan conversing with anyone in the back courtyard? Xiao Lulang shook his head. I did not go to the back courtyard. As he turned to leave, just as he reached the door, the dean spoke again. Do you truly believe Gu Dasan would commit theft? Xiao Lulang replied calmly. That seems not to be for me to decide. Indeed. The owner has reported to the authorities, and a case has been officially opened. Whether or not theft occurred must be substantiated by evidence. Yet all indications regrettably point towards Gu Dasan. After leaving the Zhongjing Hall, Xiao Lulang was summoned by Master Chun of the Tianzi Jia class for further inquiries. Following that, Master Zhang from his own class also sought to question him, both eager to glean information regarding Gu Dashuan's circumstances. After this flurry of interrogation, the day had already grown late, and snow began to fall in delicate flurries. Xiao Lulang gazed up at the snowy sky and proceeded towards the entrance of the academy. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a slender figure, clad in a light apricot-colored floral jacket, with a small basket on her back. She was bent over, playfully crushing small stones beneath her feet, exuding an air of innocence. Xiao Lulang's gaze shifted slightly as he approached her with his cane. Gu Jiao noticed him and offered a gentle smile. Are you finished with school? Yes, indeed. No worries, I shall hire a carriage, replied Xiao Lulang. With a tender touch, Gu Jiao lightly tugged at his sleeve. The snow has intensified. It may be unsafe to seek a carriage now. Let us find an inn to stay for the night. Xiao Lulang looked at her delicate fingers resting on his sleeve and conceded. Very well. Perhaps due to the approaching new year, the inns were fully booked. After inquiring at several establishments, they finally located one with available accommodations. Xiao Lulang requested 2 guest rooms, please. The innkeeper replied, Dear guest, we only have 1 room left. Upon hearing that it was the last room, both remained silent, and the innkeeper observed them with a puzzled expression. What are you two hesitating about? It is not my intention to comment, but as the year-end approaches, all the inns are thriving in business. With today's unexpected heavy snowfall, many traveling merchants have become stranded in our town. If you two continue to be so particular, you may find yourselves without a place to stay. They have inquired about the situation and discovered that the rooms are in short supply, yet this seems somewhat inappropriate. A hint of conflict emerged in Xiao Liulong's brow. As for Gu Jiao, she felt no such internal struggle. After all, they are a legally married couple. What harm is there in sharing a bed? Moreover, it is not as if she is eagerly pursuing him. They simply have no available rooms, correct? Nonetheless, she still displayed an expression of conflict mirroring his, rendering her all the more obedient. Xiao Lulang, being a man who often yields to gentleness rather than force, observed her lowered head resembling that of a harmless little rabbit, subtly conveying a sense of acquiescence. At this juncture, it would be somewhat unreasonable to drag her slender frame out into the snow to search for another inn. Steeling himself, Xiao Lulang declared, "Then let us stay." The innkeeper led them to a room on the second floor. It was not without reason that this was the last remaining room. The space was small and rather chilly. However, considering the heavy snow outside, the inn generously provided them with a basin of charcoal for warmth. The room rate was 201, having increased from the usual 100 due to the festive season. After placing the charcoal down, the innkeeper departed, informing them that dinner could be enjoyed in the main hall or delivered directly to their room. To Gu Jiao's surprise, there was indeed room service. However, she chose not to dine at the inn. Instead, she opened the window, leaned her small frame on the windowsill, and drooled at a stall across the alley selling osmanthus cakes. She discovered that she had undergone some changes from her previous life. For instance, she had never been fond of sweets or spicy food, yet here she found herself quite enamored with osmanthus cake and pickled vegetables. "Do you wish to indulge in osmanthus cake?" Xiao Lulang, standing beside her, noticed the drool forming at the corners of her mouth. Gu Jiao nodded in affirmation. Xiao Lulang then escorted Gu Jiao out of the inn. The snow was falling more heavily outside, though the wind had ceased, and the snowflakes descended gently, creating a serene and enchanting beauty. In the snowy landscape, Xiao Lulang appeared even more handsome, capturing the attention of passers-by who couldn't seem to look away. In the morning, Gu Jiao had reminded Xiao Lulang to bring an extra cloak, yet she had forgotten to do so herself. Moreover, her delicate frame was indeed more susceptible to the cold than in her past life, hence her shivering was not merely pretentious. She widened her eyes, gazing innocently at him, as if perplexed by his intentions. "Ah?" Xiao Lulang opened his mouth, slightly furrowed his brow, yet seemed resigned as he draped the cloak over her shoulders. The garment retained his warmth and a subtle, delightful fragrance, enveloping her in comfort. Gu Jiao's sparkling eyes blinked at him. "Thank you," she replied, her voice soft and sweet, causing her to startle herself. Xiao Lulang remained silent, but Gu Jiao noticed that he had slowed his pace. Oh, so he knew to wait for her? The two crossed the street and arrived at the stall, only to discover that it not only sold osmanthus cake but also steaming tang yuan. Gu Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly glowing with anticipation. Xiao Lulang ordered 2 bowls of rice wine tang yuan, and they sat down together. Gu Jiao requested the vendor to add a fried egg to her dish. The proprietor presumed it was she who desired to eat. Thus he placed the dish into her bowl. However, when the glutinous rice balls were served, Gu Jiao deftly scooped the poached egg with her spoon and placed it into Xiao Liulong's bowl. Hailing from a modest background, they seldom dined out. As Gu Jiao offered him the solitary poached egg, a flicker of complexity passed through Xiao Liulong's gaze. "Boss, another poached egg, please," he requested in a low, mellifluous tone that resonated with an added chill amidst the swirling snow. The proprietor, moved by the affection of the young couple, took special care to prepare a poached egg that was both large and exquisite. Gu Jiao silently prodded the golden yellow egg with her spoon. Truth be told, she merely harbored a dislike for poached eggs. Initially, her intent was to indulge in osmanthus cake. Yet a bowl of glutinous rice balls accompanied by a poached egg had rendered her uncomfortably full. The room housed a charcoal brazier, which mitigated the cold somewhat. Gu Jiao removed her outer robe and summoned a server to bring a pot of hot tea. The server inquired if they required hot water, to which Gu Jiao consented. After refreshing themselves, they prepared to rest. There was but a single bed in the frigid room, and laying on the ground was out of the question, for it would surely lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, there were 2 quilts, allowing Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang each to cover themselves with one. As Gu Jiao snuggled under the quilt, she began to comprehend why 2 quilts were necessary, not merely due to their 2-person occupancy, but rather because one quilt was insufficiently warm. She found herself unable to sleep, her hands and feet icy. Listening to Xiao Liulong's steady breathing, she realized he too was awake. Hesitantly, Gu Jiao contemplated calling to him but discovered that she had yet to formally address him. Likewise, he had not referred to her by name. As if they both remained uncertain of the nature of their relationship. Spouses? No. Friends? No, this is absolutely not it. In the end, Gu Jiao reluctantly decided to address him as Xiang Gong. The first utterance felt unfamiliar, her voice slightly faltering. For a moment, Xiao Lulang was taken aback, seemingly stunned by her call. After a lengthy pause, he finally responded in a low tone, asking, "Is there something you need? Are you cold? Are you very cold?" Gu Jiao inquired. Came her delicate voice, tinged with a hint of a nasal tone from the chill. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment before he shared half of his quilt with her, draping it over her own, adhering to the principle of mutual sharing. Gu Jiao reciprocated by covering him with her quilt as well, leading to a complete sharing of warmth between them. The boy's body radiated heat, akin to a small furnace, and Gu Jiao instantly felt a surge of warmth enveloping her. Xiao Lulang appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly torn between the notion of ejecting this unexpected guest from his quilt. "Xiang Gong, I'm no longer cold." The girl's voice was soft, imbued with a touch of innocence and contentment. Xiao Lulang found himself unable to act. Chapter 32, Embrace in Her Previous Life. Gu Jiao had never shared a bed with anyone, not even with female roommates. She had anticipated some difficulty in falling asleep, yet soon succumbed to slumber within the comforting aura surrounding her. She ventured to meet her dreams, while Xiao Lulang remained awake, gazing at Gu Jiao, who lay beside him. The faint light of snow filtered through the paper window, casting a gentle glow upon her face. She lay on her side, the side of her face bearing a birthmark pressed against the bedding. She appeared to genuinely fear the cold, her delicate face flushed a rosy hue, with long lashes framing her exquisitely refined features. Were it not for the birthmark, she would undoubtedly be a strikingly beautiful girl, ethereal in her charm. For reasons unknown, a flicker of pity crossed Xiao Liulong's heart, yet he swiftly furrowed his brow, erasing such sentiments from his mind. Xiao Lulang was an exemplary sleeper, remaining almost motionless throughout the night. Gu Jiao, too, behaved well, aside from inching closer to Xiao Lulang, wrapping her arms and legs around him. Her little head nestled on his shoulder, she exhibited no other peculiarities. Gu Jiao slumbered soundly until dawn, awakening to find Xiao Lulang already risen, seated by the window engrossed in a book. The morning light streamed through the papered window, illuminating his handsome, jade-like visage. Whether it was merely Gu Jiao's imagination, she felt he seemed slightly flushed. "You're awake," Xiao Lulang greeted Gu Jiao with utmost seriousness, his gaze not strained to the girl by the bed. "Yes, I'm awake." "Good morning," Gu Jiao replied, rubbing her eyes and stifling a small yawn, still enveloped in the remnants of sleep, her voice laced with a languorous, childlike tone. What man could withstand such a sight so early in the morning? Xiao Lulang felt a surge in his chest, almost leaping to his feet. "I shall go fetch breakfast." With that, he flung the door open and departed, leaving Gu Jiao in a state of bewilderment, scratching her small head in confusion. The snow had ceased in the dead of night, and today the sun shone particularly brightly. At that moment, Xiao Lulang found himself at a loss for words. After all, this marked the third occasion he had narrowly escaped disaster due to her presence. The elderly matriarch was up, sitting in the main room, brooding in silence. To avoid the misfortunes foretold in her dreams, she had no choice but to insist that Xiao Lulang stay overnight in town. The elderly lady was incapable of lighting a fire. She had gnawed on cold steamed buns the previous night and was once again reduced to the same fate this morning, her teeth nearly suffering from the ordeal. Gu Jiao found herself puzzled. How could a seemingly impoverished old woman, once a lady of a grand household or perhaps even a former empress, be so inept at such a fundamental task? Silently, she produced a packet of candied fruits and a box of osmanthus cake, saying, "You may indulge in 2 more today." The elderly lady retorted, "No. 5. Gu Jiao countered. 3. "Deal." The old woman exclaimed, clutching the sweets and turning away to relish her treat. Meanwhile, the news of Gu Das-hun and the Liu family being apprehended had already spread throughout the village, attracting curious onlookers from neighboring areas. Unbeknownst to them, the connection to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao remained obscure, prompting them to flock to the Gu family's ancestral home in search of information. At noon, 2 constables arrived at their door, seeking Gu Jiao. They inquired, "Why did you engage in a brawl?" Gu Jiao replied coldly, "He bumped into me. He bullied me. He even insulted me." Having been struck and insulted, she pursued him with a sickle for several streets. "My dear lady, you are quite the heroine," one constable remarked. Had it been anyone else, the officers might have cast doubt on her actions. However, having learned from the Zhou and Lu families that Gu Jiao was somewhat simple-minded, they understood that a fool's behavior could not be judged by conventional standards. Thus, even in this situation, no one suspected that Gu Jiao had been intentionally lying in wait to ambush the thief, nor that she had deliberately frightened him off, leaving behind the silver for the greedy Zhou and Lu. Even they believed it was merely an unfortunate accident. Only Xiao Lulang harbored a lingering suspicion that the circumstances were far too coincidental. That individual might indeed be the thief. What has become of him? Inquired the constable. He fled, Gu Jiao replied with a shrug. Do you still recall his appearance? The constable pressed further. Well, Gu Jiao furrowed her brow. At that moment, Xiao Lulang emerged holding a portrait. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Yes, that is the very person. The constable exchanged an awkward glance with the artist. It was rather embarrassing for a distinguished court artist to be outdone by a mere student, certainly a blow to one's pride. Once the portrait was obtained, the case was swiftly resolved. However, the Zhou and Lu families were not immediately released by the court. The reason lay in the fact that when the constables initially approached the Gu family to inquire about the source of their wealth, they had insisted, with unwavering conviction, that it was earned from selling mountain goods. The substantial sum, along with their deceit and refusal to comply, constituted a clear case of embezzlement, resulting in a penalty of 20 taels of silver and 30 lashes each. As for Gu Das-han, with his mother and second-hand engaging in such disgraceful conduct, the family reputation was tarnished, and he too found himself publicly shamed. Chapter 33. Gentle coaxing. Gu Jiao felt elated, even indulging in an extra half-bowl of dinner. That afternoon, a light snow had fallen, though it ceased shortly after, leaving the roads navigable, albeit a tad chilly. By the time Xiao Lulang returned home, his hands were nearly frozen. Gu Jiao hurriedly offered him a warm bowl of ginger soup. Despite the cold, he savored the soup with unhurried grace, a reflection of his innate nobility and elegance. Gu Jiao gazed at him intently. What is it? He turned to ask, unfazed by being caught in the act. Gu Jiao smiled sweetly. It's nothing, you drink up. I'll go serve the rice. Gu Jiao brought the steaming dishes from the pot and called the elderly lady to dine together. Just as they were halfway through their meal, an unexpected visitor arrived at their doorstep. I want to open the door. Gu Jiao set down her chopsticks. Let me handle this, said Xiao Lulang, rising with the aid of his cane. Continue your meal, the elderly lady instructed Gu Jiao, although in her mind, Xiao Lulang was her grandnephew, and Gu Jiao merely her granddaughter-in-law. She never showed favoritism towards him. Gu Jiao resumed her meal as Xiao Lulang unlatched the door, only to find that the individuals standing outside were not villagers, but rather a young master and his servant. The young gentleman, adorned in luxurious attire, exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably the scion of a wealthy family. Xiao Lulang was somewhat taken aback, and indeed they were all surprised. They had come to seek Gu Jiao, but were wholly unprepared to be greeted by a youth. The young lad, dressed in the pristine white attire of Tianxiang Academy, radiated an ethereal and refined demeanor, his features exquisite and his countenance picturesque. In such a remote village, the presence of such a delicate youth left both the master and servant momentarily speechless. The young gentleman broke the silence. May I inquire if this is the residence of Miss Gu? And you are? Xiao Lulang asked coolly. What business do you have with her? Business with her? The young gentleman paused, momentarily taken aback. My surname is Qin, young sir? Gu Jiao approached, regarding the young gentleman with an odd expression. What brings you here? Upon seeing her, the young master almost fled in fright. That's a question I should be asking you. What are you doing here? It is my home. Where else would I be? Gu Jiao replied. As the conversation hung in the air, young Mr. Qin suddenly grasped something, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are Miss Gu? Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully stroking her chin. So, you were unaware of my identity all along? It was rather amusing that the original owner had been entangled with him for so long, yet he had not inquired about her identity. Gu Jiao remarked with a hint of irony, Oh dear, I can't shake the feeling that my husband is upset. It was then that young Mr. Qin noticed the limp of Xiao Lulang. He pondered, how could such a handsome youth possibly marry a foolish, wayward girl? It turns out he was a lame man. What brings you to my home? Gu Jiao inquired coldly. Young Mr. Qin then realized another detail. The once fervent admiration in the foolish girl's eyes had vanished, and she appeared far from foolish now. Let us speak of matters at hand. If there is nothing to discuss, please take your leave. Gu Jiao stated as she moved to close the door. The officers had not revealed that the daughter of the Gu family was the simpleton from Qingchuan village. Otherwise, young Mr. Qin would not have sought her out himself. Upon hearing young Mr. Qin's words, Gu Jiao was taken aback. Truth be told, she had not anticipated that the owner of the lost item was him. In her dreams, she had only been focused on observing Xiao Lulang, forgetting entirely what the owner looked like. However, she had indeed found that letter. Turning back into the house, Gu Jiao retrieved the letter and stepped outside, asking, "Is this what you meant?" Young Mr. Qin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed, you have found it. But why did you not inform the officers?" Gu Jiao shrugged. "The officers did not inquire, you see." "That is quite true. The officers must have overlooked it," he conceded. With a gracious gesture, Gu Jiao handed him the letter. Young Master Qin hurriedly retrieved the letter, sealed with wax and untouched by any prior hands. The joy of its recovery instantly transformed his perception of her. Perhaps her previous foolish actions were merely the result of a lack of clarity. For her intrinsic nature was not malevolent. She was indeed a good-hearted girl who would not keep what was lost. "I truly thank you," young Master Qin expressed earnestly. Gu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him, nonchalantly responding, "Is that all? Just a verbal acknowledgement?" Young Master Qin was taken aback. Gu Jiao continued with a faint smile. "What about something more tangible, perhaps silver?" Young Master Qin was rendered speechless. Where was that virtuous girl who would not keep lost possessions? A quarter of an hour later, Gu Jiao entered the room with 100 taels of silver. This sum was thrice what the Zhou and Lu families had acquired, and it was willingly given by young Master Qin, both reasonable and lawful. Where's my husband?" Gu Jiao inquired of the old lady. The old lady gestured toward Xiao Yulong's room. Gu Jiao pushed the door open. Xiao Lulang was engrossed in copying texts, his demeanor icy. Gu Jiao approached, gingerly placing the acquired silver on his desk. Xiao Lulang did not even cast a glance in her direction. "Are you upset?" Gu Jiao asked softly. Xiao Lulang turned away, ignoring her. His haughty demeanor only served to endear him further to Gu Jiao. She leaned in closer, bending slightly, and whispered in his ear, "How could you say that? At such a tender age, my eyes are blind? When you were clearly so unattractive." Xiao Yulong's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The proximity was palpable. Her breath brushing against his earlobe. All his displeasure dissipated at her final remark. Having been thoroughly disillusioned with young Master Qin, it appears she has genuinely resigned herself to the situation. In truth, he ought not to feel anger, for they were never truly married. Inevitably, he would depart from her in this place. Whether she remained with young Master Qin or not was of no concern to him in the past. And it should be of no concern now. Gu Jiao softly coaxed, "Are you no longer angry? I promise I won't look at him again." "Look as you wish," Xiao Lulang replied coldly. Gu Jiao smiled, leaning close to Xiao Yulong's ear, whispering, "He is not as handsome as you." Xiao Lulang. Chapter 34. Purchasing a mountain with the newfound wealth, Gu Jiao pondered over her next venture. The following day, upon Xiao Yulong's return from school, the three of them sat down to dine in the main hall. Although they referred to themselves as a family of three, the bonds between them were tenuous at best. Nonetheless, an eerie sense of harmony prevailed. The elderly matron gnawed on a sizable chicken leg and cast a glance at Gu Jiao, stating, "If you have something to say, then say it." Gu Jiao replied, "You have sharp eyes, old lady. How did you discern that I had something to discuss?" "I wish to purchase a mountain," Gu Jiao declared. "Is it winter or autumn clothing?" The matron shot Gu Jiao a bemused look, as if to imply that such trivialities were hardly worth lingering over. "I am not referring to garments, but to the mountain behind our village." Gu Jiao had frequently foraged for wood ear mushrooms and mountain fungi there, discovering an abundance of valuable resources. Should she acquire it, she could gather mountain goods, harvest medicinal herbs, fell timber, and hunt. In essence, the entire hillside brimmed with worth. It would undoubtedly yield a profit. "Let us buy it." To her astonishment, the matron exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. When it came to spending money, she was undeniably generous beyond reproach. Were this to involve the esteemed matriarch of the Wu family, she would likely leap to berate Gu Jiao, calling her a little harbinger of misfortune and a spendthrift, exclaiming, "You intend to purchase a mountain? Do you think money falls from the sky?" In the eyes of most villagers, mountains hold little value. At best, they might provide some firewood or wild vegetables. Although there are certainly wild goods and game to be found, no one would consider acquiring an entire mountain for such trivial gains. Gu Jiao, possessing both discernment and the capacity to navigate the perils of the wilderness, envisioned that the mountain would transform into a veritable treasure trove under her stewardship. Traditionally, she would independently make such decisions, and Xiao Lulang had never interfered. However, since the arrival of the matriarch, their dynamics seemed to have subtly shifted. "Are you referring to the mountain behind Uncle Luo's house?" Xiao Lulang inquired. "Indeed," Gu Jiao affirmed with a nod. Qingchuan village is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, and she had her sights set on the central peak, a favored destination for the villagers, with Uncle Luo's residence nestled at its base. Very well. I shall inquire with the village head shortly, Xiao Lulang replied without hesitation. Gu Jiao scratched her head. The village head was her grandfather, and while she could certainly ask, her intent was not to burden him with additional tasks. After dinner, Xiao Lulang made his way to the Gu family's ancestral home. The Zhou and Lu families had recently faced punishment from the authorities, and for the past few days, they had been dutifully recuperating indoors, resulting in a notably quieter household. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Gu Xiaoshan greeted him at the door. I seek the village head, Xiao Lulang responded, although he was now betrothed to Gu Jiao. He consistently referred to the elder as the village head. Oh, Gu Xiaoshan was merely surprised by her brother-in-law's unexpected visit. Yet she was not astonished by the title he bore. After all, the Gu family had coerced him into marriage first, subsequently exploiting his hard-earned money, accumulating debts with each transaction. Sir, your brother-in-law has arrived, Gu Xiaoshan announced as she ushered Xiao Lulang into the residence of the elderly Mr. Gu. The old gentleman cast a somewhat surprised glance at Xiao Lulang, recalling that this was indeed the first occasion he had visited the Gu family home since his marriage to Gu Jiao. What brings you here at such a late hour? Mr. Gu inquired. Xiao Lulang replied in a rather indifferent tone, I wish to inquire about the sale of the mountain behind Uncle Luo's house. Why do you ask? Mr. Gu questioned. Does someone from your academy wish to purchase the mountain? Little did Mr. Gu's imagination wander. He could never have guessed that his own granddaughter was the one interested in acquiring it. The mountain was quite an expensive endeavor, and it was not merely a matter of anyone being able to buy it. That mountain was not under the jurisdiction of their village or the county office. It belonged to the temple. A temple? Xiao Lulang furrowed his brow slightly, unaware that there was a temple in the vicinity. Mr. Gu confirmed, indeed, it is a temple. You have not been here long. Perhaps you have yet to visit it. If you circle around to the other side of the mountain, it takes about an hour to reach. If your academy wishes to buy the mountain, you will need to consult the abbot at the temple. As an afterthought, Mr. Gu added, by the way, it is worth mentioning that Zhao was born in that very temple. Xiao Lulang relayed Mr. Gu's words with great precision. It is the land of the temple. The original owner had never visited that temple. No, according to the venerable Gu, she was born there. So one could say she had indeed been there. Did they mention how much silver would be needed? Not specifically, but perhaps 100 taels might be insufficient, remarked Xiao Lulang. Oh, I have that amount, Gu Jiao said as she produced a handful of silver coins and placed them upon the table. The elderly lady's action of cracking sunflower seeds came to an abrupt halt. Yet, that was not the end. Gu Jiao continued to retrieve more and more handfuls of coins. Both the elderly lady and Xiao Lulang were momentarily taken aback. Surely, there must be at least 20 or 30 taels here. Where could she have acquired such wealth? Regaining his composure, Xiao Lulang inquired, Did you earn all this from selling mountain goods? Indeed, Gu Jiao replied, striving to widen her eyes with sincerity. It is certainly not from fighting. Xiao Lulang remained speechless. In ancient times, there were not many holidays for students, aside from the 10-day intervals of the Sun holiday, the farming breaks during busy seasons, and the clothing distribution holiday in September. One only had the New Year holiday from the 12th month to the 1st month. Traditionally, the New Year holiday commenced in early December, but this year it was postponed to the latter part of the month, and due to the impending holiday, there would be no Sun holidays for the next half month. Gu Jiao did not wish for Xiao Lulang to request leave from the academy for this matter, so she resolved to visit the temple herself. Your great aunt. Her ailment is not severe. It is not contagious. Ah, that is not what I meant. Gu Jiao was fully aware of Xuaningxiang's assistance in fabricating the lie, naturally deducing that Xuaningxiang had also unraveled some truths. However, Xuaningxiang had neither exposed her nor distanced herself from Gu Jiao. Xuaningxiang did not inquire how Gu Jiao had cured the leprosy. She simply chose to place her trust in her. Rest assured, I will take good care of your aunt, she assured. Chapter 35, A Reunion. Gu Jiao, carrying a basket, ventured to the opposite side of the mountain. Her pace surpassed that of an ordinary person, yet it still took her an hour to reach the temple. Just as noon approached, this temple was not particularly large. An ancient, weathered plaque bore the inscription Ning'an Temple, perhaps due to the snowy weather. There were no pilgrims to be found along her path. The monks in the temple were few, and despite her prolonged stay, she had yet to encounter a single one. Could it be that this temple was deserted? Yet, the ground was meticulously kept, as if tended to daily. Lost in thought, Gu Jiao arrived at the Guanyin Hall. She stood behind a pillar and inadvertently cast a glance into the hall, finally catching sight of the first living soul of the day. It was a lady adorned in fine silk and satin. Though her attire was luxurious, it was not ostentatious. A white cloak draped over her shoulders, reflecting the light of the surrounding snow. From Gu Zhao's vantage point, she could only see the woman's back, yet she sensed an aura of gentle elegance emanating from her. The lady bowed reverently, her hands pressed together as she murmured, "May the Bodhisattva bless my son with peace and prosperity." Her voice was unexpectedly soft and melodious. Gu Zhao seldom took notice of strangers, especially women, as she was not particularly fond of them. However, as she found herself mesmerized by the scene, a sudden exclamation broke the tranquility. "Who is this little thing? How dare you spy on my lady?" The little monks were caught admiring a beautiful woman, and with a startled cry, they hurriedly fled. Indeed, there were monks, albeit very small ones. One of the little ones, in a fluster, ran in the wrong direction and collided with Gu Zhao's leg with a soft thud before tumbling to the ground. Gu Zhao was utterly charmed by this bewildered little creature and suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle his hair. However, before she could extend her hand, the little one scrambled to his feet and scampered away with a series of chirps. At that moment, a lady who had been worshipping the Buddha in the hall emerged. Addressing her green-clad maid, "Lure, do not be disrespectful." The maid, referred to as Lure, muttered as she approached, "Those little rascals need to be taught a lesson, otherwise they'll grow too bold and come causing a ruckus at your meditation chamber." "They are merely children," the lady replied. The maid pursed her lips in apparent disapproval but refrained from further arguing with her mistress. Just as Gu Zhao thought the two were about to depart, the lady unexpectedly turned her gaze toward her. Gu Zhao's figure was entirely concealed by a pillar, and even the approaching maid had not noticed her presence. It was a mystery how this lady had perceived her. "Who is that?" The maid instantly became vigilant. Gu Zhao had no choice but to step forward. She was clad in a shabby, pale purple floral short jacket, brown cotton trousers, and worn black cloth shoes that were already soaked with melted snow. On her back, she carried a tattered small basket, and her hair was hastily gathered into a bun atop her head, giving her the appearance of a poor country girl, especially with the conspicuous red birthmark on her face. A trace of disdain flickered across the maid's countenance. In the lady's eyes, there was not a trace of disdain. The snow had ceased, and the temple's rooftops were adorned with a pristine layer of white, while the mountains were draped in a silvery cloak. The world was enveloped in an ethereal whiteness, yet none of this could compare to her exquisite beauty. It was the first time Gu Zhao had encountered a woman of such stunning allure. However, what captivated her most was the lady's demeanor, gentle, elegant, and dignified. "Are you here to pay your respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva?" the lady inquired with a smile. Such a soft voice and a tender smile. Gu Zhao momentarily lost her composure and replied, "No, I am here to seek the abbot." The lady gently responded, "The abbot has descended the mountain." Before she could finish, another maid hurriedly approached with a food box. The ground was still slick with unmelted ice, and as she slipped, she let out a startled cry. Tumbling forward, not only did she fall, but the food box also flew from her grasp, heading straight for the lady. In a swift motion, Gu Zhao stepped forward, shielding her with her arm. The box burst open midair, spilling its contents, broth and vegetables, over Gu Zhao, drenching her completely. The lady gasped in alarm. "Are you all right, my dear?" "I am fine," Gu Zhao replied. "The weather is so cold that the food is no longer hot. It is merely the broth clinging to me that feels rather uncomfortable." The lady looked at Gu Zhao in her disheveled state, feeling a pang of guilt. She turned her gaze to the maid sprawled on the ground and sighed. "Can't one walk properly?" The maidservant suffered a considerable fall, her knee visibly swollen. She suppressed a cry of pain as she rose, lamenting that the path was too slick. The lady of the house, understanding it was unintentional, yet feeling remorseful for the young woman's soiled garments, addressed Gu Zhao with a hint of apology. She extended an invitation for Gu Zhao to accompany her to a private chamber to change into something clean. Gu Zhao, after a moment's consideration, accepted. The lady was evidently a frequent visitor to the temple, possessing a private chamber that exuded an understated elegance, perfectly complementing her refined disposition. Two maids followed them inside. The lady instructed the maid named Lu Er, adorned in a green vest, to open a chest. Lu Er voiced her displeasure, protesting that the chest contained her young mistress's garments. She questioned if a rustic country girl was worthy of wearing her mistress's clothes. The lady's gentle countenance hardened slightly, and she instructed the maid to leave and bring in another serving of vegetarian fare, remembering to provide one for the young woman as well. Sensing her mistress's displeasure, the maid lowered her head in acknowledgement. The lady then personally selected an outfit for Gu Zhao, explaining that it belonged to her daughter and hoping it would fit, but emphasizing that it was better than remaining in damp clothing. Gu Jiao retired behind a screen to change. Surprisingly, the garment fit perfectly. The lady remarked with a smile that the clothes seemed to suit her even more than her own daughter. She inquired about Gu Jiao's age, to which the latter replied that she was 14. Madame's eyes brightened. Just the same age as my daughter, who was born in this temple. Gu Jiao replied. What a coincidence. So was I. Chapter 36. The birthmark. The lady gestured towards the Kong beside her and said gently, Please, have a seat. Gu Jiao sat down on the Kong, with a small table between them adorned with a few exquisite pastries. The lady pushed the delicacies towards her and said, You must be hungry. Have a bite. The vegetarian meal will arrive shortly. Yes. After climbing for such a long time, Gu Jiao indeed felt famished. She selected a yellow, flower-shaped pastry. Gu Jiao was quiet. Is it delicious? The lady inquired. Gu Jiao nodded. Noticing the lady's skeptical gaze, she paused and added, It's better than what S served at Li's. What is Li's? The lady asked. The best pastry shop in town, Gu Jiao replied. At last. The lady felt reassured. In truth, she had handcrafted these pastries herself. During her leisure time at home, she would often prepare treats to pass the time. Unfortunately, her son, frail and ailing, could not partake, while her daughter, in perfect health, had no appetite for such delights, leading her to question whether her baking was lacking in taste. Gu Jiao's enjoyment was genuine, not feigned. The lady found a sense of fulfillment in Gu Jiao's appreciation and couldn't help but gaze at her a little longer. Gu Jiao bore a birthmark on her face, something the lady had noticed earlier. What a lovely girl, such a pity. She thought to herself with a sense of quiet regret. Then, her attention shifted to Gu Jiao's hands. Those were the hands of one accustomed to labor. Calloused palms and scarred backs telling tales of toil. The lady reflected upon her daughter. Relieved that she was born into a noble family and spared the hardships of common folk. Otherwise, as a mother, she would have been utterly heartbroken. Gu Jiao, however, did not forget her purpose and took her leave to visit the Zen room of the abbot. The abbot, though advanced in years and sporting a white beard, exuded a vigorous spirit, likely a testament to his years of cultivation and martial practice. Gu Jiao succinctly articulated her intent. Might I inquire if the abbot would be willing to sell? Just as she was about to ask, Is there something on my face? She recalled that indeed, there was something on her face. Abbot? Gu Jiao prompted. Indeed, she confirmed. The abbot inquired, How old are you this year? Was this topic shifting rather abruptly? Could one not purchase mountains at a young age? Gu Jiao responded nonchalantly. Very well. I shall choose a day to return before the year ends, she declared, rising to take her leave. The abbot's gaze remained fixed upon her birthmark. Gu Jiao furrowed her brow slightly, saying, Abbot, while I do not mind how others perceive me as monastic, is it not somewhat inappropriate to continuously focus on the flaws of others? The abbot quickly apologized. Forgive my indiscretion. Please do not take offense, young benefactor. A disciple stepped forward, asking, Abbot, what troubles you? I was reminded of something, the abbot replied. What matter? The disciple inquired. The abbot sighed deeply. It is a matter from many years past. That evening, he indulged excessively in libations and intended to apply a touch of vermilion to the newborn infant. However, his hand trembled, resulting in a mark upon the delicate face of the little girl. The following day, upon awakening and recalling his foolish actions, he hastily sought out Madame Ho to express his apologies, only to discover that the child cradled in her arms bore a pristine complexion, entirely devoid of any trace of vermilion. Given his inebriated state, his recollection was rather uncertain. Thus, if the infant's visage remained unmarked, perhaps he had not committed such an act after all. Yet, he remembered that he had indeed marked the daughter of the Ho family, while the girl had claimed to be a villager from the foot of the mountain. After leaving the meditation room, Gu Jiao sought out the aforementioned lady, only to be informed that she had already descended the mountain. A few boxes of pastries were entrusted to a young monk to deliver to her, accompanied by a request for her to graciously accept them. The monk, who was tidying the meditation room, handed Gu Jiao a large bundle. Weighing it in her hands, she realized that the lady had left all the pastries for her. With a soft sigh, Gu Jiao reflected on the fact that the garments lent to her had yet to be returned. Although the attire provided by the lady was indeed exquisite, it was ill-suited for traversing the mountainous terrain, as she suspected it would snag after just a few steps. One could hardly blame the quality. Those who could afford such fabric were not accustomed to walking. As Gu Jiao hurried home, she felt a twinge of concern regarding the compatibility of the elderly lady with the neighbors, considering the elder's irritable temperament and selective nature, which rendered her exceedingly unsociable. To her astonishment, upon entering her home, she was met with a bewildering sight. What was happening? Why were there so many people? And all of them were women? Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were not inclined to socialize with the villagers. In the past, they would only receive visitors when someone required a letter to be read. With a record of 3 visitors in a single day, nevermore. Thus, Gu Jiao was perplexed as to why their main hall had suddenly become crowded. The formidable matriarch sat regally in the foremost chair, while Aunt Luo, the wife of Uncle Luo, respectfully held a teapot beside her. On the opposite side stood Gui Fong, the young daughter-in-law from Aunt Zhang's family, balancing a tray adorned with sunflower seeds and teacups. Gu Jiao was further confounded. Wasn't Gui Fong just recovering from childbirth? The rest of the crowd seemed unworthy of approaching and thus stood across the room, jostling one another, resembling a rural rendition of a palace intrigue drama. As everyone departed, they awkwardly bowed to the matriarch, resembling a chaotic scene of a calamitous accident rather than a graceful court. Gu Jiao, astonished, turned to her companion Xuaningxiang and inquired, "What has our matriarch done this time?" Xuaningxiang, barely concealing her admiration, replied, "Auntie is entertaining the villagers with tales of the theater. Her storytelling is quite captivating." After a moment's contemplation, Xuaningxiang realized what Gu Jiao was referring to. "Oh, you mean that? Auntie taught them. She said the people from the theater behave like this. However, those from the theater would never act so." The matriarch was overtly coaxing the villagers into bowing to her. Gu Jiao was left wondering where such a matriarch, capable of such antics, had come from. In ancient times, people cherished the theater, as it was one of the few forms of entertainment available, particularly for women. In the countryside, it is quite rare to hear a performance. The nearest theater is located in the town, and it requires quite a few coins to gain entry, a luxury the rural folk cannot afford. Although the elderly lady cannot sing, she possesses the gift of gab and recounts tales with great detail. "Where did you hear the performance?" Gu Jiao inquired, leaning in. "I cannot recall," the elderly lady replied, shaking her head. Seeing her demeanor did not suggest deceit, Gu Jiao pressed on, "Do you remember anything else?" The elderly lady pondered earnestly. "No, nothing at all." Gu Jiao responded, "Could you refrain from misleading people in the future?" The elderly lady contemplated once more. "I cannot." Gu Jiao sighed. As the year-end approached, Gu Jiao became increasingly busy, leaving her little time to keep a watchful eye on the elderly lady. Occasionally, the old woman would create a scene, yet she managed to handle it herself without causing trouble for Gu Jiao or Xiao Lulang. Gu Xiaoshuan's grades remained consistently poor, still ranking last in his class. Xiao Lulang improved by 1 position, yet this advancement was not due to his own merit. Rather, it stemmed from the illness of the students who originally occupied the second-to-last and fourth-to-last places, thereby leaving him tied for last with Gu Xiaoshan. Some speculated that he had exhausted his talents, while others suspected he had initially gained admission through deceit. However, Deanley steadfastly believed in Xiao Luolang's capabilities. Regardless of the naysayers, he was unwilling to abandon Xiao Lulang. The imperial examination occurs every 3 years, and next year marks the autumn examination. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 3 years. To participate in the autumn examination, candidates must be registered scholars, or shiozai. After the new year, there will be a county examination, and after a moment's hesitation, Deanley took it upon himself to enroll Xiao Lulang. At present, Gu Jiao remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. The academy has commenced its winter break, and tomorrow marks the day of Xiao Luolang's surgery. She must ensure a restful night's sleep to prepare herself in optimal condition. Before retiring for the night, Gu Jiao meticulously examined her small medicine chest, and as anticipated, the anesthetics and syringes required for the operation were all present. These medications were not the typical ones found in pharmacies of her previous life. They were exclusively products from the Research Institute. Gu Jiao harbored serious doubts that as long as the institute remained operational, her supply of medicines would continue indefinitely. Indeed, this was a fortunate circumstance. Contented, she enjoyed a restful sleep. Upon awakening, she prepared breakfast and brewed the medicine for the elderly matron. As Gu Jiao brought the medicine to the matron's room, the elderly lady hesitated, scrutinizing the pills on the plate and the herbal concoction in the bowl. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, "Why do I feel that this medicinal broth is optional?" "You are overthinking it. Both the broth and the pills are equally vital." Gu Jiao replied with an unflinching demeanor. The matron, still skeptical, consumed both the pills and the broth, grimacing at the bitter taste. Seriously suspecting that Gu Jiao had come to exact revenge for her previous mischief, Gu Jiao entrusted the matron's care to Xuaningxiang before departing with Xiao Lulang and Uncle Luo's ox cart to the medical hall. Such an important day would not be overlooked by Feng Lin, who had arrived early at the clinic. However, with the weather growing increasingly frigid. He was reluctant to sit indoors and instead remained outside, turning into a veritable icicle. Spotting the young couple in the ox cart, Feng Lin's expression soured. He felt an urge to chastise the couple, but he suppressed it, recognizing that Xiao had done no wrong. Rather, it was this woman who had grown increasingly shameless. Persistently clinging to Xiao, Gu Jiao suddenly recalled the inconvenience of transportation in ancient times. Distances that could be traversed by high-speed rail in a single day in her past life might take an entire month here. It was possible that Feng Lin had yet to reach home, even though his annual leave was already over. Gu Jiao merely responded with an "oh." Feng Lin, feeling as if he had struck a blow against cotton, remained speechless. The days had been predetermined. Manager Wang and the esteemed doctor had been waiting in the clinic since dawn. Both Feng Lin and Gu Jiao entered the room. The old doctor first inquired about Xiao Liulang's condition regarding the medicinal fumigation at home over the past few days. Xiao Liulang replied truthfully that he underwent medicinal fumigation every night before sleep. Upon returning home from school each evening, Gu Jiao had prepared the meals and brewed his medicine. The old doctor nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Lin then asked, "Dr. Zhang, is Xiao's leg healing well?" The old doctor replied, "Whether it is healing or not will only be determined after the surgery." "What? Surgery?" Feng Lin was taken aback, and a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Liulang's eyes. Gu Jiao had refrained from disclosing this information, fearing such a reaction. Surgery was not widespread in this era, and many held a low acceptance of it. Believing it was only applicable on the battlefield, Feng Lin exclaimed, "Dr. Zhang, you did not mention this before. However, given the gravity of the situation, performing surgery on a person," Feng Lin hesitated, asking, "Is there no alternative to surgery?" The old doctor nodded in affirmation. "Is success guaranteed?" Feng Lin inquired again. This echoed Gu Jiao's earlier sentiment, even as the most skilled physician at the research institute. She would never dare to assert that any surgery was devoid of risk. Xiao Liulang. Feng Lin hesitated further, being a conservative individual. He was reluctant to undertake such significant risks. Xiao Liulang slightly curled his lips and nonchalantly remarked, "Then let us proceed with the surgery. I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Zhang." His prompt agreement caught even Gu Jiao's attention. Despite their prolonged acquaintance, she had never truly comprehended him. However, in that fleeting moment, she sensed an icy indifference emanating from him. It was as if he harbored no concern for the possibility of surgical failure. Was he genuinely audacious? Or did he simply disregard his own life? Chapter 38. Success. Feng Lin exchanged glances with Gu Jiao, hoping she might persuade Xiao to reconsider, but she feigned ignorance, infuriating Feng Lin to no end. Before the operation, the elderly doctor presented a peculiar document, causing Xiao Liulang to pause momentarily. "What is this?" he inquired. The old doctor cleared his throat and explained, "It is the surgical consent form, requiring a family member's signature." It was quite perplexing. After decades of practicing medicine, he had never encountered such a document. However, since it was a strong request from Miss Gu, they had no choice but to comply. Feng Lin could not sign, nor could Xiao Liulang himself, leaving Dr. Gu to experience the peculiar role of a family member, only to tragically realize that she was unable to write her own name. How disheartening. Had she considered this predicament when she initially instructed the second master to draft the consent form? Signing with the fluid strokes of her past life's medical expertise might have been dismissed as mere scribbles. The atmosphere grew tense as Gu Jiao fumbled with the pen. Her cheeks flushed with anxiety. She had intended to impress Xiao Liulang, yet her confidence had completely evaporated. Xiao Liulang cast a glance at Gu Jiao, who was adeptly grasping the writing brush, leading him to believe she could compose. Ultimately, it was Xiao Liulang who took up the pen, inscribing Gu Jiao's name. He was ushered into a designated chamber. The use of calming potions repeatedly could easily expose their ruse. So this time the old physician handed him a bowl of ma-fei-san. Ma-fei-san, an ancient anesthetic concoction said to have been created by the legendary healer Hua Tuo, has unfortunately lost its original formula. Present-day practitioners often utilize a powder or extract derived from the deadly nightshade flower. This potion not only induces a tranquil slumber but also relaxes the muscles and suppresses the secretion of sweat glands, thus earning the moniker dream-inducing medicine. It was not long after Xiao Liulang consumed it that he fell into a deep sleep. Gu Jiao sought an excuse to leave Feng Lin behind. This time, the wait would be longer than before. Rather than mentioning a need to relieve herself, she claimed she wished to stroll through the streets in search of festive goods. Feng Lin, infuriated, felt a pang of frustration. He had already refrained from stopping Xiao Xiong, but now that Xiao Xiong was in peril, she appeared to have the leisure to shop for New Year's supplies. Truly, she was a woman devoid of concern. The old physician, intrigued by the procedure, contemplated following Gu Jiao inside. Gu Jiao opened the medicine box and first administered a local anesthetic to Xiao Lulang. An hour later, Gu Jiao emerged with a small basket upon her back. The old physician and the second master hurried to greet her, in unison asking, "How did the surgery go?" Gu Jiao nodded, replying, "The operation was a resounding success. At the very least, if the surgery was successful, he would no longer endure pain." Reflecting upon the countless days and nights he had endured, tirelessly fetching water and gathering firewood, Gu Jiao felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Had she known the extent of his suffering, she would have disregarded his pride and spared him from such toil. When Xiao Lulang awakened, the familiar old doctor remained by his side. Xiao Lulang suddenly voiced his confusion, his gaze unfocused as he turned towards the old doctor. Believing the young man had not understood, the doctor chuckled lightly and said, "I advised you to abstain from alcohol, do not drink. Do you comprehend? At your young age, even without illness, you ought to refrain from indulging." Xiao Lulang lowered his eyes and replied, After imparting his instructions, the old doctor instructed an assistant to summon Feng Lin and Gu Jiao from the main hall. Feng Lin burst into the room, his first words being, "Xiao brother, you're still alive, right?" Behind him, Gu Jiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. As Feng Lin approached the bedside to assess Xiao Lulang's injuries, he found them already well bandaged, revealing only layers of gauze. "Does it hurt?" Feng Lin inquired. The effects of the anesthetic had waned, and though there was some discomfort, Xiao Lulang had grown accustomed to the pain over time. He shook his head and said, "Not really." Suddenly recalling something, Feng Lin turned sharply towards Gu Jiao, his expression fierce. "While you were absent, you missed Dr. Zhang's words, so listen closely. Memorize this well." He meticulously reiterated the old doctor's admonitions to her. Gu Jiao listened intently, while the old doctor discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Realizing that the young man was probably unaware of who had imparted these crucial instructions, just as they had traversed halfway through their conversation, both Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang's stomachs growled in unison. The two had emerged after breakfast, yet amidst the flurry of the day, they had entirely forgotten about lunch. The sky loomed dark and foreboding, suggesting an impending snowfall. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment before addressing Xiao Lulang, with the snow approaching. "It would be best not to dine outdoors. Allow me to procure a few scallion pancakes to appease our hunger." Fortunately, there was a vendor selling scallion pancakes nearby, and Xiao Lulang nodded in agreement. The stall was conveniently located at the corner they were passing, prompting Gu Jiao to nimbly leap down from the ox cart and stride purposefully towards her destination. Perhaps in her haste, she collided with someone. Gu Jiao was not merely a physician in her previous life. Such trifling antics would scarcely deceive her. No one had yet been born who could take advantage of her. After the collision, the individual hastily vanished into the throng. With a cold smirk, Gu Jiao glanced at the ground, her toe deftly flicking a small stone upwards, which she subsequently kicked with precision, striking the back of the miscreant's head. Chapter 39. The ritual wine. Perhaps it was the piercing nature of her gaze that cut through the vast crowd, striking the small thief like a blade. The thief instinctively sensed the danger, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to escape from Gu Jiao's clutches. She pursued him into a narrow alley. The small thief exerted every ounce of energy as he ran, yet Gu Jiao was relentlessly closing the gap. In his panic, he seemingly chose a dead-end alley, realizing too late that escape was futile. In a fit of desperation, the small thief brandished a dagger hidden within his sleeve, shouting, "Stay back, otherwise I will kill you." Gu Jiao did not even raise her eyelids. With a swift kick against the wall, she propelled herself forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, her other foot struck the small thief's dagger, sending it flying from his grasp. The thief's eyes widened in shock, and before he could even let out a cry, Gu Jiao descended upon him, landing a powerful kick to his chest, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. She approached him with an air of indifference, using her foot to push aside his body before retrieving the pouch that had fallen from his sleeve. With Xiao Lulang waiting on the ox cart, Gu Jiao had no time to waste nor any intention of reporting the incident, prepared to leave at once. However, just as she turned, the small thief stealthily grasped the dagger lying on the ground. Yet, before he could make a move, Gu Jiao swiftly placed her foot upon his wrist, shattering the bones with ease. "Seize him." Suddenly, several men dressed as guards rushed into the alley, casting a brief glance at Gu Jiao before disregarding her and heading directly towards the thief. "Have you found him?" At that moment, a young gentleman arrived, breathless and panting. Perhaps he had exerted himself too much in his haste, for he leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Gu Jiao brushed past him, and he called out, "Miss Gu?" She halted, turning to face him. Young Master Qin? Is this town truly so small? To encounter you while apprehending a thief? So soon? I thought it was said that habitual thieves are difficult to catch. Young Master Qin took the scroll from her hands, and the guards glanced at Gu Jiao, acknowledging. It was this young lady who apprehended him. During the previous incident, Mr. Qin's impression of Gu Jiao had undergone a transformation. Although Gu Jiao had swindled him out of 100 taels of silver, he found her avarice more palatable than her relentless pursuit. Thank you once again, Mr. Qin said politely. Gu Jiao glanced at him and remarked, Why do you always find yourself being robbed? Mr. Qin replied awkwardly, It must be that the news has leaked. And I've attracted the attention of rivals. He did not elaborate on the specifics, nor did Gu Jiao inquire further. Observing her unhesitating silhouette as she departed, Mr. Qin furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering whether she truly held no interest in him. Young master, another guard rushed over. I found this handkerchief on the ground. I wonder if it belongs to that young lady from earlier? Mr. Qin hastily seized the handkerchief and pursued Gu Jiao's vanishing figure. Miss Gu. As a man of privilege and refinement, Mr. Qin found himself winded after chasing the small thief, and his determination alone propelled him onward. Leaning against a cart, he struggled to catch his breath, unable to speak for quite some time. Xiao Yolang's gaze turned somewhat frosty. Gu Jiao shrugged, presenting an expression that conveyed indifference. As if to say, this has nothing to do with me, I do not know him. Is there something you need? Xiao Lulang asked coolly. Mr. Qin, momentarily taken aback by the voice, focused his attention on Xiao Lulang, his face flushing with embarrassment. Ah, Mr. Xiao, you are here as well. Xiao Lulang retorted. So you took the opportunity to pursue her while I was absent. Mr. Qin extended the handkerchief towards Gu Jiao. Miss Gu, you dropped your handkerchief. Gu Jiao glanced at it and replied, It's not mine. Ah. Young Master Qin found himself in a rather awkward situation after pursuing her for so long. The outcome was not in his favor, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. In his haste, he leaned forward, causing the painting he held to slip from his grasp. Landing squarely on the bullock cart and unfurling at the feet of Xiao Lulang. The artwork depicted a picturesque scene of the misty rain in Jiangnan, featuring mountains, water, and a black-sailed boat amidst the rain. Although Gu Jiao was not well versed in paintings, she found this particular piece to be rich in color and profound in sentiment. This painting was a rare treasure. Her father had specifically instructed her to safeguard it diligently, ensuring it remained unseen. At that moment, with the painting unexpectedly revealed, young Master Qin, who had initially been quite anxious, noticed Gu Jiao's curious gaze fixated on the artwork, prompting him to reconsider his urgency in concealing it. With a hint of pride, he proclaimed, This is the masterpiece of the young marquis of Zhaodu. It is titled Spring Mountains and Misty Rain, created when the young marquis was merely 12 years old during his travels in Jiangnan. Such works by the young marquis are priceless. And I procured this one at a considerable expense from an acquaintance. Gu Jiao, her eyes widening in astonishment, exclaimed, He painted this so beautifully at just 12? Her bewildered expression was endearing, rendering even the birthmark on her face charming in young Master Qin's eyes. He, feeling increasingly pleased, remarked, This is merely a casual sketch of his. It is said that he discarded it when he was dissatisfied, and a servant secretly preserved it. If you fancy it. Gu Jiao interjected. Meanwhile, Xiao Yolang's gaze drifted over the painting with a casual air, before he coolly stated, It is a forgery. Young Master Qin paused, momentarily taken aback before reacting vehemently, You are speaking nonsense. This painting of mine is undoubtedly an authentic masterpiece. How could it possibly be a forgery? Xiao Lulang asserted, It is indeed a counterfeit. Young Master Qin raised his voice in indignation. What makes you think it's a forgery? Xiao Lulang's glance seemed to convey that even a mere look was superfluous. What evidence do you possess that it is not a forgery? Such audacity in his words implied that the painting was so poorly executed that its flaws were glaringly obvious. Young Master Qin could no longer contain his anger. What do you know? You, a mere impoverished scholar, understand art? I have had it appraised by an expert. This is the genuine work of the young marquis. He never painted this piece, Xiao Lulang replied calmly. How do you know he has not? Do you know him? Upon uttering these words, young Master Qin himself found it amusing. How could a rural, limping youth possibly know the illustrious young Marquis of Zhao? The capital of the Zhao kingdom is home to numerous marquises, and their sons are many, all referred to as young marquises. Yet, only one is honored with the title of the young Marquis of Zhao. The young Marquis of Zhao is the legitimate son of the Shamping Marquis, born of the Princess of Xinyang, and is favored greatly by the current sovereign. At the tender age of 3, he graced the Golden Throne Hall. besting a multitude of scholars and rising to fame in a single contest. By 4, he entered the Imperial Academy, and by 5, he had perused the national texts. Mastering 6 languages. The esteemed director Li of the Tianxiang Academy is regarded as the foremost among the 4 literary talents of the capital. For the list of talents requires one to be at least 18 years old. Director Li's accomplishments in the imperial examinations remain unsurpassed, as this young marquis has never participated in them. By the age of 12, he was personally appointed by the sovereign as the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy. And envoys from 5 kingdoms have come to congratulate this youthful scholar, a true embodiment of brilliance that reigns supreme in Zhao. Alas, fate did not favor the young lord. For despite his unparalleled lineage and intellect, he met an untimely demise in a sudden inferno at the Imperial Academy, reportedly perishing in the flames. He departed this world on New Year's Eve, at the tender age of 14. Chapter 40. The word learning Xiao Lulang was not particularly close to him, so his attempt to offer guidance was merely a gesture. If he chose not to believe it, so be it. Gu Jiao had initially held a deep admiration for the painting, but upon discovering it was a forgery, her enthusiasm evaporated, and she returned it to young Master Qin. Observing the disdain etched upon her face, young Master Qin felt compelled to clarify. Do not heed his words. This painting is an authentic masterpiece, Gu Jiao resolutely declared. If my husband asserts it is a fake, then it is indeed a fake. Young Master Qin was truly vexed. In the past, he would have been indifferent to the opinions of a jester regarding his artwork. However, today was different, and he found himself unwilling to appear foolish before her. With his back straightened, he asserted, it is genuine. He has not experienced the world and lacks understanding of art. You are the one who has not experienced the world. Gu Jiao would not permit anyone to belittle her family. If previously young Master Qin had merely come to inquire about a letter, Xiao Lulang had only heard the outcome afterward. Now, he was witnessing firsthand Gu Jiao's indifference toward young Master Qin. She had actually quarreled with him on his behalf. Xiao Lulang regarded Gu Jiao with a profound gaze and suddenly, in a magnanimous manner, advised young Master Qin, if you intend to gift this painting, I would counsel you against making a fool of yourself. Very well. Uncle Luo, opting not to intervene in the affairs of the youth, smiled as he drove the ox cart away. Young Master Qin gazed at the 2 figures huddled together in the biting wind, sharing a scallion pancake, and was filled with an overwhelming desire to curse them as shameless wretches. His father, alarmed, inquired, what has happened? Surely nothing has gone awry. Nothing is amiss. Alas. Ultimately, young Master Qin relayed Xiao Luolang's words to his father. His father, even more resolute than him, retorted, you place your faith in the words of a mere cripple? He is merely a student of Tianxiang Academy. Young Master Qin had encountered Xiao Lulang while visiting Gu Jiao to fetch a letter. At that time, Xiao Lulang was clad in the academy's uniform. What of it? Being a student of Tianxiang Academy means nothing, his father dismissed. They are all quite formidable, young Master Qin asserted. His father, unfazed, replied, are you not formidable as well? I have invested considerable silver to hire a tutor for you from the capital. In what way do you fall short of them? Besides, they are merely bookworms, lacking any worldly experience. Young Master Qin mused to himself, I once thought the same. In truth, young Master Qin was a person of considerable pride. Had anyone else made such a suggestion, he would have disregarded it entirely. Yet, there was something inexplicably persuasive about Xiao Luolang's gaze and presence. Ultimately, however, young Master Qin could not sway his father, who meticulously wrapped the painting and dispatched it to the nobility in the capital. For 3 consecutive days, heavy snow fell, sealing the village roads and rendering ox carts immobile. Many villagers had intended to venture to the market before the new year to conduct some business, but the relentless snowfall forced them to abandon their plans. In these dreary days, the villagers remained cooped up at home, and no one sought out the old lady to hear her tales. Bored and restless, the old lady instructed Gu Jiao to summon Xue Ningxiang. The elderly lady remained unaware of the past discord between Xue Ningxiang and Gu Jiao. By the time she arrived, their relationship had already mended. Moreover, since the incident involving the libertine, Xue Ningxiang had developed a certain aversion towards men. She exhibited no signs of fondness for Xiao Lulang. In contrast, Gu Jiao frequently clung to her, leading the old woman to momentarily suspect that this young widow might have taken a liking to her granddaughter-in-law. Nevertheless, Xue Ningxiang excelled in needlework and styled her hair beautifully, which endeared her to the elderly lady. Before the new year, a letter arrived from a younger uncle stationed at the border. Being illiterate, Xue Ningxiang sought Gu Jiao's assistance. Of course, Gu Jiao was also unable to read. Yet what prompted this sudden illusion that she could decipher the letter? She found herself utterly perplexed. I. Upon seeing the frown on Gu Jiao's delicate brow, Xuanningxiang hastily exclaimed, You're not foolish, so I assumed you could read as well. Gu Jiao retorted, Can not being foolish and being literate ever be equated? However, Xuanningxiang was reluctant to trouble Xiao Lulang. Firstly, the shadows of her past still lingered. And secondly, she understood that her previous actions were misguided, prompting her to avoid any potential misunderstandings with him. With her head bowed, she felt at a loss. Gu Jiao, feeling frustrated, scratched her little head. She was someone who preferred gentleness over force. When Xuanningxiang stood her ground, she would undoubtedly lose. But upon Xuanningxiang's display of vulnerability, Gu Jiao found herself unable to maintain her assertiveness. Deep down, Gu Jiao believed her heart was not so tender. Rather, it was primarily due to Xuanningxiang alleviating her burdens with numerous sewing tasks that made her a rather invaluable neighbor. She aspired to be a helpful neighbor, hoping to exchange this goodwill for Xuanningxiang's assistance with all her sewing tasks in the future. Thus, Gu Jiao took the letter and proceeded to Xiao Liulang's abode, where she no longer felt the need to knock before entering. For the past few days, Xiao Lulang had been recuperating in bed, and knowing he was keen on studying, Gu Jiao crafted a small table for him to place beside his bed. At that moment, he was practicing calligraphy on it. The 17-year-old youth, slender of frame and with a serene countenance, possessed wrists as delicate as jade and an elegance reminiscent of orchids. How could there exist such a remarkably handsome individual in this world? Gu Jiao mused to herself. Is there something you need? Xiao Lulang noticed her presence and turned to look at her. Gu Jiao had been caught staring at him multiple times, yet she remained unperturbed. Confidently approaching him and taking a seat on the opposite side of the small table, handing him the letter. I brought you a letter to read. As she spoke, Gu Jiao's gaze fell upon the items on the small table. Oh, what is this? Red paper, given by Feng Lin, Xiao Lulang replied. Gu Jiao, indifferent to its origin, inquired with curiosity, what is it for? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Lulang responded, for cutting window flowers and writing couplets. Instantly, Gu Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never cut window flowers or pasted couplets before. In her previous life, she had often admired others doing so, feeling a twinge of envy, yet in her understanding, such activities were reserved for family reunions. Lacking any family to celebrate with, she had never partaken in these traditions. Would you like to try writing? Xiao Lulang asked. I can't, Gu Jiao replied, lowering her gaze and fiddling with her little finger. Xiao Lulang recalled the image of her pointing at the characters on the prescription, inquiring one by one how to pronounce them. He also remembered how, before the surgery, she had unhesitatingly grasped the pen to sign her name. It turned out she wished to learn to write. Gu Jiao, no, I do not want to. Xiao Lulang placed the books from the small table along with the letter onto the bed and spread out a sheet of red paper. I will teach you. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao could hardly believe that after enduring the rigors of college entrance examinations, graduate school, and doctoral studies in her past life, she would have to start anew as a mere primary school novice, particularly in the realm of calligraphy, which she was least adept at. Feeling deflated, she became despondent. Although the beauty beside her was captivating, she adamantly refused to practice calligraphy. Absolutely not. Let us begin with your name, Xiao Lulang suggested. His voice, a harmonious blend between youthful timbre and mature resonance, lacked the unpleasantness of a juvenile squawk, instead conveying a clean, rich tone. Gu Jiao found herself powerless to resist, her eyes widening as she silently observed him inscribe her name on the paper. Unlike the hasty signature on the surgical consent form, this rendition appeared more meticulous. Yet, Gu Jiao remained perplexed. Positioned opposite Xiao Lulang, the characters appeared inverted from her perspective. He then turned the paper around, allowing her to examine it closely. Subsequently, he carefully wrote out the strokes in their order. As Gu Jiao gazed at the numerous strokes, her head began to spin. This was neither traditional Chinese characters nor clerical or seal scripts. It was an entirely unfamiliar script to her. Xiao Lulang observed Gu Jiao clumsily grasping the brush, her expression one of profound frustration. He remarked, Your grip is incorrect. Raise your hand a little higher and relax your wrist. Like this? Gu Jiao adjusted her posture according to his guidance. In her previous life, her pen-holding technique would have been considered standard. However, before Xiao Lulang, a man of ancient times, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Your index finger, Xiao Lulang pointed out. Gu Jiao responded, puzzled. After a brief hesitation, he extended his slender, jade-like fingertip and gently nudged her index finger upwards. In another context, such an action would have felt akin to a touch, perhaps even a hand-holding. Yet, In this scenario of literacy instruction, it was merely a lesson. Gu Jiao maintained her usual seriousness in class. She removed her shoes and sat cross-legged opposite him, diligently practicing each stroke with utmost sincerity. Xuaningxiang, waiting in the main hall, could not fathom why Gu Jiao had been in there for so long. As the letter was not lengthy, little did she know that the two within had entirely forgotten about the letter, engrossed in their respective pursuits, one reading and the other practicing calligraphy. Xiao Lulang occasionally corrected Gu Jiao's grip, though he did not impose any expectations regarding the aesthetics of her writing. After all, it was her first attempt at holding a brush. Merely keeping her strokes on the paper was a commendable feat. Had Gu Jiao been aware of his thoughts, she might have been incensed. After all, she was a modern academic achiever. How could this possibly be her first time wielding a brush? Gu Jiao's memory was indeed remarkable. She mastered the intricate strokes after only one demonstration, though the results were rather unsightly, somewhat pitiful, in fact, by Xiao Yolang's standards. Her writing resembled that of a novice just beginning to hold a brush. After all, the characters he penned at the tender age of 2 were far more aesthetically pleasing than this. Unbeknownst to them, the two had spent nearly half an hour in the room, until the elderly lady, feeling a tinge of boredom, sought out Gu Jiao and stumbled upon the sight of them writing within. The old woman did not approach closely, but merely cast a glance from the doorway. Noting the red paper, instantly, a realization dawned upon her. They were composing couplets for the spring festival. Indeed, it was high time to do so. Procrastination would mean missing the opportunity entirely. Once you are done, call for me. I shall prepare the couplets. She was eager to paste the festive couplets. I will fetch the scissors. Gu Jiao set down her brush and went in search of a pair of scissors. She felt immensely grateful for her aunt's timely intervention. For if she continued practicing, her fingers would surely become weary. Xiao Lulang gazed at the red paper before him, his expression somewhat dazed. Yet, when Gu Jiao neatly arranged the cut papers beside him, he picked up the brush and proceeded to write several couplets. Be sure to write a few for Xiao Shui as well, the old lady reminded. With this prompt, they finally recalled that they had completely forgotten about Xuaningxiang and her letter, which made the situation rather awkward. Half an hour later, Gu Jiao arrived at Xuaningxiang's home, carrying the letter from Xuaningxiang along with the couplets personally inscribed by Xiao Lulang, as well as a plate of sesame candy and chestnut cake. Why so much? Xuaningxiang exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, Gu Jiao would not reveal her intention of expressing an apology. Instead, she maintained a serious demeanor, stating, with the new year approaching, my aunt sent me to bring these. The couplets are for you, and the chestnut cake and sesame candy are for your mother-in-law and your son. Xuaningxiang quickly expressed her gratitude. Gu Jiao hesitated momentarily, deciding to offer an explanation. However, Xuaningxiang responded with a mischievous smile, giving her a knowing look. Gu Jiao retorted, what exactly do you think you understand? Xuaningxiang, a woman of experience, found herself pondering the prolonged absence of her young wife from her husband's chamber. What could she possibly be engaged in? It seemed absurd for her to harbor any resentment over such matters. Her silent departure was merely an attempt to avert the sight of inappropriate scenes and the sound of unseemly conversations. She whispered to Gu Jiao, reminding her to remember to close the door next time. Gu Jiao replied, I believe you may have misunderstood something. The prospect of future earnings was abundant. She need not be frugal. This younger brother was indeed quite decent. The paper, a generous gift from Feng Lin, was plentiful, and Gu Jiao did not concern herself with the cost until she inquired with Xiao Lulang, only to discover that the paper used for writing spring festival couplets was significantly more expensive than ordinary paper. While it was not typically this costly, prices do tend to rise during the new year, as Xiao Lulang explained. So is Feng Lin's family well off? Gu Jiao inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Lulang shook his head. I have not inquired, but it shouldn't be considered too affluent. Chapter 42. New Year's Eve. Feng Lin's family background was only marginally better than Xiao Liulang's past circumstances, yet it hardly qualified as prosperous, a fact evident in his daily attire and sustenance. Nevertheless, he had always been unconditionally generous when it came to matters concerning Xiao Lulang. Take, for instance, the red paper for the spring festival. Each sheet cost several dozen won, and purchasing a dozen or so would nearly amount to half a tael of silver. Typically, he subsisted on pickled vegetables and steamed buns at the academy. As evening fell, snowflakes began to drift gently from the sky. Feng Lin remained alone at the academy, engrossed in his studies within the dormitory. The flickering oil lamp provided insufficient light, yet he hesitated to light a second one. A cold wind seeped through the cracks of the door, causing him to shiver. He had not lit charcoal for warmth. both due to the Academy's prohibitions and his own reluctance to waste it. In this dormitory, there resided 4 individuals. Typically, the presence of companions mitigated the chill, but now, in solitude, he felt as though every biting gust of wind penetrated his very core. This marked his first New Year's spin in a foreign land. The distance was indeed considerable, and saving a few taels of silver on travel expenses was no negligible matter. Yet, of paramount importance was his desire to devote every moment to his studies, without delay even for a single day. His family had a lineage of 3 generations with no male heirs, and he remained the sole son. With his sisters sacrificing their futures to ensure his education, one married a widower to become a concubine, while the other was promised to a tea merchant well into his 50s. They had invested their entire lives for his sake. Thus, he felt an obligation to strive diligently to return home in glory. After exhaling warm breath into his hands, Phong Lin wrapped his quilt more snugly around himself and continued to immerse himself in his studies. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. How peculiar. Who could possibly be seeking him at such an hour? Surely it was not a ghost. He startled himself into a pale expression, tightening his quilt and stammering. Why, you, who are you? It is I, came a familiar feminine voice from outside. Phong Lin hastily threw off his quilt, donned his shoes, and opened the door, only to find Gu Jiao, her figure dusted with snowflakes. He thought to himself that he would have preferred to encounter a ghost. This was a male dormitory. What business did a woman have here? At home, Gu Jiao replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Phong Lin stepped outside. Observing his hurried retreat, Gu Jiao calmly remarked, There are no horse-drawn carriages available. On such a festive occasion, amidst the snowstorm, it is impossible to hire a cart, she continued. Without a second thought, Phong Lin responded, If there are no carriages, must we not use our legs? Hurry. All right, Gu Jiao replied. The one who struggles to move is not her. It has become evident that Phong Lin's stamina pales in comparison to Gu Jiao's. Throughout their journey, Gu Jiao remained composed and unflustered, while Phong Lin nearly collapsed on several occasions. By the time they finally arrived at the abode of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, Phong Lin felt as though his legs no longer belonged to him. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he pushed the door open, only to be momentarily taken aback by the scene that greeted him. There sat Xiao Lulang in the living room, observing the elderly matriarch instructing Gu Xiaoshun on the art of cutting window flowers. The old lady appeared remarkably vibrant, devoid of any signs of illness. Ah, it's little Phong. Come in and sit, she called out warmly. Although Gu Xiaoshun typically regarded Phong Lin with disdain, today he surprisingly offered no scornful glances. Bewildered, Phong Lin turned to Gu Jiao, exclaiming, No, it can't be that Xiao brother. Gu Jiao shrugged her shoulders. That's what you said. I never claimed it. Phong Lin was taken aback, realizing that he had never before recognized this woman's cunning nature. He spent his first New Year's Eve away from home in the company of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, initially dreading the presence of Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshun. He anticipated discomfort, but instead found an unexpected harmony. Gu Jiao prepared dumplings according to village customs and, adhering to the traditions of his and Xiao Yulong's hometown, made osmanthus-flavored sweet rice cakes. As the flavors of home flooded his senses, tears cascaded down his cheeks, not from emotion, but rather from sheer delight at the exquisite taste. Ah! How could this little vixen, who is not even a local, create such delectable sweet rice cakes? Phong Lin sobbed with joy as he indulged. Initially, the flavors were so delightful that they brought tears to his eyes, but soon they ignited a profound longing for his hometown. He began to reminisce about his sisters and his aging parents, wondering how they had fared during this year of his absence. Observing his sorrow, Gu Xiaoshun, surprisingly, did not chastise him. Instead, he generously shared his portion of sweet rice cake. Undoubtedly, it was a lively New Year's Eve for Phong Lin. And the same could be said for Gu Jiao and the others. In her previous life, Gu Jiao had spent every New Year's Eve alone in the organization. And even after growing up, she had merely transitioned from one room within the lab to another, remaining solitary. Gu Xiaoshun typically celebrated the New Year with the Gu family, which was bustling with people, yet he often went unnoticed. For instance, he could slip away tonight without anyone realizing. The old matriarch had completely forgotten how the New Year used to be celebrated. As far as she was concerned, she was enjoying this one quite well. She had personally affixed couplets and taught Gu Xiaoshun, the simpleton, to cut paper decorations, which turned out even worse than her own, thus providing her with a sense of balance. Additionally, Jiao Jiao made an exception and allowed her to indulge in 5 candied fruits, instead of the usual 2. Xiao Lulang remained composed, never one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, yet Gu Jiao could sense an unusual melancholy emanating from him, more pronounced than usual. The group kept vigil until midnight. With only 3 rooms in the house, it would be unfair to make the old lady share space. So Gu Jiao prepared Xiao Lulang's room for Feng Lin to stay in. Despite their close relationship, Feng Lin was unaware that the young couple had yet to share a bed, and he readily settled in, including the night spent at the inn. This marks the second occasion that the two share a bed. Gu Jiao's sleeping quarters are considerably more spacious than those of the inn, and the quilt is delightfully thick. On New Year's Eve, the lights remain aglow, with the oil lamp on the table casting a gentle, flickering illumination. As they lie in their respective blankets, Xiao Lulang closes his eyes, though Gu Jiao perceives that he is not truly asleep. "Did you have a good New Year?" she inquires softly, before Xiao Lulang can respond. A delicate hand slips into his quilt, grasping his cold, stiff fingers. Gu Jiao reassures him, "Next year will be even better." Chapter 43. Nightmares. Xiao Lulang harbors a profound aversion for New Year's Eve. For each year on this night, he is haunted by visions of an all-consuming inferno. He endeavors to stave off slumber, yet the moment he shuts his eyes, he is engulfed by the despair embodied in the flames. "Xiao Lulang, let us establish this. We are merely a couple in name. You must not lay a hand on me," Gu Jiao declares earnestly. "Who would lay a hand on you?" he retorts, irritation coloring his tone as he turns his face away. Gu Jiao brings forth a bowl of water. Who can guarantee that? Men are all talk, yet their actions tell a different tale. To prevent any mischief on your part, I shall place this bowl of water here. If you dare to crawl over and spill it in the middle of the night, you shall be deemed a beast. Very well, if I do crawl over, then I shall indeed be a beast. How could he possibly go over? He harbors no inclination towards this woman whatsoever. Upon waking the next day, he casts a triumphant glance at the bewildered Gu Jiao, as if to convey, "See, I have no interest in you." However, contrary to his expectations, Gu Jiao does not respond with joy. Instead, she delivers a sharp slap to his face, exclaiming, "You were even less than a beast." Xiao Lulang jolted awake in shock. He sat up, suddenly realizing that this was not his own room. The walls were adorned with several crooked fu characters, and the window displayed hideous paper cuttings that were difficult to behold, all crafted by the elderly lady and Gu Xiaoshan. Xiao Lulang finally recalled where he was and turned to his side. Gu Jiao lay beside him, her chubby cheeks pressed into a soft roundness, her small mouth pouting adorably. She had been clutching his hand throughout the night. Xiao Lulang remembered the peculiar beastly dream and furrowed his handsome brow, coolly disentangling his hand from Gu Jiao's grasp. Displeased by the rejection in her sleep, Gu Jiao let out a soft hum and once again seized his hand. Xiao Lulang repeated his action, but to no avail. She clung to him persistently. After numerous struggles, he eventually grew weary and dozed off again. Until dawn broke, the nightmare never returned. Feng Lin had been residing in Qingchuan village for 3 days, and Xiao Lulang had shared the same bed with Gu Jiao for 3 nights. Except for the first night when she held his hand, subsequent nights were marked by their limbs intertwining, and each time Xiao Lulang awoke, he found their blankets tangled together. Frustrated, he would ask her, "Are you doing this on purpose?" To which Gu Jiao would look at him with a blank expression. Leaving Xiao Lulang uncertain about who was truly restless in their sleep, perhaps he was the one who had lured her into the blankets. Today marked the day for Xiao Lulang to have his stitches removed. Although Gu Jiao could remove them at home, it would risk exposure. And the elderly lady's herbal medicine had run out, necessitating a new prescription. Despite being merely an auxiliary treatment, the remedy certainly enhanced the overall effectiveness. The 3 individuals had specifically hurried from their homes, eager to witness the outcome after the stitches had been removed. Not only were they eager, but even Gu Jiao herself felt a sense of anticipation. She was confident that the surgical procedure had been executed flawlessly. However, the ultimate recovery would only be revealed in the final result. The stitches were removed by the old doctor, who still possessed a modicum of medical skill. Once the procedure was complete, all eyes instinctively turned to Xiao Lulang. Manager Wang harbored a flicker of hope for the surgery's success, for he was a man of conscience. Yet, he also secretly wished for its failure, as being a man of integrity necessitated his existence as a living being. After all, a dead man is but a ghost. Treating the young lord could indeed lead to perilous consequences. Xiao Lulang sat in a chair, his legs having gently descended to the ground post-surgery. With his cane resting beside him, though he refrained from reaching for it, he steadied himself against the chair and rose, initially placing weight on his uninjured left foot. However, as he took his first step with his right foot, he felt a sudden weakness beneath him and stumbled forward. Quick-witted Gu Jiao caught him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. While onlookers said nothing, Xiao Lulang's ears flushed crimson. "Gu Jiao, oblivious to his embarrassment, focused entirely on his ankle. "Are you all right?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on his ankle. Xiao Lulang shook his head, replying, "I'm fine." After half a year of injury, he had relied on his cane for support, seldom placing weight on his right foot, for each exertion had brought excruciating pain. Though he had faltered just moments ago, it seemed that the pain had subsided. Grasping his cane, he attempted another step, confirming that indeed, he felt no discomfort. He typically bore little expression, yet this time he appeared somewhat dazed, evidently taken aback that he could truly recover to such an extent. He had thought he would remain limping and in pain for a lifetime. "Xiao brother, are you truly better or not?" Feng Lin inquired anxiously. "I no longer feel pain, though I do have some weakness," replied Xiao Lulang, unable to contain his curiosity. Feng Lin pressed, "So is this truly a recovery? Why is there a lack of strength?" The elderly physician spoke slowly. "Feng young master, do not rush. The fact that Xiao young master is no longer in pain indicates that the surgery was quite successful. However, given the prolonged injury, there is still stagnation of qi and blood, weakness of tendons and bones, and stiffness in the ankle, which require careful rehabilitation and rigorous training. Can he return to his former self?" Feng Lin asked with concern. The old doctor subtly glanced at Gu Jiao and smiled. "As long as Xiao young master is willing to endure hardship." Chapter 44. The document. The success of the surgery greatly inspired the second master, prompting him to discuss patient reception with Gu Jiao. Naturally, due to the gravity of the matter, certain details unrelated to the condition could be withheld, such as the dire consequences of failure. However, before he could even mention who the patient was, Gu Jiao outright rejected him. "Why?" The second master looked astonished. He was bewildered. After all, how could someone who could invite imperial physicians to their residence possibly lower themselves to consult a small-town clinic? The second master chuckled awkwardly. "It's not far, merely within the hot spring villa near Qingchuan town." Gu Jiao raised her brow. "You've already left the town. How is it still not far?" The second master found himself at a loss for words. The second master often felt that Gu Jiao was exceedingly capable, truly not resembling a village woman. However, at this moment, she lamented the distance of the hot spring resort, exemplifying what it means to be a village woman who has seldom ventured far. The second master looked at Gu Jiao with a hint of grievance, stating, "We agreed, once a month for consultations." Gu Jiao shrugged, replying, "Indeed. It is once a month for a consultation, but not for an outing." The second master, at a loss, exclaimed, "What do you understand? I have already sent out the invitations." Manager Wang was so astonished that he jumped up in place. "Master, what did you just say?" The second master cleared his throat and explained, "I was just thinking she would certainly be able to cure young Master Xiao, so I sent the invitation in advance." The entire state of Zhao knew of the illness afflicting the young master of the Dingen Marquis. Despite the dire consequences of a failed treatment, the promise of substantial rewards attracted many brave physicians eager to attend to the young master. Had he waited to send the invitation, by the time they were called, the young master might no longer be among the living. Manager Wang was utterly at a loss for words in response to the second master's actions. Unbeknownst to Gu Jiao, she busied herself in the hall gathering herbs. To avoid arousing suspicion regarding her procurement of leprosy medication, she added several extra herbs, coincidentally enabling her to concoct a bit of wound ointment at home. Although Xiao Lulang no longer felt pain, his right leg lacked strength, and he could not yet part with his cane. The carriage had evidently just arrived. The driver lifted the curtain and assisted a distinguished middle-aged man down. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Xiao Lulang?" The middle-aged man inquired politely from outside. "I am." Xiao Lulang replied softly. The middle-aged man turned around and, upon seeing Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao, revealed a gentle smile. "I am the steward of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Liu. The principal and my master instructed me to bring some items over." Had the Gu family members been present, they would have recognized him as the same man who had delivered the enrollment documents to Gu Xiaoshan. He retrieved a letter from his bundle and handed it to Xiao Lulang. "This is from the principal for you." He also presented a brocade box to Gu Jiao. "This is a gift from my master for the young master." Upon hearing that Gu Xiaoshan was also included, the two deduced who the master was. Xiao Lulang accepted the letter, while Gu Jiao took the brocade box. Gu Jiao said, "Steward Liu, please come in and have a seat." Liu smiled faintly. "No. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." At that moment, Annie called for Xiao Lulang from inside, prompting him to lean on his cane and enter the house. Liu then produced a silk pouch from his bosom and handed it to Gu Jiao. "This is a gift for you from my master." "Why is it for me?" Gu Jiao inquired. Liu merely smiled and said nothing, turning to board the carriage. She had a constitution that leaned toward coldness, and the warm jade felt almost like a miniature heating pad against her skin, even without expertise. Gu Jiao could discern that this was a precious gem, its worth undoubtedly surpassing that of Gu Xiaoxuan's wolf hairbrush. Supporting her chin, she murmured, I thought I had concealed it well. It seems the old master was already aware it was me. Gu Jiao was thoroughly pleased with her New Year gift and hurried to see what the principal had sent to Xiaolulang, only to find him sitting in a chair with a dark expression, as if he wished to tear something to shreds. What's wrong? Gu Jiao peeked out her little head and inquired. Xiaolulang intended to obliterate the evidence that should not exist, but alas. Gu Jiao had already approached and successfully seized the document from his grasp. The county examination. How infuriating the dean was for secretly enrolling him in this month's county examination. He had no desire whatsoever to participate in it. You enrolled? Gu Jiao asked. The dean did. Xiaolulang gritted his teeth. This revelation astonished Gu Jiao. Was the entire class enrolled? Shouldn't be, Xiaolulang replied. Indeed, Gu Xiaoxuan wasn't. Xiaolulang was notorious for being at the bottom of the class, from the beginning of school to the winter break. He had never once escaped the bottom 3 in any exam, with such abysmal grades. It was remarkable that the esteemed dean had not given up on him, and even took the initiative to enroll him in the county examination. What a truly admirable educator he was. The dean's image in Gu Jiao's mind instantly elevated. Husband, I believe we should pay a visit to the dean and bring him a gift. Given your poor performance, shouldn't you quickly establish a good relationship with him? No. Xiaolulang firmly declined, turning his head away awkwardly as he noticed Gu Jiao's astonished gaze upon him. It's too far. Gu Jiao inquired. Where is it? Xiaolulang suppressed his rebellious conscience. Near the hot spring villa. It's already out of town. Gu Jiao momentarily forgot about the medical clinic. Not far at all. Not far in the slightest. You rest at home to recover. Tomorrow, Xiaoxuan and I shall go. Chapter 45. The consultation. Xiaolulang was genuinely unwilling for Gu Jiao to visit that old fox of a dean, yet this suggestion received unanimous approval from the family, his family, which comprised his aunt. The elderly lady remarked, Indeed, it is time to pay a visit. Gu Jiao gazed at him in astonishment. Are you staying here tonight? Xiaolulang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I took a wrong turn. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow, her arms casually crossed over her chest. You haven't made a mistake after living in the West Wing for half a year, yet after just 3 days here, you claim to have gone astray. Xiaolulang, flustered, felt his ears flush red as he retorted, I already said it was a mistake. Gu Jiao remained unfazed, simply replying, Oh. Xiaolulang was left speechless. True to her word, Gu Jiao that very evening began to tally the gifts intended for their teacher. The following day, when Gu Xiaoxuan came over for breakfast and learned that his sister planned to take him to visit the director near the hot spring resort, he erupted with excitement, exclaiming, I've grown up this much and have never ventured so far. My sister has never taken me out. The reality was that if Gu Jiao did not bring him along, Xiaolulang would never allow her, a young lady, to travel such a distance alone. Traveling there by ox cart was not feasible, it was too slow, and they might find themselves wandering halfway when night fell. Meanwhile, the local carriage services were closed, and hiring a horse-drawn carriage was out of the question. Upon the sudden arrival of Gu Jiao, the second master appeared somewhat perplexed. Miss Gu, what brings you here? Gu Jiao maintained her composure, stating, I've considered it. And the hot spring resort is indeed not far. We can reach it by carriage in about an hour. Let us set off quickly. You have a carriage, don't you? Just yesterday, he had vehemently declared he would not make any calls. How could he have changed his mind overnight? The second master looked at the burden in her hands and at Gu Xiaoxuan, who was also carrying a large load outside, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. How could she bring along a person and so many things? Were they all for treating patients? Gu Jiao smiled and shook her head, explaining, These are gifts for the esteemed director. I forgot to mention that my husband's director resides near the hot spring villa. After I attend to the patients, I can pay him a visit. The second master nearly spat out his tea, realizing that the visit to the director was indeed a pretext, while treating patients was the true purpose. Did she not feel a pang of conscience for presenting the matter in such an artless and lofty manner? Ultimately, the second master relented. The second master, Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoxuan, and the old doctor all climbed into the carriage. The vehicle moved swiftly, and in less than an hour, they arrived at the residence near the hot spring villa, where a tall plaque read Li Mansion. This must be the director's abode. It was said that the director had once served in the capital but had resigned from his official position when his mother fell gravely ill, purchasing this residence to ensure her comfort in her twilight years. Gu Jiao disembarked with Gu Xiaoxuan and knocked on the tightly shut gate. Shortly after, a servant opened the door. Upon seeing two poorly dressed country folk, he did not display any disdain. Rather, he politely inquired, "May I ask who you two are?" Gu Jiao replied, "My husband and my brother are students of Tianxiang Academy, here specifically to pay a visit to the esteemed director." "Ah," the servant exclaimed in astonishment. "What brings you here?" A frail voice echoed from within the house. The elderly lady, sounding somewhat dazed, remarked, "Then why don't you usher them in quickly? It's freezing outside. Let them come in for a warm cup of tea." Although Gu Jiao had never met the esteemed director, the demeanor of his family and servants was quite comforting. The servants led the two of them to pay their respects to the elderly matriarch, Lady Li. But upon reaching her bedside, they found her soundly asleep. Having reached her advanced years, Lady Li resembled a small child, drifting in and out of slumber with no set routine. "Please, take a seat in the tea room while I prepare some tea for you," the servant offered, guiding Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun to the tea room. The service was attentive, with the servants pouring tea and tending to the fire, treating them with utmost courtesy. Undeterred by their humble status, the fishing spot was not far, and the servant pointed out the way. "I want to go too," Gu Shaoshun remarked. Gu Jiao coaxed him, saying, "What if Lady Li wakes up and finds us missing? She might think we've been neglectful." "Oh," Gu Shaoshun acquiesced, remaining behind. Gu Jiao exited the residence and turned to board the carriage of the second master. "I thought it would take longer," the second master commented. "The director is not in." Gu Jiao inquired, "What about the patient you mentioned?" "Over there," the second master gestured, revealing a path that led directly to the verdant hills. The scenery at the foot of the mountains was enchanting, with the estate of the renowned Dingen marquis nestled gracefully amidst the landscape. The second master offered little elaboration on the individual's identity, merely stating that he was the youngest son of a certain marquis from the capital, born prematurely with a frail constitution. Despite years of seeking renowned physicians, his health had shown little improvement. "That young lord is about your age, and rumors suggest he may not live beyond 15, the second master lamented. "Doesn't that leave him with just a year?" Gu Jiao pondered, for she herself was 14. "Indeed. But he may not even last until June," came the somber reply. "Is he truly so gravely ill?" Mr. Eyre sighed and nodded. "Indeed. Poor Lady Ho has but this one son. Although the young master has a twin sister, the anguish of losing a son cannot be mitigated." He refrained from sharing any further details unrelated to the illness with Gu Jiao. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Hot Springs Villa. A magnificent archway stood tall, adorned with gilded characters spelling Hot Springs Villa, and to the far right, a line of cursive script read Dingen marquis. The group disembarked from the carriage. Standing beneath the grand archway, Gu Jiao felt diminutive, akin to a rabbit. The opulence of the marquis was vividly displayed, and this was merely one of its estates. Chapter 46. Coma. Beneath the archway stood two guards, distinct from the guards of wealthy households in town who idled away their days. These men were robust, with keen eyes and poised long spears, their demeanor exuding discipline and training. Having submitted their letter of introduction days in advance, Mr. Eyre's name was prominently listed, allowing them entry. It was uncommon for women to serve as medicine boys, yet not unheard of. The guards did not comment, but their curiosity was piqued by Gu Jiao's small backpack. "What do you carry within?" one guard inquired. Gu Jiao promptly revealed her backpack for inspection. After a brief examination, the guard discovered only some mountain goods and a tattered little box, subsequently returning the backpack to Gu Jiao. "Follow this path straight ahead, after passing the first pavilion. Someone will attend to you," the guard instructed. Mr. Eyre expressed his gratitude with a bow, and together with Gu Jiao and the old doctor, they proceeded towards the pavilion. After taking only a few steps, another carriage arrived outside the archway. The second master assumed it belonged to someone from the villa and did not pay it much mind. However, he was abruptly halted by a robust voice calling out, "Is the esteemed gentleman ahead?" The second master paused, turning around in surprise, only to be greeted by a portly man of similar age to Manager Wang, striding towards him with confidence. Following this man were a doctor in his 50s and a young apprentice carrying a medicinal box. The second master's expression darkened. The man, seemingly oblivious to the disdain emanating from the second master, approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "What a coincidence, esteemed gentlemen. I presume you are aware that I would be bringing someone to treat the young master, hence your presence here to await me? But may I ask, who are these two?" "Both are," the second master began, but the man took it upon himself to assume that the doctor was the only elder present, dismissing the young girl with the birthmark as merely an apprentice. "Who is he?" Gu Jiao inquired of the second master. "I am he," the manager responded with a smile. Gu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him. "Is it the lotus from the lotus flower?" "The white kind, manager," he replied, feeling inexplicably insulted. "We shall take our leave," the second master stated, disinclined to engage further. Yet, manager, he called out to him once more, his tone laced with mockery. "So, it turns out the esteemed gentleman is also here to treat the young master. I wonder if the master and the eldest proprietor are aware of this matter?" Naturally, they are unaware. If I were to inform them, the elder would be the first to object. The second master clenched his fists, his expression darkening considerably. At this moment, Gu Jiao interjected. "Who is the elder? And who is the eldest proprietor?" The second master inhaled deeply. "The master is my father, and the eldest master is my younger brother." Gu Jiao, puzzled, inquired, "Why has your brother become the eldest master while you are merely the second master? Are you a concubine's son?" "Not at all. He is the legitimate son, the true heir of the Hu family. Unfortunately, his mother passed away early, and his father soon remarried. Before long, his stepmother bore him a younger brother, who is more intelligent and more favored by our father. My title of second master is merely a fade. He, the steward, is just a steward, yet he relies on his close ties with the eldest master, disregarding me, the rightful heir of the Hu family. The young master of the Dingen Marquis is not like the commoners of this town. If he were to perish, it would spell disaster for the entire Hu family." Gu Jiao glanced at him, exasperated, and remarked, with such a penchant for crowing, "Are you a rooster?" The steward was momentarily taken aback. Gu Jiao and her companions departed. As they traversed the pavilion, they indeed encountered several servants from the mountain estates. The attire of these servants was more refined than that of the masters from the affluent families in town. Their demeanor and appearance exuded grace. Though their manner of interaction was not as simple as that of the director's household, they adhered strictly to etiquette, leaving no room for criticism. The three of them were escorted by a young servant, while the steward followed behind. "It's different, indeed," he remarked with a smile. The maid pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is it merely a coincidence that your medical clinic shares the same name?" "Well, one might say so," the steward replied, momentarily at a loss for a more fitting explanation. The maid nodded. "I understand. Our marquis will not involve unrelated parties." Fortunately, he was astute enough to promptly dissociate himself from the elder. The trio of he, the steward, departed swiftly, arriving just as Gu Jiao and her companions did. This implication suggested that Gu Jiao's group was merely seeking to bask in their reputation. Such occurrences were familiar to the stewardess, yet since they had come, it would be unreasonable to dismiss them without an examination. She instructed, "Let those three come in first." The maidservant complied and summoned he and his companions. The young master had suffered from illness for many years, consulting numerous physicians, each of whom had been sworn to secrecy following their examinations. Consequently, the public remained oblivious to the nature and severity of his affliction. This time, he had brought with him a renowned physician from Jianan, famed for his exceptional skills in treating complex ailments. Both men were filled with confidence prior to the consultation. However, upon merely glancing at the young master, the physician was left in a state of shock. "What is the matter, Liao physician?" he inquired. "It has been 10 days, the maidservant replied. The physician's face turned pale. He reluctantly took the young master's pulse, then staggered to his feet. "I regret to inform you that my medical expertise is insufficient to treat your young master. Your esteemed household should seek a more capable practitioner." What he truly wished to convey was that the young master was afflicted with a heart condition, an ailment inherently untreatable. And having been in a coma for 10 consecutive days, even the most divine of beings could not revive him. It would be prudent to prepare for the inevitable. Chapter 47. Emergency rescue. Having uttered these words, the physician hastily exited, fearing that if he lingered, he might be implicated in the young master's demise. Alas! Liao physician. Liao physician. The steward was taken aback by the utter failure of the esteemed physician, who had been hired at great expense, to even attempt treatment before fleeing. Yet he understood why the renowned physician Liao would flee. The situation of the young master was utterly dire. Even those without medical training could discern that the young master was beyond saving. No wonder the lady of the house, having not celebrated the new year, ascended the mountain daily on her knees, bowing with each step, beseeching the deities for her son's salvation. Manager, he pursued them outside, while the young apothecary swiftly followed his master's lead and vanished, leaving manager he with naught but a flutter of their garments in his wake. The second master had hoped that Gu Jiao could cure the young master, contingent upon the belief that she possessed the ability to do so. However, the demeanor of manager he and his companions sowed seeds of doubt within him. Behind manager he stood his brother, whose capabilities he was well aware of. The physician summoned was undoubtedly a local miracle worker, yet the instant he entered, he departed, a clear indication that the young master was indeed beyond healing. While myriad treatments may exist, the determination of death requires but a singular truth. He could not gamble with Gu Jiao's future. Were she to enter now? The young master might very well perish before her eyes, rendering her unable to extricate herself unscathed from the situation. Gu Jiao, of course, was not oblivious to his implications. She had once practiced as a physician in her previous life, yet that was merely a guise for her true identity. Fundamentally, she was not a virtuous person, and she would not wager her own life on such a gamble. Very well, let us depart, Gu Jiao nodded. However, just as she turned, a sudden pang gripped her heart. A maid shriek echoed from within the chamber. The young master was convulsing upon the bed. An unsettling sensation washed over Gu Jiao. She was acutely aware that she was not unwell, thus the anxiety gripping her was inexplicably confounding. Could it be that my sense of medical ethics runs so deep that neglecting a patient could wrench my heart with such intensity? His pain mirrored her own. How peculiar. Gu Jiao ultimately stepped inside. The residence was attended by imperial physicians, who were currently preparing medicine for the young master in the apothecary, thus not present in his chamber. Amidst the chaos, no one paid attention to Gu Jiao's entrance. By the time she reached the bedside, he had already lost his heartbeat. Gu Jiao's expression turned grave. Without uttering a word, she ascended the bed, knelt beside the young master, and pressed her hands firmly against his chest, commencing emergency cardiac resuscitation. The second master, upon entering, was taken aback by the scene before him. What was this girl doing to the young master? At that moment, Gu Jiao could not concern herself with whether the medical box was exposed. She stated firmly, "Guard the entrance. Do not let anyone in." Understood. The second master, still somewhat dazed, swiftly closed the door. The old physician remained in the room, looking for any way he could assist. After a short while of pressing on the young master's chest, there was no response. "Bring me my medical box. Light the oil lamps and candles. All of them." The old physician hastily retrieved the small, battered box from his bundle but found himself unable to open it. Gu Jiao took it upon herself to unlock the medical box while he went about lighting the oil lamps and candles. Gu Jiao administered a dose of epinephrine to the young master's vein. The old physician was left utterly speechless. What peculiar substance was this girl injecting into the young master's bloodstream? The first dose of epinephrine yielded unsatisfactory results. At that moment, the steward and maidservants from the arrived alongside the imperial physician. Remembering Gu Jiao's instructions, the second master stepped forward decisively, blocking their path. "Who are you?" The stewardess inquired curtly. The one who had just brought Gu Jiao, and the three others was a young servant, who had already left. Present in the room was only a maid named Yu Yair, who recognized him. Yu Yair was a servant accompanying manager He. Yu Yair reported, "Madam, look. He has admitted it." The second master was bewildered. "No, miss. That is not what I meant." Although the stewardess did not misunderstand the second master's intent, she held a low opinion of medical establishments outside the capital. The only reason they were allowed entry was due to the desperation of Madame Ho, treating a dying horse as if it were still alive. "What do you mean by blocking the way?" she asked coldly. "Madam, they are deceiving us," a little maid exclaimed. She had seen it all inside. The young master was already lifeless. "Are you certain you can save the young master?" The stewardess's stern voice hung over the second master like a blade. A cold sweat broke out on the second master's back. In truth, they had been very attentive in their care, yet if the young master were to perish, someone would have to bear the blame and endure the wrath of Lord and Lady Ho. Who would wish it to be themselves? The second master's legs trembled uncontrollably. "Miss Gu, will you succeed or not?" "I cannot. I have already administered 3 doses of adrenaline." The elderly doctor gradually sensed something was amiss. Even if he did not know where these peculiar injections came from, he understood they were certainly intended to prolong life. "Miss Gu, let it go. I will try once more." Gu Jiao timed her actions meticulously, injecting the 4th dose into the young master's body. Outside, the crowd could no longer wait. Every passing moment was tormenting for them. The second master's cold sweat dripped onto the ground. The housekeeper's gaze sharpened. "Break down the door." 2 robust maidservants stepped forward to push aside the second master and prepared to kick the door open. Suddenly, the maid named Yu Yair spoke up. "Madam, listen." The housekeeper gestured for silence, and the crowd fell instantly quiet. It was a disturbance. It was the young master's voice, faint and fragile. They had not heard his voice for 10 days, and they genuinely feared he was on the brink of departure. But just now, you all heard that, right? For the first time, the housekeeper felt a surge of anxiety. Everyone nodded in unison. Although faint, they had indeed heard it. Chapter 48. Intimacy. Soon, the door creaked open from within. The room lay in hushed stillness, the previously flickering candle flames extinguished one by one, casting a dim light. The intensity of the moment was unprecedented, something he had never encountered before and would never experience again. The housekeeper beckoned the maidservants to assist him, while she herself took small, careful steps toward the bedside, only to find a village girl seated at the edge of the young master's bed. This was the bed of a noble son. How dare a common girl sully the young master's resting place? The housekeeper opened her mouth to reprimand, only to discover that it was not the girl who was lounging on the young master's bed, but rather the young master himself, grasping the girl's hand. As a close attendant of the lady of the house, the housekeeper had watched the young master grow up. She knew all too well his character, or rather, his disposition. Proud and aloof, he shunned intimacy, never reaching out even to his own mother or sister. The stewardess harbored doubts about her initial judgment and stepped forward for a closer look, confirming that the girl was not merely playing clever tricks. Indeed, it was her young master who had grasped her hand tightly, so much so that it had turned red from the pressure. Remarkably, the girl did not seem to mind the pain as she resisted his hold. The young master had fallen asleep once more. Yet his breathing and complexion were markedly different from when he was in a state of unconsciousness, allowing the stewardess to discern that he was improving. How could this be? Just a moment ago, the young maid who had entered with her widened her eyes in astonishment. Silence, the stewardess admonished her, during the festive season. Should she dare utter that the young master had passed away, she would tear her tongue out. Ahem, this is my apprentice, the old physician clarified. The stewardess's expression softened as she gently inquired, Did my young master awaken just now? Indeed, Gu Jiao nodded, turning to face her. He was awake for a short while, took his medicine, and then fell back asleep. As Gu Jiao turned her face, the stewardess caught sight of a sizable birthmark on her left cheek, from a side profile. She would have easily mistaken her for a striking beauty, a true pity. She contemplated that if the young master had indeed taken a liking to this girl, it would not be unacceptable to keep her close as a confidant. The young master's brow had relaxed, indicating he was sleeping quite comfortably. The stewardess had lost track of how long it had been since the young master enjoyed a restful sleep. He often awoke gasping for breath or drenched in sweat, suffering from heart palpitations and sharp pains. The stewardess dared not disturb him, standing quietly by. Having been preoccupied with the rescue efforts, Gu Jiao had not noticed his appearance until now, and upon closer inspection, she realized he was astonishingly handsome. What a breathtakingly beautiful little delicate creature. Such beauty is almost scandalous. Very well, given your stunning appearance, I shall permit you to take my hand for a moment. The floor beneath the house is equipped with a heating system that radiates warmth evenly, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. As drowsiness overcame Gu Jiao, her head began to nod gently, resembling a chick pecking at grains. It is unclear how many times her head dipped before she suddenly collapsed beside the young master's pillow. The old physician and the matron were startled, witnessing Gu Jiao sleeping soundly beside the young master, which alarmed them greatly. The physician was rendered speechless. The matron's lips twitched in disbelief, feeling that extending her hand was a courtesy considering Gu Jiao had chosen to slumber beside the young master. How audacious! In her agitation, the matron disregarded the risk of waking the young master and hastily approached to pull Gu Jiao up. Yet, at that very moment, as if sensing the disturbance, the young master abruptly awoke. He was slender in stature, with skin more delicate than that of an ordinary person, faint blue veins subtly visible beneath the surface. His icy gaze fell upon the matron, sending a shiver down her spine, causing her to stagger back several steps. This young master of the marquis's residence was notorious for being difficult to deal with. Not only was he ill-tempered, but he also lacked humanity, relying on his severe illness to avoid reproach, conducting himself with utter disregard for reason. None of the maids in his chamber lasted even a month, either being dismissed or frightened away. The matron, being the trusted confidant of the marquis's wife, had narrowly avoided dismissal numerous times. She dared not confront him directly, instead offering a smile and softly saying, young master, get lost," he retorted. The stewardess briskly exited. The old doctor, bewildered and at a loss, pondered aloud. Should I go out? Yet, no one paid him any heed. How pitiable! The young master gazed at the person beside him, who was peacefully slumbering, her face turned toward his direction. One side of her visage was slightly squished, revealing a hint of chubbiness, while her delicate lips formed an adorable pout. The left side of her face, which was visible, bore a birthmark. Gu Xiaogongzi detested anything flawed and shunned the company of others. However, this instance was a notable exception. He found her not at all unattractive. Observing her serene slumber and listening to her gentle breaths, an unexpected yearning to draw closer to her blossomed within him. While most would hesitate, Gu Xiaogongzi was no ordinary individual, having lived a life awaiting death since birth. He felt little regard for societal conventions. The comfort of proximity to her compelled him to act on his impulses. He leaned closer, clasping her hand without letting go, and weakly raised his other hand to share his blanket with her. Subsequently, he nestled beside her and drifted into a profound sleep, enveloped in a sense of tranquility. Upon awakening, Gu Jiao had already departed, leaving him in a fit of rage as he tore apart several cherished ancient paintings from his father's collection. After leaving the villa, Erdongjiao inquired about the young master's health. Gu Jiao refrained from answering and instead asked, "What did the imperial physician say?" Erdongjiao had not been idle outside. He had sought information from the imperial physician, who generously shared what he knew. It is said that there is insufficient heart energy and stagnant blood, indicating a heart ailment. "What does Dr. Li think?" Gu Jiao inquired. The old physician, while the young master was in slumber, took his pulse and pondered, "It must undoubtedly be a heart ailment." Gu Jiao remained silent, for her diagnosis mirrored that of the two men. In contemporary terms, he suffered from congenital heart disease. This malady was exceedingly difficult to treat in ancient times. Merely possessing medication was insufficient. Surgery was imperative, and this procedure was far more intricate than that of Xiao Lulang. She currently lacked the necessary conditions for such an operation. "Miss Gu, can it be cured?" inquired the second master. Gu Jiao contemplated for a moment and replied, "I have left him with some medicine. Let us begin with conservative treatment." Chapter 49. New Year greetings. However, after escaping from the manager he did not depart immediately, but instead lingered nearby, awaiting any signs of activity from the estate. The young master appeared to be in dire straits. He wondered if the foolish lord would recklessly charge in. If the young master were to perish at his hands, the Hu family would undoubtedly find no refuge for their lord thereafter. As manager, he reveled in these thoughts. He beheld Gu Jiao and her companions emerging from the manor unscathed. He was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had the young master not died? Or had they, like himself, fled without any treatment? Yet, observing their calm demeanor, it did not seem likely. While manager, he was lost in his reverie. Gu Jiao and her companions boarded a carriage headed towards the residence of Director Li. Unfortunately, the carriage had already departed, rendering her shouts inaudible. Yuya, leaning against the pillar of the archway, gasped for breath. Manager, he emerged from behind a large tree and approached her, inquiring, "Miss, may I ask what has transpired with the three of them?" Yuya replied, "What could possibly have happened to them? It is my young master." Manager, his eyes brightened. Could it be that the young master has indeed been cured by them? Yuya let out a breath and continued, "My young master has awakened and is throwing quite a fit." Each word was clear to manager, yet when combined, their meaning eluded him. Was it the young master's illness? Manager, he found himself somewhat lost in the conversation. Yuya sighed in self-reproach. "It is all our fault for being too delighted and forgetting to pay them their consultation fee." "Wait, do you mean, they?" The words that followed were almost too daunting for manager to utter. It seemed utterly impossible. Unexpectedly, Yuya nodded vigorously. Yes. It was they who revived my young master." This felt akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Manager, he could hardly believe that a doctor from a small town possessed such remarkable skills, yet that did not deter him from claiming the credit for himself. "What business is it of yours?" Yuya shot him an eye roll. Nevertheless, if one were closer, they could still sense his extraordinary demeanor and eloquence. Gu Jiao and the second master dismounted from their carriage. "You are..." The director had never encountered Gu Jiao, and had even less familiarity with the second master. Gu Jiao politely introduced herself. "Xiao Lulang is my husband. I have come with my brother to pay you a visit." "He is inside." The director's attitude shifted immediately. He was generally quite averse to students visiting, but if the visitors were family of Xiao Lulang, his future protege, that was an entirely different matter. The second master remarked, "Why do I feel as if this director suddenly regards us with the eyes of a prospective daughter-in-law?" The director gently inquired, "How should I address you?" Gu Jiao responded, "My surname is Gu, and the villagers call me Jiaonyang." In truth, the villagers referred to her as Little Fool. Gu Jiao then introduced Dongjiao and his companions to the dean. They happened to be in the vicinity today and kindly offered me a ride. The dean, displaying impeccable courtesy, refrained from inquiring about their purpose in the area and simply expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Dongjiao for assisting his student and her family, inviting them to come inside for a chat. "Is the dean the head of Tianxiang Academy?" Dongjiao whispered to Gu Jiao as they entered the courtyard. "Indeed. My husband is a student there. Thus, his dean must be the head of Tianxiang Academy. Did you just realize this?" Dongjiao had been preoccupied all morning with the task of treating the young master's ailment, to the extent that he forgot his own name, making it difficult for him to grasp the significance of the situation. Once he did comprehend, it struck him that matters were far from simple. While the dean's reputation may not have been as pronounced in the small town and the capital, he was a figure that everyone sought after. He was a disciple of the venerable Gigio and was regarded as the foremost among the four great talents of the capital. Erdongio was several years younger than the dean and had grown up in his shadow. Every parent aspired for their son to become a prodigy like the dean. Unfortunately, most ended up resembling mere commoners. The dean had become a nightmare for that generation. Because of this anomaly, how many parents lamented their son's lack of achievement? In terms of heritage, the Hu family was a century-old lineage of the apricot grove, while the dean hailed from humble beginnings. Yet, in terms of influence, the combined efforts of all the Hu family's scions could not match that of Deanly. He had once held a position as a cabinet scholar, and it was said that he had moved here to care for his ailing mother. The dean arrived in Qingchuan town earlier than Erdongjia. Initially, Erdongjia contemplated whether to pay him a visit, but the shadows of his childhood swiftly deterred him. Of course, he also understood that the dean would be unlikely to receive him. I've heard he does not accept gifts, Erdongjia remarked to Gu Jiao. The dean, known for his integrity during his tenure in office, had consequently offended quite a few individuals. Thus, the establishment of the academy here was marked by a disdain for personal favoritism. Gu Jiao presented the basket of mountain goods, saying, "Dean, this is a token of respect from Lu Lang." The dean hastily accepted the offering, his swift motion betraying a fear of someone retracting their gesture. Lu Lang is thoughtful. Erdongjia appeared utterly bewildered. Wait, aren't you going to be a bit more courteous? One might think you, a dignified dean, are in need of such mountain goods. The dean replied, though I verbally refuse, my actions reveal a different truth. Even the apprentice's tribute was sent by his wife. Encouraged by Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshun also presented his New Year gift, a wooden carving he had crafted. He had long had a passion for carving. Otherwise, he would not have etched his name on Gu Zhao's umbrella handle. Originally intended for Gu Jiao, she advised that it was more pressing to present it to the dean first, assuring him that she could receive another one later. Gu Shaoshun found his sister's reasoning sound, and thus offered the carving with both hands. The sculpture depicted Gu Jiao, vividly lifelike and strikingly beautiful, devoid of any birthmarks, resembling an ethereal fairy. However, Erdongjia couldn't help but question, is it really appropriate to gift your sister's likeness to the dean? His lips twitched in disbelief. Gu Jiao's expression mirrored his, completely unprepared for her brother's choice of sculpture. The dean, too, wore a somewhat perplexed expression. Perhaps displaying a statue of a student's wife in his abode was not entirely suitable? At that moment, the elderly matriarch awoke, her eyes brightening at the sight of the wooden carving. Buddha. She reverently placed Gu Jiao's wooden sculpture on the table in her room, lighting 2 sticks of incense. Gu Jiao. The dean. Everyone. Chapter 50. Mother and son. The group departed from the dean's residence after enjoying lunch. The elderly matriarch was quite pleased with the Buddha statue gifted by Gu Shaoshun and requested the dean to present her treasured prayer beads, which she had cherished for many years, to Gu Shaoshun as they were leaving. These beads, crafted from jade, had been consecrated before the Buddha and possessed a significance and value that far surpassed that of ordinary jade. However, Gu Shaoshun was not particularly fond of them and decided to give the prayer beads to Gu Jiao. Sister, I'm heading in, Gu Shaoshun announced as he entered the ancestral home of the Gu family. Gu Jiao, carrying a backpack, continued forward and soon entered the house. Having grown accustomed to the elderly lady's perpetual frown and indifference, Gu Jiao found the sudden warmth somewhat disconcerting. What's wrong? Gu Jiao inquired, glancing at the dishes on the table, which were nearly cold, yet neither of them had touched their chopsticks. The elderly lady pursed her lips and lamented deeply. Liu Long's cooking is utterly dreadful. He looks decent enough, yet his culinary skills are worse than that foolish Gu Xiaoshuan's. Gu Jiao was momentarily at a loss for words. She glanced at the elderly lady and then at Xiao Lulang. Having never tasted Xiao Yolong's cooking, she had no basis for judgment. Yet, it was one thing for the elderly lady to express her dissatisfaction, but why was he criticizing himself? Hadn't he always cooked for himself in the past? With a sigh, Gu Jiao decided to redo the dishes and prepared a few egg-filled pancakes. The elderly lady's eyes glimmered with a peculiar green light. Xiao Lulang, despite maintaining a serious demeanor, seemed to evoke a similar glint in Gu Jiao's perception. Perhaps due to her prolonged observation of the elderly woman, the lady inquired about the visit to the dean. Did you meet the dean? Yes, I did, Gu Jiao replied. He lives a rather simple life, accompanied by his elderly mother and a young servant. far less extravagant than I had anticipated for someone of his stature in the Tianxiang Academy. I had imagined a lavish household, teeming with servants. Yet that was not the case. His residence, though spacious, is refined and tranquil, devoid of ostentation. Just 2 people? The elderly lady asked. 3, including the servant. Gu Jiao responded, carrying the mindset from her previous life that servants are indeed individuals. Does he not have a wife and children? The elderly lady queried. His wife passed away, Xiao Lulang interjected, pausing for a moment before continuing. She died at a young age, and he has remained unmarried since. How unfortunate. The elderly lady remarked, falling silent thereafter. After their meal, Gu Jiao presented the gifts from the dean, a large box of osmanthus-flavored millefeuille and 2 fish that the dean had caught himself. The elderly lady expressed great fondness for the millefeuille, while Xiao Lulang displayed a distinct aversion towards the fish, his gaze betraying his disdain. Gu Jiao prepared the fish, cleaning and salting them, and as she undressed, an object fell from her clothing. She picked it up and discovered it to be a white jade ring. This exquisite jade ring, of exceptional quality and a texture as smooth as cream, was certainly no ordinary item. How curious, she thought. How did this end up in my possession? She had no recollection of the dean or Lady Li bestowing such a precious treasure upon her. She brought the jade finger ring to her nose, inhaling a faint medicinal fragrance. Could it possibly belong to him? The hot spring villa. She dared not assert that the young master had truly lost consciousness, for she had not witnessed it with her own eyes. Furthermore, it spared her the embarrassment of the little apothecary climbing into bed. She merely noted that the clever young apothecary had attended to the young master with exceptional care. During their conversation, they arrived at Gu Yan's courtyard. Upon awakening, Gu Yan furiously tore apart several antique paintings, only to collapse afterward. Lying on the bed like a lifeless fish, gasping for breath, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet, it was evident that his awakening was a cause for gratitude. Madame Ho, filled with excitement, approached and sat at the edge of the bed, grasping her son's hand. Yenner, you are awake. Gu Yan retorted with irony, I am not awake. I am still in a stupor. Madame Ho, taken aback by a sharp response, chuckled instead of becoming angry. Yenno has the strength to speak to mother. You have been in a coma for so long. Do you know how frightened mother was? Thankfully, the Bodhisattva has blessed us. What does the Bodhisattva have to do with this? Gu Yan muttered. Madame Ho replied with a smile. Yes, yes. It is indeed Yenner's own fortune and fate. Gu Yan stated earnestly, she healed me. I know it was her, and she even left me medicine. When Gu Jiao attempted to save him, he remained unconscious. And when she left the medicine, he was still in a daze, yet he possessed an intuitive certainty that all these deeds were hers. She took it away. Gu Yan said with remarkable calmness. Chapter 51. Surprised in the following days, Gu Jiao did not venture outside but remained at home, diligently learning to write with Xiao Lulang and accompanying him in his rehabilitation. Xiao Lulang appeared indifferent to the prospect of rising anew. A revelation Gu Jiao had discerned even before the surgery. It was unclear what tribulations he had endured, but his heart resembled a barren wasteland, devoid of any ardor or passion for life. Fenglin harbored concerns that the surgery might yield unforeseen complications, yet Xiao Lulang acquiesced without a second thought. This was not bravery, but rather an apathetic resignation to fate. Nonetheless, Gu Jiao was resolute in her determination to ensure he survived, and that he would not be left in a diminished state. It was time for him to engage in rehabilitation. After tidying her surroundings, Gu Jiao ventured into Xiao Lulang's quarters. She had increasingly ceased to regard herself as a mere guest, entering without so much as a knock. The moment she stepped inside, his expression darkened, not due to her lack of decorum, but rather because he was reluctant to exercise. Anticipating his reaction, Gu Jiao offered him no opportunity for refusal. She approached and forcibly lifted him from his chair. Her audacity in entering his room and physically prodding him was truly a blatant disregard for personal boundaries. Xiao Lulang frowned slightly, but in his current condition, he was no match for her determination, and thus he was unceremoniously dragged out of the room. My cane, Xiao Lulang remarked. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow, declaring, From this day forth, there shall be no cane. Xiao Lulang shot her a sidelong glance, responding coolly, Without a cane, I cannot walk. Gu Jiao crossed her arms, exuding a captivating charm as she retorted, If you cannot walk, I shall support you. I will be your cane. She had noticed that he had been relying excessively on his cane during rehabilitation, placing all his weight upon it, thereby neglecting to exercise his right leg. Xiao Lulang's brow furrowed in frustration. The thought of hopping clumsily only solidified his resolve to surrender. Thus, Gu Jiao extinguished any inclination he had to take the easy way out with his cane. He could easily lean his weight upon the cane. Yet he could not impose it upon the delicate frame of Gu Jiao, for he admonished, "My dear, do not lean on me so. You must learn to exert yourself." Indeed, that was precisely it. Put in a bit more effort. I fear you shall crush me. How could such matters be solely dependent on a woman like myself? Xiao Lulang gritted his teeth. I merely seek assistance. Must you twist my words into such nonsense? Can you not keep silent? After completing 100 steps, Xiao Lulang was drenched in sweat. Gu Jiao took a handkerchief to wipe his brow. My dear, do you not feel a profound ache? As though trampled by a mighty wagon? Exhausted to the point of immobility, unable to lift your fingers, your legs trembling incessantly. Xiao Lulang. Finally, Xiao Lulang concluded his rigorous exertions for the day, and now it was his turn to impose upon Gu Jiao. Have you practiced your calligraphy today? He inquired with a grave expression. Just a moment ago, Gu Jiao had been reveling in mischief, but now she froze in place. Frustrated, she tousled her hair. She loathed writing in brush script, especially the intricate characters of the Zhao kingdom. Xiao Lulang scoffed and declared, if you do not write today, you shall face double the task tomorrow, and must inscribe 200 characters. Gu Jiao slammed down the brush. Then you shall walk 200 steps tomorrow. Xiao Lulang. I shall not walk. Gu Jiao. Then I shall not write. Xiao Lulang. As you wish. Gu Jiao. Whether she wrote or not was of little consequence. He, however, was bound to his rehabilitation, for without it, he would forever remain a slight limp. Xiao Lulang had indeed noticed that Gu Jiao had lost interest in writing. Initially, her curiosity towards the characters on the prescription may have been a fleeting whim. However, after experiencing the monotony of practicing calligraphy, she evidently retreated. He was certain that Gu Jiao could not write. Yet, the following day, upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to see a small figure sitting cross-legged on his bed, arms crossed defiantly, resembling an irritable little wildcat, albeit with 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes, casting a terrifying glare at him. What are you doing? Xiao Lulang stared at her in bewilderment, unsure how long she had been there, wondering if she had merely been watching him sleep. Gu Jiao huffed coldly, then produced a thick stack of neatly practiced characters, dramatically slapping them down before him. Man, this is the writing you requested. Xiao Lulang glanced at the characters, then at her dark circles, furrowing his brow. You didn't spend the entire night writing this, did you? How many characters are there? Surely she must be out of her mind. Gu Jiao, resembling a small beast finally revealing its fangs, declared, 1,000 characters. Today, you shall walk 1,000 steps. Xiao Lulang. Thus began the chaotic days in the Gu household. The elderly matriarch found her daily amusements not only in munching on sunflower seeds, indulging in sweets, and teasing Xuaning Xiang's son, but also in watching the two of them torment one another in their mutual animosity. Jiao Jiao, Lulang has taken one step less. The old lady relished the spectacle. Stirring the pot, Gu Jiao emerged from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, faced with a knife capable of cleaving a cow in two. Xiao Lulang felt a pang of sorrow. The shy little girl who had once lowered her head in the snow, waiting for him to drape a cloak over her, had ultimately proven to be someone he had misjudged. Before long, the Lantern Festival had passed, and Tianxiang Academy was back in session. Xiao Lulang rose early, meticulously packing his belongings. After such a lengthy interval, the dormitory at the academy should have been renovated by now. Once he moved in, he would no longer be compelled to walk. As he organized his bundle, Gu Jiao remained silent. True to form, she accompanied him to Uncle Luo Heir's carriage, handing him his walking stick. Just as she was about to depart, she seemed to recall something and smiled, saying, by the way, I've been quite busy lately and almost forgot to mention something. It would be inconvenient for you to practice walking at the academy. When I visited the headmaster last time, I made arrangements, so you won't need to stay at the academy for the next few months until you recover. Xiao Lulang was taken aback by this revelation. Not long after Gu Jiao left, Gu Shaoshan arrived and sat beside him. Brother-in-law, why are you bringing a bundle? I only have a book bag. Xiao Lulang hesitated to reveal that he had been misled by his sister, and instead retorted, aren't you staying at the academy? Gu Shaoshan replied, if you're not staying, then of course I won't either. I'll accompany you. It's better to have someone around in case anything happens along the way. After all, he was the top bully in the neighboring villages, and protecting his brother-in-law was a matter of pride. Xiao Lulang suppressed his irritation. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Sister wouldn't let me. She said she wanted to give you a surprise. Gu Shaoshan spread his hands with a cheerful smile. So, brother-in-law, are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Xiao Lulang ground his teeth in frustration. Gu Jiao. Chapter 52. A reunion. Meanwhile, Gu Das-hun had also emerged from the old Gu family residence. His demeanor was not particularly bright. The Gu family had endured a rather disheartening year, In the past, they would be inundated with visitors during the new year, nearly wearing down the threshold with guests. This year, whispers of the bureaucratic affairs have circulated, instilling a fear of tarnished reputations, leading to a desolate atmosphere at Gu's household. The villagers hold a rather indifferent view towards Gu Dasan, having lived in close proximity for many years. Everyone is well aware of the virtues of the Liu and Zhou families. However, Gu Dasan is seen as a promising individual, markedly different from the other children since his youth. It is believed he is destined for greatness. Yet he has been hindered by his mother and the second branch of his family, eliciting pity from the villagers. Contrarily, Gu Dasan perceives the gazes of others as mocking. Every glance directed his way is laced with disdain and ill will. Upon boarding the ox cart, he noticed Gu Xiaoshun laughing and chatting with Xiao Lulang. Gu Xiaoshun had previously kept his distance from Gu Dasan, which had brought him joy, yet now he felt an acute sense of isolation and embarrassment. Throughout their journey, neither Xiao Lulang nor Gu Xiaoshun acknowledged Gu Dasan, and later, the two entered Class B together. It was only upon glimpsing the class sign that Gu Dasan experienced a momentary sense of relief. Yet, what does it matter if they conspire together? Ultimately, they cannot ascend to prominence. The academy conducted an examination for returning students, and Gu Dasan was fervently determined to achieve first place to redeem his past failures. Unfortunately, his excessive effort and heightened tension resulted in a subpar performance, causing him to fall out of the top 10. Gu Xiaoshun, on the other hand, remained at the bottom. His schooling was merely to please his sister, not for the pursuit of scholarly fame, hence he felt no pressure in securing the last position. However, he did absorb some knowledge. He cherished the art of carving, and Xiao Lulang enlightened him that the pinnacle of carving lies not in depicting people or objects, but in inscribing words and texts. If he could flawlessly engrave every word from the 4 books and 5 classics, that would be truly remarkable. Gu Xiaoshun took this sentiment to heart, and from that day forth, he was no longer seen dozing off in class. He sat as alert as a fighting cock. He resolved to memorize every character taught by the sage, aspiring to become a true master of engraving. However, his fortunate days did not come to an end there. The day after the examination, he was summoned to the esteemed principal's junction hall. Upon seeing the principal, who wore a deviously gleeful expression while seated, Xiao Yolang's eyes instantly filled with wariness. The principal, with a gentle smile, reassured him, "There is no need to be anxious. I did not call you here regarding the recent examination. You have received the examination papers for the county test, correct? In 10 days, the county exam will commence. I promised Jianyang that I would assist you in reviewing your studies once the term began, aiming to help you successfully pass and become a Shiozai. From this day forth, you shall come to Zhongjing Hall to study during lunch. You haven't yet held me accountable for sneaking into the registration, and now you wish to monopolize my lunch break?" Xiao Lulang expressed 1,000 rejections. The principal continued in a theatrical tone. "Jianyang mentioned that you have been diligent, studying late into the night. Your mind is not dull, yet for some reason, your exam results have been lackluster. Perhaps your study methods are misguided, or your motivation has waned. I must think of a solution." Not allowing him to stay on campus while also seeking the principal's assistance, Xiao Lulang was unaware of the extent of their previous conversation. "So, shall we begin now?" The principal inquired with a smile directed at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang scoffed, casually responding, "I will not be participating in the county exam." So abandon that notion at once. Gu Jiao was entirely unaware of the matters concerning the academy. She was preoccupied with the thought that today the dean would provide Xiao Lulang with special assistance. Xiao Lulang possessed commendable talents. However, he had yet to focus his efforts on his studies. With guidance from an esteemed mentor, he would surely flourish. Elated, Gu Jiao tidied up her home, washed the garments, and chopped firewood. Subsequently, she informed the elderly matriarch, "Auntie, I shall visit the temple shortly." The elderly lady, cracking a sunflower seed, inquired, "What purpose do you have at the temple? To beseech the Buddha for Yolang's success in becoming a scholar?" Gu Jiao paused momentarily, realizing that this was indeed an option. Although she held a belief in science, was it not said that the culmination of science leads to theology? Perhaps it would not hurt to seek the Buddha's blessings for her husband, hoping for his transformation from an underachiever to a top scholar. However, in truth, her intention was to purchase mountain goods. The new year had passed, and the abbot's junior disciple should have returned from his travels. As for lunch, Gu Jiao began, but the elderly lady waved her hand dismissively. "Shui will come to prepare it. You may go." The elderly matriarch had little fondness for food that had been left to simmer in the pot. Although Shui Ningxiang's culinary skills did not rival Gu Jiao's, the matriarch preferred freshly made dishes. One could only wonder from whom she had acquired such a disposition. Gu Jiao often perceived the matriarch as an ordinary person, yet occasionally. The traits she exhibited made Gu Jiao feel as though she were in the presence of someone extraordinary. Lost in thought, Gu Jiao stroked her chin and made her way to the other side of the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she spotted an extravagant carriage, which piqued her curiosity. This small temple seemed an unlikely destination for affluent visitors. Why did such noble individuals frequent this place? Gu Jiao paid little heed and strode towards the mountain peak. As she reached the final few steps, a woman's figure unexpectedly tumbled down from above. The path was treacherously steep, and such a fall could easily prove fatal. In a split second, Gu Jiao sidestepped and grasped her. The woman spun around in midair before barely regaining her balance. She lifted her gaze to meet Gu Jiao's, and in that fleeting moment, both were taken aback. "It's you?" the lady exclaimed joyfully. "My dear girl, you have saved me yet again." Gu Jiao inquired with a hint of indifference. "Why is it that every time I see you, you find yourself in trouble?" The lady offered an awkward smile. Gu Jiao noticed the swelling on her forehead and the mud on her knees, prompting her to ask, "Did you stumble your way up here?" "Indeed," the lady nodded. "I sought the Buddha's blessings for my son, and it appears the deity has responded. I have come to express my gratitude." While Gu Jiao also wished to light incense and pray for Xiao Yolong's success in the imperial examinations, she would never consent to such a tortuous ascent. "Miss, are you here to see the abbot as well?" Gu Jiao recalled that her previous visit had been for that very purpose. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded earnestly. Yes. She had initially intended to seek the Buddha's favor for Xiao Lulang as well, but the deity seemed rather stingy, requiring one to prostrate oneself most humbly for any divine intervention. The lady urged, "Then you must hurry. The abbot is in the temple. If you delay, he may descend the mountain again." It was said that the abbot had recently been descending often, as a family in town was preparing to adopt a child from the temple. Gu Jiao cast a glance at her, as if silently inquiring whether she could manage on her own. "Do take care not to stumble again. There shall be no one to assist you." Her expression seemed to convey. The lady interpreted Gu Jiao's gaze and replied softly with a smile, "I must have been fatigued earlier, which caused a slight dizziness. I feel quite well now, and there are only a few steps remaining." "Curious," Gu Jiao inquired. "Do you often experience dizziness? Is it more pronounced in the morning or evening? Does it occur more frequently on an empty stomach or after a meal?" The lady was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions but responded politely, "It tends to happen more in the morning, particularly upon rising. And I do feel lightheaded if I haven't tea eaten." Gu Jiao nodded in understanding and retrieved a piece of sesame candy from her pouch, offering it to her. "Do indulge in some sugar." After handing the candy to the lady, Gu Jiao proceeded to seek out the abbot. This was her second visit to the temple, and several young monks recognized her, knowing she had come to purchase mountain goods, and thus guided her to the abbot's meditation room. As fortune would have it, the abbot had just concluded an audience with a guest who exited the meditation room, brushing past Gu Jiao. He was a young man in his 30s, handsome and elegantly attired. This marked the second devotee Gu Jiao had encountered at the temple. "Ah, is it the young benefactor who has arrived?" A warm voice resonated from within the meditation room. Gu Jiao acknowledged with a soft hum and stepped inside. To her surprise, several young bald monks were seated within, all aged between 4 and 6, with cherubic faces and playful, innocent eyes. Dressed in identical robes, Gu Jiao felt a touch of face blindness overcome her. The little monks gazed at her with wide, astonished eyes, marking, in truth, the first meeting between them. After a considerable pause, she covered her mouth with her small hand, believing her voice to be barely audible as she began to whisper, "Well, there is a flower on her face. Why does she have a flower on her face? Why do we not? I wish I had a flower too." The little monks repeatedly referred to it as a flower, yet Gu Jiao understood. They meant a birthmark. Did they truly believe that the mark on her face was, in fact, a flower? One little monk inquired, "Did you draw it yourself?" "Indeed, I was born with it, and it cannot be washed away." "Are you envious? Do you feel jealous?" Gu Jiao gazed leisurely at the group of inquisitive little monks. The abbot cleared his throat and addressed the little monks. "You should first go find Brother Jingchen." The little monks appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, but the allure of Brother Jingchen must have been quite significant, as they hesitated for a moment before scampering off to seek him out. A line of little monks each stepped over the threshold, with the last one tumbling down with a pronounced thud. Gu Jiao considered reaching out to help him, but he quickly regained his footing, offering her no opportunity to extend her hand. She pouted in disappointment. The abbot gestured for Gu Jiao to take a seat. After she settled down and sipped a few mouthfuls of bitter tea, She recalled the young man who had emerged from the meditation room, prompting her to ask the abbot, "Was that gentleman just now a pilgrim, or is he here for the same reason as I, to purchase the mountain?" The abbot smiled gently and replied, "He is not here to buy the mountain. He has come to adopt a child." Gu Jiao's expression turned one of bewilderment. The abbot explained that the young monks in the temple were orphans, and occasionally, kind-hearted families would come to adopt them. For some reason, Gu Jiao thought of that silly, bumbling little wrestler, so foolish, surely no one would want him, especially with so many clever young monks competing nearby. The abbot continued, "I have discussed the matter of purchasing the mountain with my junior disciple. He mentioned that if you, dear Gu, are genuinely interested in buying, the temple is willing to sell, but the price will be somewhat higher than before." "How much was it before?" Gu Jiao inquired. 249 taels. The abbot replied. "And now?" Gu Jiao asked again. 250 taels, the abbot answered. Gu Jiao's lips twitched in disbelief. "I seriously suspect your junior disciple is insinuating something." The abbot noticed her indignation and agreed that the price was indeed exorbitant. Yet the temple's finances were entirely managed by his junior disciple. Whatever he said went unquestioned, even by the abbot himself. "If you find the price excessive, dear Gu, you may wish to consider other mountains," the abbot suggested. "Does your temple have other mountains?" Gu Jiao asked. "None," the abbot replied candidly. Gu Jiao's lips twitched again. The total amount of silver she possessed was insufficient to purchase a mountain. But she had not yet received her fee for treating the young master of the hot spring villa. That visit had been quite costly. She had used 3 vials of epinephrine, and only a few boxes of heart failure medication had remained, all left for the young master. She resolved to ask her other clients for additional fees. By the time Gu Jiao descended the mountain, the lady had already departed, and the carriage was nowhere to be found. Gu Jiao did not inquire about her whereabouts and descended the mountain to the town. Today seemed peculiar. As luxury vehicles were frequently in sight, perhaps a subtle reminder that she too should acquire a carriage. Upon encountering Gu Jiao, the shopkeeper Wang was exceedingly courteous, personally ushering her inside. "Miss Gu, what brings you here today? Please, have a seat while I brew some tea for you." Gu Jiao replied nonchalantly, "No need for tea. I am here to collect the medical fees." Wang was momentarily taken aback. "Medical fees? What do you mean?" Gu Jiao fixed her gaze upon him. "The fees for the treatment rendered at the hot spring villa for the young master of the Ho family." "Where are my fees?" It became apparent that the luxurious carriage belonged to the Ho family, which explained its opulence. "Is the second master in the accounts room? Would you like to see him?" Wang inquired with a grin. "No, I shall wait until the Ho family settles their account before seeking him out," Gu Jiao responded, turning to head towards the private room behind the main hall. Just as she departed, the carriage's curtain was drawn aside. First, a stylishly dressed young maid leapt down, followed by a young lady clad in a blue garment, elegantly descending with the maid's assistance. Chapter 54. A narrow path, the semi-transparent gauze of her veil cascaded to her ankles, yet it could not conceal her graceful figure. The women of the town did not typically adorn themselves with veils, a practice reserved for the noble women of the capital. The delicate hand resting on the maid's arm was as exquisite as jade, slender and beautiful, a testament to the wealth that could nurture such hands. The appearance of such a personage in this impoverished town was akin to a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. Who could this young lady be? Perhaps from the Qin family? Yet, she did not seem to possess the same air of nobility as the Qin daughters. Could it be from the Lu family? That seems unlikely. In the town, the 2 most prominent families are the Qin and Lu families. One boasts a wealthy merchant by virtue of a marriage alliance, while the other is home to a county magistrate who wields considerable power in Qingchuan town. Naturally, their daughters are of unparalleled nobility, rarely seen by common folk. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the townspeople feel that this particular young lady could not possibly belong to their midst. Indeed, there are those who have encountered the daughters of the Qin and Lu families, and they are truly worlds apart. The young ladies of the Qin and Lu families are not even worthy of tying each other's shoes. "Is your master present?" The young woman entered the grand hall, addressing the astonished Wang, the steward. Wang was rendered speechless. In his many years of life, he had never laid eyes on a lady so breathtakingly beautiful and of such extraordinary stature. The young maid, visibly displeased, furrowed her brow and said, "My lady inquires if your master is here." "Miss? Could she possibly be the daughter of the marquis, the twin sister of the young master?" Good heavens! In his lifetime, he had encountered such a formidable noble. The young lady replied coolly, "No need for that. Just inform him. I shall see him personally." How could I dare? He would never permit a member of the marquis's household to wait. Since the second master had no pressing matters at the moment, Wang took the liberty of leading her to the study behind the hall. Wang's assumption was correct. The young lady had indeed come to deliver the medical fee. But in addition to that, she generously bestowed a considerable amount in rewards. Although she was absent during the treatment of the young master, she had heard much about the events that transpired and was eager to grasp the full account. The elderly physician and his young apprentice left a favorable impression on my brother, who expressed his desire for their return on the next occasion. After the young lady articulated her thoughts, she rose and prepared to depart. The second master, being an astute individual, was acutely aware of his own limitations and the futility of seeking unnecessary flattery. Thus, he graciously acquiesced to the young lady's request and personally escorted her to the entrance. "Is that the jade pendant given to you by the marquis?" he inquired. "Didn't you wear it when you set out today? How is it that it's now missing?" The young maid, in a state of urgency, scoured the carriage, but to no avail. The young lady, contemplative, nodded, "Yes. Please do search for it." The maid, lifting her skirts, entered the grand hall. With an irritable tone, she exclaimed, "My lady's jade pendant is lost. You must find it at once." Upon hearing this, Master Wang immediately adopted a cautious demeanor. "May I inquire what the appearance of Miss Gu's pendant is? What type of jade is it?" The maid gestured. "It's this big, circular, made of mutton fat jade." Without delay, Master Wang summoned the attendants within the hall to assist in the search, while the maid busied herself by heading to the second master's study. She recalled that her mistress had once seated herself there, and there was a possibility that it might have been left behind. As she passed by a side room, she noticed the door slightly ajar. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to enter. On the table within the room lay a dilapidated backpack that seemed out of place, filled with some mountain goods, alongside a tattered small box. The maid cast a disdainful glance at the box and suddenly noticed a pouch beside it. Upon opening the pouch, an unsettling feeling washed over her. She hastily emptied its contents onto the table, which scattered chaotically, with several silver coins rolling onto the floor. The young maid did not pick it up. Her gaze was fixated on the jade pendant and the jade ring that had fallen alongside it. She murmured in astonishment, "Isn't this the young lady's pendant and the young master's ring? How could they be here?" Gu Jiao had just experienced her monthly cycle and had visited the Chamber of Grace. Upon entering, she found a young girl rummaging through her pouch. Coldly, she stepped into the room, surveyed the chaos on the table and floor, and inquired, "Did you do this?" The young maid looked up at Gu Jiao. Dressed like a village girl, with a conspicuous red birthmark on her face, Gu Jiao's presence elicited an unmasked disdain from the maid. "And if I did? Are these things yours?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms, gazing at her with an air of tranquility that betrayed no hint of guilt or fear. The maid, a servant of the marquis's household, enjoyed a standard of living that rivaled that of daughters from affluent families. Thus her boldness in confronting a mere village girl was noteworthy. Fuming, the young maid exclaimed, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me asking you a question?" Gu Jiao responded with a dismissive laugh. The maid, incensed by her demeanor, retorted, "So you have stolen from my master and now refuse to admit it?" Chapter 55, An Encounter. What transpired? The second master and manager Wang approached, with the second master posing the question. This private room had been specifically prepared as a resting place for Gu Jiao. Although she seldom utilized it, it was generally uninvaded by others. Upon hearing the maid's claim of theft from their young lady, they initially presumed that it was the little thief who had hidden herself within. The two individuals soon discovered that only two people occupied the chamber, a maidservant from the Ho residence and Miss Gu. Was the little thief mentioned by the maidservant indeed Miss Gu? The young maid did not recognize Gu Jiao, and upon seeing the arrival of the two gentlemen, she immediately pointed at Gu Jiao, exclaiming, "You have arrived just in time. This little thief has stolen my young mistress's jade pendant. She has also pilfered the jade ring belonging to my young master." The second gentleman was taken aback. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. She would never steal. How could such a young girl possibly be a thief? She had unrestricted access to the accounts room, and despite the many valuable items contained within, she had never taken anything. Moreover, the girl's gaze was unclouded. If she were truly caught in the act, she would undoubtedly exhibit at least a trace of guilt. However, the shopkeeper held a differing opinion. Although he had not accompanied the others to the Ho residence that day, he had later heard from the second gentleman and the old doctor that it was Miss Gu who had rescued the young master, which provided her with the opportunity to abscond with the jade ring. The maidservant, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean she would never steal? Are you implying that I am wrongfully accusing her? What is she, that I would travel so far to slander her?" Though her words were somewhat harsh, there was a kernel of truth within them. The maidservant, as a servant of the Ho residence, held a status that surpassed that of many young ladies from affluent households. If she were to fabricate an accusation, it would be against someone of equal standing. A simple village girl like Gu Jiao was akin to a mere insect beneath her feet. She would not bother to target her unless she had truly stolen from the Ho residence. Are you certain you have not mistaken her for someone else? Many things in this world bear a resemblance to one another. Nevertheless, the second gentleman remained resolute in his belief in Gu Jiao's innocence. Mistaken? Never. The young maidlet scoffed. Do you think the ornaments used by my young mistress and the young master are mere commonplace trinkets? This jade pendant was bestowed by the palace. Your entire Hu family could not possibly afford it. For a fleeting moment, the face of the second master paled. If such a precious item were indeed the case, it could not possibly belong to Gu Jiao. However, he still could not bring himself to believe that Gu Jiao would resort to theft. Is it not permissible for there to be imitations? Who's to say that the item in Miss Gu's possession isn't a counterfeit? Manager Wang cast a worried glance at the second master. The second master held unshakable faith in Gu Jiao, which undoubtedly risked defending the marquis' household. He did not wish for any misfortune to befall the second master, just as he contemplated his words. Intending to persuade Gu Jiao to confess her misdeeds to avoid incurring the marquis' wrath, Gu Jiao spoke coolly. It is not a fake. It is genuine. Listen. She has admitted it. The young maid declared fiercely. Yuru. A gentle yet dignified voice floated in from outside the door. Miss, you have arrived. The young maid immediately donned a respectful demeanor, bowing to the young lady. Clad in a dark-hued curtain of gauze, the young girl entered gracefully. Her hair styled in a manner reminiscent of clouds drifting across the moon, exuding poise and elegance. The exquisite fragrance she wore, available only to the daughters of nobility in the capital, wafted through the air as she moved, filling the room with an enchanting aroma. Achoo! Gu Jiao sneezed. She was allergic to such perfumes. The young maid shot her a furious glare, dismayed that her mistress failed to bow and dared to sneeze so crudely. A country bumpkin would forever remain unrefined. The young lady spoke in her usual tone. This jade pendant cannot be a counterfeit. The jade used is Kunshan mutton fat jade, which only the royal family has the right to mine in Zhao country. Forging items used by the royal family is a grave offense, especially since it is impossible to replicate them perfectly. Gu Jiao stroked her chin thoughtfully. What is your attitude? The young maid continued to glare at her, though she was less domineering than before due to the presence of the young lady from the marquis' residence. The girl turned to Gu Jiao and gently inquired, Are you the little apothecary? Yes, Gu Jiao replied, refraining from asking how she had deduced this, for it was not a difficult conclusion to reach. The girl spoke slowly. I will return the jade ring to you, and in exchange, the jade pendant is a gift for you. I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Miss. The young maid stamped her foot in frustration. The shopkeeper, Mr. Wang, was beside himself with anxiety, urging her to agree quickly. She had previously suspected that the jade ring belonged to the young master of the marquis' household, and now her suspicions were confirmed. She refrained from explaining that the ring had inadvertently slipped into her sleeve while she was rescuing the young master, partly because she could not narrate the details of the rescue, and partly because the master and servant would not believe her. Given this, there was little point in wasting her breath. The girl remarked, You do have a discerning eye. This jade ring holds special significance for my brother. In terms of value, it is indeed less precious than that jade pendant. Gu Jiao responded, I will return the jade ring to you because it rightfully belongs to your brother. The pendant, however, is not yours, and therefore, you must return it to me. The young maid scoffed, If it does not belong to my mistress, does it belong to you? Have you looked in the mirror? Can you truly afford such an expensive jade pendant? The girl replied, Yulu. Mr. frowned, Miss, please be cautious with your words. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Upon hearing Gu Jiao's words, she extended her hand and declared one last time, Return the jade pendant to me. The young maid took a step back and retorted, In your dreams. This belongs to my young lady. Throughout the exchange, Gu Jiao acknowledged but a single truth, that the jade ring was indeed the young master's, yet she never confessed to having pilfered it. However, in the ears of her adversary, it transformed into an admission of theft. Chapter 56, Apology at the Rejuvenation Hall. Only 3 individuals were aware of Gu Jiao's medical prowess, the second master, the shopkeeper Wang, and the elderly physician, although others often saw Gu Jiao. They merely regarded her as the relative of a patient. The second master and Wang treated her with great courtesy, and the rest assumed their kindness was due to her husband being a student at the Tianxiang Academy. One should never underestimate a scholar, many future gentry, merchants, and local officials may emerge from their ranks. Yet, no one anticipated that she would engage in such disgraceful conduct. Who would have thought that the seemingly honest individual was, in fact, a habitual thief? Indeed, she had stolen not only someone's jade pendant, but also their jade ring. She seemed unconcerned about tarnishing her husband's reputation. Isn't it tragic? A scholar finds himself entangled with such a wicked woman. Among all present, it appeared that, aside from the second master, no one believed in Gu Jiao's innocence. Was it not obvious? How could someone so impoverished possibly possess such exquisite jade? My lady, please take care of the jade pendant, the young maid said, bowing as she fastened it to the young woman's waist. Gu Jiao reached out to retrieve it. But the maid, with a chilling glare, raised her hand and struck Gu Jiao. However, before the slap could land on Gu Jiao's face, she countered with a swift slap of her own, sending the maid sprawling to the ground. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by how Gu Jiao had struck. By the time they realized what had transpired, the young maid was already sprawled on the ground, her cheeks swollen. The young lady herself was momentarily stunned. Gu Jiao, with her small hand marred by years of labor, reached out and lifted the veil of the young lady, yanking the jade pendant from her waist. Throughout the entire ordeal, Gu Jiao held her breath, refraining from inhaling the fragrance of the powder that clung to the girl's skin. The young lady, with her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "You audacious creature! How could a mere country girl dare to touch her?" The young lady's breath hitched. Was this rustic girl implying that she was filthy? If Gu Jiao intended to offend, she would do so thoroughly and without reservation. The young lady felt an oppressive weight in her chest, nearly stifling her. Gritting her teeth, she furiously commanded, "Summon the authorities." Who needs to summon the authorities? A commanding yet cool voice interjected as the esteemed headmaster strode into the scene with an expression of stern authority. Upon entering, he surveyed the enraged young lady, whose fury was palpable, and then glanced at the maid still struggling to rise from the ground. With an air of composure, he approached Gu Jiao, his stance revealing his allegiance. Turning to the young lady, he regarded her with a blend of respect and firmness, asking, "Is it this young lady who wishes to report a crime? Might I inquire what has transpired to provoke such ire?" His words were polite, yet his tone was unyielding. The young lady furrowed her brow and inquired, "And who might you be?" The headmaster replied, "I am the headmaster of Tianxiang Academy." The young lady responded, "Headmaster Li?" The headmaster affirmed, "Indeed, that is I. Director Li's name resonates throughout the capital, and it is certainly not unknown to the young lady. Although he has retreated to his small town to lead the life of a humble teacher, his influence in the capital remains undiminished." The young lady addressed him with a degree of respect, glancing at Gu Jiao, and stated, "She has stolen something from my family. When will it be returned?" "I did not steal it. The jade pendant belongs to me," Gu Jiao asserted. While she may disregard the young lady's opinion, she is mindful of the director's perception, as she is the wife of Xiao Lu Lang and does not wish to tarnish her reputation in his eyes. "What about the jade ring?" the young lady inquired. The maid, fuming, retorted, "You did not say that earlier. You admitted to stealing it." This exemplifies why Gu Jiao refrained from explaining herself. They would not listen attentively regardless. "May I see the jade pendant?" Director Li requested of Gu Jiao. She handed it over, and the pendant, gifted by her teacher, had an ambiguous history. Whether it was bestowed upon Gu Jiao directly or passed through Gu Shaoshun to her was inconsequential. What mattered was that Gu Jiao had not committed theft. The teacher, having withdrawn from public life, wished to keep his whereabouts a secret, and thus, he would not be mentioned. With a subtle smile, Director Li addressed the young lady, saying, "You are mistaken. This jade pendant is not yours. It was given to me by my teacher, and subsequently, I gifted it to her husband." "Her husband?" The young lady scrutinized Gu Jiao from head to toe. "Her husband is my direct disciple." Director Li unilaterally asserted the claim over his apprentice. With that, everything fell into place. The esteemed mentor of Director Li was the venerable head of the Guozijian, who, prior to his retirement, was held in high regard by His Majesty. It is hardly surprising that he possesses items from the palace. However, the young lady found it somewhat incredulous. Many in the capital yearned to study under Director Li, yet he has graciously declined their requests. How could such a humble village girl, presumably wed to a mere peasant, have captured his attention? "Achoo!" Gu Jiao caught a whiff of the fragrant powder on the jade pendant and, unable to resist, sneezed. The pendant had been discovered in the thicket. Imbued with a scent reminiscent of the young lady, even more so than Gu Jiao's own. Has the truth finally emerged? Gu Jiao inquired. "Even if the pendant is not your theft, the jade ring must surely be yours," muttered the maidservant. "Enough, Yuru," the young lady interjected. casting a complex glance at Gu Jiao before stepping forward, bowing slightly, and stating, "I apologize. I have misunderstood you, miss." The maidservant gasped in shock. How could her mistress, a noblewoman of a prestigious marquis, demean herself before a lowly village girl? What harm is there in accusing her, when restoring her honor would suffice? The young lady instructed the maidservant, "You two must hastily apologize to this young lady." But, apologize. The young lady's tone turned suddenly stern, and the maidservant, cowed into submission, begrudgingly offered her apology to Gu Jiao. "Thank you." The young lady nodded and departed with her bruised maidservant in tow. Director Li observed her retreating figure. Pondering, Gu family? The one from the capital? The second master sighed, pondering, aside from the Gu family and the capital, who else could raise such a remarkable daughter? Embodying both grace and virtue? No one is infallible. Yet the ability to promptly acknowledge one's mistakes and sincerely apologize to a humble village maiden speaks volumes about one's noble character. What Director Li did not mention is that the esteemed daughter's name is indeed Gu Jinyu. Chapter 57. Parents after leaving the medical clinic. Gu Jinyu made her way directly to a tea house in the town, where Madame Ho had been waiting for quite some time. Upon entering the tea room, Gu Jinyu, like a fledgling swallow, flung herself into Madame Ho's embrace, affectionately calling her mother. Madame Ho, holding her long-lost daughter, remarked, "You've grown so much. How can you still burrow into your mother's arms? It's quite shameless." Gu Jinyu tightened her embrace, playfully retorting, "No matter how old I am, I will always be your and father's daughter. How can that be considered shameless?" Madame Ho pinched her petite nose, saying, "You truly have been spoiled by your father." Gu Jinyu huffed, "Who can blame him? I am his only precious daughter." At the mention of this, Gu Jinyu's gaze faltered. The matter of the medical fees had indeed been a misunderstanding. Madame Ho believed the servant had provided it, while the servant thought Madame Ho had taken care of it. The daughter was at fault for her hasty judgment, and she bowed her head in acknowledgement of her error. Madame Ho spoke earnestly, "In this world, there will always be those of greater worth than us. Just because your status is higher than hers, does it give you the right to belittle her? What if you encounter someone of even greater esteem in the future? Will you then allow yourself to be looked down upon?" Though Madame Ho cherished her daughter, she was not devoid of principles. Gu Jinyu, playfully linking her arm with Madame Ho's, declared, "As the daughter of the Ho family, who could possibly look down on me?" "Ah, you." Lady Ho chided her daughter with a playful glare. "Your brother claims he took it by accident. You know he would never lie." Yet, Gu Jinyu remained perplexed. What does it mean to take something by accident? How does he know it was unintentional? Did he witness it? I cannot say, Lady Ho replied. While she adhered to principles in pampering her daughter, she abandoned them when it came to her son, for he was a fleeting presence in her life, and she could not bear to impose rules upon him. Her son was reticent about that day's events, so she refrained from pressing him further. It was merely a jade ring. If it was lost, so be it. The happiness of her son was what mattered most. "You," Lady Ho remarked, tapping her daughter's forehead. A mix of exasperation and amusement in her tone. "If not you, then who? Is it that little girl who took the jade ring?" This utterly improbable jest lifted Gu Jinyu's spirits. She nestled into her mother's embrace and extended her small hand. "Mother, my hands are cold." Lady Ho gently touched the back of her hand and confirmed it was indeed chilly. She set aside the candy she had been holding and retrieved an exquisite hand warmer to warm her daughter. However, Gu Jinyu's gaze drifted to the sesame candy on the plate, her expression turning curious. "Mother, where did you acquire such things? They look unclean. Be cautious lest you upset your stomach." Lady Ho recalled the kind-hearted girl who had given it to her, her eyes softening with affection. "A benevolent young lady gifted them to me, and I accepted." Meanwhile, Gu Jiao had received her payment for the diagnosis, 20 taels in total, with the silver she already possessed. It was ample enough to purchase that hill. The second master was somewhat apprehensive that today's events might displease Gu Jiao, and he awkwardly inquired, about next month's consultation." Gu Jiao replied nonchalantly, "I promise to see patients once a month. I will not go back on my word." With that, she took the silver and headed to the academy. By the time Gu Jiao arrived, the school had already dismissed its students, who in their white uniforms streamed out one after another. Gu Jiao stood patiently at the mouth of the alley, yet she did not see Xiao Lulang or Gu Xiaoshan. Just as she began to speculate whether the two had been detained by the teacher, they appeared from another direction. Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan were carrying a bundle of items, and as they drew closer, Gu Jiao realized there were some incense and a thick stack of joss paper. Gu Jiao inquired, "What do you intend to do with these?" Gu Xiaoshan, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Sister, have you forgotten? Today is the anniversary of Uncle San and Aunt San." Gu Jiao was taken aback. Indeed, She had forgotten. The original owner of this body had held this significant day in memory, but alas, Gu Jiao was not the original owner and had let it slip her mind. Thank goodness you remembered, Gu Jiao said to Gu Shaoan, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gu Shaoshun scratched his head. Actually, I didn't remember either. It was brother-in-law. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow at Xiao Lulang. She did not recall ever mentioning her parents' memorial day to him, so he must have heard it from the villagers, given their current pretense of a marriage. It was rather impressive that he remembered. Thank you, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang, leaning on his cane with an impassive expression, climbed onto the ox cart. Still irked by Gu Jiao's secretive dealings with Deanly, and resolved to ignore her for the day. Unfazed, Gu Jiao hopped onto the cart. Convinced of the extraordinary closeness between them, Gu Jiao purposefully chose a seat nearest to him. Xiao Lulang, seething with anger, found that the person who had provoked his ire displayed no awareness of wrongdoing, which only intensified his frustration. The grave of Gu Sanlang lay adjacent to that of his wife, Su Shi, overgrown with grass that had reached half a person's height due to neglect. Despite his simmering discontent, Xiao Lulang rolled up his sleeves and meticulously began to uproot the overgrown grass, one tuft at a time. He was so absorbed in his task that he failed to notice Gu Jiao, lost in thought as she gazed at the grave. From the memories of the original owner, Gu Sanlang had perished in a flood, with villagers spending weeks along the riverbank to recover his body. By the time they found him, his remains were beyond recognition, causing Su Shi to collapse in despair at the sight. She held on for merely a year before succumbing on the anniversary of Gu Jiao's father's passing, leaving behind a 5-year-old daughter. They were exceptional parents, infinitely superior to Gu Jiao's own in her previous life, yet they departed far too soon. It seemed that regardless of the life she lived, she was destined to be devoid of paternal affection and maternal love. Chapter 58. County Examination. The two of them put considerable effort into clearing the grave, emerging quite disheveled, aware of his fondness for cleanliness. Gu Jiao suggested as they passed by the riverbank, "Why don't you wash your hands?" Xiao Lulang replied, limping toward the river with his cane. Gu Jiao pondered whether the rehabilitation was insufficient. With a chuckle, she exclaimed, "Let us wash together. Just washing hands, why the eagerness? It's not like we're taking a bath, right?" Xiao Lulang, upon finishing his inquiry, suddenly recalled that this was the very river where she had once fallen into the water. Perhaps she was too frightened to approach, and he inwardly chastised himself for his indiscretion. He intended to hastily wash up and depart, but Gu Jiao had already squatted beside him. The river water was somewhat frigid. However, neither of them were pampered young masters or ladies of privilege, and they could bear the chill to cleanse themselves. Yet, just as they both rose, a sudden mishap occurred. Something tumbled from Gu Jiao's arms, and with a resounding plop, it plunged into the river. "My purse," Gu Jiao exclaimed, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. She swiftly reached out to grasp it, but it was too late. The purse, laden with numerous pieces of silver, sank swiftly into the depths. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Jiao leapt into the water. Xiao Luolang's expression shifted dramatically. Her plunge was far more shocking than the loss of the purse, and he was momentarily paralyzed by disbelief as she vanished beneath the surface. Gu Jiao resurfaced, clutching the purse triumphantly. I found it. Xiao Luolang hurriedly pulled her ashore. Gu Jiao knelt upon the grass, dripping and gasping for breath. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Luolang regarded the purse she held tightly in her grasp. It is merely a purse. How much silver could possibly warrant risking your life? It is not about the silver, Gu Jiao replied, shaking her head as she opened the purse and emptied its contents onto the ground, without so much as a glance at the silver coins. She seized a palm-sized package sealed with wax, crafted from cowhide. Is there a handkerchief? She inquired, looking towards Xiao Luolang. He produced a clean handkerchief from his garment, assuming she intended to dry her face, only to discover that she was meticulously wiping the cowhide package with it. After drying the craft paper bag, she gently peeled away the layer of wax and opened the bag, revealing a document sealed with an official stamp. It was dry and intact. Gu Jiao let out a sigh of relief. This was the examination document sent by the dean for Xiao Luolang, who had no intention of taking the exam and had tossed it into the waste paper pile. When Gu Jiao discovered the document while tidying up his room, she assumed he had carelessly dropped it and decided to keep it safe for him. She handed the document to him, saying, "Take good care of it. I'm soaked, so please don't wet the document." Xiao Luolang replied, "Is that all you're concerned about? I still want to take the exam. In this weather, washing my hands by the river is manageable, but if I fall in, I want to be able to withstand it." Gu Jiao shivered from the cold wind, her eyes wide and glistening with moisture. her small hand continually reaching out to him, her sleeve dripping with water, yet not a drop fell onto the document. The 4 words lingered on her lips but ultimately remained unspoken. Instead, she said, "Besides, I won't pass either. Why put yourself through this?" Gu Jiao responded earnestly. "How can you know you won't pass if you don't even try? Even if you don't succeed this time, there will be another opportunity. If you don't succeed then, there will be yet another chance. Eventually, you will succeed." Xiao Lulang remarked, "What if I never succeed and remain without achievement? Who says not passing means one is without merit? There are countless paths in life. Education is merely one of them. If you dislike it, you may pursue other endeavors." Suddenly, a thought crossed Gu Jiao's mind, and she looked at him cautiously. "You wouldn't dislike studying, would you?" Xiao Lulang gazed into those expectant eyes, akin to those of a fawn, and felt a pang of reluctance. He sensed that his mere expression of disfavor would inflict pain upon her. With a soft sigh, he accepted the document. "Are you foolish?" he murmured, his voice low and gentle. Gu Jiao tilted her head, curious. What did you say?" After her fall into the water, Gu Jiao had fallen ill, still battling a fever on the day of Xiao Yolong's county examination. Yet, she rose early, despite her foggy mind, to prepare breakfast for him and pack provisions for the examination. The county examination comprised 5 sessions, held every other day, requiring candidates to endure a full day of testing, including all necessities. The first session, known as the formal examination, was mandatory. Only those who passed could advance to the subsequent round. Success in all 5 sessions granted eligibility for the provincial examination the following month. After the provincial examination, there was yet another round, the academy examination, and those who triumphed would attain the esteemed title of Xiuzai in the kingdom of Zhao. Of course, there were distinctions among Xiuzai. The top performers were designated as Lianshan, receiving monthly rations from the government, followed by Zhengshan, who did not receive provisions, and lastly, Fuxing. Gu Dasan was a bona fide Lianshan, a source of pride for the Gu family for many years. As Gu Jiao sat in the ox cart, her petite frame shivered in the biting wind, her nose running as she spoke in a muffled tone. "Do not be anxious. We are merely here to take the exam casually, as if just going through the motions. I've gathered all the details. There are 5 sessions in total. If you do not perform well in the first, it matters not, for there are still 4 more. I shall accompany you every day, Achu. Achu. Achu." Upon finishing her words, she sneezed 3 times in rapid succession, her eyes sparkling with stars. Xiao Lulang regarded her intently, choosing silence over words. Upon entering the examination hall, the examiner distributed the papers to each candidate. The reason he found himself in this predicament was due to the fact that someone nearly lost their life over a piece of exam paperwork that he had carelessly discarded. However, this did not indicate that he would take the examination seriously. He intended to submit a blank sheet. A sudden sneeze from a neighboring cubicle interrupted his thoughts. The notion of someone languishing in illness on a cart, waiting for him all day, irked Xiao Lulang, prompting him to pick up his pen in irritation. Xiao Lulang attended only 1 exam before deciding to forego the rest. This news swiftly reached Gu Dashuan's ears. Typically, there are 2 scenarios for attending only a single exam. The first being that one performs exceptionally well, securing a place as the top candidate, and thus being granted direct admission to the final examination. The second being that one performs so poorly that they are deemed ineligible for the subsequent 4 rounds. The former occurrence is quite rare, as even a stellar performance in the initial round does not guarantee that no one else will surpass it in the following 4. Not to mention, for someone like Xiao Lulang, who languished at the bottom of Class B, even if he were to realize his utmost potential, achieving first place would remain an impossibility. Chapter 59. The monk. It was said that Lulang had participated in the county examination. During dinner, the elder Gu inquired about Xiao Yolong's situation, following the incident with the young Qin gentleman earlier in the year. Although no one suspected that Gu Jiao had acted with malice, they felt that she had indeed brought misfortune upon herself, and since Xiao Lulang had become engaged to her, he too was seen as unfortunate. At the mention of Xiao Lulang's name, the 3 women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, felt a tightness in their chests. Unfortunately, as it was the elder's question, they dared not speak, merely focusing on their meal in the kitchen. "Yes, he only attended 1 exam, replied Gu Dasan. After a moment's reflection, Gu Dasan speculated, "He must have performed poorly, then. If one fails the first exam, they are not permitted to participate further." Gu Changhai inquired, "Will the examination fee be refunded?" Gu Dasan, "I will not yield." Gu Changhai picked up a piece of pickled vegetable, exclaiming, "TSK, that's 2 taels of silver. It could still create a ripple in a cesspit." Old Master Gu furrowed his brow and cast a glance at his eldest son, prompting Gu Changhai to shrink back and fall silent. The entire table was filled with the unsavory remnants of the cesspit, save for Gu Dasan. Do not assume he was oblivious. He was fully aware that this examination had been registered for Xiao Lulang by the esteemed dean, who had forsaken a promising student like himself in favor of the rotting wood that was Xiao Lulang, only to be met with disappointment. A surge of vindictive pleasure welled up within Gu Dasan. 10 days later, the results of the county examination were announced. Gu Dasan eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Xiao Lulang's embarrassment, only to be struck dumb by an unforeseen revelation. The grand read announcement from the academy boldly proclaimed the top scorer of the county examination, Xiao Lulang. In truth, the official announcement from the government was not due so soon. It was the dean's impatience that propelled him to personally visit the county office, inquire about the results. And before the official proclamations could be made, he hung the celebratory notice himself. It was displayed in the most conspicuous location, ensuring that everyone passing by the academy could behold it. The dean stood beneath the notice, grinning like a fool. Those in the know whispered that one of his students had claimed the top spot in the county examination, while those unaware might have thought it was his own son who had succeeded. He even summoned Xiao Lulang to the Zhongjing Hall, proclaiming, "I knew my efforts would not be in vain. You have indeed been moved by my dedication." Xiao Lulang glanced at him expressionlessly and replied, "I merely detest taking so many examinations." The dean leisurely responded, "Oh, then you could simply submit a blank paper. There would be no need to continue the examination." Would there? Admit it, Lulang, you were truly concerned for your dean. Reluctant to disappoint the dean, Xiao Lulang dismissed him with indifference and turned to leave. The joyous news had yet to reach the village, and Gu Jiao remained oblivious to it. After recuperating at home for several days, she had now fully recovered from her cold and was in the process of gathering her belongings for a visit to the temple. After much contemplation, Gu Jiao recalled that the elderly woman had mentioned the delicacies gifted to her by a lady during her first visit to the temple. Those treats were not from the temple itself, but rather brought by a devoted pilgrim. She was uncertain if she would encounter her again this time. Despite her words, she felt that having visited twice already, the likelihood of a third meeting was quite favorable. Yet, upon reaching the mountain, she failed to spot the lady. Although she did come across several quirky little monks. Having completed their studies, the young monks were huddled behind the door, stacked like little towers, each peering out with their curious heads, seemingly awaiting someone. As Gu Jiao ascended to the mountaintop with her small basket on her back, their eyes widened in astonishment. She has arrived. She has come. She approaches with her basket. Quick, hide. The little monks hastily retreated, but with so many tiny bodies, they became tangled. Those at the top could not descend, and those below could not escape, ultimately tumbling out in a chaotic heap, rolling like little gourds across the ground. Gu Jiao gazed at the sudden assembly of disheveled little monks before her. A grand collective stumble? Jing Fan, Jing Xian, Jing Shan, where have you all wandered off to? They had tumbled in front of the lovely benefactor, utterly disregarding their dignity. The mischievous senior brother even called out their names. The little monks sprang to their feet, ready to flee. Suddenly, Gu Jiao spoke up. "What were you just doing?" The little ones halted in their tracks. Little monk 1 replied, "We weren't watching you." Little monk 2 echoed, "Yes, we didn't look at you." Little monk 3 nodded vigorously. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Why would you look at me?" The little monks chorused, "You are beautiful." Gu Jiao. Little monk 1 pointed at the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face. "Your flower is lovely." Ironically, the village children regarded her as a hideous creature. They either bullied her or scurried away upon seeing her. Yet these little monks, who had never descended the mountain, were inexplicably captivated by her birthmark time and again. Gu Jiao was charmed by the little monks and retrieved some sesame candy from her backpack to offer them. "We cannot accept the benefactor's offerings," little monk 1 declined. After a moment's thought, Gu Jiao proposed, "Aren't you monks supposed to beg for alms? If you ask me for alms, these sesame candies will belong to you afterward." The little monks, holding their small bowls, sat on the steps and began to munch contentedly. Gu Jiao counted their heads and inquired, "Weren't there 4 of you? Why are only 3 left?" Little monk 1 replied, "Are you referring to Jinkong? He is going down the mountain." So the little tumbleweed was named Jinkong. "He must feel quite sad about leaving this place," Gu Jiao asked. The 3 little monks shook their heads in unison. Little monk 1, the most spirited and the spokesperson of the group, declared, "He is not sad at all. He has long wanted to leave the mountain." Gu Jiao, puzzled, asked, "Why?" The young monk remarked, "He said he could eat meat once he descends the mountain." Gu Jiao responded, "What kind of misguided little monk is this?" She then inquired, You must be quite saddened, right? The three young monks shook their heads once more. The young monk continued, in fact, even if he descends the mountain, he cannot eat meat. He is allergic to it. He himself is unaware. Gu Jiao exclaimed, is there really someone who is allergic to meat? Don't deceive me, for I have read little. The young monk replied, we did tell him, but then he wouldn't leave. Gu Jiao paused for a moment and reflected. You seem to care for him quite a bit. Being adopted by kind-hearted individuals is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Isn't it? The young monk boldly declared. Who told him to eat so much? He finished all our meals. Gu Jiao responded. What kind of insincere little monks are you all? However, the clumsy little fellow ultimately did not descend the mountain, as the wealthy family unexpectedly canceled their visit. After some inquiry, the abbot learned that the lady of the affluent family was pregnant, having just received the joyous news from the physician the previous night. The doctor confidently proclaimed it would be a son. When Gu Jiao visited the abbot's meditation room, the young monk was seated on a stone at the entrance, a brand new small bundle beside him. With his head drooping, he remained utterly still, his small silhouette exuding a sense of melancholy. It was evident that he had realized he had been abandoned by the family who was to adopt him, enveloping his entire being in a cloak of sadness. Gu Jiao contemplated for a moment, approached him, and asked, may I sit here for a while? The young monk remained silent, merely shifting the small bundle aside. Thus, Gu Jiao sat down beside him. As an admirer of beauty, Gu Jiao has always found it difficult to resist charming things. The little monks in the temple are indeed quite endearing, but the one before her is exceptionally so. His round little head, large eyes, and long, dark eyelashes make him resemble a delicate fairy of eyelashes. Are you feeling sad? Gu Jiao inquired. What? Little Jing Kong replied, realizing her question, and huffed. I'm not sad at all. His voice was high-pitched and childlike. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and said, so, you don't wish to leave the mountain? With his arms crossed defiantly, little Jing Kong turned his face away and arrogantly declared, of course not. What is so good about leaving the mountain? I've heard they even force you to eat meat. I refuse to break my vows. Well, your little companions don't seem to share that sentiment. Gu Jiao teased him. You truly don't want to come down? Little Jing Kong replied with a serious expression, absolutely not. I will never leave the mountain in my lifetime. I want to be a monk forever and eventually become the abbot of the temple. Gu Jiao silently gave him a thumbs up, admiring his ambition. With a sigh, Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, since you are so resolute, I shall respect your wishes. I had originally planned to speak with the abbot and let you stay with me for a few days down the mountain. Little Jing Kong placed his hands on his hips and insisted, I already said I'm not going down. Especially not with you. Ask me again if you don't believe me. Gu Jiao, taken aback, asked, do you want to come down the mountain with me? Little Jing Kong swiftly grabbed his bundle and exclaimed, yes. Gu Jiao was left speechless. Chapter 60. Adoption having grown up, Gu Jiao had never been so skillfully outmaneuvered. Especially not by a little glutinous rice dumpling. You just said you wouldn't descend the mountain with me. Monks do not speak falsehoods. That was the previous little Jing Kong. And the current little Jing Kong is unrelated. The present little Jing Kong has agreed to accompany you down the mountain. Gu Jiao, is it truly permissible to do so? Little Jing Kong dashed into the room, exclaiming, Abbot, someone wishes to adopt me. Gu Jiao, no, that is not quite how I phrased it. Who is it? The abbot. With a benevolent demeanor, inquired gently. Little Jing Kong pointed with a finger. Her. As Gu Jiao stepped into the meditation room, she was momentarily taken aback. The abbot joined his hands in reverence. Ah, it is you, Gu Xiaoshi. Ba. Clearing her throat, Gu Jiao began. Abbot, what I meant was. The abbot smiled kindly. I comprehend the intent of Gu Xiaoshi. Rest assured, I would not place you in a predicament. Gu Jiao felt a wave of relief, thankfully. The abbot was a person of understanding. With a serious tone, the abbot continued, Jing Kong is, in fact, the disciple of my junior brother. Generally, one must first obtain his consent. However, I am well aware of your character, and I shall take responsibility on behalf of my junior brother. Gu Jiao stood there, bewildered. Wait, what do you mean by taking charge? The abbot addressed little Jing Kong. Jing Kong, once you descend the mountain, you must obediently heed Gu Xiaoshi's words. Understood? Little Jing Kong nodded vigorously. MHM. Understood, abbot. Gu Jiao, but wait, are you also casual about this? Gu Jiao added, I think you ought to consult with others. Perhaps your senior brother's opinions. Suddenly, a chair was moved into the room with a thud. Jing Kong, your favorite small bamboo chair has been gifted to you by your senior brother. Remember him after descending the mountain. Thud. A spinning top was thrust into little Jinkong's embrace. Jinkong, your beloved top has been bestowed upon you by your second senior brother. Do not forget him. Subsequently, each senior brother presented a farewell gift with such swiftness, as if a moment's delay would cause Gu Jiao to change her mind. Gu Jiao's lips twitched. Little monk, how much mischief have you caused? To make your brothers so eager? Is it still possible to change my mind now? Gu Jiao came to purchase a mountain, yet found herself burdened with an additional little tag-along upon her descent. The abbot grinned widely. A buy one, get one free offer. Gu Jiao, I do not feel like I have gained anything. Today marks a significant day for Xiao Lulang, regardless of his personal feelings. He has undergone a remarkable transformation from being at the bottom of Class B to securing the top position in the county examination. Had an exemplary student from Class A achieved this, it would not have stirred such a commotion. In essence, his leap has been too monumental. Xiao Lulang was the center of attention at the academy for an entire day. As Uncle Luo mentioned, those bringing good news had gone to the village. So it is likely that the townsfolk are already aware. Indeed, upon reaching his doorstep, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. The villagers revel in merriment. And whenever an event occurs at anyone's home, the entire village gathers to observe. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath, preparing himself to be encircled by the villagers for conversation. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. The villagers were blocking the entrance too firmly. He could not enter the house and had to tap the shoulder of a person in front of him. Aunt Zhao, may I step inside for a moment? What do you want? Aunt Zhao grumbled, shifting her shoulder. It's me, Lulang. He spoke, then continued to glance into the room, disregarding Xiao Lulang entirely. Xiao Lulang felt somewhat bewildered. He nudged a few fellow villagers and discovered that indeed, they were too preoccupied to pay him any mind. Puzzled, he wondered why they had gathered at his home if not for him. When he finally managed to squeeze through the door with great effort, he was taken aback by the scene before him. In his living room sat a small monk, no taller than 3 heads. The little monk obediently perched on a small stool beside the elderly lady, his expression adorably innocent. The villagers were all drawn to the little monk. They had never encountered such a tiny, charming figure, and his cuteness was utterly captivating. The limelight that Xiao Lulang had earned for coming first was swiftly usurped by this little monk. As night fell, the villagers gradually departed. Xiao Lulang's countenance darkened, especially when he noticed Gu Jiao emerging with a bowl of food, only to have the little one dash into her embrace. His expression grew even more somber. Gu Jiao paused and said, Do you believe me when I say it was a gift from the mountain? Xiao Lulang replied. He cast a dubious glance at Gu Jiao, feeling that she was not as benevolent as she claimed. Are you certain you weren't deceived? Gu Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely not. He is only a few years old. How could he possibly deceive me? I'm not that foolish. Xiao Lulang remained skeptical. Gu Jiao quickly turned the page of the conversation, lowering her gaze to her fingers. If you don't like it. Xiao Lulang interrupted her. No? As long as you like it, that's all that matters. They were not truly husband and wife. Her choice to raise as many children as she wished was her prerogative, and he had no right to interfere. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to serve the meal. Xiao Lulang coughed slightly. Has she accepted you as her son? Xiao Jinkong shook his head. Not quite. Jiao said it was up to me. So I came to ask you, do you intend to be my father, or what? Xiao Lulang replied indifferently. I do not have a son as large as you. Xiao Jinkong asserted earnestly. I am not large. I am only 6 years old. Xiao Lulang chuckled. Is that so? Yet you appear to be merely 3. Indeed, Xiao Jinkong, who had exaggerated his age by 3 years, felt a bit unsettled. Tilting his head in contemplation, Xiao Jinkong pondered. Then do you wish to be my brother? Xiao Liulang's muscles tensed. Silence. What an impertinent little monk. Chapter 61. Arrogance. The woodcutter on the back mountain spoke unkindly, and the little monks had heard it several times. The other 3 had forgotten, but only Xiao Jinkong retained it in his memory. He interpreted it literally. After all, dumplings are indeed delicious. And he genuinely desired to play with Jiao Jiao. Such words must not be uttered again, Xiao Lulang stated sternly. Why? Xiao Jinkong blinked innocently. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Jiao Jiao might not appreciate it. With that, he discreetly glanced toward the kitchen. From that distance, she ought not to have heard the mention of Jiao Jiao. When Gu Jiao brought the dishes from the kitchen, the 2 men in the household had already established their relationship. Xiao Lulang pointed at Gu Jiao. She is your sister. Your biological sister. Such notions must not be entertained frivolously. Besides, Gu Jiao already has a younger brother. Adding another would not be a burden. Little Jinkong had come to understand Gu Jiao's family dynamics and let out a sigh, reminiscent of a small adult. Well, although I am not her one and only brother, You are not her one and only man either. He patted his small chest, asserting that he too was a little man for Jiao Jiao. Xiaolulang remarked, "Little monk, you were quite audacious on your first day at home." In a bid to prove his responsibility as a little man, Jinkong helped Gu Jiao set the table. The little monks in the temple endured hardships beyond those of ordinary children. They practiced martial arts, attended lessons, and performed chores without exception. Thus, despite his petite stature, he carried out tasks with considerable poise. Dinner consisted of a dry pot of wild mushrooms, green pepper scrambled eggs, cornmeal dumpling soup, and cabbage buns. The family was well off enough to have meat, but due to a busy day, they hadn't gone to the town to procure any. The little monk gazed at the abundant spread of vegetarian dishes, his small disappointment evident. "There is no meat?" Xiaolulang chuckled. "Aren't you a monk? Can monks eat meat?" Jinkong replied earnestly, "But when I come down the mountain, I am no longer a monk." Xiaolulang's gaze fell upon his shiny little bald head. Jinkong quickly covered his head with his small hand, exclaiming, "My hair will grow back." Xiaolulang replied solemnly, "Our family cannot afford meat." Jinkong gasped, surveying the humble furnishings of the home, which indeed appeared quite impoverished. Realizing this, he ceased his insistence for meat, lowered his hand from his head, and obediently began to serve himself some vegetables. He was not a picky eater. He was quite easy to please. Gu Jiao chuckled softly, "Your brother-in-law is just teasing you. I will make sure you have meat tomorrow." Little Jinkong smiled happily, but suddenly, with a serious expression, she shot a glare at Xiaolulang, exclaiming, "Naughty brother-in-law." Jinkong's appetite was indeed formidable, but thankfully, Gu Jiao had prepared an ample amount of buns. After the meal, Gu Jiao began to tidy up the dishes, but Jinkong insisted on washing her own. This was a habit formed in the temple, where the senior brother encouraged them to be self-sufficient. Dressing, bathing, and washing dishes were all their own responsibilities. However, bathing still required assistance, as she was too small and not yet tall enough to reach the tub. Their home lacked a bathtub, only a wooden basin was available, and at her tender age, she was not yet capable of bathing herself in it. Gu Jiao had never bathed such a small child before, which piqued her curiosity. She took the basin to the kitchen, where the warmth lingered from the recently cooked meal. The stove still crackling with embers, even cozier than the old lady's room. Moreover, hot water was simmering in a pot, and the basin could easily be replenished with warmth as needed. Jinkong obediently sat on a small stool, awaiting Gu Jiao's return. However, to her surprise, it was not Gu Jiao who appeared, but Xiaolulang. Compared to the cold and somewhat disdainful demeanor of Xiaolulang, Jinkong undeniably preferred Gu Jiao, who radiated kindness and occasionally amused her with her playful antics. Sighing in disappointment, Jinkong lamented. After her bath, it was time for Jinkong to sleep. Their home consisted of 3 rooms, with no spare room for her. Gu Jiao thought it was perfectly acceptable for such a little one to share a space. The old lady's room was the warmest and thus the ideal choice. "You can sleep with your aunt," Gu Jiao said, as she handed her a small pillow. Little Jinkong, clutching a small pillow, arrived at the elderly lady's abode. He did not rush in but instead paused at the entrance, scrutinizing the situation with a serious demeanor. "If you agree to share half of the hidden candied fruit with me, I shall sleep with you," he declared. Without a moment's hesitation, the old woman slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Reflecting on her peculiar temperament and recalling the forceful sound of the door, Gu Jiao, without a hint of doubt, tugged at the blanket and said, "Then sleep with me." "All right." Little Jinkong beamed with joy, placing his pillow down and, with a determined effort, climbed onto the bed. However, halfway through his ascent, he was abruptly lifted by Xiaolulang. "You will sleep with me," he asserted. "I do not wish to sleep with you," Little Jinkong protested. "No, you do," Xiaolulang insisted. Although Xiaolulang's bed was not as spacious as Gu Jiao's, it was sufficiently large for both. Nevertheless, Little Jinkong did not lie down neatly on one side. Instead, he sprawled across the center of the bed like a target. Limbs akimbo, Xiaolulang set his cane aside, furrowing his brow. "Sleep properly." Little Jinkong rolled around on the bed. "I refuse." In a cold tone, Xiaolulang warned, "If you continue like this, I shall toss you out and deny you a place to sleep." Just as Little Jinkong was about to respond, Xiaolulang added, "The door is locked as well, preventing you from leaving." With no escape route available, Little Jinkong fell silent. Raising an eyebrow, Xiaolulang remarked, "You would do well to behave, or perhaps I might consider allowing you to squeeze in beside me." Little Jinkong paused for a moment, then sat up and declared, "That is something I should be saying to you. Since Jiao Jiao has said it, I am also a member of this household. Therefore, it is I who should be inviting you to squeeze in with me." Xiaolulang comprehended the preceding words, yet the final 2 sentences puzzled him. He inquired nonchalantly. What do you mean by asking me to squeeze in? Xiao Jingkong, with her hands on her hips, retorted. Because I am also a member of this household. Thus I have a share in the rooms. You and Jiao Jiao are married, and you should share a chamber. That room is yours. This one is mine. Since Jiao Jiao is not sleeping with you, I am the one providing you shelter. Xiao Lulang found himself at a loss for words. Children are the most illogical beings. Just a moment ago, Xiao Jingkong was chattering incessantly, and now she had turned to rest her head on the soft pillow, drooling in her slumber. Xiao Lulang cherished tranquility and was naturally unaccustomed to this incessant chatter, yet he did not cast her aside. He gently lifted Xiao Jingkong from the pillow and tucked her into the quilt properly. As he gazed at this little imp who had overshadowed him, he felt a pang of discomfort. Everyone had forgotten that he had ranked first in the county examination. Though his intent in achieving the top spot was not to seek attention, there lingered an inexplicable void within him, as if something essential was amiss. With a soft creak, the door was gently nudged open, and Gu Jiao whispered through the crack, "Are you asleep?" "No," Xiao Lulang replied, pausing momentarily to glance at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Jingkong, and added, "She is asleep. Then I shall come in." Gu Jiao tiptoed inside, holding an oil lamp. "I noticed your oil lamp is nearly spent. You may use mine tonight." "All right," Xiao Lulang responded softly while seated at the edge of the bed. Gu Jiao placed the oil lamp upon his desk. "Well, I haven't yet congratulated you on securing first place in the county examination." Xiao Lulang raised his eyelids slightly. "This is for you." Gu Jiao offered him an object. "What is it?" Xiao Lulang inquired. Gu Jiao smiled faintly. "Your remarkable progress deserves a reward." Xiao Lulang turned his face away. "I'm not a child. I don't need a reward." Nevertheless, he extended his hand to receive it. It was a sachet, meticulously crafted by Gu Jiao, filled with dried flowers that she had prepared herself to aid sleep. Gu Jiao softly advised, "Keep the sachet close, and you shall enjoy a restful slumber." "You?" Xiao Lulang contemplated inquiring how she knew of his troubled sleep. Gu Jiao anticipated his question and smiled. "Have you forgotten? We have shared a bed." Xiao Liulang's brow twitched, yet his expression remained composed. Chapter 62. The lovesick one. The two were too close. Her breath brushed against his ear, and he could distinctly feel the heat rising to his earlobe. "No," he denied, avoiding a glance in her direction. Yet, Gu Jiao continued to gaze at him, her eyes catching the flush that colored his earlobes and cheeks, and the slender, slightly reddened neck beneath his dark hair, epitomizing youthful innocence and beauty. "I don't care. I heard you." With that, Gu Jiao contentedly exited the room. Xiao Lulang stole a glance at her this time, noticing she had grown taller. Though her petite frame remained slender, she had filled out in the right places. Where should he direct his gaze? That night, Xiao Lulang enjoyed a reasonably peaceful sleep. When he awoke, he caught sight of a tiny foot resting across his chest. The small figure sprawled in an utterly audacious manner. Xiao Lulang removed his small foot and, after a moment of silence, took out the fragrant pouch given to him by Gu Jiao, placing it prominently on his pillow. He then proceeded to light the lamp and began transcribing texts. When Xiao Jingkong woke up, he immediately spotted the pouch on the pillow and, rubbing his large eyes in confusion, asked, "What is this?" Xiao Lulang, while continuing his writing, replied nonchalantly, "It's a fragrant pouch." Having never seen such an item, Xiao Jingkong examined it curiously, asking, "Who made this?" "It's so beautiful." "It was made by your sister," Xiao Lulang responded. "Is it a gift for me?" Xiao Jingkong exclaimed, eagerly scrambling up and bouncing on the bed in excitement. Unfazed, Xiao Lulang cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "You're mistaken. It is a gift for me." Suddenly, Xiao Jingkong found himself unable to bounce any longer. Skeptical, he took the pouch to seek confirmation from Gu Jiao, who was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Naturally, she confirmed the truth. Xiao Jingkong felt a pang of injustice. He was not an insatiable child, but rather a naive one, unable to comprehend why his unkind brother-in-law possessed such a treasure while he did not. His pitiful expression only endeared him further to Gu Jiao. Having never raised a child before, Gu Jiao had not considered that this situation might create an emotional disparity for him. She also underestimated Xiao Liulang's childishness in flaunting the pouch to Xiao Jingkong. Gu Jiao explained the origins and significance of the fragrant pouch to Xiao Jingkong, who, being a sensible child, understood its meaning and soon ceased to feel upset. Xiao Lulang squinted at him, inquiring, "Are you no longer angry?" Xiao Jingkong lifted his chin and looked at him with pity, replying, "So, it turns out your grades are so poor, having achieved first place once. I believe a reward is in order. However, I have grown accustomed to consistently ranking first at the temple, so rewards no longer hold any significance for me. Xiao Lulang. Today marks yet another day of contemplating casting the little mischievous monk out. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xiaoshun arrives for breakfast at home and becomes acquainted with the new member of the household, Xiao Jingkong. It dawns on Xiao Jingkong that the household is not solely comprised of two men. Gu Xiaoshun is also a man of the house, albeit one who does not reside there. Compared to the ever-scheming Xiao Lulang, Gu Xiaoshun's combat prowess hardly raises any alarms for Xiao Jingkong, who happily embraces him as a new brother. After they head off to school, Gu Jiao prepares to venture into town. The winter garments for the elderly lady were made by Xuan Ningxiang when she first arrived. At that time, Xuan Ningxiang was unoccupied, but with the onset of spring, she will be preoccupied with farm work and unable to engage in sewing. Gu Jiao intends to purchase a few outfits for the elderly lady in town. Xiao Jingkong also requires new attire. Having been abandoned at the temple at 6 months old, he has never ventured down the mountain, and his bundle contains nothing but monk ropes. Upon hearing that Gu Jiao plans to go to town, Xiao Jingkong's eyes gleam with anticipation. Can I go? Can I go? If it were merely a matter of buying clothes, Gu Jiao would certainly take him along. However, she has other matters to attend to. Gu Jiao touzles his little bald head. I will take you next time. Gu Jiao perceives that Xiao Jingkong still yearns to accompany her. Yet he refrains from throwing a tantrum and obediently stays behind. This child is rather reassuring. Gu Jiao sets off to town with her little backpack. She was not a physician. Rather, she simply harbored the habit of carrying a small medicine box with her. After all, the secrets contained within were too significant to be left behind, and one could never predict when she might require the remedies inside. Gu Jiao ventured into a street bustling with gambling dens, brothels, and martial arts arenas. An hour later, she emerged, rubbing her right wrist, feeling invigorated. Having perspired considerably, she had shed her cotton coat, now clad in only a thin jacket. It had been several days since her last visit, and her hands had grown clumsy. As she reflected on this, she turned to head towards the shops in the eastern part of the town to purchase garments for the elderly lady and the little monk. However, after taking just a few steps, she sensed something amiss. Someone was tailing her. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a cool smile, unperturbed by the attention. Quite the opposite. She welcomed the challenge, eager for a few more practice bouts. Just as she was about to exit the alley, she leisurely halted her pace. The group pursuing her stopped in unison, regarding her with wary eyes. Gu Jiao turned around slowly, casting a dispassionate glance at the 8 of them. You all, come at me together. The leading burly man narrowed his eyes coldly. Such audacity. Girl, do you know who we are? Gu Jiao boldly met his gaze. I care not for your identity. Strike if you dare, or be gone. The burly man scoffed. Girl, the Blackwater Alley is no place for you. I shall grant you a chance for mercy. Sever your right arm and promise never to disturb our business again, and I shall spare your life. Gu Jiao's patience was not to be squandered on such fools. She had already stated her intentions, yet they continued to prattle on, which was quite irksome. Big brother. They were all taken aback. Gu Jiao would not grant them the opportunity to react. With a swift motion, she struck with her palm, rendering 3 of them unconscious in an instant. Half of their number was now incapacitated. The remaining 4 lunged at Gu Jiao with ferocity. She seized the first 2 and, with a powerful swing, brought them crashing down upon the other 2. All 4 were left gasping for breath and clutching their chests, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Gu Jiao brushed off her hands and turned to leave, only to have a shadow swoosh past her overhead. Was there more? And someone skilled in lightness techniques at that? How flattering. Gu Jiao swiftly grabbed a wooden stick from the ground, propelled herself off the wall, and brought down the cloaked figure with a resounding thud. The black-clad assailant, as he fell, was utterly dazed. Miss? Do we have a grudge? Gu Jiao retorted. Humph. Playing dumb is futile. The black-clad man protested. No. I truly do not know you. With that, Gu Jiao delivered a decisive blow, knocking him out cold. Upon subduing this one, Gu Jiao noticed another lurking nearby. However, this individual was extremely alert and vanished into the crowd the moment she sensed him. Quick! The assassin is over there. A commanding voice rang out from beyond the alley, followed by several robust guards rushing in. They surveyed the unconscious assassin and the strewn thugs, completely bewildered by the scene. Could it be that this assassin had clashed with the local ruffians, leading to mutual destruction? Yet, given the assassin's prowess, how could he falter against mere thugs? Miss, are you unharmed? One of the guards inquired. No, Gu Jiao replied, shaking her head. She found the guard's attire somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Just as she pondered this, a carriage came to a halt at the mouth of the alley. The curtain of the carriage was gently lifted by a pale, delicate hand, revealing a frail yet handsome youthful face. Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with recognition. Was it the delicate young master? In Chapter 63, titled Siblings, Gu Yin. Upon noticing the glimmer in Gu Zhao's gaze, sensed that she remembered him, and a faint smile of joy flickered across his eternally weary countenance. Seeing him smile lightened Gu Zhao's mood. She was about to approach him to greet him when she noticed his jade-like finger resting on his lips. Understanding instantly, Gu Zhao lowered her gaze and pretended not to see anything. Although these guards were from the warm spring mountain villa, they had never encountered Gu Zhao and thus failed to recognize her identity. Noticing she was unharmed, they continued their search. Once they had moved on, Gu Zhao approached the carriage. This was a humble civilian carriage, quite simple in design. The guards could never have anticipated that the esteemed young master of the marquis' residence would be nestled within such a vehicle. Gu Zhao lifted the curtain and gazed at the frail yet exquisitely featured young man before her. "What brings you here? And why have you dismissed your guards?" she inquired. "I came to find you," Gu Yin replied candidly. "To find me? Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Zhao instinctively reached through the window to check his pulse. But as soon as her fingers touched his wrist, she recalled her position as merely a humble herbalist in the marquis' residence. A faint smile graced Gu Yan's pale face. "I knew it was you." "Oh, how did you know?" Gu Zhao wondered, scratching her head in confusion. Gu Yan chuckled at her adorably perplexed expression. Others may not know, but come inside. Her secrets have become increasingly difficult to conceal. First, it was the elderly gentleman. Then the second master and the old physician, and now it is this young nobleman from the marquis' house. Gu Yan smiled and said, "Well, little pharmacist, are you coming up? If you don't, they will discover me." Gu Zhao pondered for a moment before climbing into the carriage, taking a seat beside Gu Yan. The carriage felt quite shabby to her, truly a pity for the young nobleman from the marquis' house. Gu Yan felt no sense of grievance. As long as he could see her, he would be content regardless of the circumstances. With a smile, he extended his delicate, pale wrist and inquired, "Little pharmacist, would you like to take my pulse?" Gu Zhao replied calmly, "It may not be entirely accurate." Gu Yan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Gu Zhao took his pulse, noting that it was considerably steadier than the last time. She then opened her small medicine box and retrieved a stethoscope. "What is this?" Gu Yan asked curiously. "A stethoscope." "Remove your clothes," the doctor said coolly. Gu Yan was taken aback. Gu Zhao unfastened his clothing and placed the stethoscope against him. There were still signs of arrhythmia and murmurs. The medication for heart failure was effective for him, though not miraculously so. Gu Yan lowered his head, his long, pale fingers gradually buttoning his garment. "I am not in discomfort. Truly, it is much better than before." He had endured the torment of his heart ailment for many years, never experiencing the comfort of a normal person. Even a slight reduction in discomfort was a relief for him. "You've endured hardship because of the jade ring," Gu Yan suddenly remarked. Gu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Had he not mentioned it, she might have forgotten entirely. In truth, it was of little consequence. An inconsequential individual could misconstrue her actions without any regard. "It was I who first took your ring. I ought to apologize to you." Gu Yan detested her aloofness. "I do not require your apology." Gu Zhao smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. "Why dismiss the guards? They are bothersome," Gu Yan replied. Gu Zhao lifted the curtain, gazing at the figure clad in black on the ground. "But you may encounter assassins." Gu Yan chuckled. "He is not an assassin. He is my shadow guard, the one who diverted them." Gu Zhao blinked innocently. How unfortunate for him to be injured by a few ruffians. Not far away, another shadow guard spat out a mouthful of blood. "Miss, is it truly acceptable to speak such nonsense with your eyes wide open?" Gu Yan chuckled lightly. Being injured by ruffians is of no concern to him. Let him fend for himself. It is hardly necessary. Gu Zhao cleared her throat. "You have more than one shadow guard, do you not?" Gu Yan's smile remained. "There are two. It seems the one who fled was indeed his shadow guard. Fortunate that I did not pursue him, or else it would have been troublesome to incapacitate him as well." A look of profound embarrassment adorned Gu Zhao's face. "What is your name?" Gu Yan inquired. "Gu Zhao," she responded. Gu Yan expressed surprise. "You share the surname Gu as well?" "I am Gu Yan. We are, in fact, of the same lineage from 500 years ago." Gu Zhao chuckled. "You, a dignified scion of the marquis, demean yourself to associate with a mere village girl. Are you not afraid the marquis and his wife might chastise you? Are you hungry?" Gu Yan asked. Gu Zhao had risen early and traveled a considerable distance. Indeed, she was quite hungry by this point. Zhenshi is not as bustling as Zhendong, lacking any reputable establishments, and it took them a while to find a modest eatery. Have you ever been to a place like this? Gu Jiao inquired as she disembarked from the carriage. No, Gu Yan replied candidly. As a fragile sapling susceptible to the slightest breeze, he had been nurtured with utmost care by the marquis, allowing no opportunity for him to venture into such a marketplace. Of course, he possessed little interest in doing so. He was both weary of exertion and disenchanted with the world. However, things had changed. He was no longer in such discomfort, and moreover, he yearned to see her. The pair found a secluded corner to sit. Gu Yan's appearance, grace, and attire inevitably attracted numerous gazes. He despised being stared at, yet in her company, he found he could overlook it. The waiter, having never encountered such a distinguished gentleman, momentarily forgot his duties. Gu Yan ordered an extravagant feast. Gu Jiao furrowed her brow. Can you actually eat all this? There were sweet sour pork hocks, braised lion's head meatballs, and steamed cured meats, foods he ought to avoid due to his ailment. Gu Yan rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her. You can eat it for me. Gu Jiao hesitated, wanting to maintain her composure, yet every dish he had chosen was her favorite. In truth, these were also the dishes Gu Yan had longed for, but had been forbidden by the imperial physician. Ultimately, Gu Jiao indulged in a sumptuous feast while Gu Yan could only sip congee on the side. Nevertheless, watching her savor the meal felt as though he, too, was partaking. The satisfaction was unlike anything he had ever experienced. After the meal, Gu Yan proceeded to settle the bill, while Gu Jiao took a final glance at the small medicine box. Indeed, there were more heart failure medications. The original packaging had been removed, containing several small porcelain vials, each labeled with dosage instructions in vermilion. As Gu Yan approached, Gu Jiao had just handed him the medicine. You must be nearing the end of your medication, right? Gu Yan gazed at the medicine in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Gu Jiao continued, Dr. Li gave this to me. Gu Yan replied, Oh, it is acceptable to take your medicine regularly and to go out for a change of scenery, but do not dismiss your guards, especially since your shadow guard skills are rather lacking. A single blow could incapacitate him. Gu Jiao, speaking with a serious expression, suddenly caught sight of his amused gaze upon her, and her heart skipped a beat. She declared earnestly, It wasn't me who struck him. I did not. I do not hit people. It was a futile defense, and Gu Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her innocence. Chapter 64. The Marquis Gu Yan could not linger in the small restaurant for long, as the guards of the Marquis's residence had come looking for him. He refrained from disturbing Gu Jiao and gently bid her farewell. As she watched his figure gradually recede, her heart fluttered at the thought of his courteous demeanor. How could such a handsome young man, with both noble lineage and a gentle disposition, be subjected to such trials by fate? That polite and gentle young man, once seated in the carriage of the Marquis's residence, transformed entirely, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. His eyes icy, he was a stark contrast to the person he had been before Gu Jiao. They had witnessed the young master's audacity. Could he truly be so adept at feigning innocence? If he possessed such skill, why not maintain it before the Marquis and his wife? Who was this irritable rascal that caused such a ruckus? Strictly speaking, both of them had indeed been negligent today, yet the young master showed no signs of punishment. Clearly in high spirits. In that case, should I convey the message to him? Still lingering, do you have something to address? Gu Yan inquired with a hint of disdain. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and ultimately, it was the man in black, who had previously been struck, who spoke up. The Marquis is on his way. Gu Yan's demeanor suddenly turned frigid. After a moment, he extended his hand, the painting. In perfect harmony, they each presented a treasured antique painting belonging to the Marquis. Gu Yan seized it and swiftly tore it to shreds. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao prepared to depart as well. However, as she stepped out of the small eatery with her jar, a gallant steed raced past, its rider brandishing a whip, brazenly driving the crowd aside. One of the women, trying to evade the whip, stumbled and collided with Gu Jiao's jar. The jar fell to the ground with a resounding crash, shattering into pieces, the broth and meatballs splattering everywhere. Soon to be trodden upon by another flustered woman. Oh dear! The woman slipped, nearly losing her balance, but Gu Jiao reached out and pulled her aside. While the situation was unfortunate, the blame lay not with her, but rather with the man recklessly riding through the street, oblivious to the chaos he had caused. The man offered not even a glance towards Gu Jiao. With narrowed eyes, she seized the opportunity to grasp his whip as he swung it once more, narrowly missing her. Without a moment's hesitation, she yanked him down from his mount. He fell heavily to the ground, the horse bolting away with a clatter, disappearing from sight. As a practiced fighter, he sustained only minor injuries from the fall. However, he was filled with rage. Furious at the audacity of one who dared to drag him down from his horse in broad daylight, he charged towards Gu Jiao, who wielded her whip with determination. With a swift crack, she struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. He collided with the rear of a nearby carriage, causing it to lurch violently. Inside, a young woman lost her balance, her head striking the carriage wall, eliciting a pained gasp. Ah! At that very moment, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The man, who had been flung aside by Gu Jiao's whip, scrambled to his feet, kneeling beside the carriage, hands clasped in apology. I am guilty. Please punish me, my lord. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow in perplexity at the title my lord. Inside the carriage, Lord Gu supported his daughter, who had bumped her head. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, Jinyu, are you all right? Do you feel any pain? Gu Jinyu's forehead was flushed. The incident hardly constituted an injury, for Gu Jiao's past scrapes and bruises were far worse. Yet, having been raised in luxury, Gu Jinyu had never faced hardship or suffering. She pressed her hand to her forehead, looking up at Lord Gu with a pained expression, her eyes brimming with tears. It hurts. Let me show you, father. Lord Gu gently moved her hand aside, and, upon seeing the reddened skin on her forehead, a surge of fury ignited within him. He flung aside the curtain and glared coldly at the kneeling guard. What transpired here? The guard pointed toward Gu Jiao, explaining, I was clearing the way when she seized my whip, dragged me from my horse, and struck me with it, resulting in my collision with your carriage. Upon hearing the Lord's command, the surrounding individuals were struck with terror, their legs trembling as they fell to their knees. Only Gu Jiao stood defiantly, unwavering in her stance. The Lord's gaze fell coldly upon her visage, a countenance so striking that it was difficult to bear a second glance. Her features were marked by an icy grace, the vivid crimson birthmark accentuating her unusually pale complexion, exuding an enchanting yet rebellious allure. Her eyes, sharp and frigid, met the Lord's stare without a hint of retreat. Clad in attire reminiscent of a rustic villager, she was of a similar age to Jinyu, yet possessed a gaze that was utterly formidable. The Lord spoke disdainfully. You possess quite the audacity. To assault my guards in broad daylight and refuse to kneel before me is exceedingly brazen. Nevertheless, Gu Jiao did not flinch at his reprimand. Instead, she stepped forward, whip in hand. The guards swiftly rose, drawing their swords to obstruct her path. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, the Lord himself momentarily taken aback. Approaching the carriage, Gu Jiao remained undeterred as a throng gathered around her. With unwavering composure, she extended her hand towards the Lord. He furrowed his brow, inquiring, What do you intend? Gu Jiao replied coolly, The jar costs 50 coins, the candied pork elbow 60, the braised lion's head 40. And I require the shopkeeper to remake one dish, which incurs a labor fee of 100 coins. In total, that amounts to 250. The Lord paused, glancing at the chaos strewn about and then at the guilty guard, who lowered his head in shame, and in that moment, the Lord comprehended everything. With a cold huff, he remarked, While my men have indeed erred, young girl, do you not think you are being excessively arrogant? Are you not afraid that I might impose a grave punishment upon you? Gu Jiao cast him a glance, seemingly contemplating his words. After a moment, she replied, 249-1. The Duke of Gu was utterly bewildered. What on earth did that mean? Gu Jinyu recognized Gu Jiao and tugged at the Duke's sleeve, shaking her head slightly. The Duke furrowed his brow and said to Gu Jiao, Since my daughter has interceded on your behalf, I shall spare you this time. With that, he tossed a silver ingot to Gu Jiao and lowered the carriage curtain, instructing the coachman to drive away. Gu Jiao had merely asked for 249-1. Yet he had given her more than she requested. The silver ingot struck the Duke squarely on the head, leaving a sizable bump. Chapter 65. Mistaken Embrace Furious. The Duke's handsome face was marred by throbbing veins, and just as he was about to summon someone to capture that girl for proper punishment, a guard from the Duke's residence galloped in, exclaiming, Report, my lord, the young master is in trouble. In that moment, the Duke could not afford to pursue Gu Jiao any further and hurriedly instructed the guard to lead the way, racing towards the location of his son's mishap. Gu Yan's carriage had overturned midway. Although the secret guards had managed to steady the carriage and prevent it from fully toppling, it had still tilted precariously, causing Gu Yan to fall. His physique was more fragile than that of a child, and the household staff had always been overly cautious, never daring to let him suffer even the slightest bump. The Duke was anxious beyond measure during the journey, but upon seeing Gu Yan, he was astonished to find that his son was completely unharmed. Gu Yan sat on a small stool, stretching his long legs, basking leisurely in the sun. "Brother." Gu Jinyu gracefully alighted from the carriage, approaching Gu Yan and kneeling before him, grasping his hand and inquiring, "Are you unhurt?" Lord Gu stepped forward with a peculiar expression, gazing intently at his son. "Is there anywhere that feels off?" Gu Yan replied nonchalantly, "I am not dead," having learned from a letter that his son had improved. Lord Gu had held some doubts, but now, seeing him in person, he realized the truth of it. It was indeed remarkable that despite the overturned carriage, his son emerged unscathed, something that would have been inconceivable in the past. With a sense of relief, Lord Gu permitted his son to board his carriage. The relationship between father and son was somewhat strained, and once inside, silence enveloped them, save for the occasional remarks from Gu Jinyu, who sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. A large bump, a consequence of a silver coin's impact, adorned Lord Gu's forehead, while Gu Yin fixated on it with keen interest. Gu Jinyu, mistaking her brother's gaze as concern for their father, hurried to clarify, "Brother, you have no idea whom we just encountered, the little apothecary who took your jade ring. Father offered her silver, but she refused. Look at how she struck him." "She struck him?" Gu Yan's phoenix eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed," Gu Jinyu nodded. Suddenly, Gu Yan burst into laughter, unabashedly reveling in his father's misfortune. Lord Gu, infuriated, felt a strong urge to unleash his wrath, were it not for the bond of blood. He might have long since dealt with the matter. The carriage soon arrived at the hot spring villa. The residents of the estate, well aware of the lord's impending visit, were expressions of joy as if a festival were upon them. The kitchen had prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Lord Gu, and for once, the family of four gathered together to share a meal. When the children were present, the couple radiated affection as in their early days, yet once the children departed, the warmth of Madame Yao's smile diminished. "It grows late. His lordship ought to rest. I shall prepare the chamber," she said. Lord Gu gently took her hand and whispered, "Are you still upset with me?" Madame Yao turned her face away, replying, "How could I dare to be angry with his lordship? Please, do not jest." Lord Gu, feeling remorseful, admitted, "It is my fault for not visiting you sooner. I truly could not break away. You are aware of the situation in the capital. The princes are growing up, and his majesty is in the prime of his reign." Madame Yao interrupted, "Matters of the court are best left unspoken between us. I am but a simple woman and do not comprehend them." "Is there a particular reason for your sudden visit to the villa?" she inquired. Lord Gu hesitated, clearly burdened with matters he was uncertain whether to disclose at this time. He composed himself and stated, "I have sought a renowned physician in the capital and brought him to treat Yenner." Madame Yao responded, "Yenner's condition has improved significantly." In this regard, she and Lord Gu shared a mutual understanding. Lord Gu embraced his wife from behind and softly whispered in her ear, "I shall come by later. Please keep the door open for me." Madame Yao glanced down and replied affirmatively before retreating behind the curtain into the inner chamber. Lord Gu then proceeded to his study, summoning the long-waiting Dr. Zhuge to Yan's room. Yan was already asleep, and Lord Gu chose not to disturb him, after dismissing all others. He remained alone with Dr. Zhuge in the chamber. The reason for Lord Gu's extreme caution stems primarily from the unique identity of Dr. Zhuge, which must remain undisclosed. It is imperative that no one discovers his departure from the capital, nor his association with the Dingen marquis. Lord Gu cast a cold glance at Dr. Zhuge, stating, "Your disciple has treated my son," after which he spoke some highly inappropriate words to me. "I trust you understand. I am not easily deceived. Never attempt to fool me." "I would not dare," Dr. Zhuge replied, unruffled by the rebuke. Lord Gu regarded him intently before stepping aside to allow him to approach the bedside, where he extracted a drop of blood from Gu Yan's fingertip using a silver needle. Subsequently, the two men proceeded to Gu Jinyu's chamber. "Jinyu, the doctor requires a drop of blood from your fingertip," Lord Gu announced. "Oh, is this once again for my brother's medicinal concoction?" she inquired, recalling that several months prior, a physician had collected her fingertip blood for the same purpose. "Indeed, it is for the medicinal concoction," Lord Gu replied with an impassive demeanor. Despite her fear of pain, Gu Jinyu endured it for her brother's sake. She closed her eyes and extended her hand, saying, "Doctor, you may proceed." Dr. Zhuge collected a drop of blood from her fingertip. The pain brought tears to Gu Jinyu's eyes, prompting Lord Gu to tenderly comfort his daughter before retreating to his study to await news. Approximately 15 minutes later, Dr. Zhuge approached with a complex expression. "How did it go?" Lord Gu inquired anxiously. Dr. Zhuge met his gaze directly, stating, "Your son and your beloved's blood cannot indeed be merged. They are not siblings by blood." Despite having mentally prepared himself, Hearing those words come from Dr. Zhuge's lips struck Gu Hao like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. It was indisputable that Gu Yin was his biological son. The boy bore an uncanny resemblance to him, even sharing the same foul temper, save for his pair of eyes inherited from his mother. On the other hand, Gu Jinyu had never resembled him or Yao Shi, and as he matured, the dissimilarity only grew more pronounced. Gu Hao had indeed pondered this enigma, yet he had never entertained the notion that the child might not be his flesh and blood. Chapter 66. Dazed by the revelation, Dr. Zhuge remarked, "As long as you, my lord, release my inept apprentice, I shall remain forever silent regarding your affairs. However, are you certain that the lady gave birth to twins?" "I am certain. My wife was awake during the delivery." "Then there is but one possibility. The infants were switched." Gu Hai contemplated this for a moment and instructed, "You shall reside in the manor for now. I will summon you should the need arise." Dr. Zhuge bowed slightly, replying, "I am at your service at any time." Dismissed. Yes. Once Dr. Zhuge departed, Gu Hao collapsed into a chair, as if all his strength had been sapped. His mind rendered numb. The night at the villa was eerily quiet, the cool moonlight streaming silently onto the ground, casting flickering shadows of trees and flowers across the courtyard. There was no doubt that the children had been switched at birth. As for how the mix-up occurred, only those servants who had attended to Yao Shi during the delivery could provide answers. Regrettably, after so many years, those individuals had long since left the Ho residence, making them difficult to locate. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether that other child was still alive. To claim that he harbored no concern would be a falsehood. Yet to assert that his concern was unwaveringly resolute would also be untrue. In light of his son's illness, you had already exhausted her body. He must contemplate whether she could withstand the crushing weight of the truth, should revealing it bring about her demise. He would rather carry the burden of the truth within him for a lifetime. Simultaneously, he had to consider the plight of Jinyu. Jinyu, the child he nurtured with utmost care, was cherished even more than his 4 sons. He could not bear the thought of her suffering in the slightest. Ultimately, there was the child, the sole remedy for Gu Yin, capable of saving his life. "Come in." Lord Ho summoned Mother Fang. "Yes, Mother Fang." The stewardess of the estate and a companion to Yao entered the room and bowed to Lord Gu. "Sir, did you call for me?" Lord Gu raised his hand. The room was devoid of light, his expression cloaked in the shadows of the night, illuminated only partially by the moonlight. He inquired, "In which temple did the lady give birth?" Mother Fang was taken aback. "Why does the Lord suddenly ask this?" Lord Gu replied coolly, "I have heard that the lady has recently been visiting that temple to pray to the Bodhisattva, and as a result, Yan's condition has improved. I plan to visit the temple myself to light incense soon." Mother Fang found this peculiar. The Gu household had never been devotees of Buddhism, so it was odd for them to suddenly express a desire to visit a temple. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao, having received her silver, sought out the shopkeeper to prepare new candied pork knuckles and braised lioness head, carefully packing them into jars. Afterwards, she visited the fabric shop to purchase several pairs of shoes and a few sets of clothing. There was an abundance of belongings, and her small backpack could scarcely contain them, leading her to additionally wrap 2 large bundles tightly. Xiao Lulang was aware that she would come to the town today, and whenever she arrived, she would invariably come to fetch him after school. Thus, he instructed Uncle Luo to wait. Her petite frame was nearly obscured by the oversized bundles, and she struggled to poke her little head out from beside them, her cheeks flushed and breathing heavily. It was not fatigue that afflicted her, but rather the pressure of her burdens. The 3 of them hurried to assist her by placing the bundles onto the ox cart. Uncle Luo chuckled, "All set." Gu Jiao wiped the sweat from her brow. "Why haven't you left yet?" Gu Shaoshun replied, "We were waiting for you. My brother-in-law said you would come." How insistent they were on waiting for her. Xiao Lulang casually remarked, "What if you arrived so late that we had already departed?" The path from the fabric shop to here was certainly not direct. She had taken the long way just to check if he was waiting for her. How amusing. Gu Shaoshun, rubbing his belly, began to ponder, "Why do I suddenly feel full?" After what seemed like countless hundreds, the ox cart finally entered the village. He leaped from the cart and dashed outside, calling, "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao." He delighted in calling her by that name, and Gu Jiao reciprocated. As she prepared to caution him against falling, he stumbled. Perhaps he was accustomed to falling. He instinctively clutched his little bald head, rolling to her feet like a small winter melon. Gu Shaoshun carried the bundles, leaving Gu Jiao with her hands free to lift the little one. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, "Did you hurt yourself?" Little Jinkong shook his head. "No, it doesn't hurt. I'm very good at falling," Gu Jiao remarked. To throw others is truly impressive. To throw oneself, however, is mere self-harm. She gestured towards Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan behind her. Little Jinkong, a well-mannered child, obediently addressed them as brother-in-law and brother Xiaoshan, despite his reluctance. With a joyful skip, he was utterly delighted. Upon returning home, little Jinkong rushed to the kitchen, carrying several large roasted sweet potatoes. Jiao Jiao, eat sweet potatoes. I roasted them. In truth, the sweet potatoes were brought by Xuaningxiang during her midday visit to cook. She had kindled the fire and washed the sweet potatoes, while little Jinkong merely placed the clean potatoes into the stove with the fire tongs. Even the task of retrieving the finished potatoes was performed by Xuaningxiang. However, in little Jinkong's eyes, he had accomplished the most soulful step of the roasting process, thus claiming ownership of the sweet potatoes. Shui's sister's contributions were merely categorized as fetching, washing, and retrieving the sweet potatoes. Gu Jiao graciously tasted a piece. Is it delicious? Is it delicious? Is it delicious? Little Jinkong tilted his head, chattering eagerly. Yes, it's delicious, though a bit cold. It's fine for her, and Xiao Shun is all right too. But Xiao Lulang has a delicate stomach. He might suffer from a tummy ache. Gu Jiao heated the roasted sweet potatoes in the kitchen, then took out 2 bowls, filling them with sweet and savory pork knuckle and braised lion's head meatballs to send to Xuaningxiang. The family of 5 sat down for dinner. Little Jinkong patiently awaited his turn for food. Gu Jiao placed a piece of succulent yet not greasy pork knuckle into his bowl. Little Jinkong squealed in excitement, grabbing his chopsticks to seize the meat, but before it could reach his mouth, he merely caught a whiff before rolling his eyes back and collapsing backward with a thud. He lay sprawled on the ground, his head tilted and tongue lolling, utterly unconscious. Gu Jiao mused. Indeed, there are people who faint from meat. Chapter 67, A Pitfall. Could it be that there is something wrong with his health? The others were quite surprised as well, but upon hearing the little fellow snoring, they realized he was not in serious trouble. When Xiao Jinkong awakened, the meat on the table had vanished. He leaned over the table and cried out, "My meat! My meat! My meat!" The crowd replied, "It's not that we didn't save you any meat. It's just that you couldn't possibly eat it." Comforting others was not Gu Zhao's forte, so the elderly matriarch took matters into her own hands. Having coaxed the most powerful figures in the world, she was not intimidated by a mere child. After a short while, she successfully calmed him down. Xiao Jinkong exited the old lady's room and entered Gu Jiao's, sobbing as he said, "The meat told me it doesn't want to be eaten by me." Gu Jiao was taken aback. "Oh, it doesn't want to be eaten by you." Xiao Jinkong bravely held back his tears and replied, "Auntie said I am still too small. When I grow up, it will be willing to be eaten by me." Gu Jiao was immensely impressed by her aunt's cunning. What an ingenious excuse. She must have swindled many people in the past. The elderly lady herself could not recall clearly. She only vaguely felt that she had indeed deceived quite a few individuals, both those more formidable and less so, all falling prey to her wiles. After Gu Jiao finished her cleansing rituals, she prepared to rest. At that moment, Xiao Jinkong approached, clutching a small pillow. "What is the matter?" Gu Jiao inquired. "Is something bothering you?" Little Jinkong opened his big, watery eyes and said, "My bed says it doesn't want me to sleep on it today." Gu Jiao was taken aback. Why did that sound so familiar? Could it be that this was a learned fallacy, and he was applying it so quickly? Gu Jiao crossed her arms and replied, "Your bed didn't say that." Little Jinkong insisted, "It did." Gu Jiao countered, "It did not. It cannot speak." Straightening his small frame, little Jinkong proclaimed, "How does Jiao Jiao know it can't talk? My meat can speak, so surely my bed can too." Gu Jiao found herself at a loss for words. With a serious expression, she went to find the old lady. Whoever instilled such fallacies should be the one to resolve them. The old lady decisively locked the door, lay down on the bed, and covered her head with the quilt, exclaiming, "I'm asleep. I'm asleep." Gu Jiao replied, "This irresponsible behavior is unacceptable. You can't just mislead without offering any aftercare. This deserves a poor review." Throughout this exchange, Xiao Lulang remained silent. Little Jinkong, with a triumphant expression, waved at Xiao Lulang, saying, "Tonight, you can sleep in the west room. Don't think too much about me." Joyfully, little Jinkong bounced on Gu Jiao's bed for a long time, and after tiring himself out, he fell asleep. However, if little Jinkong thought this meant he could sleep alongside Gu Jiao for the entire night, he was sorely mistaken. There are not merely deep schemes. There are even deeper ones. Your brother-in-law remains your brother-in-law. Upon awakening, little Jinkong found himself lying on the bed in the west room and, unsurprisingly, felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He felt as though this nap had been utterly wasted. Even though little Jinkong was generally quite sensible, He couldn't hold back at this moment. He tilted his head back, kicked his legs, and cried out in a loud wail, "Bad brother-in-law! Bad brother-in-law! He actually stole the child. He brought me over in the dead of night. He is a human tooth." The elderly woman in the main room, who was cracking sunflower seeds, trembled, scattering the seeds everywhere. "A human tooth? Is that how it is used?" Xiao Lilang has gone to school, and Gu Jiao has gone to gather mountain goods, leaving only Xiao Jingkong and the elderly woman at home. "I want it to be dark. I want it to be dark. Nightfall is imminent. No, no. I want it now. I want it to be dark right now." Woa. Generally, a sensible child does not cry. When they do, it is difficult for anyone to withstand it. Xiao Jingkong wailed loudly, drawing all the villagers to him, their skeptical gazes implying that the elderly woman was tormenting the little monk at home. The elderly woman's head throbbed, having not performed any after-sales service the previous night. She ultimately bore the burden alone. Gu Jiao was unaware of Xiao Jingkong's breakdown after waking. She lacked experience in raising children, having herself grown up unloved by her father and mother, leaving her without such experiences. If she were mushroom picking on the back mountain, she surely would have heard Xiao Jingkong's cries. Yet today she had ventured a bit far, digging for spring bamboo shoots on the other side of the mountain. At the market, someone had traded her 2 handfuls of wood ear mushrooms for winter bamboo shoots, which she then simmered into chicken soup, and Xiao Lilang drank it all. Now, there were no winter bamboo shoots, but the taste of spring bamboo shoots was delightful as well. The paths in the forest were difficult to traverse, so few came to dig for bamboo shoots, and Gu Jiao quickly filled her small basket to the brim. Just as she was about to descend the mountain, a sudden, anguished moan echoed from deep within the woods. Gu Jiao's first instinct was that a villager had been injured. Without hesitation, she stepped forward into the depths of the forest. Upon her arrival at the scene, she was taken aback to discover a man ensnared in a pit that was a staggering 2 meters deep. This pit seemed oddly familiar. It appeared to be one she had excavated years prior. Having not caught any prey for quite some time, she had completely forgotten about this trap. Little did she anticipate that after all this time, instead of capturing a quarry, it was a living soul who had fallen victim. What kind of audacious individual would venture so deep into the forest? Gu Jiao leaned her head out to peer into the abyss. The man, sensing the sudden dimming of light above him, promptly lifted his gaze. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. "It's you? It's you?" they exclaimed in unison. Gu Jiao thought, "Isn't this the scoundrel marquis who had recklessly charged through the streets, knocking over her belongings and nearly refusing to take responsibility?" Gu Hao retorted, "Isn't this the impudent girl who had assaulted his guard, extorted money from him, and even struck him on the head?" The expression on Gu Hao's face darkened instantly, and the flicker of anticipated redemption that had risen within him dissipated entirely. Gu Jiao chuckled softly, turning to leave. This person, she decided, was not worth her effort to save. Chapter 68. Father and daughter Gu Hao watched as Gu Jiao appeared, and then as she turned to depart. His inner fury ignited with fervor. "You stand right there," he bellowed. "Oh, you command me to stand. And why should I heed your words? What are you to me?" Gu Jiao strode away with a carefree demeanor, showing not a shred of hesitation in response to his status or his wrath. In all his years, Gu Hao had never encountered someone so audacious. Because of this, he resolved to overlook her previous affronts in town. Yet she, in turn, had the audacity to abandon him in this perilous predicament deep within the mountains. Especially, what was that look she just gave him? A mere commoner daring to disdain a marquis of the realm. Was she courting death? It was a blatant provocation against the authority of the Duke of Dingen. Once he emerged from this predicament, he would undoubtedly hold her accountable for her disrespect. Whether or not he chose to rescue her, he could certainly find his way out alone. A howl, faint yet discernible, echoed from the depths of the forest. Ordinarily, adult wolves do not vocalize during the day. This was a juvenile, still struggling to master its predatory instincts. Its high-pitched howl suggested it was hungry. Soon enough, its pack leader would likely emerge in search of sustenance. Gu Jiao settled beneath a large tree nearby, preparing to wait for the wolf. Meanwhile, Duke Gu drew a dagger in the trap, his tall stature rendering the pit relatively shallow. The challenge lay in the fact that his foot was ensnared by a steel trap. He attempted to pry it open with his dagger, but it seemed this was no ordinary trap. After considerable effort, he failed to budge it even slightly. Gu Jiao took out her water pouch and took a sip. The traps she crafted were not designed to yield easily. Duke Gu furrowed his brow. "You haven't left? What? Are you here to witness my humiliation?" Gu Jiao replied, "You are neither amusing nor pleasing to the eye." Duke Gu, was that truly her implication? Furthermore, what did she mean by him being unpleasing? The juvenile wolf howled again. The wild beasts were surely on their way. And he did not believe for a moment that a young girl could contend with even one adult wolf, let alone several. He barked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and devise a way to pull me out. When the wolves arrive, you won't stand a chance at survival." "Wait," Gu Jiao interjected. "Wait for what?" Waiting any longer would truly invite the wolf. Lord Gu was in a state of frantic anxiety. Despite his martial prowess, he could not guarantee his survival against a fully grown wolf while ensnared by a hunting trap. The rustling sounds from the grass indicated the approach of the wolf. Gu Jiao ascended the tree. Witnessing her swift retreat, Lord Gu felt a pang of frustration that almost took his breath away. Would it lead to his demise if he were to be rescued first before she climbed? Was he to remain alone in the trap, merely awaiting the wolf's feast? The wolf, having discovered Lord Gu in the trap, glared with luminous green eyes, bearing its gaping maw as drool dripped onto the ground. Lord Gu gripped his dagger tightly. In a flash, the wolf leapt into the trap, swiping Lord Gu's dagger away, and lunged viciously toward his throat. Just as peril loomed, a slender figure descended from above, seizing the wolf by its head and swiftly slicing through its throat with a scythe. Blood splattered across Lord Gu's face. He was momentarily stunned, genuinely believing he was facing certain death. In that instant, as blood sprayed forth, his first instinct was to assume it was his own, until he realized the wolf had been vanquished by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao brushed off her hands, bending down to deftly pry open the hunting trap with her scythe. Lord Gu stared at the composed Gu Jiao, momentarily questioning his own vision. Had this girl truly slain a wolf? She appeared as though she had merely harvested a basket of cabbages, with one hand grasping the wolf and the other holding onto the rope dangling from the tree. Gu Jiao effortlessly emerged from the trap. "Do you wish to ascend?" she inquired, tossing the rope down to him. Lord Gu would never admit that he was taken aback by the girl. He stood there, grasping the rope, allowing Gu Jiao to pull him up. The hunting trap she had set was not sharp, merely tight, yet his other foot had twisted, swelling to an alarming size. Gu Jiao remained silent. Lord Gu gritted his teeth. "Speak. Were you not using me as bait?" Gu Jiao met his gaze with unflinching honesty. "In that situation, even without being bait, you would have been pursued, and it would have been easier for me to eliminate it within the trap. On level ground, you would surely have been bitten at least twice." Lord Gu, incensed, ground his teeth. "So you indeed use me as bait? You wicked, ruthless girl." Gu Jiao replied, "I am not a wild girl. I have parents." Lord Gu scoffed. "Oh really? And where is your father?" Gu Jiao pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "He cannot come, but you could seek him out." Lord Gu rolled up his sleeves. "Very well, tell me. Where is he?" It was a father's failure not to teach his child. He was curious to see what kind of scoundrel had sired such a cruel daughter. Gu Jiao glanced at the ground beneath him. "He is underground." Lord Gu. Gu Jiao began to gather her belongings in preparation to descend the mountain. Lord Gu coldly remarked, "Are you just going to leave me here?" Gu Jiao looked at him oddly. "Who are you to me? Why should I care?" Lord Gu felt a pang in his heart. He realized that this girl lacked worldly experience and did not comprehend the magnitude of a lord's power. She was, as the saying goes, a young calf unafraid of tigers. Lord Gu declared solemnly, "Fortunately, I am not one who revels in bloodshed. Otherwise, you would have already lost your life." Gu Jiao cast a deep glance at him and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is fortunate. Anyone who wished her harm, she would undoubtedly deal with most decisively." Lord Gu inquired, "Why does it feel somewhat chilly at the back of my neck? Do you know how to reach the temple nearby?" "Yes," Gu Jiao responded. "Lead the way," commanded Lord Gu. Gu Jiao hesitated as she gazed at the wolf's carcass on the ground. Lord Gu understood that she was reluctant to part with the creature. It could fetch a considerable sum in the market, a significant fortune for impoverished farmers. He impatiently declared, "I shall purchase it." Gu Jiao did not refuse, stating, 20 taels. Lord Gu casually handed her a 20-tael silver note, asking, "Can we leave now?" Gu Jiao tucked away the silver note and looked once more at the wolf's body, asking, "How do you intend to dispose of it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lord Gu replied, "Throw it away." "Are you certain you wish to discard it?" Gu Jiao questioned, perplexed. Lord Gu scoffed, "It's just a wolf. Can I not afford to throw it away? Hurry and lead the way." "Oh." Gu Jiao bent down and effortlessly hoisted the wolf onto her shoulder, stating, "You have discarded it. I have merely picked it up, and you are not to demand it back." Lord Gu. Chapter 69. Good fortune you can carry it, yet you did not mention it earlier? Were you merely pondering which hand to use? Lord Gu mused that if he were to meet an untimely end, it would surely be due to the vexations of this insufferable girl. Reflecting on the gentle and charming nature of his own daughter, He could not help but compare her to this girl, who appeared utterly flawed in every aspect. Fortunately, she was not his daughter, unbeknownst to Gu Jiao. The inner turmoil of Gu Haoi was palpable as she walked ahead, leading the wolf, and soon emerged from the forest. Upon reaching the steps, she pointed upward and stated, "If you ascend these steps, you will find the temple." With that, she turned and began her ascent up the mountain. Gu Hao called out to her, "Wait. Are you not going to take me with you?" Gu Jiao paused, turning her head back in bewilderment. "Why should I take you with me?" Gu Hao's breath hitched. He inhaled deeply and, with a forced smile, inquired, "What makes you think I purchased your wolf? Did I buy it only to discard it immediately?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jiao replied earnestly, "Because you are foolish and possess an abundance of wealth?" Gu Hao felt as if he might vomit blood. What an infuriating girl this was. Initially, he found Gu Yin rather vexing, but since meeting this girl, he began to find his own son somewhat endearing. Ultimately, Gu Hao could not coerce Gu Jiao into guiding him. In truth, he already knew how to ascend the mountain upon seeing the steps. His pride, however, prevented him from admitting it, as he wished to exert authority over this girl, who remained impervious to both persuasion and threats. Though he simmered with frustration, he could not resort to violence against a mere girl, especially considering he might not even prevail in such a confrontation. "Do not let me see you again, otherwise I will settle both old and new scores with you." Gu Jiao dismissed him entirely, playfully flicking the back of his head before leisurely making her way down the mountain. Lord Gu covered his nearly bursting chest, calming his emotions before he limped up the mountain. He directly sought out the abbot, clearly stating his identity. The abbot, upon seeing the bloodied man before him, nearly mistook him for a desperate bandit. He was about to summon his disciples to form the 18 Arhats formation to vanquish the intruder. To his surprise, it was the Duke of Dingyan. And the old monk felt remiss for not having welcomed him properly. The abbot awkwardly acknowledged, as the Duke's wife was a frequent visitor to the temple. But this was the first time for Lord Gu, hence the abbot did not recognize him. Lord Gu replied calmly, "There is no need for such formalities, abbot. I have come today to inquire about a matter." The abbot glanced behind him and asked, "Did the Duke come alone?" "Indeed," Lord Gu affirmed. "Had I not come alone, I would not have lost my way." In truth, it was his stubbornness not to dismount that led to his predicament. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he had learned the way up, but riding made it cumbersome to navigate the steps, prompting him to attempt a route through the woods. Unfortunately, he encountered a trap. Not only was he ensnared, but his horse also vanished. Eventually, he had no choice but to ascend the mountain on foot. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the abbot instructed his disciples to guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from approaching. "The Duke may speak now," he declared. Lord Gu spoke candidly. "My wife gave birth at the temple. I wish to know if there were any other mothers who also delivered their children here that night." A sense of foreboding welled up within the abbot. Why did the Duke ask such a question? After a moment of contemplation, he tightened his grip on the prayer beads and replied, "Yes." Lord Gu felt a pang of anxiety. "Do you happen to know where that child is now?" The abbot shook his head. "I do not know. That benefactor only visited once, left no name, and descended the mountain shortly after giving birth. It was a girl." Lord Gu was not surprised to learn it was a daughter, as it would be impossible to have made an error otherwise. A thought struck him, and he inquired, "Did the woman appear to be from a wealthy family?" The abbot again shook his head. "Not at all. Her clothes were patched." He had only caught a distant glimpse of the benefactor, barely able to discern her features, yet he vaguely recalled her wearing exceedingly humble attire. Given the multitude of pilgrims visiting the temple, it was peculiar that he remembered her. It was primarily due to her visibly pregnant state as she ascended the mountain to pay her respects. What none anticipated was the torrential downpour that afternoon, which forced her and the lady of the marquis to seek refuge in the temple for the night. It was unclear who first succumbed to labor, after all. The lady had attendants, while the benefactor was alone in her meditation room. It was only when the midwife arrived that they realized she was also nearing her time. That night was one of utter chaos, especially since the abbot had been tricked into consuming alcohol. Lord Gu fell silent. He had considered the possibility that the child was not taken by a family of their social standing. Yet he had not imagined it would be a household so impoverished that it resorted to patched clothing. What kind of child could emerge from such a family? He dared not ponder it. Observing Jinyu, who had been raised so splendidly in the marquis's residence, he understood that one's birth was not the most crucial factor. Rather, it was the nurturing environment that shaped one's upbringing. Could a child raised amidst the hustle and bustle of the marketplace truly ascend to the heights of a refined lady of the marquis's household? He would compensate her from elsewhere. After concluding his conversation with the abbot, Lord Gu rose to take his leave. Please do not disclose my visit to the temple to anyone. Although the abbot was unaware of Lord Gu's covert investigation into the child of that benefactor from years past, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. The absence of a horse was indeed a most arduous predicament, particularly as one of his feet had swollen to the size of a pig's trotter. After much effort, he finally arrived at the foot of the mountain, utterly drained of his last vestige of strength, and collapsed onto the final step, gasping for breath. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow overhead, as if some colossal creature loomed above him. He grasped the dagger at his waist and warily lifted his gaze, only to behold a robust steed. This horse appeared somewhat familiar. Wait a moment, wasn't this the horse he had lost? Upon the horse sat a figure, with a wolf at their feet. Is it you? Lord Gu exclaimed, startled to his feet. Gu Jiao, riding an ancient horse for the first time, felt an exhilarating rush. Her petite frame atop the majestic beast instilling her with an air of regal authority. She tugged at the reins, looking down at Lord Gu with a grave nod. Yes, it is I, Lord Gu. He gazed at her steed with an odd expression. Where did you acquire this horse? Gu Jiao replied candidly. I found it. Lord Gu's face was instantly clouded with disbelief. You can just find a horse? What extraordinary luck you possess. Chapter 70. The argument. This is my horse, Lord Gu stated solemnly. Gu Jiao regarded him with skepticism, as if weighing the truth of his words. The Duke Gu felt his heart quiver under her gaze. Suddenly recalling the incident involving the wolf, he hastily exclaimed, This is not something I discarded. It was merely an unfortunate loss. Although lost items can be reclaimed, if the rightful owner demands their return, one must comply, lest they commit the crime of misappropriation. The unfortunate fate of the Zhou and Lu families, who refused to return the silver belonging to the young Mr. Qin, serves as a cautionary tale. They were punished with a beating in the magistrate's court and fined a considerable sum. Unaware of the blunder of the Gu family, the Duke believed he could intimidate a mere young girl. If you do not return it to me, the county magistrate will have you punished. While villagers may not be familiar with the Duke, they certainly know of the magistrate, a true local power whom no peasant dares to cross. However, upon hearing his words, Gu Jiao did not immediately retort. The Duke felt a glimmer of hope. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback when she inquired, How can you prove that this horse is yours? The Duke was momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could he provide proof? For the sake of discretion, he had chosen to ride a guard's horse instead of his own prized steed, even going so far as to erase the Duke's insignia from the saddle. The horseshoe. This was unique to military steeds and distinct from those found in the marketplace. At last, the Duke thought he had found a piece of evidence. However, Gu Jiao countered, But I've never seen another horseshoe. How can I know this is not merely your word against mine? The Duke was momentarily stumped. It was as if a scholar had encountered a soldier, rendering reason ineffective. Gu Jiao, in a fair and impartial manner, proposed, How about this? You report the matter to the magistrate, and if he affirms that the horse belongs to you, I shall return it. To report the incident? How does one go about it? Should I walk there? With his legs, can he even manage to walk? What exactly is so difficult for you? Wasn't it the wolf that carried you all this way? You have even saved your strength for walking. The wolf need not carry itself. Lord Gu is truly exasperated by Gu Jiao's antics. However, he is indeed unable to walk any further. He could only hire a carriage upon reaching the town, which lies at least 20 to 30 miles away from here. He fears he would break his legs before he could reach it. 50 taels, Gu Jiao stated. Lord Gu exploded in anger. How can a mere broken horse be more expensive than a wolf? You are raising the price arbitrarily. Gu Jiao replied seriously. A wolf is not your necessity, a horse is. If it is a necessity, then the price must be raised. Lord Gu was so furious he felt pain in his liver. It was his own horse. Where could he seek justice? He entrusted the horse to the guards of the manor and dragged his swollen legs toward a courtyard where a family of 4 resided. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a cacophony of loud quarrels from within. Frowning, he crossed the threshold and was met with the sight of nearly all the servants in the courtyard, hiding behind trees and flower bushes, too afraid to move or leave. There, on a rotten chair under the corridor, lay his son, young Gu Yin, observed by all the servants. Beside Gu Yin stood Gu Jinyu, her face pale with anger, cradling a small white rabbit in her arms. Why am I not allowed to keep a rabbit? Gu Jinyu asked, dissatisfied. Gu Yin lazily huffed. I just want to allow it. Gu Jinyu retorted furiously. If you have the ability, give me a reason. Gu Yin, resting one hand behind his head, nonchalantly replied, This is my courtyard. If I say you cannot keep it, then you cannot keep it. Gu Jinyu clutched the rabbit, stamping her feet in frustration. This is my courtyard. Gu Yin responded with a dismissive hum. Your courtyard is in the capital. Gu Jinyu spent half her time in the capital, unlike Gu Yin, who resided here year-round. Consequently, Gu Yin naturally considered this place to belong more to him. The servants dared not intervene in their quarrel, nor could they simply walk away, should the siblings' dispute escalate. They would be unable to bear the consequences. He had always found it perplexing that his dragon and phoenix twins, the closest of kin, their relationship was not as harmonious as one would expect. Gu Yin would often resort to bullying Jinyu without uttering a word. He forbade Jinyu from consuming the milk provided by Yao, and whenever she did, he would wail inconsolably. He also denied you the right to hold Jinyu. And even in the same cradle, he would strike out at her with fist and feet. During that time, Gu Yin was merely a gurgling infant. And no one paid much heed to his behavior, dismissing it as typical childish possessiveness. As Gu Yin grew older, he ceased to bully Jinyu in such a manner, yet he remained distant from her. The once inexplicable aspects of their relationship began to clarify upon learning of Jinyu's origins. Having shared the womb for 10 months, they were indeed the closest of kin. Thus, upon his birth, Gu Yin could distinctly perceive that the infant lying beside him was not his sister. He longed for his sister, for only she could provide him with the same sense of security he had felt in the womb. Instead, he found himself next to a completely unfamiliar baby girl. It's no wonder he cried so loudly. He was yearning for his sister. Unfortunately, no one understood him. As he grew older, the memory faded, yet the innate rejection of Gu Jinyu lingered deep within him. Lord Gu found this speculation utterly absurd, nonetheless. He struggled to conceive a more plausible explanation. The quarrel between the siblings persisted. Gu Jinyu, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Little rabbit neither makes noise nor causes trouble. Why can't I keep it? Could you please be reasonable?" Gu Yin, with eyes raised to the heavens, retorted, "I refuse to be reasonable." Gu Jinyu bit her lip in frustration. On what grounds? Gu Yin, with an air of defiance, raised an eyebrow and replied, "On the grounds that I desire it." Gu Jinyu's face flushed crimson with indignation. In the end, Gu Jinyu could not prevail over Gu Yin. Although she was the only daughter in the family, Gu Yin was the youngest and indeed had a frail constitution. Watching Gu Jinyu reluctantly allow someone to take away the little rabbit, Gu Yin smirked triumphantly, while Lord Gu felt a tumult of emotions within. Gu Yin had always been a solitary child, refraining from forming close bonds with anyone, including Yao. Yet he permitted Yao to approach him. He rejected anyone who showed kindness to Gu Jinyu, even though nearly everyone in the household treated her well. Lord Gu had always believed his son was at fault, never considering that the most significant person in his son's life had vanished, leaving him the most wounded. However, even if he deemed his son to be in the wrong, he had never chastised him, opting instead to privately compensate Gu Jinyu for the grievances she endured. They could not provide their son with certain things. Perhaps that child could. After being troubled by the incessant chatter of the little monk all day, the elderly lady was finally liberated. She closed the door behind her and sat alone on a small stool in the corner, her small face pressed against the wall. Looking utterly forlorn, Gu Jiao, perplexed by the situation, noticed the absence of the little monk and expressed her surprise. "Oh, where's Jinkong?" The elderly lady weakly gestured towards the west room, expressing her displeasure. "He is angry and hiding from you." Gu Jiao, bewildered, responded, "Angry? Who upset him?" The elderly lady shot a disapproving glance at both Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, saying, "You too, of course. Who told you to carry him over in the middle of the night? And why did you leave before dawn?" The first remark was directed at Xiao Lulang, while the latter chastised Gu Jiao. Exhausted, the elderly lady declared her intent to ignore the couple. Gu Jiao, initially perplexed, grasped the situation once it was articulated by the elderly lady. She proceeded to the west room. Xiao Jinkong, noticing someone else's arrival, perked up his ears but did not turn around. Gu Jiao bent down to observe his profile and asked softly, "Are you upset with me?" Xiao Jinkong shifted on his stool, continuing to face away from her. Gu Jiao gently reassured him, "I didn't mean to. I was aware that you would be frightened." Unable to contain himself, Xiao Jinkong retorted, "I'm not scared. My courage is not that feeble." Gu Jiao feigned surprise. "Is that so? Then why are you angry?" I. That is because." Xiao Jinkong stammered for a long moment, unable to voice the sentiment of missing her. Gu Jiao stepped closer, yet he averted his gaze. Nevertheless, she fixed her eyes on him and said, "All right. Today it is my fault. I apologize. Can you forgive me?" Xiao Jinkong glanced at her swiftly before lowering his head, nervously fiddling with the hem of his garment, and sweetly replied, "You must give me a kiss to earn my forgiveness." Gu Jiao felt her heart melt. What an extraordinary little darling he was. She would gladly offer him 10 kisses, not just one. Without hesitation, Gu Jiao planted a kiss on his small face. Xiao Jingkong was momentarily stunned. He widened his eyes, resembling two black grapes, blinking in astonishment as he stared at Gu Jiao for several seconds, before finally exclaiming, "Ah, you really kissed me." With his little hands covering his face, he bashfully ran away. After receiving the kiss, Xiao Jingkong felt as if he had been intoxicated. His little face flushed with a deep crimson hue. During dinner, he sat beside Gu Jiao, behaving as demurely as a shy mimosa. That night, as per routine, Xiao Lulang bathed him. While seated in the small basin, Xiao Jingkong presented his left cheek, saying, "Just wash this side. No need to touch the other side." "There's a kiss there." Xiao Lulang, with a stoic expression, seized the towel from the basin and, with a resounding slap, wiped his right cheek. "Xiao Jingkong! Xiao Jingkong!" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the kitchen, causing the old lady, who had been secretly indulging in candied fruits, to nearly lose her breath in fright. The old lady, infuriated, bellowed, "Lulang, what have you done to him this time?" Yet, Xiao Lulang had done nothing but cleanse the kiss from the little monk's face. Xiao Jingkong wept in utter despair. Ultimately, it was Gu Jiao who came to his aid, planting another kiss to soothe his tears. From that moment on, Xiao Jingkong was exceedingly cautious, constantly shielding his face with his little hands to prevent any surprise attacks from his mischievous brother-in-law. Being bald, he would soon fall asleep after bathing and dressing. Clutching his small pillow, he first went to the old lady's room to bid her good night, and then to Gu Jiao's room, saying, "Jiao Jiao, I'm going to sleep now. See you tomorrow." Gu Jiao playfully tousled his little bald head and said, "Go to sleep. I will wake you in the morning." He removed his shoes and swiftly climbed into bed. Xiao Lulang sat at his desk, engrossed in copying texts. Xiao Jingkong cast a wary glance at the mischievous brother-in-law, adjusting his small pillow to keep a safe distance from the latter's. Without lifting his eyelids, Xiao Lulang let out a soft huff. Xiao Jingkong, hands on his hips, declared, "Don't even think about touching my kisses." Xiao Lulang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Your kisses?" he inquired. Xiao Jingkong, brimming with pride, replied, "Jiao Jiao gave them to me. You don't have any." With a leisurely gaze, Xiao Lulang turned to him, his eyes lingering on Xiao Jingkong's cherubic face, and remarked nonchalantly, "No need for me to intervene. They will fly away on their own once you fall asleep." Xiao Jingkong's expression shifted dramatically. He could almost envision the cruel scene of his two precious kisses abandoning him in his moment of inattention, sending him into a state of distress. Those two little traitors. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Jingkong sprang from the bed and hurried to Gu Zhao's room, where he requested a headscarf to wrap around his face and head. He swayed himself snugly, resembling a small peasant woman preparing for labor in the fields. With his chin held high, he proclaimed to his mischievous brother-in-law, "Look, I am covered. They cannot fly away now." Xiao Jingkong was a remarkably clever child, though he was just over 3 years old. He recognized more characters than the older monks in the temple. While the other little monks struggled with their scriptures, he could recite them flawlessly. Thus, when he previously told Xiao Lulang, "I always come first in exams," it was not mere boasting but an objective truth. He possesses a complete and coherent logic, impervious to external influences. His senior brothers are unable to contend with him, and even the abbot finds himself at a loss. In the temple, he is undeniably a source of considerable vexation. It is only in the presence of Xiao Lulang that he occasionally strays from his path. Nevertheless, his reasoning remains overwhelmingly formidable. Thus, irrespective of Xiao Luolang's attempts to disrupt him, he invariably discovers his own solutions. Xiao Lulang remarked, "What purpose does your veil serve? Tomorrow, when you remove it, they will still take flight." Little Jingkong responded, "No, I have planted them. They will sprout by morning. Henceforth, they shall never leave my side." Chapter 72. The provincial examination. Xiao Lulang found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had never cared for a child and was uncertain whether others' experiences mirrored this peculiar situation. As he patiently awaited the sprouting of his cherished plants, little Jingkong snuggled under the covers, drifting into a deep slumber. Under Gu Jiao's meticulous care and renovation, the western chamber was no longer damp. The bedding had been sun-dried just days prior, rendering it soft and warm. Little Jingkong slept soundly, a blissful smile seemingly illuminating his cherubic face. Xiao Lulang cast a glance at him, dismissing the sight from his mind, and continued his transcription of texts. As he copied a line, his brow furrowed slightly. He set down his pen and picked up a book, only to quickly realize that he could not immerse himself in its contents. With a deepening frown, he turned his gaze towards the little monk sprawled in slumber. Rising from his seat, he approached the bed, bending slightly to extend his long, jade-like fingers to gently untie the veil that enveloped little Jinkong's head. Oblivious to the mischief of his troublesome brother-in-law, little Jinkong remained undisturbed in his peaceful repose. Xiao Lulang gazed at his rosy little face and mischievously extended his hand, playfully tugging at it with a series of swift motions. Gu Jiao, having completed her chores, approached the western room to call Xiao Lulang for rehabilitation. The door was ajar, and she boldly entered, only to find Xiao Lulang lying on the bed, his exquisitely crafted hands hovering above the little monk's face, as if he were plucking invisible weeds. He appeared utterly engrossed in this task, more so than in his studies. Gu Jiao was utterly bewildered. What on earth was he doing? Had he lost his mind? Could a scholar, seemingly wise beyond his years, engage in such childish antics? The following morning, Gu Jiao gently roused the little monk. Upon waking, the first thing he did was to touch his headscarf, relieved to find it still perfectly wrapped around his head. After a night had passed, he was certain that the buds had sprouted, and henceforth, Gu Jiao's affectionate kisses would always adorn his face. Gu Jiao, reluctant to reveal the truth, kept to herself the fact that his little seedling had met a tragic fate the previous night, having been entirely plucked by his brother-in-law. After breakfast, Gu Jiao accompanied Xiao Lulang to the village entrance. In the past, she would make this journey alone, but now, with the little monk, no. The sisters went together. The three of them made quite a charming family. It is worth noting that Xiao Lulang had topped the county examination, gaining considerable fame in the town, which resulted in an influx of individuals seeking his assistance with copying texts. However, in order to allow him to focus on his studies, Gu Jiao forbade him from taking on additional copying tasks to supplement their household income. Xiao Lulang completed the manuscripts he had previously promised to finish. Earning 10 taels of silver, this was not even half the usual workload, yet the payment was several times greater. He generously handed all his earnings to Gu Jiao, and thereafter, he indeed ceased to accept any further copying assignments. As the day of the provincial examination draws near, the candidates begin to make their preparations. In this dynasty, the county examination precedes the provincial examination earlier than in the previous one. By late February, candidates must set off to the capital to attend the provincial examination. Gu Jiao meticulously packed Xiao Luang's belongings, including clothing and silver, as well as several vials of emergency medicine from her small medicine chest, to guard against motion sickness and potential stomach troubles from unfamiliar surroundings. The carriage to the town has been arranged by the headmaster, and the driver, well acquainted with the vicinity of the capital, is also from the academy. Before dawn, the driver arrives in the village, where Feng Lin awaits. He has taken leave from the academy to accompany Xiao Lulang to the capital. Gu Jiao places the bundle onto the carriage and discreetly offers the driver a pouch, saying, "I appreciate your efforts." "Oh, no, that's unnecessary," the driver replies as he is tasked by the headmaster to escort Xiao Lulang. He has never witnessed such concern for a student from the headmaster before and dares not accept any private benefits from Gu Jiao. Moreover, the headmaster is known for his integrity, and should he discover any bribery, the driver would surely be expelled from the academy. Gu Jiao insists, "Please accept it. The red envelope for the headmaster is far greater than what I offer you." Meanwhile, in the adjacent restroom, Xiao Jinkong engages in a serious conversation with Xiao Lulang. "Shall we have a talk?" Xiao Jinkong inquires gravely. "What is there to discuss?" Xiao Lulang responds nonchalantly. With a sidelong glance, Xiao Jinkong remarks, "You need not feel embarrassed in my presence. I won't peek." Xiao Lulang maintains a stoic expression. "Get to the point." Xiao Jinkong, adopting a serious tone, states, "I've heard that you and Jiao Jiao have been married for quite some time, yet you have yet to travel far." Xiao Lulang raises an eyebrow. "And what of it?" Little Jinkong gazed ahead, expressing concern for home. Xiao Lulang faintly curled the corners of his lips, a soft chuckle escaping him. Little Jinkong solemnly raised a small palm, signaling for silence with a gesture that conveyed no further words were necessary. "You need not feel undue pressure. It matters not if you do not perform well. In due time, I shall excel in my examinations. Our family does not depend on you. I can manage." With that proclamation, he dramatically rose from the small toilet, adjusted his little pants, and exited with an air of dominance. Xiao Lulang, who faced disdain even during a simple act of nature, thought, "What an audacious little monk, unrelenting in his arrogance." Chapter 73, A Visit. Meanwhile, Lord Gu had settled into the hot spring resort. In his esteemed position in the capital, he was not supposed to be away for long, however. Given the gravity of the situation, he had sent a letter to his second son in the capital, requesting him to enter the palace to seek the emperor's leave on his behalf. While ordinary marquises might find it difficult to gain an audience with the emperor, Lord Gu's sister was the emperor's favored consort, thus making his son's visit to the palace a matter of little challenge. The emperor, aware of Gu Yan's condition, suspected that Lord Gu's presence in the resort was due to concerns over Gu Yan's health. He urged Lord Gu to remain at the resort, ensuring that family matters were in order. Unbeknownst to Lord Gu, who was absorbed in his thoughts, he was preoccupied with the search for the child from years past. He first sought out the midwife who had assisted in the birth of the Yao family child. The midwife had been summoned from a nearby village, and the search area was not extensive. News soon followed. However, the midwife's family had relocated many years ago, reportedly having received a substantial sum from delivering a noble's child at the temple before establishing themselves in the town. When Huangzhong located the family, he regrettably discovered that the midwife had passed away several years prior, and her family possessed scant knowledge regarding the matter of delivering at the temple. Lord Gu, resolute in his quest, decided to explore the nearby villages, and indeed, he uncovered some promising leads. There were 5 children born at the temple. Among them, one was 18, another 19, and the third merely 7 years old. The ages of these 3 did not align, leaving 2 others whose ages matched. They were villagers from the foot of the mountain, one from Xinghua village and the other from Qingchuan village. Lord Gu's trusted guard first ventured to Xinghua village, only to find that the child there was a boy, and the timing was also incorrect. The twins were born in October, whereas the boy was born in August. Thus, only the child from Qingchuan village remained as a possibility. Should this lead prove unfruitful, they would have to search beyond Qingchuan town, thereby broadening the scope of their investigation. The guard responsible for this inquiry was Huangzhong, a loyal confidant whom Lord Gu had brought from the capital. He remarked, "My lord, Qingchuan village is not situated at the base of the Temple Mountain. It lies around the opposite side, and the likelihood is rather slim." Lord Gu shared this sentiment, which is why he had relegated Qingchuan village to the final stage of their search. After receiving his orders, Huangzhong promptly set off in a carriage towards Qingchuan village. In his 40s, he possessed a robust physique and a gentle demeanor, making him an individual who easily garnered the trust of strangers. "That is a child of the Gu family," declared an elderly gentleman basking in the sun at his doorstep. This elder, somewhat advanced in years and with failing eyesight and memory, could only recall that there was indeed a child from the Gu family born at the temple. "Which Gu family?" inquired Huangzhong. "The village head, the one from Gu Lijiang." With a wave of his hand, the old man pointed the way. What a coincidence that he also shares the surname Gu. Huangzhong expressed his gratitude and drove the cart toward the old residence of the Gu family. Gu Dashun and Gu Xiaoshun had gone to school, while Gu Lijiang was accompanied by Gu Chanhai to the government office to collect rations. Gu Changlu and Gu Ershun were busy with spring sowing in the fields, leaving only Gu Yue and her mother-in-law at home. The door was opened by Gu Yue. Although it was not her first encounter with nobility and horse-drawn carriages, she was still taken aback. "Whom do you seek?" The country girl, unaccustomed to the ways of the world, naturally reacted this way. Huangzhong smiled and inquired, "May I ask if Gu Lijiang is present?" Gu Yue, feeling apprehensive about speaking to a stranger, turned and hurried inside, calling out, "Grandma, someone is looking for Grandpa." The 3 women in the back courtyard were chopping chili peppers. Upon seeing Gu Yue rush in, Wu frowned impatiently. "Who is looking for your grandfather?" Gu Yue gestured behind her. "I don't know him." But he arrived in a large carriage. Upon hearing about the carriage, Wu's expression shifted. She set down her knife, wiped her hands with a cloth, and quickly made her way to the entrance, pondering why such a noble visitor would come to their home. Wu greeted him with a smile. "Who are you? What business do you have with my husband?" "I am surnamed Huang. I heard that your family has a child born in the temple, and I wish to inquire about that child's circumstances." At once, Wu's smile vanished. So, he was here for that little calamity. Anything associated with that child would surely bring trouble. With a scowl, Wu was about to shut the door, but Lu, her mother-in-law, caught her eye and approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Well, it cannot be a mere inquiry." Huangzhong understood her implication, maintaining his smile as he produced a silver ingot from his pocket. The eyes of the 2 women widened in astonishment. Lu reached out to seize the silver, but Wu was quicker and snatched it away. Lu gritted her teeth in silence. After receiving the silver, Wu's mood visibly lightened. "What do you wish to ask? How old is the child? Is she a girl?" 14. A girl. This left Wu momentarily speechless, an unfortunate little fool, who would bother to remember her birth date. Lu hastily interjected, "I know. She was born in October. That month was particularly memorable for her, as it was when she first conceived Gu Xiaoshun." The fact that she even recalled the month struck Huang Zhong with excitement. On which day? The 17th or 18th? Lu struggled to remember. It seemed that apart from Gu Xiaoshan, no one had taken note of Gu Jiao's birth date. The twins were born on the 18th, and these clues were remarkably close. Huang Zhong, suppressing his exhilaration, continued to inquire, which temple was she born in? Lu pointed and said, the temple on the other side of the mountain. Which other one could it be? Just then, Gu Chonglu emerged, carrying a hoe. Lu waved at him. Urshuan's father. Was Jiao born on the 18th or 17th? 18th, why? Gu Chonglu replied, casting a peculiar glance at the man and the cart before him. Huang Zhong was overwhelmed with excitement. Everything was aligning perfectly, it must be right. Who would have thought that the child they had entirely lost hope and would turn out to be the one they were searching for? Gu Chonglu approached Wu and Lu. And at that moment, Zhou also came out to witness the commotion. Only Gu Yue, timid in nature, remained hidden by the back door of the main hall. Secretly glancing this way, Huang Zhong's excitement was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Gu Chonglu scrutinized him and inquired of Lu, what brings you to suddenly inquire about Jianyang? Lu discreetly pulled Gu Chonglu aside, gestured towards Wu's purse, and whispered, he came to inquire about Jianyang and offered a tale of silver, which mother took entirely. Gu Chonglu shot Lu a disapproving glance, dissatisfied with Lu's tone towards his mother, although he too found Wu's actions rather questionable. He approached Wu and said, Mother, we cannot accept this silver. Wu tightened her grip on the purse, retorting, why can't we accept it? Gu Chonglu cast a sidelong glance at Huang Zhong and continued. We know nothing of his identity, so why inquire about Jianyang? What if he harbors ill intentions towards her? At this, Wu bristled, questioning why she should concern herself with that little calamity. If she were to perish, it would spare our family from further unrest. Chapter 74. Recognition of kin. Huang Zhong interjected, rest assured, I am no villain. I apologize if this seems abrupt, but may I request to see Jianyang? If they would not even allow him to meet her, how could he possibly take her to the town to meet the Lord? He could hardly incapacitate the entire family and abduct the child, especially since he did not even know who the child was at present. Huang Zhong believed there was a significant possibility that she was indeed the young lady of the household, and thus, he deemed it unwise to offend her adoptive parents. He softened his tone and inquired, may I ask where the child's parents are? I have matters to discuss with them. Wu stated, her parents have passed away. I am her grandmother, and I raised her. What do you wish to convey to me? Was it true that she had lost her parents at such a tender age? Huang Zhong's emotions became intricate. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, may we converse indoors? Wu led Huang Zhong into the dwelling. Su, bearing a child, was naturally restricted by her in-laws from venturing far. In her predicament, she contemplated seeking blessings at the temple. The premature birth of Madame Ho was a consequence of twins. Yet her situation was an unfortunate mishap. Venturing into the woods during a thunderstorm was perilous indeed. Gu Sanlang was renowned for his handsome appearance, and many women from neighboring villages clamored to marry him. Ultimately, he chose Su primarily for her substantial dowry. Su was a woman of integrity. Asserting that the child was indeed hers, born within the temple's confines, if one doubted, they could inquire with the abbot, who truly accompanied her second daughter-in-law, Lu, to seek confirmation, and it was verified that Su had given birth in the temple, with the infant's cries echoing throughout the sanctuary. Isn't the child adopted? Wu questioned at that moment. The monk chuckled. Do you know who the other lady giving birth here that night was? A noblewoman from the capital. Who would dare to claim her child? Wu fell silent instantly. A noble's offspring was more precious than gold. Not only could it not be adopted, but even theft was out of the question. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhong became entirely convinced that Su's child was indeed the one he sought. However, it seemed Su herself was unaware of the mix-up. Sharing the same surname, Gu, was quite a coincidence. Huang Zhong was suddenly struck by a sense of fate and quickly asked, do Su and Sanlang cherish that child? What nonsense was this? The Su family and Gu Sanlang were nearly ready to tether that child to his waistband. This was also a source of discontent for Wu, as Su's barren hen monopolized such a fine husband as Sanlang, yet failed to produce a single son. After much effort, they finally had a daughter, who was not only unattractive but also dim-witted. It was only as she grew older that they realized her shortcomings. While other children could leap and frolic, she could barely walk and only called for her mother at the age of 3. Yet, the couple harbored no disdain for her, showering her with affection from the depths of their hearts. The hardships faced by Gu Jianyang began only after the couple's demise. Of course, Wu refrained from voicing this sentiment. Huang Zhong had too many clues swirling in his mind and, at that moment, failed to notice Wu's hesitance. He turned his gaze towards Wu and her companions. suppressing his excitement as he stated, "To be frank, the noblewoman who gave birth at the temple is none other than my wife, and the 2 children may have been swapped at birth." Wu and her companions were rendered speechless. I didn't quite understand. Could you please repeat that? Wu stammered. Huangzhong smiled and replied, "Sanlang's daughter is my young lady." Wu opened her mouth in astonishment. "Your family is?" Huangzhong kindly responded. "The Duke of Dingan's residence." A thunderous realization struck the room. Although they were perplexed by the title of Dingan, they comprehended the significance of the following 2 words, Duke's residence. That wretched girl was actually from a noble house? Is the Duke's residence greater than that of the county magistrate? Liu cautiously inquired. The Duke's residence is not an official position, it is a residence. The Duke himself holds the official title, Huangzhong clarified, understanding Liu's intent. He smiled. That is indeed the case. However, he refrained from elaborating on the specifics of their standing, knowing they would not grasp the full extent. In the capital, anyone bold enough to pose such a question might have already been crushed by the noble lord. Comparing him to a trifling county magistrate, who does he look down upon? Huangzhong maintained a degree of courtesy towards the Gu family, for they had raised their young lady with care. He spoke amiably. "My lord is in town. May I take the child to meet him?" The others were utterly paralyzed with fear, rendered speechless. Their astonishment stemmed from the revelation of the girl's formidable lineage, and their terror arose from the memories of how they had bullied her over the years. Would the lord, upon discovering their cruelty towards his own daughter, send each of them to the magistrate's office for incarceration? As the room filled with a palpable sense of dread, Gu Chahai returned home. He first noticed the carriage outside, then observed the frightened assembly within. Casting a glance at the imposing Huangzhong, he furrowed his brow and inquired of his mother, "Mother, what is the matter? Where is father?" Wu turned a glance behind him, uncertain of how to convey the news to her son. Huangzhong, perceptive to her hesitation, offered a reassuring smile. "Allow me to inform the lord while you deliberate on how to disclose this to her. If it proves too uncomfortable for you to articulate, I shall take it upon myself." Given the gravity of the situation, it was only reasonable to afford them time to process, yet it was imperative not to delay excessively. He must see the child today, come what may. After Huangzhong departed, the 3 women, trembling with trepidation, relayed the truth of Gu Zhao's origins. Despite Gu Changhai's stature as a man, his response was not markedly more composed than that of the 3 women. His face turned ashen, and his legs weakened. If they treated Gu Jiao well, they would naturally be pleased to hear this news. The crux of the matter is that they never regarded Gu Jiao as a person. She was the one enduring the laborious and filthy tasks, cutting pigweed, feeding the pigs, and collecting pig dung, while they enjoyed their meals without her. It was only because of her naivety and incompetence that they gradually ceased to involve her in such chores. Nonetheless, they frequently resorted to beatings and scoldings. Moreover, before she turned 14, they forcibly married her off to a disabled man they had taken in, subsequently driving them out to live on their own. If the marquis were to discover this, would they still have a way to survive? Chapter 75, Truth and Falsehood. To shun as father, please say something. What shall we do? Zhou was in a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot pan, inquiring who had treated Gu Zhao the worst in the Gu family. The answer was either Wu or herself. Of course, Liu was also no saint, though Gu Shaoshun had diverted half of Liu's fury towards him. Liu was the one who had beaten Gu Shaoshun the most severely. There is a saying, anger arises from the heart, and evil manifests at the edge of courage. When a person is pushed to their limits, they can commit any act. Similarly, when one is terrified to the utmost, they will also resort to any means for self-preservation. In that moment, Gu Changhai made a bold decision to send you heir. What? Zhou was taken aback. Wu and Gu Changlu were equally stunned. Had they misheard? The main household intended to send their own daughter to replace Jianyang? Elder brother, this one do. Gu Changlu was the first to voice his opposition. Setting aside any guilt towards the 3rd household, he was simply too timid to undertake such a formidable task. Liu was also reluctant. It was not her daughter who would be stepping into the shoes of a noble lady, and she did not wish to suffer alongside the main household in fear. She refused. Wu and Shou remained silent. One was Gu Yui's wet nurse, and the other her mother, both of whom stood to gain directly from the situation. Moreover, they were quite audacious. Gu Chahai began to persuade the 2nd branch, 2nd brother, 2nd sister-in-law, if you do not consider your own interests, can you not spare a thought for Ersan? He is a remarkably intelligent child. It is just that Dasan was born first and had the opportunity to study, while the family could not support 2 children, causing Erzan's education to be delayed. Once Yui goes to the Ho residence, I will ensure she brings Erzhan to the capital for his studies. With his cleverness, How could he not achieve something significant? These words struck a chord with Lu. She had long dreamed of benefiting from Urshuan's potential, firmly believing he could rise. Yet all opportunities seemed to have been seized by Gu Dasan. Upon hearing about the financial losses, the second branch's expressions changed dramatically. Gu Chahai continued, "But as long as Yui goes there and speaks favorably on our behalf, how could the whole residence not accommodate her? Yui has grown up under your watch. You know her character well, don't you? She is closest to her second aunt." Lu straightened her back at this. The relationship between Gu Yui and Lu was not particularly close, however. Gu Yui was obedient, diligent, and gentle in nature, which made her likable to Lu, who had never had a quarrel with her. Zhou eagerly chimed in, "Indeed. She always says that her favorite is the second aunt. She even claims you are more beautiful than I am." In the past, Zhou would never have admitted Lu was more attractive, but now she needed to flatter Lu. Lu, successfully appeased, smiled bashfully. "Who doesn't tea like that child Yui?" After successfully securing the Lu family, Gu Chahai turned to Gu Changlu and said, "Dear brother, I am well aware that you have little affection for farming. Your true passion lies in business. Once Wei is settled into I shall have her procure the finest shop in town for you. Whatever you wish to sell shall be yours." Gu Changlu was momentarily rendered speechless, though he felt a sense of guilt towards the third branch of the family. He harbored a genuine desire to establish his own enterprise. Lu's voice faltered, "But what about father?" Gu Chahai, well acquainted with their father's disposition, knew that while he was indeed partial to sons and dismissive of daughters, he would likely recoil from engaging in actions that could tarnish his moral integrity. Lu scoffed. "Then speak up. Do not involve us." Gu Chonghai grinned. "Rest assured, dear sister-in-law, this is my scheme. If father wishes to scold someone, let it be me alone. Will they not suspect anything?" Gu Chonglu suddenly inquired. Gu Chahai chuckled. "How could they? Who would ever surmise that we possess such audacity? Moreover, the individual sought out the Gu family only after inquiring within the village. They will not seek further." Zhou remarked, "What about blood recognition? I have heard of such a concept." Gu Chonghai's smile deepened. "That makes it even simpler. Yui is a blood relative of the third brother's daughter. We shall devise a plan for Yui to substitute the blood from with that of the third brother's daughter, thus allowing us to deceive them effortlessly. Thus, the family collectively determined the fates of Gu Jiao and Gu Yui, much like they had previously decided the course for Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang, entirely disregarding the consent of those directly involved. Gu Yui wept, unwilling to serve as another's daughter, but despite Zhou and Lu's attempts to persuade her, she remained obstinate until Gu Chonghai delivered a sharp reprimand, silencing her. Zhou bestowed upon her daughter a respectable garment, while Lu presented Gu Wei with the long-hidden jewelry she had appropriated from Su. Moments ago, Gu Chonghai's slap had struck Gu Wei on the head, leaving no visible marks upon her face, yet her eyes were swollen and red from weeping. The Gu family explained that the young girl was merely struggling to accept this harsh reality, feeling a deep sadness. Huangzheng considered this a natural reaction, after all. The bonds of affection ought to have developed over the years, surpassing mere obligations. However, he had not anticipated that the girl who opened the door for him was none other than their own miss, who had appeared more destitute and timid, her demeanor exuding an air of modesty. This brought to mind the poised and graceful Gu Jinyu, prompting a silent sigh from Huangzheng. Gu Wei continued to weep. Wu hastily interjected, "There is nothing to worry about. It is only right for a family to reunite. What is there to be reluctant about? The marquis is her true father." Huangzheng personally drew back the curtains of the carriage, saying, "Miss, please enter the carriage." Gu Wei remained motionless, and Wu urged her. "Come now, you, ahem, dear daughter." Zhou and Lu assisted Gu Wei into the carriage. She was adamant about not going to an unfamiliar place, resisting leaving her home. The family, preoccupied with their own aspirations, seemed indifferent to Gu Wei's plight. Unexpectedly, Huangzheng and Gu Wei did not encounter the elder, but rather crossed paths with Gu Xiaoshan, who was returning from the academy. At that moment, Huangzheng's carriage was nearing the village's exit, and Shou reassured, "It's fine. He cannot see us." Gu Wei sat inside the carriage, wondering if Gu Xiaoshan would carelessly lift the curtain. Little did the Gu family realize, Gu Xiaoshan had always been mischievous from a young age. "For this reason, I have endured countless beatings from the Lu family since childhood." As the cart brushed past Gu Xiaoshan, he casually remarked, "Oh, Gu Yui." Gu Yui, being merely 2 months younger than Gu Jiao, should conventionally be considered Gu Xiaoshuan's elder sister. However, he has always referred to her simply by her name. This immediately flustered Gu Yui. Although she was reluctant to leave home, The fear of being beaten by her father should she fail was far more daunting. Huang Zhong brought the cart to a halt. He leapt down and approached Gu Xiaoshan, snatching the curtain from his hands, and coldly inquired, "Where did this little brat come from?" Dressed in the attire of Tianxiang Academy, Gu Xiaoshan exuded an air of irreverence that seemed to overshadow his scholarly appearance. Having spent too much time in study, one might forget that he was the most notorious young bully in the vicinity. Just moments ago, he had seen Gu Wei weeping inside the cart, which ignited a troubling suspicion within him. Gu Wei had reached the age for courtship, and her family was troubled over her marriage prospects, with the lesser families looking down upon them and the more esteemed ones being out of reach. Gu Xiaoshuan's temper flared. "You dare to come to the Gu family to snatch someone without even knowing who I am?" He commanded. "Yue, come down." Gu Yue remained unmoved. As Gu Xiaoshan stepped onto the cart, he intended to pull her down. Huang Zhong, being a martial artist, would not allow a mere boy to take someone from him. He seized Gu Xiaoshuan's arm and said coolly, "Young man, let us discuss this rationally." Gu Xiaoshan retorted with irritation, "How much silver did my uncle pay you? Have you sold your own daughter?" "What do you mean my uncle's daughter? This is the daughter of the third branch of the Gu family, Gu Jiao." He paused. "Wait, you are a member of the Gu family?" Huang Zhong suddenly froze, as if sensing something amiss. At that moment, Gu Changhai, along with the Zhou and Lu families, rushed in, panting heavily. Gu Changhai barked sharply, "Xiaoshan, come here." However, Gu Xiaoshan paid no heed to Gu Changhai. Instead, he cast a peculiar glance at Huang Zhong, lifting one hand to part the curtain while the other pointed at Gu Wei. "Are you daft? How could I not recognize my own sister? Open your eyes and see clearly. She is Gu Wei, the daughter of the Gu family's main branch." On a bright and sunny day, the streets of the town bustled with life. Lord Gu sat in a private chamber on the second floor of a tea house, savoring his tea while listening to the coachman's report. The window beside him was wide open, allowing sunlight and the lively sounds of the street to mingle. Unlike the vibrancy of the capital, the town's hustle and bustle carried a unique charm of its local culture. The coachman mentioned a family in the village that also bore the Gu surname. Given the gravity of the situation, Lord Gu only employed individuals he trusted, and the coachman was no exception. He recounted in detail what he had discovered about the Gu family. When Lord Gu learned that the child in question also shared the Gu surname, his reaction was measured. But upon hearing that the child was indeed the girl who had been mistakenly taken long ago, the cup in his hand clattered to the table. The coachman, taken aback, stammered, "My lord, are you all right?" Lord Gu cleared his throat and replied solemnly, "I am fine." "Where is she?" The coachman responded, "She is on her way. Guard Huang asked me to inform you in advance. He will be bringing her shortly." Lord Gu nodded. "Understood. You may leave now." "Yes, my lord." The coachman exited, pondering whom the child might resemble more, him or Lady Yao. Time seemed to slow down abruptly, and Lord Gu, unable to remain seated any longer, decided to descend from the upper floor. No sooner had he stepped out of the tea house than he collided with a little glutinous rice dumpling clutching a box of pastries. The dumpling let out a small yelp, falling face down to the ground, and the box of pastries flew from his hands, scattering across the floor with a clatter. The little one stared blankly at the pastries he had painstakingly acquired, now lost to him. "What has happened, Jing Kong?" Gu Jiao, who had just purchased a candied hawthorn nearby, rushed over upon seeing the child sprawled on the ground in confusion, quickly lifting him up. Little Jing Kong glanced at Gu Jiao, then at the scattered osmanthus cakes, his lips quivering and tears welling up in his large eyes. The osmanthus cake is gone today marked the first time little Jing Kong had come to the town, the first time he had encountered such a crowd, and the first time he had queued to buy osmanthus cakes. He had cherished them so dearly, refusing to eat even one, only to see them disappear in an instant. Gu Jiao looked at the osmanthus cake strewn across the ground and asked him gently, "Did you hurt yourself? Are you injured anywhere?" Little Jing Kong covered his tiny heart with his hand, his face a picture of grievance. "It hurts here." Gu Jiao paused. "These are Li G's osmanthus cakes. We waited for quite a long time to buy them, and the little one is indeed heartbroken. But do you need to make such a fuss?" She took a handkerchief and wiped his small hands clean. "Be more careful next time." "I was careful. It's not my fault. He bumped into me." Little Jing Kong retorted, raising his hand to point accusingly at Lord Gu, who stood awkwardly nearby, unsure whether to leave or stay. To be precise, it was indeed his hasty departure that caused the incident. Little Jing Kong remained stationary, patiently holding on to his snacks under the eaves, awaiting Gu Jiao to purchase him some candied fruit. However, it was not Gu Hao's intention to overlook him. Little Jing Kong was simply too diminutive, and he failed to notice him at first. Just as he intended to call someone to lift little Jinkong up, Gu Jiao appeared. What an uncanny coincidence to find this girl everywhere. Gu Hao mused, perplexed. Gu Jiao cast a frigid glance at Gu Hao, causing him to feel a twinge of guilt under her piercing gaze, yet it was inconceivable for a noble lord to apologize to a mere child. He cleared his throat and stated solemnly, who told him to obstruct the path. You should keep a better watch over a child when you bring them out. Enough. Today, I am in a good mood. I shall spare you. This amount of silver is sufficient to purchase 100 boxes of osmanthus cake. With that, he produced an ingot of silver and tossed it onto the ground before the two. Ordinary commoners, upon witnessing such a sum, would have prostrated themselves in gratitude. However, neither Gu Jiao nor little Jinkong moved. Gu Hao shot them a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "Do as you please." With that, he strode away with great haste. His luxurious attire commanded respect, and naturally, no one dared to speak on behalf of Gu Jiao and her companion. Yet, just as he brushed past Gu Jiao, she subtly extended her foot, deftly tripping him. Caught off guard, he tumbled forward, landing heavily on the ground. Enraged, he pivoted sharply, glaring at Gu Jiao. "You little wretch. Are you seeking death?" Gu Jiao echoed his words back to him. "Who told you to block the way?" Having executed her ploy, she turned and departed with little Jinkong. In a fit of rage, Gu Hao commanded the county magistrate to apprehend them. Chapter 77 Oath. As soon as the county magistrate departed, Huang Zhong arrived promptly. My lord, why are you alone? Where is the child? I nearly fell for it." Huang Zhong recounted the incident involving the Gu family, expressing his relief at encountering young Shan, or else he would have been misled again. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." Lord Gu glared at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong retrieved a lifelike wooden carving from his bosom, a gift from young Shan, who claimed it represented the young lady. The previous wooden carving had been given to the matriarch of the academy, and subsequently, Gu Shaoshun carved a new one, intended for Gu Jiao but never delivered. Worrying they might again thank the wrong person, he entrusted the carving to Huang Zhong. Lord Gu felt a sense of familiarity with the carving. It seems to be missing something. Huang Zhong rummaged in his garment and produced a small piece of dough, pressing it onto the left cheek of the carving. Young Shun mentioned that the young lady has a red birthmark. A red birthmark. Lord Gu finally comprehended why the carving seemed familiar. It closely resembled the impudent girl he had just ordered to be apprehended. Could you be mistaken? Lord Gu furrowed his brow. There is absolutely no mistake this time. Huang Zhong insisted. Having verified the child's identity with the villagers, she was indeed the true daughter of the Gu family's third branch. Lord Gu felt as if thunder had struck above him, his whole being beginning to sway. Noticing his lord's unusual demeanor, Huang Zhong inquired with concern, "My lord, what troubles you? You cannot possibly find fault with the young lady's appearance, can you?" Young Shun assured me that despite the birthmark, she is far from unattractive. In the eyes of lovers, one sees the fairest of beauties, and in the gaze of a younger brother, a celestial maiden. Gu Shaoshun had never perceived his sister as unattractive. Huang Zhong was eagerly awaiting the words of Lord Gu, but in the blink of an eye, Lord Gu had vanished. He had naturally gone in pursuit of Gu Jiao, having not anticipated that the troublesome girl was the very child he had been desperately searching for. What had he done? He had unwittingly sent her to endure imprisonment. Upon arriving at the county office, Lord Gu found that the county magistrate and his entourage had just reached there as well. Previously, he had revealed his identity to command the magistrate's obedience, and now, upon seeing him, the magistrate hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Yet, to his dismay, Lord Gu did not even cast a glance in his direction, striding directly towards the carriage that held Gu Zhao and the other child. What transpired next was utterly unexpected. The carriage was utterly vacant, devoid of any figures. Lord Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. Where are they? The county magistrate was equally dumbfounded, pondering the same question. He had witnessed her board the carriage alongside that child, and they had not halted en route. How could they have vanished without a trace? Was it possible that the girl was a concealed master? How dare a mere ninth-grade official attempt to wield such authority over the bloodline of the marquis? Lord Gu exclaimed furiously, "You wretched official! You even dared to capture 2 children. And yet, you think to impose severe punishments? Why don't you ascend to the heavens instead?" The county magistrate stood there, bewildered. "But, was it not you who instructed me to apprehend them?" Lord Gu delivered a forceful kick. "Just because I commanded you to catch them, do you think you have the right to do so? Who, then, is truly the guardian of the common people? If you do not seek justice for the populace or stand for their rights, but instead choose to flatter those in power and curry favor, what use are you?" In the midst of the tumultuous winds, the county magistrate was left flabbergasted. As twilight descended and the final rays of the sun vanished beyond the horizon, the sky turned a murky gray, shrouded in dimness. Gu Jiao held the hand of the little Jinkong, walking leisurely along the tranquil street. Although the osmanthus cake was no longer available, there remained the delightful tonghulu. The series of events that had transpired earlier had not unsettled him in the slightest. He licked the tonghulu with utmost seriousness. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gu Jiao inquired, "Are you afraid?" The little Jing Kong paused in his licking, his large, sparkling eyes widening as they gazed at Gu Jiao. After a moment's realization, he replied, "Not afraid." Gu Jiao nodded in affirmation. "That's good." The first lesson Gu Jiao learned was the art of survival. The distinction between good and bad people had never concerned her much, but ever since the arrival of little Jing Kong, she seemed to be gradually becoming more mindful of it. The notion of escape from confinement didn't seem fitting for a child to learn. As Gu Jiao pondered how best to educate little Jing Kong, he shook her hand gently and exclaimed, "Jiao Jiao, you are amazing." "Indeed." Gu Jiao thought he was merely speaking childishly. Little Jing Kong continued, "I want to become amazing too. Even more amazing than Jiao Jiao. Then you want to have to be amazing anymore." Gu Jiao halted, looking at him in confusion. Little Jing Kong tilted his head back, his clear, untainted eyes unwaveringly fixed upon Gu Jiao's gaze. "Jiao Jiao must be very tired, right? Master says that those who are remarkable have endured a great deal of hardship and will continue to face even more." In truth, he did not comprehend why those who became formidable still had to suffer. Master explained that remarkable individuals are destined to ascend the mountains, and those who climb must endure toil, while only those who descend can find comfort. This was the first time anyone had inquired of Gu Jiao whether she found life arduous. She entered the organization at the tender age of 8, enduring whippings, electric shocks, and torture. Each day, she was trained to the brink of shock, with only concern for her ability to undertake the next task, while no one cared about her suffering. At that moment, Gu Jiao found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Jing Kong, reflecting on recent events, lowered his head in despondence. "Did I make Jiao Jiao feel burdened?" Gu Jiao was taken aback by his words and gently patted his bald head. "No. Taking care of Xiao Jing Kong is not burdensome at all." "Really?" Xiao Jing Kong gazed at her in astonishment. In his eyes, she detected a glimmer of uncertainty. This carefree little fellow was, in truth, more vulnerable than anyone else. Gu Jiao nodded with conviction. "Yes, truly." Once again, a smile illuminated Xiao Jing Kong's face as he thumped his little chest, declaring earnestly, "Jiao Jiao, wait for me to grow up. When I am grown, I will carry you up the mountain." If the strong must ascend the mountain, then he would bear Jiao Jiao on his back. She need not walk. He would shoulder her burdens. The notion of ascending or descending a mountain eluded Gu Jiao, yet she felt the warmth of the little one's concern for her. She crouched down and playfully tapped his little nose. At that moment, Gu Jiao was unaware that the vow made by this little, adorable rice dumpling at the age of 3.5 would indeed come to fruition in the future. No one could have anticipated that one day this charming little creature would transform into a formidable general, feared throughout the 6 nations and the entire world, ensuring that no one would dare to make her suffer again. Upon returning to the village, Xiao Jing Kong had already fallen asleep, nestled in Gu Jiao's embrace, drooling in slumber. A horse-drawn carriage awaited at the village entrance, which Gu Jiao initially overlooked. However, as she approached, she noticed a figure standing beside the carriage. It was none other than Lord Gu, who had ordered her and Xiao Jing Kong to be thrown into the dungeons. Chapter 78, Confession. Beside Lord Gu, only the guard Huang Zhong was present. There were no others. Gu Jiao dismissed the possibility that he was there to apprehend her. However, if it were not for that purpose, why would he appear here? Gu Jiao harbored no fondness for this lofty nobleman, who regarded commoners as mere insects. She clutched Xiao Jing Kong tightly and regarded him with vigilance. Should he dare to inflict any harm upon them, she would not hesitate to take his life right then and there. Lord Gu discerned Gu Jiao's hostility and cleared his throat, stating with gravity, "I am not here to apprehend you. I bear no ill will." Yet, Gu Jiao remained undeterred, still watching him with caution and wariness. Regardless of the circumstances, now that he was present, clarity was required. Lord Gu signaled to Huang Zhong, who then discreetly withdrew. He brushed off the wide sleeves of his robe and introduced himself. "My name is Gu. I am the Marquis of Dingen, from the Warm Springs Villa." In fact, Gu Jiao had long suspected his identity. During their first encounter, he had been accompanied by Gu Jinyu in his carriage, whose voice she recognized. It seemed highly unlikely that anyone else could sit in Gu Jinyu's carriage and claim to be the Marquis. Later, when she met him again in the woods, she observed his face closely. It bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yan's. To assert that he was not Gu Yan's father would be a stretch even for her. Yet, he had never spoken of it, and she had chosen not to confront him. Lord Gu began, regarding today's events. Gu Jiao interjected. If you are here to apologize, there's no need. I have no interest in it. Lord Gu glared. No, How can you speak to me in such a manner? Is there truly such a lack of decorum? Admittedly, he approached her with a tinge of remorse. Yet he is a noble lord. How could he possibly extend an apology to a mere maid? Every parent in the world has their shortcomings. Does she not realize this? Her own parents. Indeed. They and the Yo family failed to provide her with proper guidance. Gu Sanlang and Su Shi departed early, leaving no time to educate her. It is said that she was once quite foolish, and only recently has she regained her senses. Reflecting upon this, Lord Gu felt that he might afford her some leniency. He suppressed his rising ire and addressed her. I have come to speak with you regarding a matter that you may find difficult to believe, but you and we. Alas, why does this feel so challenging to articulate? Lord Gu found himself troubled. What could possibly bind me to you? Despite Gu Zhao's efforts to fathom any connection between herself and this man, her extensive life experience had shown her all manner of oddities. Could it be that he harbors some peculiar obsession with her? Though her beauty was marred, she was still young, and some men have notably peculiar tastes. Lord Gu nearly stumbled into the well before him, taken aback by her audacity. What does she take him for? Is there such a disgraceful slander against one's own father? The temper he had so painstakingly quelled surged forth once more. Do you know who I am? I am your. At that moment, Huang Zhong approached and, upon seeing the scene, was momentarily stunned. My lord, have you been beaten? Surely not by the young lady. Are you unable to even best her? Lord Gu erupted in a tempest of indignation. I simply do not hold it against her. He would never concede that he was bested by her. This is truly disheartening. Even Huang Zhong cannot bear to witness it. After following the Lord for over a decade, he has never seen him in such a wretched state. Huang Zhong inquired. Did she strike so hard? Did you not inform her that you are her father? At this mention, Lord Gu's fury intensified. How could I not tell her? Huang Zhong, puzzled, asked, What exactly did you say? Lord Gu, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, I said I am her father. She accused me of insulting her and then proceeded to beat me. And I suffered terribly. Lord Gu had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. Huang Zhong remarked, Why did you not claim to be her uncle instead? Is the term father somehow too sensitive? Suddenly, the absence of one person rendered the room eerily quiet. In truth, Xiao Lulang was also quite subdued at home, often retreating to his own quarters. However, when Gu Jiao pushed open the door to the western room and failed to see the youth engrossed in his studies, she felt an unexpected sense of discomfort. Gu Jiao gently placed Xiao Jingkong on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Afterwards, she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Having eaten his fill in town, Xiao Jingkong was not awakened by Gu Jiao, who sat in the hall with the elderly lady for their meal. Gu Jiao asked, Oh, did Xiao Shan not come over? Without Lu Lang and Xiao Han Hang, the braised pork lacks its allure. Gu Jiao inquired curiously, why did he suddenly move to the academy? The elderly lady replied, I do not know. He left in quite a hurry. Xiao Shan had disrupted the Gu family's good fortune, and Gu Chanhai and his wife wished to see him dead. In order to evade their wrath, he had hastily taken refuge in the academy overnight. The academy forbids outsiders from entering, with the sole exception of Gu Dasan, a member of the Gu family. If the Gu family possesses any capability, they would send Gu Dasan to confront him, yet even Gu Dasan is unable to prevail. Tomorrow, I shall send him some silver. Gu Jiao is concerned that Gu Xiaoshan might lack funds for his meals. I provided the silver. The old lady inquired. From where did you acquire this silver? Gu Jiao asked. When the old lady first came to the household, she was in dire straits, lacking even a single copper coin. During the new year, Gu Jiao did graciously present her with a substantial red envelope, though it contained a silver note. The old lady scoffed. Do you think I merely recite plays for others' amusement? Gu Jiao was taken aback, realizing that the old lady had developed a side business at home. Unfazed, the old lady replied, And your medicine, since you no longer require it, I sold it all. Gu Jiao inquired curiously, What medicine? The old lady responded, The wound ointment. You have been concocting it at home for several days. Do you think I was unaware? Gu Jiao exclaimed, Oh, you knew. She had prepared the medicine during the day when Xiao Lulang was away, although the old lady was present. Gu Jiao had never anticipated that she would recognize the wound ointment, hence she did not take extra precautions around her. She had high standards for her concoctions, producing over a dozen bottles, retaining only the 3 with the most potent effects. She did not mind the disappearance of the remaining jars, assuming the old lady had disposed of them, never suspecting they had been secretly sold. Gu Jiao, discerning the old lady's tone, remarked, You seem quite experienced. Have you engaged in such activities before? The old lady pondered briefly, recalling a name from her limited memories. Well, perhaps selling medicine is not entirely foreign to me. However, I believe what I sold was not the wound ointment, but rather something akin to an aphrodisiac. Gu Jiao. According to records from later generations, the virtuous Empress Xianda once sold aphrodisiacs to concubines and accepted bribes to manipulate the green-headed card. The words of Empress Xianda echo, "Do not speak of emotions with me. Emperor, the highest bidder shall sleep with me." 2 months had elapsed since her last dream, and thereafter, Gu Jiao had not dreamt again. Unexpectedly, on this particular night, she found herself dreaming once more. Yet, this time, the dream did not feature Xiao Lu Lang, but rather herself. She resided in a magnificent abode adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, attended daily by numerous servants, and was cherished by family members she had never met. The servants respectfully addressed her as Miss Gu. However, this bliss was fleeting. Gu Jinyu, strikingly beautiful, composed, elegant, cultured, and articulate, stood in stark contrast to her. Gu Jiao, on the other hand, bore the marks of imperfection, exhibited a coarse demeanor, was illiterate, and fumbled in speech. In the glaring disparity with Gu Jinyu, she became a complete laughingstock. The servants began to mock her, the young ladies distanced themselves from her, and even the family members who once adored her seemed at a loss on how to confront her. Ultimately, she was sent to a villa on the outskirts of the capital, where she languished in sorrow, heartbroken, and eventually succumbed to illness on a frigid winter's day. Upon awakening, Gu Jiao found it peculiar that she had dreamed such a scenario. When dreams related to Xiao Lu Lang surfaced, she understood those might come to fruition. Yet, when it came to herself, it was altogether different. Not for any other reason, but because the version of herself in the dream was simply not her. She was neither uneducated nor clumsy in speech. She did not care for others' opinions of her, did not envy Gu Jinyu, was impervious to provocation, and would never resort to the foolishly simplistic tactics employed against Gu Jinyu. She harbored a genuine desire to eliminate someone, executing her intentions with an efficiency surpassing the mere act of cleaning. The notion that she would be utterly devastated by the absence of familial affection is even more absurd. So, what could have prompted her to indulge in such a fantastical dream? Had her mind faltered? Meanwhile, Xiao Lu Lang and Feng Lin's carriage, after enduring several days of arduous travel, finally arrived at the capital city of Pingqing. Their timing was rather unfortunate. The inns adjacent to the examination venue were fully booked. They were left with no choice but to settle for an inn located a street away. The exorbitant rate of 2 taels of silver for a single room was outrageous. Yet there was little they could do, as the candidates were all in need of accommodation and had to part with their silver reluctantly. Once the provincial examination concluded, the first batch of unsuccessful candidates would depart, causing prices to plummet by half. After the courtyard examination, they would fall again by another 50%. On the journey, Feng Lin and the coachman succumbed to the temptation of unsanitary food, suffering from stomach troubles that nearly impeded their travels, but fortunately, Gu Jiao had prepared some medicine for diarrhea. Xiao Lu Lang, on the other hand, remained in good health, although he experienced a slight discomfort each night as he attempted to sleep. 2 days later, the provincial examination commenced. The venue for the examination was the Pingqing Tribute Academy, where, at the first quarter of the hour of the rabbit, the candidates entered the arena with their examination tokens. Unlike the county examinations, where documents were presented, the provincial examination provided each candidate with a token crafted from fishbone, known as the Cow-in, inscribed with their name, examination booth, and seat number. The Tribute Academy in Pingqing housed 4 major examination booths, with the A booth predominantly occupied by the top candidates from various county examinations, including Xiao Lu Lang. The Grand Examination booth was further subdivided into numerous small cubicles, each accommodating 1 individual. Although the space was limited, it contained a writing desk, a mat, and a narrow wooden bed. Candidates are permitted to bring nothing but their examination papers. The ink, paper, and writing instruments are uniformly distributed by the examination hall, along with 3 meals daily and bedding provided by designated personnel. Should a candidate feel fatigued, they may repose at any time. As long as they do not engage in cheating or violate examination protocols, they can rest undisturbed for 4 consecutive days and nights. The provincial examination does not present a winner-takes-all scenario, thus all candidates must dutifully complete 3 rounds of tests. Aside from restroom breaks, which are supervised, candidates are prohibited from leaving the examination room at any other time. The first round consists of a recitation of classical texts. While it may appear straightforward, it is essential to recognize that, aside from the classic of filial piety, which contains a mere 369 characters, the remaining 3 texts collectively exceed 90,000 characters. Even excluding the voluminous rites of Zhou, there still remains over 50,000 characters to memorize, imposing a considerable burden. The volume of questions for the recitation is equally extensive, often extending into the afternoon, with candidates typically submitting their papers only as dusk approaches. Yet, Xiao Lulang ceased writing after merely half an hour, opting instead to slumber. His examination paper lay concealed beneath a sheet of white paper, pressed down by his inkstone. The proctor was bewildered. Was this the completion of the examination? No. It seemed implausible. No one could possibly finish so rapidly, unless one had committed the text to memory, able to write without contemplation. Such a feat is beyond the capability of an ordinary genius. Did he consider himself to be the former youthful scholar, the noble lord of Zhao? The proctor surmised that he likely could not answer further questions and thus abandoned any expectation of completion. How embarrassing for their county's reputation, especially considering he was the top candidate from the county examination. After the examination, designated personnel collected the papers, first concealing the names before placing them into a secure box, ensuring that even the proctors could not view the answers. Upon their eventual meeting, the names had been obscured, rendering it impossible to ascertain which examination paper belonged to which candidate. Perhaps the indelible impression left by Xiao Lulang during the first session had prompted the invigilators to pay particular attention to him in the subsequent rounds. Once again, Xiao Lulang completed only half an hour of the examination before folding his paper and succumbing to slumber. Could you refrain from such self-destructive behavior? Essays are rather straightforward. Are you incapable of even this? How did you secure the top position in the county examination? Are the candidates of your cohort so inept? The final session consisted of the 8-legged essay, spanning 2 consecutive days, a testament to its difficulty. Notably, this session was personally overseen by Inspector Zhuang from the capital, who had selected 2 seemingly unrelated quotations from the Analects: poverty without servility, wealth without arrogance, diligent in action and cautious in speech, compelling the candidates to forcefully unite them into a coherent response. Within a mere quarter of an hour, 2 candidates succumbed to the immense pressure and were carried out, rendering the examination void. The invigilator cursed under his breath, lamenting, with such a challenging prompt, why not grant me a break? He anticipated that Xiao Lulang would surely abandon his efforts and retire to sleep within half an hour, yet to his astonishment, Xiao remained seated, motionless. Poverty without servility, wealth without arrogance, diligent in action and cautious in speech. Why did Mr. Zhuang assign such a formidable task? Could you assist me? The radiant smile of a young maiden flashed through his mind, vivid and clear, as if it were but yesterday. Chapter 80. Old Friends on the 4th day at dusk. The examinations concluded. Feng Lin had been waiting there since dawn, having stood vigil throughout the day. While other candidates gradually emerged, Xiao Lulang remained conspicuously absent, igniting a wave of concern within him. As I hesitated whether to inquire within, I suddenly caught sight of Xiao Lulang emerging with an icy demeanor. Feng Lin hurried to greet him, noting the pallor on his face, and asked, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Or did you not perform well on the exam?" "Nothing," Xiao Lulang replied coolly. Feng Lin, reassured by his clear voice, inferred it was not a matter of health and attempted to console him. "I just heard from some students exiting that this year's exam questions were particularly challenging. Do not lose heart. They may not have fared better than you." Feng Lin hesitated, for he had never witnessed Xiao Lulang in such a state. Despite his usual aloofness, he had never radiated such an intimidating aura, as if he might commit some dreadful act at any moment. "Lulang, wait for me." Though apprehensive, Feng Lin gritted his teeth and pursued him. He refrained from addressing him as Xiao Xiang after all. He was older than Xiao Lulang and had only used the honorific as a gesture of respect for having saved him. However, having shared a New Year's Eve together, their bond had deepened, and calling him Xiao Xiang now felt distant. With his cane in hand, Xiao Lulang was not as swift as Feng Lin, who soon caught up with him. As they passed a tea house, 2 elegantly dressed middle-aged men emerged, one of whom casually glanced at Xiao Lulang. At first, it seemed inconsequential. But then he abruptly realized something, turning his gaze towards Xiao Lulang. By this time, Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin had crossed the street and were heading towards the inn on the opposite side. The man's eyes remained fixed on Xiao Luang's retreating figure until he vanished around the corner. "Zhuang Darren, what troubles you? Did you happen to see a familiar face? Should I go greet them?" The one posing the question was the prefect of Pingqing, whose surname was Luo. Zhuang Xianji shook his head, replying, "No need. They are not an acquaintance of mine, merely bearing a slight resemblance." The young marquis had already passed away, It was he who had unearthed the young marquis's body from the ruins of the Guozijian. The corpse had been charred beyond recognition by the flames. A sight so harrowing that no passage of time could erase it from memory. Perhaps it was not even a matter of resemblance. It might simply be a trick of his eyes. Shall I go and confirm? Prefect Luo, sensing Zhuang's evident concern regarding the mistaken identity, offered to take a look. Zhuang Xianji shook his head once more. No need. That old friend is already departed. There is no need to confirm the deceased. Feng Lin felt a shiver run down his spine as shadows of childhood trauma surged to the forefront of his mind. He was no longer the same clumsy boy. He had shed the weight. Feng Lin raised his gaze and beheld a youthful scholar bounding down the stairs, who approached him with a smile, exclaiming, "It is truly you, Feng Dunzi. You changed quite a bit. I almost failed to recognize you. Who is he?" The young man's gaze landed upon Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang possessed beauty surpassing that of women, compelling one to steal a few extra glances. To say it bluntly, without fear of Feng Lin's retribution, it was the young man who had first been captivated by Xiao Lulang before noticing Feng Lin beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Lin finally recognized the individual. Du Ruhan? The young man laughed heartily, patting Feng Lin on the shoulder. "Indeed, it is I. It is truly you." Feng Lin chuckled as he introduced Lu Lang. "Do you remember him? Little Belly. We attended the private school together when we were children." The young man looked incredulously at Xiao Lu Lang and said to Feng Lin, "You must be mistaken. He is not Lu Lang." Feng Lin replied with certainty, "I am not mistaken. He is indeed Lu Lang." The young man scrutinized Xiao Lu Lang with suspicion, asking that little six who moved away after just a year? Feng Lin confirmed, "Yes, that's him. He moved away not long before your family did. When you think about it, it has been 10 years since the three of us last met." The young man still felt that the person before him was not Lu Lang. He remarked to Feng Lin, "I can recognize you, so why can't I recognize him?" In truth, Feng Lin also did not recognize Xiao Lu Lang at first. It was only after seeing the identification that he realized he was his childhood neighbor. Furthermore, since Xiao Lu Lang had saved his life, he held no doubt about his identity. As for Xiao Lu Lang's lack of recollection of their past, that was entirely understandable. It had been 10 years. Xiao Lu Lang was not even 7 when he moved away. What could a child of 6 or 7 possibly remember? That boy was timid in his youth, always hiding behind his mother. Xiao Lu Lang ascended the stairs first, while the young man and Feng Lin followed closely behind, whispering. The young man spoke. "Lu Lang is not the same anymore. He has become quite brave. He even saved my life." Feng Lin responded, "Indeed, he has changed." The young man glanced at Xiao Lu Lang's back, sensing an air of sophistication about him. Reminiscent of a noble from the capital, an aura that was difficult for the unacquainted to discern. What happened to his leg? The young man pondered, but refrained from asking in front of Xiao Lu Lang. "More than half a year ago, I was injured while trying to save you, and I am currently undergoing treatment." Filled with guilt, Feng Lin inquired, "By the way, where did you go after moving away?" "I went to the capital," replied the young man. Feng Lin's eyes widened in surprise. "You actually went to the capital?" That is a place Feng Lin has always dreamed of visiting. Alas, the capital is heavily guarded. And for commoners like us, unless we are traveling there for the imperial examinations, it is nearly impossible to obtain a travel permit. The young man chuckled. "My aunt is a concubine in the capital, and she brought our entire family over. Are you still envious?" Feng Lin fell silent. The young man burst into laughter. "Just kidding, let us go." The three of them dined together, and from the young man, Feng Lin learned that he is currently studying at a prestigious academy in the capital, having passed the scholar examination 2 years ago, and is preparing for the upcoming local examination this August. He is accompanying his uncle on a journey to broaden his horizons. Throughout the conversation, it was primarily the young man speaking, while Xiao Lulang remained reticent and disinterested in engaging with others. Feng Lin softly remarked, "His mother and elder brother have both passed away. It has not been easy for him these years." "Oh," the young man replied, saying nothing more. After a moment, he shifted the conversation. "You are also taking the exam this year, right? I will be waiting for you in the capital." Feng Lin pondered for a moment before responding. "I will take the exam together with Lulang." The young man scoffed. "How do you know he will pass? That fellow isn't the sharpest. Have you forgotten how often the teacher scolded him?" Although the young man could not recall Xiao Yolong's appearance as a child, he certainly did not forget his embarrassing moments. He was not foolish. Rather, he simply took longer to react than others. Such individuals may excel in practical work, but they struggle with academic pursuits. Feng Lin, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Lulang has changed significantly. He has achieved the top score in the county examination. Although the questions were exceedingly challenging this time, I firmly believe he will succeed in becoming a scholar. The young man, smirking mischievously, retorted, let us place a wager. He won to make the cut. Feng Lin promptly issued an order for him to leave, declaring that no one could look down upon Xiao Lulang, not even his childhood companions. The guards at the governor's residence, upon seeing him, respectfully opened the door. The young man awkwardly turned away, smiled, and said, Uncle, how do you do? Weren't you busy grading papers? Have you finished so soon? Zhuang the inspector replied sternly, do not change the subject. I am asking you, where have you been? The young man laughed nervously. I ran into 2 neighbors from Song County and chatted with them for a while. I also had dinner with them. Zhuang the inspector coldly responded, do you think I will believe your words? Have you been engaging in some improper activities again? I promised your aunt I would take you out, not to let you squander your time idly. Guards, confine him to his room. He is not to step outside without my permission. The young man protested vehemently that is unfair. Uncle, I truly went to meet friends. They are staying at the Inn. One is named Feng Lin, and the other is Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang is a candidate in this examination. He just finished your exceedingly difficult questions today. His face turned pale from the stress. If you don't believe me, send someone to verify. Chapter 81. The milk dog. Upon hearing this, Du Ruhan realized that he was beyond salvation today. He cursed himself for his own words, lamenting how he had spoken the truth at such a critical moment. Indeed, as Governor Luo hastened to mediate the conflict, Du Ruhan had already been subjected to such severe discipline by Zhuang Xianji that he was scarcely recognizable. Governor Luo, maintaining an air of respect despite his embarrassment, inquired, My lord, shall we investigate the matter concerning those 2? Zhuang Xianji promptly dismissed the notion, stating, Does that lad ever speak the truth? Governor Luo's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, Young Master Du asserts that your examination questions are rather peculiar, which is undoubtedly the truth. Unbeknownst to Gu Jiao, who was en route to the Hot Springs Villa, events in Pingxing had unfolded without her knowledge. Earlier that morning, the second master had personally visited her to discuss the upcoming consultations. Although I am aware that our previous discussion centered on the receptions, you are also cognizant of young Master Gu's circumstances. It is indeed quite inconvenient for him to venture outside. The second master remained unaware that Gu Yin had sought her counsel not long ago and that she had already attended to him. Gu Jiao paused momentarily, then responded, Very well. Eh? The second master was taken aback, surprised by her acquiescence. Was my elaborate preparation for naught? The day was fair and bright, and their carriage progressed swiftly, reaching the villa in less than an hour. The demeanor of the villa's staff had significantly transformed. Although the guards maintained their serious expressions, their comportment was notably courteous. The maid who came to greet them was the same as before, reportedly named Yu Yair. She escorted Gu Jiao, the second master, and the old doctor to a pavilion near the small garden, stating, Young Master is currently enjoying the hot springs. Please wait a moment while I inform him. Yu Yair went to inform the young master and instructed another maid to fetch some pastries and tea from the kitchen to entertain Gu Jiao and her companions. The second master savored a piece of rose pastry, his smile broadening with delight. Is it truly so delicious? Gu Jiao inquired. The second master chuckled. The value of this delicacies lies not in their flavor, but in their rarity. Just then, a faint whimpering sound emanated from the small garden. The elderly doctor, puzzled, asked, What is that sound? The second master listened intently but could not discern its source. I shall investigate, Gu Jiao declared. Following the sound, she soon discovered a small creature trapped beneath the fence. It was a newborn puppy, somehow ensnared in the barrier, with thorns encircling its base. The more it struggled, the more the thorns pierced its tender flesh. In pain, tears welled in its eyes. Upon noticing a presence, it instinctively stuck out its tiny tongue, only to inadvertently lick a thorn, causing it to whimper immediately. What a foolish little dog, Gu Jiao remarked, crouching down to gently stroke its fluffy head. Stay still. The puppy, unable to comprehend, continued to wriggle, exacerbating its agony. To rescue it, the fence must first be moved, followed by the careful extraction of each thorn from the puppy's body. Gu Jiao selected an optimal position and began to shift the fence. At that moment, a maid dressed in a light apricot-colored garment approached, exclaiming, Who goes there? Stop this at once. Gu Jiao did not relent. Clad in a simple village girl-esque attire with a small basket on her back, she was somewhat familiar to the maid, yet the latter dismissed it. Striding forward to seize Gu Jiao's basket. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? Gu Jiao turned her head slightly, her icy gaze sharp as a blade, causing the maid to shudder and release her grip. Upon recognizing her, The maid exclaimed, "Is it you?" Gu Jiao dismissed her with indifference, reaching to pull at the fence. Yuru scolded, "What are you doing? Those are all the young lady's flowers. Can you afford to pay for any damage?" The little dog whimpered in pain. Yuru cast a glance at it, sneering, "All this fuss for a mere mutt? Is it yours?" "Truly, one gets what they deserve. Do you have any idea how much each peony is worth? Even if you sold yourself and your dog." Annoyed, Gu Jiao furrowed her brow and swiftly uprooted the fence. Yuru's expression changed as she lunged at her. In truth, Gu Jiao had avoided the peony flowers while pulling up the fence, but as Yuru lunged forward, she inadvertently knocked one of the most splendid peonies down with the tail end of the fence. Yuru's face turned pale. She staggered back several steps, distancing herself from the scene, one hand clasped over her mouth while the other pointed at Gu Jiao. "You ruined the young lady's flower. You ruined it yourself. Don't blame others," came the voice of Yuya. Shameless, Yuya added. Yuru, being Gu Jinyu's personal maid, had few subordinates in the manor who dared speak to her in such a manner. Yuru's face darkened. She did it. She pulled out the fence. "If you don't believe me, ask them." They all saw it. Several curious servants had gathered around, having arrived unnoticed. Yuru urged them to bear witness. Yu placed her hands on her hips. "All right then, you all say. Who exactly is responsible for this mess?" The crowd collectively lowered their heads. Yuru's backing was Gu Jinyu, and it was evidently unwise to offend her over a mere young apothecary. It was not that Gu Yin was not to be feared, but rather that Yu's attitude was entirely unprompted by Gu Yin, who was unaware that the young master detested such trivial creatures. Yuru sneered, "Do you see? She is the one who caused this." Gu Jiao, pointed at by Yuru, paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. She gently removed the thorns from the little puppy and wrapped it in a clean cloth. Before long, the fabric was stained crimson with its blood. Whimpering softly, the little puppy's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain. At that moment, Dongjia and Mama Fong arrived simultaneously. Mama Fong vividly recalled the incident of Gu Jiao climbing onto the bed and had a rather unfavorable impression of her, especially upon seeing the bloodied puppy in her hands. "Why don't you just throw it out?" This admonition was directed at both Gu Jiao and Dongjia. Dongjia knew that Gu Jiao would not part with it. The young girl could not withstand sternness. Was it not better to speak kindly? Why resort to threats? This was a disaster waiting to happen. "Give it to me. I will place it in the carriage." Dongjia reached out for the puppy, but Gu Jiao refused to hand it over. Mama Fong's voice turned cold. "I shall say it once more. Throw this little creature out. Otherwise, she can leave with it." "Who are you telling to leave?" Accompanied by a voice that was neither warm nor cold, Gu Yan's palanquin was brought forth by the servants. Chapter 82. Bending Anger Young Master. Mama Fong and the others hastily bowed to Gu Yan, while Dongjia also performed a respectful gesture. In the realm of Zhao, where social hierarchies are rigidly enforced, the second merchant, as a businessman, naturally bowed in deference upon encountering the son of a marquis. Gu Jiao was no exception. However, she was not accustomed to subservience. Instead, she fixed her gaze steadily upon Gu Yan. As everyone else lowered themselves in reverence, she stood out conspicuously, making it impossible for anyone to overlook her. The second merchant subtly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to pay her respects. Although they were there to attend to the young master, it was imperative to show him proper courtesy, was it not? Yet, Gu Yan seemed oblivious, neither acknowledging Gu Jiao nor insisting that she bow. He turned to the housekeeper. "Shall I have to ask twice?" As for the matter of Gu Jiao damaging the peony, she refrained from mentioning it, as she had not witnessed the incident firsthand and felt it was not her place to comment. The household staff were well aware that Gu Yan harbored a strong aversion to such trivialities, finding them bothersome. Recently, he had forcibly expelled a rabbit that Gu Jinyu had raised, one that made no noise. This girl had truly found herself in a precarious situation, likely unaware of the peril she was in. Indeed, when Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the bloodied puppy cradled in Gu Zhao's arms, the atmosphere turned icy. The housekeeper let out a cold huff. "You were warned not to throw it away, and now it has fallen into the young master's hands." "Where did this dog come from?" Gu Yan inquired. "I found it," Gu Jiao replied. "It was caught in the fence and injured by thorns." Gu Yan's eye swept towards the fence. Yuru glanced at the broken peony, her mind racing, and remarked, "She also broke the young lady's peony. All for this mutt." "It was clearly you who broke it," retorted Yuya. "It was she." Yuro coldly pointed at Gu Jiao. "It is you." Yuya placed her hands on her hips. Gu Yan's expression turned remarkably frigid, and it was evident to all present that he was incensed. He suffered from a heart condition, and thus, anger was a luxury he could seldom afford. Otherwise, it could provoke a serious episode. Were it not for this, the marquis and his wife would not have indulged him so. Even the precious antique painting was given to him, despite the knowledge that he would merely tear it apart to vent his frustrations. Both of you, silence at once, Mistress Fong chastised sharply, causing the two young maidservants to instantly fall silent. Gu Yin surveyed everyone present, then turned his gaze towards Gu Zhao amidst the blossoms. You all witnessed her actions, did you not? His tone was one of authoritative inquiry, and all eyes fell to the ground in tacit agreement. And no, it wasn't her. Yu stammered, somewhat intimidated by Gu Yin's imposing presence, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Gu Yin replied coolly, they all assert it was she who did it. Yet you alone claim otherwise. It was not. Yu murmured softly. Yuro smirked with satisfaction. No matter the circumstances, the young lady was the biological sister of the young master. It was inconceivable for him to doubt his beloved maidservant in favor of an outsider. As for Yu, she was merely a third-rate maidservant in the young master's courtyard, lacking even the qualifications to attend to him closely. Her words, therefore, held little weight. Very well, Gu Yin nodded. What is your name? Yu was taken aback. Me? I am Yu. Gu Yin declared. Aside from Duya, expel everyone else from the manor. It is Yu. She protested. No, expel from the manor? Not her? Yu was left in a state of shock. The crowd collectively changed their expressions, bewildered by the young master's decision not to punish Ware and the little apothecary, but rather to expel them instead. The only one who remained unfazed was Gu Jiao, who consistently maintained her composure, focusing solely on comforting the injured little puppy. Yu, in disbelief, rushed forward, exclaiming, Young master, I am but a mere nobody. Two shadow guards swiftly emerged, restraining her with a single finger, and expelled her along with any servant attempting to slander Gu Jiao. The guards, poised to carry out their orders, were momentarily taken aback. Where had these two come from? Were they daring to usurp their positions in broad daylight? The shadowy figures of the guards scoffed. You know nothing of our little darling. Such a splendid opportunity to curry favor with him shall not be relinquished to you. Ultimately, only Matron Fong remained. As a companion to the Yao family, the estate guards would surely refrain from confronting her, yet the shadow guards unceremoniously removed her without a word. Release me. I demand to see the lady. Matron Fong cried out. Suddenly, one of the shadow guards silenced her with a pressure point, rendering her voiceless. The guards collectively gave a thumbs up. Even Matron Fong was not spared, a testament to the guards' formidable prowess. Having completed their task, the shadowy figures vanished into the shadows. When the young master requires them, they are like hidden weapons. When he does not, they are as inconspicuous as air. The second master stood agape, unable to comprehend the situation. Gu Yin instructed for the palanquin to be lowered and stepped down, approaching Gu Jiao with a gentle smile. So, how does it feel? Is your anger appeased? The second master interjected. Wait, what is happening? You expelled so many just to vindicate the young lady? Gu Jiao pondered seriously for a moment and nodded. It feels relieving. Gu Yan's smile deepened. With his naturally handsome features, when he beamed, even the vibrant colors of spring seemed to pale in comparison. It has lost a considerable amount of blood. Is it gravely injured? Gu Yin inquired, glancing at the puppy cradled in her arms. Yes. I need to find a place to staunch its bleeding. You can come to my courtyard. It's Yuya. Yuya exclaimed, hands on her hips, inwardly fuming. With a scowl, she took a small blanket to Gu Yan's room and laid it on his desk. Gu Jiao cleaned the puppy's wounds with iodine and applied her homemade ointment, wrapping some areas in bandages. Do you have goat's milk? She asked. Yes, Doya. Gu Yin instructed Yuya to fetch a bowl of fresh goat's milk. The little dog eagerly lapped it up and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Gu Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in playing with Gu Zhao's stethoscope. He hung the instrument around his ears, bowing his head to listen to his heart and then his stomach. Wow, the sound is quite loud. The once jaded and cynical young master had transformed into a curious child at last. The old physician dutifully checked Gu Yan's pulse. Gu Yan cooperated with the doctor, his demeanor so amiable that it took the physician by surprise. The state of Gu Yan's pulse also astonished the old doctor. While there remained a significant gap compared to that of a healthy individual, it nonetheless marked a remarkable improvement from his previous condition. Chapter 83, A Confrontation with Father, Part 1. The old doctor couldn't help but admire Gu Jiao's medical skills once more. Heart ailments are notoriously untreatable. Truly a condition deemed incurable in contemporary times, to witness such improvement was nothing short of miraculous. The young master's pulse appears quite satisfactory. He may continue his medication. Little did Gu Jiao know that several days prior, She had already administered the medicine to Gu Yin, who kept up his act. After much toil, the elder had finally perfected the elixir last night. Gu girl, have you brought the medicine with you? Remember to give it to the young master shortly. Gu Jiao replied. I provided it over a week ago. The sudden exposure left Gu Yin in fits of laughter upon his bed. News of the events in the small garden had inevitably reached the steward's ears. Recently, the lady of the marquis had caught a chill. Fearing it might affect Gu Yan's health, even a minor cold could prove fatal for him. Thus, she had relocated to the back courtyard. The significant affairs of the estate were primarily decided by Lord Gu. The steward reported the matter to Lord Gu, who refrained from embellishing the story. Recounting it as it was, including Gu Zhao's act of rescuing a puppy by climbing the fence, the altercation between Yu Ru and Gu Jiao, the unintentional damage caused to Gu Jinyu's peony, and the incident with the housekeeper that had angered Gu Yin. The steward sighed. Yu Ru hails from the capital and has always looked down upon the estate servants. Perhaps this time she has learned a lesson. It is indeed a pity for the housekeeper. Lord Gu scoffed. What is there to pity? She dares to drive anyone away. It seems she's forgotten that she is merely a servant after being in charge for so long. The steward was somewhat bewildered. What of the servant? Isn't that still a higher status than that of a mere medicine boy? Moreover, the housekeeper served as the lady's companion, and Lord Gu had always held her in high regard. Why such harsh words, all of a sudden? Lord Gu continued. Did they not arrive in the afternoon? Why was there no report to me beforehand? The notice stated it was to be in the afternoon. The second master had intended to arrive in the afternoon, but unexpectedly. Gu Jiao set off in the morning with remarkable promptness. Typically, common doctors do not have the privilege of meeting the marquis, at most. They might bow before him after treatment to seize a fleeting opportunity for recognition. Consequently, the steward did not report to the marquis in advance. The housekeeper was reprimanded. And the steward, naturally, did not dare to shirk responsibility, humbly requesting the marquis's pardon for the oversight. Where are the others? Inquired Marquis Gu. If Madame and the young lady find out, it would lead to complications, would it not? I shall go and take a look. Upon finishing his words, Marquis Gu rose from his seat. My lord, the steward called out, what shall we do about those outside? Marquis Gu pondered for a moment before responding, keep the housekeeper. But dismiss the rest. After all, aside from her somewhat irritable nature, the housekeeper harbored no malicious intent. She was loyal to the Yao family and performed her duties competently. What about Miss Yu Ru? The steward inquired. Marquis Gu replied coldly, such an insolent maid who slanders others. Do you intend to keep her around for the new year? If she corrupts Jinyu, it will be your responsibility. The steward hastily acquiesced. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Gu Yin had a notoriously bad temper and would regularly dismiss a group of people each month. Thus, initially, this matter did not create a significant uproar at the estate. However, when the news spread that both the housekeeper and Yu Ru had been expelled, it genuinely astonished the onlookers. Unbeknownst to Gu Jiao, who remained oblivious to the crowd's bewilderment, she quietly retreated to the front courtyard to seek solitude in the breeze, yearning for a moment of peace. It is indeed her fault for not having consulted the esteemed doctor in advance, yet she truly did not anticipate his mischievous nature, as he had evidently adopted the art of self-aggrandizement from the likes of Dongjia and Wang Zhonggui. The medicine he had concocted just yesterday was something she had entrusted to Gu Yin 10 days prior, leaving her feeling utterly exploited, stripped of even her dignity. Gu Yin stood in the corridor, gazing at her with a smile. Gu Jiao exclaimed, why do you keep staring? Why do you smile while watching? Have you no sense of shame? She tossed her head back at Gu Yin in exasperation. At that moment, the little puppy awoke, whimpering as it searched for Gu Jiao. Gu Yin lifted it up, but the moment the small creature drew near him, it trembled in fear, quaking and whimpering. Gu Yin did not hold back his disdainful gaze. He possessed no affection for such endearing little beings, especially since it had been cradled in her arms. She had never held him like that. Jealousy flared within Gu Yin as he glared at the puppy, as if he might crush it at any moment. The little dog sensed the ominous aura emanating from Gu Yin and began to yelp even louder. Yap yap yap. Gu Yin scoffed, out of respect for her. I shall spare you. Although he detested the creature, he could tolerate it for her sake. When Lord Gu entered the courtyard, he beheld the sight of Gu Jiao and Gu Yin crouched together on the lawn, crafting a doghouse. A pile of timber lay scattered about. Gu Jiao was responsible for splitting the wood, while Gu Yin diligently assembled it, with Gu Jiao hammering in the nails. The two displayed an impressive synergy, often. As soon as Gu Jiao completed one task, Gu Yin would instinctively know what to do next, despite having never built such a doghouse before. Their tastes aligned as well. As the servants brought various bedding options for the puppy, they either both adored them or neither did. The two resembled earnest children at play, thoroughly relishing each other's company. Could they truly be fraternal twins? Gu Jinyu and Gu Yin had grown up together, and Lord Gu had pondered countless methods to foster a closer bond between the siblings. Yet they remained worlds apart. In truth, it was not only Gu Jinyu who found it challenging to connect with Gu Yin. This child exuded a prickliness that deterred anyone from approaching. Lord Gu had never encountered such a compliant son. His once fiery temper had all but dissipated, and the girl too had grown considerably quieter. If she were to maintain this demeanor, she might not be so irksome after all. I don't want this, it's so ugly, Gu Yin declared, holding a roof that Gu Jiao had painstakingly crafted. But I think it's not ugly, Gu Jiao replied. This is the final step. Once the roof is nailed on, it will be complete. Gu Yin gazed up at the sky. I don't care. I don't want it. Very well. Gu Jiao conceded, dismantling the roof she had worked so hard to create and setting about making another. The second master was rather perplexed. The young girl was easily agitated, and aside from Xiao Lulang, he had never witnessed her display such patience towards anyone else. Gu Yan's little schemes did not elude Lord Gu's notice. He was reluctant to see Gu Jiao leave once the doghouse was completed, as it would provide her no reason to linger. Fraternal twins are always extraordinary. Even when engaged in the same activities, observing them is far more captivating than watching other children. Lord Gu harbored concerns that Gu Yin might increasingly bully Gu Jinyu. If it were any other son, Lord Gu could firmly intervene, but given Gu Yan's inherent frailty, should he feel aggrieved, he could very well cause a scene. Lord Gu found himself in a state of exasperation. My lord, Huang Zhong approached. What brings you here? Lord Gu discreetly shifted aside, ensuring he remained unseen by those in the courtyard, so as not to disturb the two children at play. Huang Zhong solemnly remarked, I have heard that the young lady has arrived, and I am here to protect you, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of her wrath once more. Lord Gu shot him a frosty glance, retorting, Is it that I cannot contend with her? I merely yield to her. Oh, Huang Zhong replied, his disbelief palpable. A thought crossed Lord Gu's mind, prompting him to inquire, Do you possess any silver needles? Indeed. Huang Zhong pulled out a concealed box of weapons, questioning, What does the Lord require silver needles for? Lord Gu responded, I intend to extract a single drop of her blood. Huang Zhong asked, What purpose does the young lady's blood serve? Do you doubt her lineage? With exasperation, Lord Gu replied, Is it I who harbors doubts? It is she who does not believe. Huang Zhong recalled the Lord's earlier declaration, I am your father, and winced, stating, Perhaps it is your manner of expression that is at fault. Lord Gu snorted. Regardless, she does not believe. I shall present evidence to convince her. Huang Zhong countered. Then why not speak directly to the young lady? Lord Gu cast him a sidelong glance. Do you think she would acquiesce to my request? Huang Zhong hesitated. Likely not. But would it not be excessive to prick the young lady with a needle? Perhaps you should be the one to do it? Lord Gu's icy stare silenced Huang Zhong, who stammered, You should proceed. A cold sweat broke out upon him. He dared not refuse. Resolutely, Lord Gu approached with the silver needle in hand. Upon his arrival, those in the courtyard rose to pay their respects, including the two merchants enjoying tea and the elderly physician. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to resume their activities and refrain from unnecessary chatter. He approached the siblings, his presence casting a shadow as they momentarily glanced up, choosing to ignore him and continuing their task of crafting a doghouse. The disregarded Gu Hao thought to himself, Well, it matters not. He had come to draw blood, and their indifference suited his stealthy intentions perfectly. He remained poised, awaiting the opportune moment. After a brief pause, the two simultaneously lifted their heads, their expressions rife with disdain as they regarded him. Gu Hao smiled, inquiring, Is there something you are struggling with? I am here to assist you. Gu Yin retorted with irritation, You are blocking the light. With a frown darkening his countenance, Gu Hao quietly repositioned himself behind them, soon realizing this vantage point was far superior. A mere prick would suffice, he thought, as he subtly sought the right moment to strike. Just as he was about to proceed, he was caught off guard by Gu Jiao's keen awareness, nearly exposing him. Swiftly, he concealed the silver needle behind his back. Please do not hinder us, Gu Yin demanded, clearly recognizing Gu Jiao's aversion to Gu Hao and promptly ushering him away. Gu Hao felt a surge of indignation. Was he not their father? Had he not been their biological parent, he would have dealt with them more harshly. However, Gu Hao was not one to surrender easily. If a direct approach was futile, he would resort to subterfuge. Clearing his throat, he remarked, My dear friends, You have labored tirelessly. I have numerous inquiries regarding my son's ailment. It appears Miss Gu is weary. Perhaps we should retreat to the guest chamber to rest, while Huer and Dr. Li accompany me to my study. Gu Yin could not remain by Gu Zhao's side indefinitely. Seizing the opportunity while he excused himself to the restroom, Gu Hao too found a pretext to exit the study. Discreetly, he added a sedative to the tea and instructed a maid to deliver it to Gu Jiao. Once she succumbed to slumber, extracting her blood would be as effortless as a breeze. His intentions were cleverly conceived, yet he was caught off guard when Gu Jiao detected the anomaly in an instant. She called out to the maid, "Who sent you with this tea?" The maid replied, "It was the marquis." Gu Jiao's gaze turned icy. So, having failed to lay hands on her, he intended to drug her instead? At his age, he could very well be her father, yet beneath it all, he harbored such perverse tendencies. Her small fists clenched tightly, making a crackling sound as she approached the window. With a swift motion, she flung open the window and spotted the scheming Marquis Gu lurking beneath the windowsill. An aura of murderous intent emanated from Gu Jiao like a blade. The Marquis, sensing the palpable threat, took a step back, stammering, "Wait, let me explain, I actually..." Boom, bang, bang bang bang, thud, gurgle, I can't swim. Chapter 84. The Provincial Examination, Second Update. Huang Zhong discovered his lord perched precariously on a sturdy branch of a tree 100 paces away from the courtyard. The Marquis Gu dangled there, suspended like a sodden garment, every inch of him drenched and dripping. Huang Zhong was thoroughly startled upon seeing him. Had it not been broad daylight, he might have believed he encountered a ghost. Marquis, how did you end up hanging from a tree? Did I hang myself? It was that audacious girl. And why is your face swollen? Still that girl. Every encounter with her brings nothing but misfortune. It seems there is scarcely a whole part left on me. He had come to the realization that the girl was indeed there to vex him. Gu Jiao bid farewell to Gu Yan, who was reluctant to part ways. However, upon Gu Jiao's promise to return soon for a follow-up consultation, he reluctantly allowed her to leave. Together, they shared a ride in his carriage, escorting Gu Jiao to her horse-drawn carriage. This act left the servants utterly astonished. "Next time, I shall accompany you again," Gu Yan stated to Gu Jiao. She nodded in agreement. Very well. At the academy, Dean Li resided alone with only the elderly Madame Li and a few servants. Madame Li was seldom lucid throughout the day, and it was said that even Dean Li was sometimes unrecognizable to her. However, she seemed to remember Gu Jiao, presenting her with a generous handful of sweets and smiling warmly. Gu Jiao examined her health. She was mostly well, though her age had brought about memory decline and physical frailty. Upon closer inspection, Gu Jiao discovered that the mulberry tree was not a wild growth by the roadside but rather planted in the neighboring courtyard, its towering canopy spilling over the wall. After contemplating, Gu Jiao approached and knocked on the door of the residence. "Ahem, who is it?" Came a soft cough, and the crimson door creaked open, revealing a lady of refined grace. Gu Jiao recognized her at once, and she too recognized Gu Jiao. Covering her mouth with a handkerchief, she coughed gently and then smiled. "My dear, is it truly you?" Gu Jiao was taken aback. She had merely come to pick mulberries, yet here she was, encountering the lady from the temple. "Madam, you live quite far, do you not?" It would be an understatement to say that traveling to the temple for incense offerings requires traversing mountains and rivers. "My husband's family name is Gu," the gentle Yao replied. "Gu? Is there another affluent Gu family around here?" The answer was a definitive no. Gu Jiao quickly deduced her identity, yet she refrained from revealing that she was the Lady Ho, and thus Gu Jiao chose not to expose her. Madame Yao invited Gu Jiao inside. She had just been basking in the sun in the courtyard, where a complete set of wicker chairs and tables awaited. She gestured towards a wooden stool and said, "Please, sit." Gu Jiao took a seat, noticing that the courtyard was devoid of any servants. Perceiving her confusion, Madame Yu smiled and remarked, "I wish for a moment of solitude, so I sent them to the front courtyard. This is the back courtyard. Do you reside nearby, miss?" Gu Jiao replied, "I was passing by and saw the mulberries look delightful, so I thought I would inquire." "Have I disturbed Madame Gu?" "Not at all," Madame Yu responded, her joy evident in her demeanor, though she herself could not articulate why. "I shall have someone pick some for you." Madame Yao called upon a servant to gather mulberries for Gu Jiao while she conversed with her in the courtyard. "I am yet to know your name." "Mississippi Gu Jiao," she replied. Madame Yao's face lit up with surprise. "You bear the same surname, Gu? We were once a family 5 centuries ago." This sentiment echoed a remark made by Gu Yan. It was indeed a mother and son resemblance. However, Madame Yao's health appeared to be waning. and after exchanging a few words, she fell into a fit of severe coughing. Observing her pale complexion, Gu Jiao hesitated and then said, "Madam Gu, if you do not mind, may I take your pulse? Are you skilled in the art of medicine, Miss Gu?" "I possess a modicum of knowledge," she replied. Madame Yao chuckled softly, extending her hand to rest upon the table. The servant returned with a basket brimming with mulberries and awaited Madame Yao's instruction. With a gentle wave of her hand, Madame Yao signaled for her to withdraw. The servant placed the mulberries delicately upon the table before stepping back. Her pulse was far from reassuring, yet her actual condition was even more dire than it appeared. Madame Yu remarked, "It's not good. I find it difficult to sleep." Gu Jiao inquired, "What about your appetite?" Madame Yao slightly shook her head. "I can hardly eat." Gu Jiao paused and asked, "Has it been like this since before the cold wind?" Madame Yao replied, "Yes." Gu Jiao continued, "How long has this been going on?" Madame Yao responded, "I can't recall the specifics, but it has certainly been quite a while." Gu Jiao posed additional questions. In truth, the imperial physician had also inquired. But Madame Yu had been reluctant to open up, often providing evasive answers. However, she placed her trust in Gu Jiao and answered truthfully. Gu Jiao then asked, "Madame Gu, have you consulted a physician before? What did they say?" Madame Yu offered a wry smile. "They said I was burdened by excessive worries, advising me to relax and not overthink. They prescribed medication, but it proved ineffective, so I ceased taking it." This was the crux of the matter. What the physician referred to as excessive worry could be articulated in modern terms as depression. Compounding this was her hysteria, which posed a significant danger when it flared up. Gu Jiao retrieved 2 boxes of antidepressant medication from her small medicine chest, repackaging them in a porcelain vial. Sitting opposite Madame Yao, she ensured that the latter could only see the upright lid of the box, remaining unaware of Gu Jiao as preparations. Gu Jiao handed the porcelain vial to Madame Yao, explaining the usage and dosage, while earnestly advising, "Madam, you must take the medication. It is essential for your recovery." The imperial physician's prescriptions had proven futile. How could the remedies offered by a young girl possibly yield results? Nevertheless, having witnessed the young lady's earnest efforts, Madame Yu could not bring herself to refuse her kind gesture. She accepted the medication with a smile, saying, "All right." Gu Jiao gazed earnestly into her eyes, imploring, "You must not discard the medicine. Promise me, you will take it punctually." It had been a long time since Madame Yao had encountered such sincere eyes. Those who sought to heal her were not truly concerned for her well-being, but rather for the status of the lady of the marquis. Were she not the lady, no one would spare her a glance. Yet this young girl before her genuinely wished to restore her health. Madame Yao intended to compensate Gu Jiao for her services, but Gu Jiao merely shook her basket of mulberries in response. Madame Yao smiled. However, Gu Jiao did indeed request additional payment, not in silver, but in the pastries she had lovingly crafted herself. This brought great joy to Madame Yao, who had not felt such happiness in quite some time. Each encounter with Gu Jiao seemed to bring her good fortune. She was either saved by her or healed. Could this girl be her lucky star? Perhaps due to their similar ages, Madame Yao was swiftly reminded of Gu Jinyu. Though they were mother and daughter, her bond with Jinyu was not as close as that with Gu Yin. Even when Gu Yin wore a perpetual frown, she could sense the dependency Gu Yin had on her. If she remained at the mountain villa, Gu Yin would never consent to go to the capital, while Jinyu could effortlessly depart, seemingly yearning for the capital's splendor and the liveliness of the marquis residence. This did not imply that Jinyu did not love her mother. Rather, Jinyu's world encompassed more than just her mother. Without her, Jinyu would thrive just as well. She pondered that perhaps this was a fortunate circumstance. For if one day Gu Yin were to be gone, she herself would not wish to continue living. At the very least, she need not worry about Jinyu. On the journey back, Gu Jiao inquired with the second master about matters concerning the marquis residence. "What aspect do you refer to?" the second master asked. "The lady of the marquis," Gu Jiao replied. "It is not surprising to inquire about Madame Ho, especially since they have already encountered 3 masters of the hot spring villa, leaving only the lady herself, whose face remains unknown." The second master did not perceive any ulterior motives in Gu Jiao's curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked that Madame Ho appears to be surnamed Yao, and her background is rather intriguing. She is the widow of the Duke of Dingen, whose family has fallen into disarray. Her father held a nominal position in the Ministry of Revenue, but, having offended someone, ultimately lost even that. She was a close confidant of the former lady of the house and had visited her several times during her illness, giving rise to rumors in the capital that she had taken advantage of the former lady's deteriorating health to entrap the Duke of Dingen. Gu Jiao furrowed her brow, as she did not seem like the sort of person who would engage in such behavior. The second master continued, revealing that, in truth, she had never even met the Duke of Dingen during her time in the household. How do you know this? Gu Jiao inquired. Did the former lady have children? Indeed. She had 3 sons, the second master replied. The former lady had contemplated having Yao marry the Duke of Dingen as a concubine, but alas, Yao herself refused. She explicitly declined, and the imperial physician, who was preparing medicine in the background, overheard everything. Yet, in a twist of fate, the Duke of Dingen eventually met Yao and was instantly captivated by her. He directly proposed to the Yao family, who readily accepted without hesitation. Following that, it is easy to imagine the various slanders that began circulating about Yao in the capital. For the past few years, Madame Ho has remained at the hot spring villa, partly to accompany Gu Yan during his recovery and partly because she has not found comfort in the capital. The Duke of Dingen harbored little affection for his first wife. On the contrary, he is quite fond of Yao. Despite her humble origins, which would generally render her unsuitable as a concubine, it was he who insisted on marrying her. Yet, the more he cherished Yao, the more others perceived her as a seductress. In truth, the second master had encountered Yao on one occasion, and she appeared to be a woman devoid of guile, her gaze as clear as the depths of a tranquil lake. If she were indeed a temptress, then none in the world could escape that label. 10 days after the provincial examination concluded, the government office released the results. Early in the morning, candidates flocked to the office, eager to discover whether they had succeeded. The number of successful candidates was exceedingly limited. Out of hundreds of examinees, only 50 were admitted. Divided into 2 categories, the top tier comprising 10 individuals, while the remainder fell into the second tier. Feng Lin was roused from his slumber by Du Ruhan's incessant chatter. Du Ruhan had stealthily left the governor's residence before dawn. Feng Lin, wake up. I've lost money. Du Ruhan had made a wager with Feng Lin, betting that Xiao Lulang would not pass, with a stake of 10 taels of silver. Feng Lin yawned as he opened the door. I haven't even had breakfast. Du Ruhan promptly shoved a large meat bun into his mouth and dragged him downstairs. Feng Lin managed to remove the bun long enough to protest. Lulang hasn't he eaten either. Du Ruhan dismissed his concern. Enough? He has hands and feet. Is he likely to starve? Without giving Feng Lin a chance to argue, Du Ruhan pulled him to the entrance of the government office. There stood numerous candidates, tightly packed around the announcement board, making it nearly impossible to see. Du Ruhan exerted considerable effort to squeeze Feng Lin into the center of the crowd. In Du Ruhan's eyes, the chances of a dullard like Xiao Lulang succeeding were quite slim. Just wait for me to collect my silver, Feng Xiaodun. I am not Feng Xiaodun. I haven't spoken to you yet. Suddenly, Feng Lin's gaze fell upon a name so conspicuous that it was impossible for anyone to overlook it. He abruptly choked on his words, pointing at the list and exclaiming, You look. Du Ruhan followed the direction of his finger and, in a rather prominent position, beheld the name of the top candidate in the provincial examination, Xiao Lulang. Du Ruhan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. No way. That fellow actually passed? And as the top candidate? How is that possible? Whatever happened to the little simpleton? The one who couldn't even recite the 3-character classic? He has suddenly leaped to become the top candidate in the provincial examination? The top candidate for the provincial examination is significantly more challenging than that of the county examination. They are not even in the same league. Moreover, the examination questions this time were set by his formidable uncle, which makes it even more daunting. Feng Lin extended his hand. Du Ruhan asked, What are you doing? Feng Lin replied, A wager is a wager. Du Ruhan retorted, Wait, didn't you say you wouldn't bet with me? You've been influenced by that rascal. Chapter 85, Returning Home, Part 3, The innkeeper, upon learning that one of the candidates staying at the establishment was the top candidate of the provincial examination, immediately refunded the room fees for Xiao Lulang and his companions, and also provided their meals, which included the finest wines and dishes. Anything not available at the inn could be procured by sending a servant to fetch it. Although Feng Lin had already passed the scholar examination, his results were not particularly outstanding, and thus he had never experienced such treatment. The examination system of this dynasty had undergone significant adjustments compared to the previous one. After the provincial examination, candidates had to wait 2 to 3 months for the imperial examination, whereas in this dynasty, the imperial examination was held the very day after the provincial examination results were announced. During the 10 days of awaiting results, the majority of candidates traversed this period with trepidation. Just as they confirmed their success, they were thrust into the next round of examinations without a moment's respite, undoubtedly amplifying their stress. The imperial examination comprises 2 segments. the eight-legged essay, and the classical texts. The difficulty of the classical text is comparable to that of the provincial examination, while the eight-legged essay continues to be set by the esteemed Governor Zhuang. Xiao Lulang has already secured the top position in 2 previous examinations, and should he achieve the top rank in the imperial examination, he would attain the title of Little Third Scholar. It has been nearly a decade since the capital has produced a Little Third Scholar, and all officials in the governor's office harbor great expectations for Xiao Lulang. However, what no one anticipated was that he submitted a blank paper for the classical texts. The scope of the classical text in this examination is not vastly different from that of the provincial exam. It still requires proficiency in the 3 classics, though the number of questions is greater and the formats more challenging. Yet, submitting a blank paper seems excessive. Of course, in every round of examination, unforeseen circumstances may arise. There was a case where a student accidentally soiled his examination paper, rendering it invalid. That was during the triennial county examination, where a candidate's 3 years of effort were lost in an instant. Nevertheless, submitting a blank paper is exceedingly rare, especially for someone like Xiao Lulang, who had left a profound impression on Governor Zhuang during the provincial examination. If memory serves, there were 12 examiners in total, of whom 11 awarded Xiao Luang's eight-legged essay the highest distinction. The sole dissenting voice was that of Governor Zhuang, who rated it a 2nd class. However, knowing that Governor Zhuang had awarded others only a 4th class reveals just how remarkable Xiao Luang's achievements were. With 11 first-class marks, even a poorly written classical text could have placed him in the top 10. Yet, Xiao Lulang found himself ranked 3rd from the bottom. This revelation took the prefect, Zhuang, by surprise. He retrieved the examination paper, only to discover it was entirely blank. The prefect then ordered the examination script from Xiao Luang's previous provincial examination to be brought forth. Had Xiao Lulang performed poorly on that test, this incident might have been overlooked. However, it turned out that his provincial examination script was flawless. In other words, he had committed no errors whatsoever, and astonishingly, he had accomplished this feat in merely half an hour. The invigilator who delivered the examination papers remarked, having been seated directly opposite Xiao Lulang during the provincial examination. The papers were submitted anonymously, and once handed in, the identity of the candidates remained unknown. Yet, following Xiao Luang's exceptional performance, his essay gained widespread attention, prompting the invigilator to discreetly visit and then to ascertain the appearance of the candidate who could produce such extraordinary prose. To his astonishment, he discovered that the individual was none other than the student who had completed both the essays and the miscellaneous writings in just half an hour. Prefect Zhuang had high standards. To him, achieving a perfect score was not particularly remarkable, but accomplishing it in merely half an hour was truly astonishing. Among all the individuals he had encountered, the only one who could surpass this candidate was the late young marquis of Zhaodu. Immediately, Prefect Zhuang dispatched an envoy to the inn to inquire about Xiao Luang's circumstances. "I did not submit a blank paper," Xiao Lulang asserted. If Xiao Luang's statement held truth, it would imply that someone had tampered with his examination paper, a grave matter indeed. The management of examination scripts in the imperial examination system is exceedingly stringent. When each candidate submits their paper, 2 invigilators jointly collect the scripts, simultaneously affixing their seals to certify that the paper has been duly collected. Should any issues arise with the examination script, these 2 individuals would be held accountable. It is noteworthy that all invigilators were paired by drawing lots upon entry. Like the candidates, they could not communicate with the outside world until the conclusion of the examination. While bribing one individual may be relatively simple, persuading 2 simultaneously poses a considerable challenge, as there is no assurance that the 2 would be assigned together, nor that they would be allocated to the examination room where Xiao Lulang was situated. Nevertheless, Lord Luo summoned the individual responsible for collecting the papers for an inquiry. Both claimed that they had acted without any impropriety. However, what about the blank paper? It remains unclear. Candidates always cover their submissions with a sheet of blank paper prior to handing them in, a measure designed to prevent us from scrutinizing their handwriting. Prefect Zhuang nodded and then addressed Lord Luo. After passing through the hands of these 2, the examination papers would indeed be anonymized, only to be revealed once all invigilators have completed their evaluations. I am quite curious, however, as to how that individual managed to identify Xiao Luang's paper and successfully substitute it with a blank one. Lord Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "There are 2 possible avenues. One is during the distribution of papers, and the other during the evaluation process." Xiao Lulang was the top candidate in the provincial examination, and during the courtyard examination, he occupied the first seat. which is customary. Therefore, the first paper distributed would be his, allowing for tampering in advance. Even after anonymization, his paper could still be recognized. Alternatively, it is conceivable that an examiner had previously accessed Xiao Lulang's provincial examination paper and noted his handwriting, thus identifying it during the evaluation phase based on those notes. In either scenario, it is evident that among the evaluators, there must be at least one individual with unscrupulous intentions. The examiners for the provincial and imperial tests are not the same batch, a measure implemented to prevent any possibility of recognizing a candidate's handwriting, which could subsequently influence the assessment of the examinees. However, it cannot be dismissed that someone might have secretly acquired the provincial test papers, as the confidentiality of the papers significantly diminishes after the grading concludes. Apart from the Inspector Zhuang, the other 11 examiners were confined to a secure chamber, subjected to the rigorous interrogation of Governor Luo. Under duress, Governor Luo managed to unearth the true culprit. It was an examiner by the surname of Wu, who had diligently served in the examination hall for 20 years, appearing as innocuous as an antique. Governor Luo initially deemed him the least likely suspect. It seems that the absence of betrayal is not merely a matter of moral fortitude, but rather an indication of insufficient leverage. In a moment of clumsiness, I accidentally spilled ink upon myself. It was too late to seek out another ink supply, and fortuitously, several blank test papers were at hand, allowing me to substitute one. What did the individual look like? They were masked, and I could not discern their features. Their voice? How high was it? I cannot recall. Truly, I cannot remember. Governor Luo reported the findings of the interrogation to Inspector Zhuang. Generally, in the event of examination malfeasance, all candidates' papers would be rendered null, necessitating a retest. Such an action would not only cripple the authorities but also shatter the morale of numerous candidates. The examination has always been a confluence of skill and fortune. No one can assure that their next performance will surpass the current one, nor can they guarantee that other candidates will not seize the opportunity to excel. Undoubtedly, for those who have failed, this presents a fortuitous chance. The predicament is that despite being presented with a blank paper, Xiao Lulang triumphed in the examination with 11 first-class and 1 second-class results. In other words, those who were meant to be admitted were indeed accepted, while those who failed were fated to do so. The only distinction lies in the fact that their rankings may have been elevated by 1 position. While Xiao Lulang forfeited the top spot, Governor Luo sighed, reflecting that the individual likely did not anticipate that Xiao Lulang would still succeed in the examination under such circumstances. It is a pity, for Xiao Lulang was destined to have the opportunity to secure the top position. Inspector Zhuang spoke earnestly, asserting that this matter could be viewed as either trivial or significant, depending on one's perspective. In essence, it is a minor issue. If one were to cease their endeavors here, it would indeed transform into a major concern. Achieving the third-class degree might afford a scholar a fleeting moment of glory. Yet it is merely ephemeral. Should he genuinely aspire to make a name for himself, he must persist in pursuing the provincial examination, securing a position as a recommended scholar before advancing to the capital for the final assessment. The institute examination is not the ultimate conclusion. Rather, it marks the commencement of the civil service examination journey. Inspector Zhuang remarked that the decision rests solely with him, urging one to inquire whether he desires to retake the examination. However, a retake would not solely concern him. It would entail all candidates who participated in the institute examination undergoing the rigorous process of both the 8-legged essay and the classical text examination once more. Governor Luo proceeded to the inn, where he encountered Xiao Lulang. He delicately conveyed his intentions, inquiring if Xiao Lulang wished to retake the examination. In that moment, no one was privy to the turmoil within him. Are not those who passed innocent? He suddenly posited. Taken aback, Governor Luo remained silent for a spell before finally responding. Indeed, since you did not fail, it follows that none among them has unjustly claimed a spot in the provincial examination. Xiao Lulang gazed at the candidates and remarked, if they were to retake the examination, surely some among them would fail. Governor Luo sighed and nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of such an outcome. A shattered mindset makes it exceedingly difficult to perform adequately. And what of you, Governor Luo? Xiao Lulang inquired. What do you mean? Governor Luo responded, bewildered. Xiao Lulang continued. I have heard that your term is nearing its end. A retake of the imperial examination is a significant matter that must be reported to the court, which could lead to severe repercussions and affect your reappointment, correct? Reluctantly, Governor Luo nodded in agreement. The current administration maintains stringent oversight over the imperial examinations. and any instance of fraud leading to a retake would effectively mark the end of his official career. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Lulang posed a rather pointed question. Governor Luo, what do you believe your future is worth? Governor Luo was taken aback. Was this young man audaciously attempting to extort him? Xiao Lulang, unperturbed, continued, you are a man of integrity, so I assume you cannot offer me a substantial sum. However, the individual who bribed the examiners must have spent a considerable amount. Would you not agree? As the victim in this scenario, should you not compensate me for that sum? This transaction appeared rather advantageous. Governor Luo, caught in the trap laid by Xiao Lulang, conceded, indeed, I should. And I shall ensure that 1,000 taels are delivered to you, esteemed candidate Xiao. Xiao Lulang added, furthermore, had the examination papers remained untainted, I would have achieved the rank of a minor scholar, a fact that you cannot deny, can you? Governor Luo nodded vigorously, certainly, certainly. The capabilities of candidate Xiao are evident to both myself and the magistrate. Xiao Lulang sighed softly, yet, there are rewards associated with being a minor scholar, and alas, I am unable to claim that prize at present. Governor Luo, why does it feel like this pit is rather deep? The bonus for the third place in the examination is allocated by the court and distributed through the official channels, first by the prefectural office, then by the examination hall, and finally by the county office, adding up to a substantial 100 taels. Moreover, since Pingqing Prefecture has not produced a third place in a decade, the bonus has doubled. Therefore, Xiao Lulang should receive a total of 200 taels. However, given the current circumstances, it is clear that public funds cannot be accessed. In other words, this silver must come directly from Governor Luo's own pocket. Governor Luo, I was naive enough to believe I could avoid any expense. How foolish I truly am. The scandal concluded with Governor Luo bleeding from the mouth as he paid out of his own funds. Inspector Zhuang is a distant relative of Governor Luo, and since the involved parties chose not to pursue the matter, he refrained from reporting it to the court. Governor Luo retained his official hat, and the candidates were relieved, resulting in a harmonious resolution. As for the individual involved in the misconduct, it is likely to be a candidate who, out of jealousy for Xiao Yulang's achievements, sought to sabotage him. Governor Luo has vowed to continue his discreet investigation. The crops in the fields have thrived, presenting a lush green vista. He arrived in the village around this time last year. Who could have anticipated that a year would pass in the blink of an eye? She turned her head to call out to the villagers toiling in the fields. This marks the second student to emerge from the village since Gudazhan. Earlier that day, the county office had delivered several dozen caddies of grain. The gleaming white rice appeared even superior to that of Gudazhan. The villagers seemed to regard Xiao Lulang as though meeting him for the first time, hesitating to approach him. After all, times have changed. He is now a scholar. Uncle Zhang and Zhang, Xiao Lulang greeted the couple warmly. The family was filled with warm-heartedness. When Gu Jiaque was suffering from abdominal pain, it was Aunt Zhang who lent brown sugar to Xiao Lulang. Both were taken aback, left speechless. Subsequently, Xiao Lulang encountered several villagers one after another, greeting them with a demeanor that was neither overly enthusiastic nor excessively aloof, maintaining his usual air of aloofness. At last, he arrived at his doorstep. The sounds of splashing water echoed from the backyard. Stepping inside, he found the sun-drenched yard where Gu Jiao was washing Xiao Jinkong's hair. The little monk, with his round bald head sprouting green tufts of hair, proudly inquired of Gu Jiao about the length of his hair, wondering if it had grown longer than a few days prior. The old lady sat leisurely in a rattan chair, watching the little monk's bath while cracking sunflower seeds. Beside her, on a small stool, sat Xue Ningxiang's 1-year-old son, Go Dan, who was slowly munching on an ear of corn. The first to notice Xiao Lulang was Xiao Jinkong. The little monk lowered his head, peering between his legs, and upon spotting the inverted Xiao Lulang, he took a moment to recognize him. Oh, bad brother-in-law? Gu Jiao paused in her task, turning her head quietly. After more than a month apart, the family had undergone changes. Xiao Jinkong had grown hair. The old lady appeared to be growing younger, seemingly taller, and radiated a youthful and innocent charm. The birthmark on her face remained, but it no longer seemed like an ugly red blotch. Instead, it resembled a captivating flower, blossoming with a vibrant hue amidst her cool and solitary demeanor, as radiant as peach and plum blossoms. Xiao Lulang had also grown taller, shedding some of his youthful essence, now exuding an air of refined elegance and scholarly grace. The two stood there, gazing at one another in silence. He stepped forward, yet failed to notice the threshold, nearly stumbling as a result. Gu Jiao, with an air of calmness, turned and resumed bathing the little Jinkong. just as she poured a scoop of water. A loud cry of "Ouch! It's so cold!" erupted from the little Jinkong. Gu Jiao felt quite embarrassed, realizing she had mistakenly drawn the wrong water. In Chapter 86, Taking the Chickens for a Walk, Part 1, the elderly lady cast a glance at Gu Jiao and then at Xiao Lulang, her eyes conveying a profound and ambiguous meaning. She sensed that the time was nearing when she would cradle her little great-grandson. Gu Jiao seamlessly transitioned to inquiring about Feng Lin. This time, she was grateful to Feng Lin. She remembered his kindness well. While they conversed, several fluffy yellow chicks strutted out. It was then that Xiao Lulang discovered that, during his absence of over a month, the household had begun to raise chickens. Gu Jiao was indifferent to the idea of chicken keeping. It was merely that little Jinkong had seen the chicks next door and had taken a fancy to them, asking Gu Jiao if he could raise a few. Gu Jiao consented, but on the condition that he must tend to the chickens himself, taking responsibility for feeding, watering, and cleaning up their droppings without delegating those tasks to anyone else. To instill in him an understanding of the challenges associated with raising chickens, Gu Jiao had him spend 2 days at Xuanningsiang's house, feeding the chickens there. Not only were there adorable little chicks, but also fully grown hens and roosters that had lost their youthful charm. Gu Jiao explained that all the now adorable chicks would eventually mature into hens and roosters. Yet, her words did not deter him. Thus, she allowed him to proceed. He ended up caring for 7 plump little chicks, each of which he named from 1 to 7, though it remained a mystery how he distinguished between them. Though it appears to be merely 2 jars of delicacies, they belong to the most renowned establishment in Pingqing, famous for its candied bayberries. With the surge of students preparing for examinations, these treats are swiftly snatched up each day. Xiao Lulang braved the chill of the night to queue, enduring the biting wind for quite some time. An elderly woman fed a dried bayberry to the dog named Gooden, allowing only a lick, forbidding him from swallowing to prevent choking. Gooden drooled profusely. Gu Xiaoshan had yet to finish school, so Xiao Lulang brought him a thoughtful gift, an entire set of intricately crafted wood carving tools, remarkably comprehensive. Due to the stringent regulations on iron in Zhao Kingdom, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary folk to procure such refined and complete iron implements, a privilege Xiao Lulang obtained only by cleverly outmaneuvering Governor Luo. With each passing moment, Xiao Liulong's bundle grew lighter. Little Jinkong was leisurely tending to a chick, feigning indifference, yet occasionally casting furtive glances at the package Xiao Lulang carried. Gu Jiao perceptively noted his subtle change and inquired, "Is Jinkong perhaps eagerly anticipating his gift?" "I am not," little Jinkong retorted, turning his head away with a touch of pride. The mischievous brother-in-law would never buy him a gift. Xiao Lulang observed the boy's stubbornness, fully aware that their relationship had always been fraught, and after more than a month apart, they had grown even more estranged. From his bundle, Xiao Lulang produced a set of calming locks. "If you don't want them, I'll give them to Gooden." "No way." Little Jinkong sprang from his seat, clutching the calming locks to his chest, exclaiming, "He is too small. He can't play with them." Gooden looked on in confusion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Ultimately, it was Gu Jiao who received a beautifully crafted brocade box that exuded a sense of worth simply by its appearance. Gu Jiao discreetly gauged the box's length, pondering if it contained a hairpin. Such an expensive box must contain at least a silver hairpin. Silver hairpins are rare in the countryside, where wooden ones are common, and the more extravagant option would be a copper pin. Only families of considerable means can afford silver hairpins, and they are typically worn on very significant occasions. Moreover, it holds a deeper significance. If a man presents a hairpin to a woman, it implies an unspoken sentiment. Gu Jiao's face radiated delight, a clear reflection of her affection. With a soft click, Xiao Lulang opened the ornate box, only to reveal not a hairpin, but a brush. Gu Jiao was momentarily stunned. Xiao Lulang remarked, "Your calligraphy is lacking. Besides your grip, the brush itself plays a role. This is a wolf hair brush crafted by a renowned artisan from Pingqing, perfectly suited to your strength." He spoke with utmost seriousness, yet Gu Jiao felt increasingly disheartened. Was a brush truly so precious? Why gift her a writing instrument? It was akin to presenting a student, fixated solely on spending money on games, with a set of exam papers. Could she possibly refuse? Observing Gu Jiao's struggle to contain her frustration, the elderly lady found herself in stitches from laughter. There exists a necessity defined by Liulong's belief in what she requires. Clutching the wolf hairbrush, Gu Jiao's expression darkened. Subsequently, Xiao Lulang handed her a copper token engraved with Zhouji Bank. "I have deposited household funds in the bank. You may withdraw as needed." He refrained from specifying the amount, and Gu Jiao did not inquire, still absorbed in her bewilderment over receiving a brush. Unbeknownst to Gu Jiao, this wolf hair brush was more valuable than the combined gifts of several others, a treasure beyond the reach of mere silver. However, her moment of frustration was brief, as she soon remembered the matter at hand. Before her departure, Gu Jiao had instructed Feng Lin to diligently oversee Xiao Yolong's daily walking practice, and now she was ready to assess the results. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang went to the west room to examine his ankles. The surgical wounds had faded to the point of near invisibility. Gu Jiao reached out and gently pinched. "Does it still hurt?" Xiao Lulang shook his head. "No, it doesn't hurt." "Not at all?" Gu Jiao looked up at him. He nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Gu Jiao then pinched his calf. The texture felt commendable, indicating that Feng Lin had not been lax. The once atrophied muscles had nearly fully recovered after almost 4 months of rehabilitation, meaning Xiao Lulang no longer suffered from weakness in his legs. He still had not discarded his cane, with the primary issue likely rooted in his psyche. In her previous life, Gu Jiao had witnessed many similar cases. Some were due to an excessive fear of re-injury, leading to overprotective behavior, though such apprehensions typically faded with time. Another scenario was more intricate, involving patients who harbored emotional knots. If they could not unravel these knots, they would remain trapped in a state of injury, punishing themselves or evading certain matters. Xiao Lulang rolled down his pant leg and ventured out with his cane. Gu Jiao gazed at his solitary and cold figure, her heart filled with curiosity about what he had endured. The news of Xiao Lulang passing the scholar examination quickly spread throughout the surrounding villages. As one of the prominent families, the Gu family also heard the news. They could scarcely believe that Xiao Lulang had achieved the top ranks in 2 examinations and ultimately secured the status of a stipend student. How could a student who had nearly failed the Tianxiang Academy manage to attain such success, akin to that of a distinguished scholar? Moreover, as fellow students of the academy, it is evident that the accomplishments of Xiao Lulang carry significantly more weight. Otherwise, the quality of rice allocated to Xiao Lulang would not surpass that given to Gu Dashun by such a considerable margin, with just a single candidate separating them. They are on the verge of achieving the 3rd-class scholar distinction. At the dining table, Gu Chonglu expressed his envy. Was he inherently disinclined towards scholarly pursuits? Not at all. It was merely that he struggled to absorb the material. Later, with the arrival of 2 sons, he hoped they would succeed where he could not. Yet the family could not afford to support their education, and the free enrollment opportunity was seized by the unambitious Gu Shaoshan. Little did the Gu family realize that it was not Xiao Yolong's incapacity to attain the 3rd-class scholar title, but rather his deliberate choice to forego it. The expressions around the table darkened, the most troubled being Gu Dashun. The sudden rise of Xiao Lulang, whom he had always looked down upon, left Gu Dashun feeling unsettled. With Director Li personally mentoring him, it was only natural for Xiao Lulang to show significant improvement. Every day leading up to the county examination, Gu Dashun witnessed Director Li summoning him to the Zhongzhen Hall. He could not believe that Xiao Yolong's success was solely a result of his own abilities, clearly. In terms of aptitude, Xiao Lulang fell short of him. Had he been the one receiving Director Li's guidance, he was certain he would have outperformed Xiao Lulang. In essence, he was at a disadvantage due to resources. In the past, the Gu family would have surely taken the opportunity to belittle Xiao Lulang. Yet this evening, not a single word of derision was uttered. This left Gu Dashun with a slight frown. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere within the family. A heaviness that was absent before, with everyone appearing preoccupied, except for Gu Shaoshan. It was not surprising for him to think this way. After the Gu family's failed attempt to court the daughter of the Ho family, the scandal involving Gu Jiao had become irreversibly public. This is indeed the legitimate bloodline of the marquis household. How could they be so humiliated? It is akin to rubbing the face of Lord Gu against the ground. One can only imagine the fury of Lord Gu, had it not been for the consideration of Gu Jinyu and the couple from the 3rd branch of the Gu family. Lord Gu would have long since sent this family to their demise with a flurry of blows. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, the consequences of living are inescapable. The patriarch of the Gu family has reached the end of his patience. As for Gu Jinyu, Lord Gu has renounced any claim to her guardianship and vowed never to appear before her again in this lifetime. Furthermore, he has instructed that absolute silence be maintained regarding the matter, with not a word permitted to escape. Thus, the members of the Gu family even concealed this from Gu Dashun and Gu Shaoshan. Gu Ershun inadvertently overheard that Gu Jiao might be an exchange child, yet he remained oblivious to further details. This is one reason for the peculiar atmosphere. Another is that the women of the household unexpectedly joined the table for dinner. Gu Dashun found this quite unsettling. He cast a glance at his younger sister, Gu Yue, and, struck by a thought, remarked, Jianyang is truly fortunate to have married a scholar husband. His younger sister was no longer a child. Logically, she should be considering marriage. If she wed into a good family, it would indeed be an advantage for him. Gu Wei remained silent, engrossed in her meal. The others pondered. Is it truly Jianyang who is fortunate? Clearly, it is that young man, Xiao Lulang. Does he even comprehend whom he has married? The daughter of a marquis. No less. This is a stroke of luck that has fallen from the heavens. In retrospect, they had been rather careless regarding this match. Had they known earlier of her illustrious background, they would never have let her go, keeping her at home as a veritable cash cow. They could have extracted countless benefits from the marquis household. The Gu family lamented their misfortune, yet what could they do? The girl is no longer easily deceived. And mending their relationship will not be a simple task. Wu cast a meaningful glance at Lu, prompting her to serve the large piece of meat from the bowl. This was a substantial cut, thickly sliced and dripping with fat, a delicacy that only Gu Dasan had the privilege to enjoy in the past. Lu swallowed hard, lifting the thickest piece, initially intending to place it in Urshuan's bowl, but upon receiving a piercing glare from Wu, she hastily transferred it to Gu Xiaoshuan's bowl instead. Gu Xiaoshuan looked at his mother with a puzzled expression. Why? Gu Dasan had no desire to extend a cordial invitation to him, but with his father's command, he found himself compelled to comply. Gu Xiaoshuan regarded the meat in his bowl, eating it with indifference. Gu Ershun was visibly salivating, while Gu Dasan frowned in dismay. The others pretended as though they had seen nothing. Gu Xiaoshuan inquired, what is the matter? After a mouthful of rice, he added, I'll go soon. Lu continued with an awkward smile, your brother-in-law has been successful in his studies. Remember to congratulate him. Gu Xiaoshuan replied, After a prolonged silence, Wu and the first household grew anxious. Gu Changhai stated, Xiaoshuan, your uncle has prepared a jar of fine tea and 2 old hens to send to your sister together with you. Gu Xiaoshuan retorted, I can go alone. What do you need to come for? Are you afraid you can't carry it? Gu Changhai was nearly driven to exasperation by Gu Xiaoshuan's straightforwardness, unable to decipher his bluntness. So, Gu Changhai decided to speak plainly. As a family, we bear no grudges from the past. We acknowledge our previous wrongs and wish to apologize to your sister. From this day forward, let us live harmoniously as a family. Lord Gu merely instructed them not to approach Gu Jinyu. Yet he did not prohibit them from getting close to Gu Jiao, as long as they refrained from revealing the truth to her. It is likely that Lord Gu's intent was discerned. He simply feared that Gu Jiao might struggle to accept the reality at first, hence a gradual approach was warranted. They only needed to rekindle their relationship with Gu Jiao prior to the father-daughter reunion. You all are perhaps seeking to curry favor with my brother-in-law now that he has succeeded in the imperial examination, aren't you? Gu Xiaoshuan coolly placed his chopsticks upon the table, inquiring about the whereabouts of their possessions. The previous statement elicited furrowed brows. Yet the latter ignited a flicker of hope among the Gu family. Gu Changhai hastily urged Zhou to fetch the items. Zhou, not daring to delay, hurried into the house to retrieve the expensive tea leaves and the 2 plump hens they had purchased. Gu Xiaoshuan set aside his chopsticks, grabbed the items, and made for the door. Gu Changhai extended his hand, exclaiming, Hey, wait for me. As if. Gu Xiaoshuan retorted, It is you who owe my sister. With that, he sprinted away, slipping into his sister's home and slamming the door with a resounding thud. Gu Changhai, caught unawares, found himself with a nosebleed from the door's impact. All the tea leaves and hens he had painstakingly procured were gone in an instant, yet he could neither cause a scene nor seek redress. Gu Jiao was busy cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Lulang had gifted him a carving knife he brought from Pingcheng, which Gu Xiaoshuan cherished dearly. Examining each small blade with great delight, unable to part with them. A fine tool to a craftsman is akin to a fine sword to a swordsman. Such joy cannot be substituted by any ordinary gift. Gu Xiaoshuan's admiration for his brother-in-law only deepened. While he was engrossed in playing with the knife, he was suddenly summoned by the elder lady into the house. The elderly lady waved enthusiastically at him, exclaiming, Xiaoshuan, come and taste the candied bayberries that Lu Lang bought for me. Gu Xiaoshuan blinked in surprise, wondering why his aunt was so generous today. Typically, acquiring even a single preserved fruit from her was akin to scaling a mountain. After much rummaging, the elderly lady finally handed him the smallest piece. Gu Xiaoshuan, however, did not complain and promptly popped it into his mouth. In the next moment, he witnessed her counting out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as she placed 7 large candied bayberries into her little honey jar, loudly declaring, Jiao Jiao. Xiao Shun has eaten 8 of my bayberries. Gu Xiao Shun nearly choked in disbelief. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere handful of bayberries? Aunt Jiao had strictly limited her to 3 pieces a day, with 5 allowed only during the new year. Thus, her sudden accumulation of 7 pieces could only be described as an extraordinary windfall. The elderly lady, thoroughly pleased, waved him off, indicating he should return to his own affairs. Yu Xiaoshun, bewildered, pondered whether he had been so swiftly utilized. He intended to seek out Xiao Jingkong, only to discover that the little fellow had ventured out. Xiao Jingkong had gone to take the chickens for a stroll. Initially, he confined their outings to his own backyard, but gradually, he felt that the space was insufficient and began to take the chickens outside. The villagers, once astonished, had grown accustomed to this sight and even started to take a liking to the little monk, while other people's chickens scattered chaotically upon leaving their homes. His chickens managed to maintain a formation. Xiao Qi, no cutting in line, Xiao Jingkong admonished. As he continued his stroll, he arrived at the entrance of the Gu family's ancestral home, which was a necessary path to the village's entrance. He was aware of the relationship between the 2 families and thus chose not to approach the Gu household or greet any of its members. However, today he was captivated by a peculiar sound. Chapter 87. Unveiling, second update. It appeared to be the intermittent reading of a man, stumbling at the same passage each time, only to begin anew. Xiao Jingkong's compulsive nature could no longer endure it. He tiptoed over and, beneath a large tree outside the Gu residence, discovered Gu Dasan. Furrowed brow deep in thought, Xiao Jingkong was familiar with Gu Dasan, but they had never exchanged words. He could not fathom why Gu Dasan chose to read beneath a tree instead of at home. The family was embroiled in a heated argument over tea leaves and an old hen, with the second branch blaming the first for a misguided suggestion, while the first branch accused Gu Xiaoshan of ruining matters. Gu Dasan, unable to concentrate, sought refuge under the tree, only to realize, as he read, that there were several characters he could not pronounce. Duo. This character is pronounced as duo. Xiao Jingkong stood behind him, observing the words on the page. The sudden sound of his youthful voice startled Gu Dasan, who turned in surprise to face Xiao Jingkong. Although Xiao Jingkong had been in the village for some time and had heard of and seen Gu Dasan from a distance, they had never interacted. Seeing Gu Dashuan's confusion, Xiao Jingkong presumed he had not understood and repeated, duo, pronounced like the word for hiding. Gu Dasan was not inclined to believe a 3-year-old child and dismissively turned his face aside. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. Xiao Jingkong, hands on his hips, retorted, I am not speaking nonsense. I have learned it. Gu Dasan questioned, how could you possibly have learned it? Xiao Jingkong replied, the Vajrasattva heart mantra. I have already memorized it. Gu Dasan, skeptical, cast a doubtful glance at him and pointed to another character. What about this one? Lao, the 3 realms of all Buddhas. Relying on the perfection of Prajnaparamita, attain the unsurpassed, profound enlightenment. As he recited, his small mouth moved with remarkable fluidity, not a single pause interrupting his flow. Though Gu Dasan was unfamiliar with Buddhist scriptures, he understood that such a complex phrase could hardly be concocted by a mere 3.5-year-old child. Thus, it was evident that the child possessed genuine knowledge. Subsequently, Gu Dasan pointed out a few characters to Xiao Jingkong, some of which he recognized and others he did not. To his astonishment, Xiao Jingkong identified every single one, accurately articulating their sources. With a look of dismay, Xiao Jingkong turned to Gu Dasan, exclaiming, how did you study? I have heard you are a scholar, yet is this the caliber of a scholar? Suddenly, he recalled that his troublesome brother-in-law had recently passed the scholar's examination as well. Could he be equally lacking? How would he support a family? Would he be able to sustain them until he grew up? At present, he struggled with writing, primarily due to his insufficient strength to grasp the brush, yet he possessed a collection of scriptures. He rummaged through his small chest and retrieved several texts, approaching Xiao Lulang. Casually, he opened to a page and pointed to an obscure character, inquiring, how is this pronounced? Xiao Lulang glanced at him and pronounced it with ease. Xiao Jingkong furrowed his brow in seriousness, nodding inwardly. There was no mistake. He then pointed to another character, the very first one Gu Dasan had been unable to pronounce. Xiao Lulang effortlessly articulated it. Satisfied, Xiao Jingkong proceeded to test Xiao Lulang on numerous characters. Each one answered correctly. He also quizzed him on interpretations. And Xiao Yolang's explanations were nearly on par with those of his master, perhaps even more succinct and comprehensible. It seems that the wicked brother-in-law has diligently studied. And Xiao Jingkong can finally ease her worries a little. Xiao Lulang remains oblivious to his ulterior motives, believing instead that the boy has suddenly taken an interest in reading. In the town, children typically begin their education at the age of 7, but the young monk, being more intelligent than the average child and having some foundation from his time in the temple, could perhaps benefit from an earlier introduction to formal learning. This would spare him from clinging to Gu Jiao all day long. Xiao Lulang discreetly noted the matter of the young monk's education in his mind. Meanwhile, Lord Gu's injuries have largely healed. He refrained from mentioning that he had been kicked by his own daughter, instead claiming he had suffered a fall, a narrative that the servants were compelled to accept. Huang Zhong received a letter from the capital, and upon reading it, Lord Gu's brows furrowed into a tight frown. Huang Zhong inquired, "What troubles you, my lord? Has something happened at the marquis? With a sigh, Lord Gu replied, "The marquis is fine." "It is a letter from the Shu Fei." Huang Zhong expressed his confusion. "The Shu Fei? She wishes to summon you?" Huang Zhong reflected, "Indeed." In the blink of an eye, the young lady is about to turn 15. Lord Gu corrected him. "There are still 6 months to go. The twins will celebrate their birth in October." Huang Zhong chuckled. The Shu Fei must certainly be thinking of the young lady. The Shu Fei is Lord Gu's biological sister, who shares a close bond with the late marquis's wife, showing little warmth towards the current Madame Yao, and maintaining a lukewarm attitude towards Gu Yin. Only Gu Jinyu, with her remarkable talents, has won her favor. Lord Gu felt a headache coming on. After all, it is Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. How could her biological mother not be present? "What about the young lady?" Huang Zhong asked, referring to Gu Jiao. "Of course, she will be taken along," Lord Gu stated. "Such decisiveness. Do you have a penchant for cruelty?" Huang Zhong was taken aback. "Is there no need for blood tests to confirm kinship?" Lord Gu's temper flared, exclaiming, "But one must first grasp it. Will you go and fetch it?" Huang Zhong recoiled. "I dare not." "What is it?" Huang Zhong inquired. His eyes darted. "Have you perhaps overlooked a crucial step? For instance, might the young lady be unwilling?" Lord Gu brushed off his wide sleeves, scoffing. "Humph. Is there room for her reluctance in such matters? I am her father. Whether she believes it or not, should I truly wish to take her away, could she possibly resist?" Huang Zhong smirked. Yet, who was it that the young lady hung from a tree? Lord Gu was not merely putting on a brave face. His primary concern at this moment was not Gu Jiao, but rather Yao Shi. He was uncertain how to broach the subject with her in a manner that would minimize any distress. "And the madam?" Lord Gu inquired. Indeed, Yao Shi was in the peony garden. After Gu Jinyu's peonies were damaged, Lord Gu had hastened to procure several more plants and established a new courtyard for Gu Jinyu's peony garden. This could be viewed as compensation for the loss of her maid, Yu Ru. Gu Jinyu and Yao Shi sat at the center of the peony garden, engaged in a game of chess. "Mother, it is your turn." Yao Shi appeared lost in thought. Gu Jinyu waved her hand before her eyes. "Mother, mother." Gu Jinyu gently took the piece Yao Shi had just picked up, speaking softly. "We have been playing for quite some time. You must be weary. Why not take a break and have a bite to eat?" Yao Shi nodded, instructing the maid to clear the chessboard and bring forth a platter of freshly sliced fruits and a box of osmanthus cake she had made herself. Gu Jinyu sampled some fruit and took a small taste of the osmanthus cake. Yao could discern that she had little desire to eat. The reason being that her dear aunt, concubine Shu, had once remarked that indulging in too many sweet treats could lead to weight gain. Ever since, Jinyu had largely refrained from consuming such rich delicacies. "Mother, you appear to be in good spirits lately," Gu Jinyu said with a smile. Yao touched her cheek and replied, "Indeed, after using the medicine provided by Miss Gu, I have felt considerably more at ease. I can eat and sleep well, and my mood has stabilized." The only perplexing aspect was her persistent thoughts of Miss Gu. Even her recent distraction had been a recollection of her. It was inappropriate to be so absent-minded while playing chess with her daughter. "Mother, please wait." Gu Jinyu set down the pastry in her hand and stepped over to a nearby room to fetch a cloak, draping it over Yao's shoulders. "It's quite windy. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Her daughter was indeed thoughtful, though Yao felt undeserving of such consideration. No one knew that she harbored a secret within her heart. She had once held an intense aversion toward Jinyu. From the time she was in confinement, she had favored Gu Yin over Jinyu. And as she gazed upon the swaddled infant, she felt an inexplicable distance. This sentiment persisted until they turned 3. When Gu Yin splashed a bowl of medicinal soup onto Jinyu, Jinyu, clearly incensed, rushed forward and tackled Gu Yin to the ground, pinning him down. Gu Yin, struggling for breath, caught her attention. She approached and roughly pulled Jinyu away, delivering a slap in return. It was Gu Yin who had instigated the altercation. Jinyu's reaction was merely a natural response, especially for children of such tender age. As a mother, it was her duty to separate the two children without resorting to violence. To this day, she vividly remembers the astonishment and hurt reflected in Jinyu's eyes. Jinyu cried out for her mother, yet her mother felt no sorrow. Instead, she was overwhelmed by an impulse to abandon her. Each recollection of this incident filled her with a sense of unworthiness to be a mother. Everyone believed her emotional turmoil stemmed from her relationship with the marquis and the scorn of society. However, that was not the case. The mere thought that as a mother, she could be devoid of love for her own child, even contemplating the act of forsaking her, was something she could never forgive herself for. Jinyu was a flawless child. Despite the hurt she had once inflicted upon her, Jinyu continued to hold her in esteem, endlessly forgiving towards her brother, who often bullied her. "Mother, why are you crying?" Gu Jinyu noticed the tears in Lady Yao's eyes. Lady Yao wiped her tears away and forced a smile, saying, "Do you feel that I have not been good enough to you over the years?" Gu Jinyu grasped Lady Yao's hand earnestly and replied, "How could that be? You have treated me well, just like father and grandmother. You and my brother are the closest people in the world to me, and I will love you all my life." On the way home, Gu Jinyu was called away by a maid to inspect a batch of peonies. As they passed a rockery, Lady Yao overheard a quarrel. "Are you out of your mind? How can you speak such nonsense? Be careful not to let the marquis and his wife hear. It could cost you your life." "And I am not speaking nonsense. I heard it with my own ears." Lady Yao recognized the voices. One belonged to Nurse Fong from her courtyard, and the other was Fong's cousin, Cui Cui. Cui Cui was sweeping outside the marquis's study. The conversation continued, and Lady Yao paused in her tracks. "You must have misheard," Nurse Fong scolded. Suitors exclaimed loudly, "I did not mishear. The Lord said so. Our young lady was switched at birth. She is not the biological daughter of the Lord and Lady." Yao was struck as if by a thunderbolt, and she stammered, "What did you say? Who was switched?" "The lady." Suitors and Aunt Fong turned their heads in unison, momentarily stunned. Yao, dazed, approached Suitors and demanded, "Repeat what you just said. What do you mean by switched? What do you mean she is not biological?" Aunt Fong hurriedly interjected, "Madam, do not listen to her nonsense." You barked. Silence. Although Yao was of a gentle disposition, even a rabbit may bite when cornered. Suitors lowered her head, stammering, The young lady was switched. She is not your and the Lord's daughter. The true young lady was lost among the common folk. Raised in a village where she was both ugly and foolish, often bullied by others. When the Lord found her, she..." The remainder of her words faded into silence for Yao, who felt her vision darken and the world spin around her. Soon, she closed her eyes and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 88, Mother and Daughter, Part 1, in the study. Lord Gu hesitated on how to broach the subject with Yao, when a servant rushed in to report that Yao had fainted. By the time Lord Gu arrived at the small villa, Yao had already been laid upon the bed by Aunt Fong and Suitors. The housekeeper had caught a cold in recent days and was not present to attend, leaving Aunt Fong to manage the affairs of the courtyard while she personally fetched the imperial physician. Looking at the unconscious Yao and the trembling maids in the room, Lord Gu's expression darkened. Who was in attendance on the lady today? Two maids immediately fell to their knees. Lord Gu scolded sternly, "How have you been attending to the madam? How could you leave her alone in the courtyard?" Another maid, sobbing uncontrollably, pleaded, "My lord, spare us. The madam has always preferred solitude." The lord's frustration boiled over. "You lot are utterly useless." At that moment, old Madame Fong arrived with the imperial physician. As they prepared to bow to Lord Gu, he waved them off. "There's no need for that. Attend to the madam at once." "Yes." The imperial physician approached with his medical kit, placing a silk handkerchief on Madame Yao's wrist as he began to take her pulse. Truth be told, the physician held little optimism regarding Madame Yao's condition. It was this very fear that had caused Lord Gu to hesitate in revealing the truth. The physician took an unusually long time to assess her pulse, long enough for beads of cold sweat to form on Lord Gu's brow. "What is it, Physician Chen?" he inquired anxiously, with old Madame Fong also casting a worried glance at the physician. Physician Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation, then once more checked Madame Yao's pulse, murmuring, "Strange, quite strange." Lord Gu hurriedly asked, "What is strange? Is the madam's condition severe?" Physician Chen shook his head, "Not severe. Madame Yao has always been frail and cannot withstand much stimulation. Typically, fainting spells are perilous. However, her pulse is steadier than anticipated, which is why I find it peculiar." "What medications has the madam been taking recently?" the physician inquired. Lord Gu turned to old Madame Fong, who, taken aback, replied, "But those were the very medications you prescribed." Physician Chen urged. Bring them to me, let me see. Madame Fong approached the dressing table, opened Lady Yao's medicine box, and presented the small vials and jars that Lady Yao had been consuming daily to the imperial physician. The small vial contained white tablets, tasteless and odorless. The physician had never encountered such a remedy. The jars held small granules, which he also had not seen before. Yet the familiar scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted from them. He could faintly identify the aromas of ginseng, sour jujube, poria, cinnamon, asparagus, and prepared rehmannia among the ingredients. Can medicine be formulated in such forms? The physician mused. He had only seen medicines made into pills, but never in the form of tablets or granules. Particularly the white tablets, whose composition he could not discern. Where did these medicines originate? The physician inquired. Madame Fong looked at him in astonishment. Did you not prescribe them? The physician replied, I have never prescribed such remedies. Lord Gu's icy gaze fell upon Madame Fong. When did the lady begin taking these medicines? Madame Fong hastily explained. The specifics. I cannot recall. It has been some time. The lady used to resist taking her medicine, yet suddenly she began to do so. And I thought she had finally heeded your advice, esteemed physician. Is it these medicines that caused her to fall into a coma? Lord Gu asked the physician. The physician pondered. It is difficult to say. The calming medicine in the jar should not harm her body. As for the other tablets, I have never encountered them, so I cannot speak with certainty. Lord Gu coldly turned his gaze back to Madame Fong. Who provided these substances to the lady? Madame Fong, with a pale countenance, remarked, I am uncertain. Although I serve the lady, it is primarily Nurse Fong who attends to her closely. Nurse Fong is currently unwell and away from the estate. Lord Gu clenched his fists and commanded, send for Nurse Fong at once. Doctor. Chen pondered for a moment before responding, My lord, please do not be hasty. The lady's pulse has shown some improvement compared to before. It is possible that these two medicines are not harmful to her. Lord Gu retorted coldly. How do you account for the lady's sudden fainting? Doctor. Chen was at a loss for words. The lady should awaken shortly. We shall uncover the truth once we inquire with her. Madame Fong lowered her gaze, her fingers tightening gradually. Dr. Chen prescribed a remedy, and Madame Fong took the prescription to procure the medicine from the estate's pharmacy. While brewing the medicine in the small kitchen, Cui Cui stealthily entered through the back door. And Madame Fong cautiously glanced outside, closed the door, and asked, What brings you here? Cui Cui whispered, Has something happened? Huang Zhong has suddenly gone to seek out Nurse Fong. Madame Fong narrowed her eyes. The lady has been taking her medicine and is on the path to recovery. Cui Cui's complexion drained of color. What? Wasn't it said that? Just a little stimulation, and she would. Lord Gu personally interrogated her in the study. Only 2 maidservants remained in the room. Madame Fong entered with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup and instructed the 2. Very well, I shall watch over her here. You both go to the kitchen and check if the porridge for the lady is ready. And do not forget to deliver the fruits requested by the young Miss to Lanting Pavilion. Understood. 2 maids retreated in response. With the departure of the 3rd person, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Granny Fong pried open Yao's chin, administering the medicine from the bowl spoonful by spoonful. The 2nd master had matters to attend to and did not arrive. Instead, Gu Jiao and the elderly doctor came. The 2 were directly escorted by Yu Ya to Gu Yan's courtyard. Gu Yan's condition was presently stable, as long as he continued to take his medicine. Living for another 2 or 3 years posed no issue. The little dog had also recovered from its injuries. It remembered Gu Jiao and, with great enthusiasm, scampered over to her, only to stumble and yelp in surprise. This reminded Gu Jiao of the frequently clumsy little Jing Kong. The previous doghouse had been damaged. Let us construct a new one, Gu Yan replied without a hint of emotion. Gu Jiao responded with a peculiar HM. Pondering how the sturdy house she had made could possibly have broken, the servants lowered their heads, feigning ignorance of the young master's midnight dismantling of the doghouse. Very well, Gu Jiao acquiesced. A new one would be of no consequence. She spent an hour at Gu Yan's side, completing the new doghouse before taking her leave. After exiting the manor, she proceeded, as was her custom, to visit the old Lady Li. While in the presence of Lady Li, she spotted the mulberry tree and was reminded of Yao, deciding to check on her condition. However, after knocking on the door for quite some time with no response, Gu Jiao wondered if perhaps he was not home or was otherwise occupied. She resolved to return another time. Yet, in that fleeting moment as she turned, her ears perked up, catching a sound of profound agony emanating from within. The sound was faint and distant, nearly inaudible to the average person. However, Gu Jiao had undergone training in her past life that honed her ability to discern sounds and locate their source. Amidst the cacophony of hundreds of noises, she could accurately identify the breath of another. Though her current physical form was considerably weaker than in her previous life, she was gradually regaining her strength. The voice belonged to Madame Ho. This much Gu Jiao was certain. Without a moment's hesitation regarding whether the door was closed, she retreated a few steps and propelled herself into the room. Upon entering the chamber of the Yao family, Gu Jiao found that only Madame Yao remained. The woman lay unconscious on the bed, her complexion a ghastly shade of green, her brow darkened, and her breath barely perceptible. The room was permeated with the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, yet no medicinal bowl was in sight. Gu Jiao noticed a few droplets of uncoagulated medicinal juice beside Madame Yao's pillow and leaned down to take a whiff. It was aconite. Aconite is traditionally utilized to dispel cold and alleviate pain. However, it is inherently toxic and is seldom employed lightly, given Madame Yao's cold constitution. Exposure to aconite was particularly perilous. Gu Jiao could not ascertain the quantity she had ingested, but it was imperative to expel it swiftly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Jiao promptly opened her small medicine chest and retrieved a specialized infusion tube designed for those desperate enough to risk their lives. This tube was sturdier than ordinary ones and could easily be used for nefarious purposes, though Gu Jiao had not anticipated employing it to save a life. She produced a sodium chloride solution and connected it to the other end of the tube. Gripping the bag firmly, she quickly administered the solution into Madame Yao's stomach. The two individuals present, unfamiliar with Gu Jiao, were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. "Who are you? What are you doing to Madame?" Gu Jiao could not be interrupted by them. She deftly hooked a stool with her toes, sending the two of them crashing to the ground. "Young maid, eh? Ah. Young maid be. Help. Someone is trying to harm the mistress." Outside, Granny Fong trembled, astonished. Could it be? They've discovered it so soon? Just as Lord Gu had finished interrogating Granny Fong, he heard the young maid's cries. He rushed to Madame Yao's chamber, and upon entering, he beheld Gu Jiao administering a peculiar substance into Yao's nose. When he left, Yao's complexion had been normal. Now, however, it appeared ashen and dark, resembling that of a poison victim. This girl, could she be attempting to poison her own mother? Fury consumed Lord Gu as he strode forward, emanating a menacing aura. Stop this at once. Gu Jiao ignored him, intensifying her grip on the nourishing liquid. Seeing her defiance and escalating actions, Lord Gu, incensed, drew the whip from his waist and struck fiercely at Gu Jiao's slender back. The crack of the whip echoed in the air as it landed upon her. This was no ordinary whip, but a military whip used for execution. Yet Gu Jiao still did not release Madame Yao. Seething, Lord Gu gritted his teeth and reached out to seize Gu Jiao. With a piercing gaze, she shot back. "If you wish for her to live, step aside." Lord Gu was momentarily stunned by her fierce glare and the palpable intent to kill. At last, the final drop of the nourishing liquid was administered. Gu Jiao withdrew the infusion tube, propping up Madame Yao, prying open her mouth and probing her throat with her fingers. In the next moment, Madame Yao's body convulsed, expelling both the medicinal liquid and the nourishment. After the episode, her complexion finally regained some color, and her breathing grew stronger. Meanwhile, Dr. Chen arrived, slightly bewildered by the scene before him. He had merely stepped away to prepare some medicinal pills for Lady Ho, yet upon his return, it appeared as though she had experienced a brush with death. Gu Jiao remained silent, calmly rising to tidy her small medicine box. After taking Lady Yao's pulse, Dr. Chen furrowed his brow. How did the lady come to be poisoned by aconite? Lord Gu's brow knitted in concern. He could scarcely absorb the subsequent words, his mind preoccupied with the lash he had just delivered to her. While he would not admit to exerting his full strength, it was certainly no less than 80%. Why must that stubborn girl refuse to communicate properly? Did she really have to endure a beating? Lord Gu resolutely dismissed the notion of having acted wrongly, convinced that her lack of explanation had led to his misunderstanding. Yet, an unsettling doubt lingered in his heart. Casting a guilty glance at Gu Jiao, he opened his mouth to speak, but she had already departed, her expression impassive as she carried her small medicine box away. The warm breeze of late spring contrasted starkly with the chill of her retreating figure. Chapter 89. Administering Medicine. Second update. Lord Gu ordered a thorough investigation into Lady Yao's poisoning. According to the two maidservants, the medicine had been concocted and delivered by Granny Fong. They had been dispatched by her to bring something to Gu Jinyu, and were thereafter oblivious to the unfolding events. Summon Granny Fong. Lord Gu commanded coldly, his large hand clenching into a fist. Soon, he recalled that Granny Fong had a niece in the household, Where was that maidservant named Chui Chui? Bring her to me. Yes. The servant assented and departed. To avoid drawing attention, Granny Fong had not taken Chui Chui with her. As soon as Chui Chui realized that something was amiss, she hurriedly packed her belongings to leave. Unfortunately, she was a step too late and was apprehended by the guards of the manor. When she was brought before Lord Gu, she learned that Madame Yu had been poisoned. It was no challenge to deduce that the culprit was none other than Granny Fong. Chui Chui fell to her knees, trembling with fear, pleading, "My lord, spare my life. It was not me. I know nothing. I am innocent." Lord Gu replied, "Innocent? Then I must ask you, how did the lady faint?" Chui Chui stammered, It was. Lord Gu scoffed, "Well, if you find this tongue of yours to be of no use, perhaps it would be better to sever it." Chui Chui shuddered, "I will speak. I will say everything. It was Granny Fong. She compelled me to do it. She instructed me to deliberately relay the information I overheard to the lady." Lord Gu's heart tightened. "What exactly did you say?" Chui Chui, trembling, replied, I merely mentioned that the young lady is not her biological daughter, that she was switched at birth." "Foolish wretch!" Lord Gu exclaimed, smashing the teacup beside him in fury. Chui Chui prostrated herself upon the shards, blood seeping from her hands, yet she dared not move. "My lord, please spare me. It was Granny Fong who forced me." But he, carefully, had allowed 2 wretched maids to expose the truth. He exclaimed harshly, "The lady has treated her kindly. Why would she do such a thing?" Chui Chui sobbed, "I do not understand. Aunt, no, it was Mama Fong. She commanded me to do things, never allowing me to question her motives. I do not know why she sought to frame the mistress. If I disobey her, she would have her nephew kill me. My lord, I speak the truth." "Ah, you seem to heed her words more than those of the marquis and the mistress. What is it? Is her word considered a decree?" The marquis, in his current state, could hardly fail to perceive the half-truths in Chui Chui's statements. It was indeed true that Mama Fong had instigated her, yet Chui Chui's ulterior motives were equally apparent. If she were not lured by the benefits promised by Mama Fong, why would she serve her so loyally? It was evident that no further revelations would emerge from her. The marquis, filled with disdain, waved his hand dismissively. "Take her away, and execute her with blunt instruments. Please spare me, my lord," Chui Chui pleaded. But the guards did not grant her a moment of reprieve. They swiftly gagged her and dragged her away for execution. The guards of the estate split into 4 groups to apprehend Mama Fong, and by nightfall, they finally uncovered her whereabouts. Unfortunately, they found that Mama Fong had already hanged herself from a large tree. Dead? The marquis's expression darkened in the study. Huang Zhang, a man of martial prowess, lacked the cunning for intrigue. Yet when it came to examining corpses, he had seen countless lifeless forms and could easily discern that Mama Fong had only been hanged after her demise. The marquis's countenance grew grave. "So, it appears, she was silenced?" Huang Zhang refrained from making bold assertions regarding the matter of silencing, but he was certain that Mama Fong had been murdered. Lord Gu remained silent for a considerable time. "I am aware of the situation. In the coming days, enhance the security of the manor. Aside from Nurse Fong, dismiss all others from Madame's side." "Yes." Lord Gu proceeded to Lady Yao's chamber, where Nurse Fong, despite her illness, was vigilantly attending. Her complexion was far from well. Lord Gu addressed her. "You should rest. There is no need for you to come tonight." "What is wrong?" he inquired. Clenching his fists, he asserted, "She is my wife, and I shall ensure her safety. There is no need for your concern." "Noble lord," Nurse Fong retorted, with eyes ablaze. Lord Gu declared, "I will not allow any harm to come to her." Nurse Fong refrained from further argument and inclined her head. "This servant takes her leave." Lord Gu concealed the news regarding Lady Yao's courtyard, ensuring that neither Gu Yin nor Gu Jinyu were informed. An hour later, Lady Yao stirred from her slumber. Lord Gu sat beside her bed, holding her hand gently, and softly inquired, "Are you awake? Is there any discomfort?" Lady Yao weakly shook her head, gazing intently at him. "Where's the child? Where's my child?" Given the circumstances, Lord Gu had little left to conceal. He tightened his grip on her hand, took a deep breath, and said, "She was just here, right in this place." Lady Yao became agitated once more, fearing she might faint again. Lord Gu quickly steadied her shoulders. "Do not become overly excited. Allow me to finish my words. She is well, and I have found her. Once you have recovered, I will take you to see her." Without hesitation, Lady Yao replied, "I will be well." Lord Gu reassured her, I know. However, it is too late today, and your visit would disturb her rest. Tomorrow morning, I promise you." She gazed at him in confusion. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lord Gu remained silent. He had already conveyed the matter of the medicinal guide to Madame Yao. I intended to wait until I obtained her blood and after the fusion with Yinner before informing you. However, Yinner gets along exceptionally well with her. I believe. Were it not for the blood connection, Yinner would not be so fond of her. Madame Yao's expression froze momentarily. Yinner has met her? Is there a portrait of her? Eager to see her daughter's appearance, Madame Yao implored, "Please, my lord." The request for merely a portrait of that insufferable girl stirred an unpleasant feeling within Lord Gu. Yet, he steeled himself to paint, for it seemed he could never refuse Madame Yao. However, when she excitedly unveiled the painting, her smile abruptly faltered. "What have you depicted? Circles and crosses? Is this round, square like pancake supposed to be a face? Are those two asymmetrical green beans' eyes? Are the nostrils aimed skyward? And the mouth is crooked?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lord Gu maintained a serious expression. "She is indeed unattractive." He would never admit to his own shortcomings in artistry. The exceptionally talented Lord Gu harbored a little-known secret. His calligraphy and painting were atrocious. While others clamored for his brushwork, they remained blissfully unaware that he was too timid to let anyone see them. With a knowing glance, he discerned her intentions and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you planning to ask Yinner for her portrait?" "Ha ha, his skills are inferior to mine." Yao's desire to eradicate him was palpable. Ultimately, she obtained the portrait of her daughter, skillfully rendered by Gu Jinyu. Lord Gu concealed the truth from Gu Jinyu, merely instructing her to depict the appearance of the young apothecary. Gu Jinyu's artistic prowess ranked her among the top 3 among the noble women of the capital. Lord Gu presented the portrait before Yao, and upon recognizing the young girl within, her expression abruptly froze in astonishment. The Gu family had recently fallen into a state of silence. Rumor had it that the esteemed position of the elder Gu had been forfeited, and the family's several acres of tenant farmland had been reclaimed. These lands, originally allocated to the Gu family for cultivation, had been referred to as tenant fields. Yet the annual rent amounted to a mere few dozen pounds, akin to a gift. This was a fortune attributed to the favor of the elder Gu, as well as to Gu Das-han. However, at present, all had vanished. The family's circumstances had become increasingly dire. It was said that Gu Das-han was on the brink of failing to pay his tuition fees. Yet, none of this concerned Gu Jiao, who remained indifferent to their plight. A sharp pain coursed through Gu Zhao's back, yet she paid it little mind as she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the backyard, Xiao Jinkong squatted, feeding the chicks. Halfway through, he approached with a small yellow chick in hand, exclaiming, "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, Xiao Qi one ti eat. Is it sick? You've always been incapable of raising chickens. See, you're going to let it die," came the teasing voice of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Jinkong turned, indignantly placing his hands on his hips and stamping his foot. "I did not. Xiao Qi one ti die. I've been taking good care of it. Let me see." Gu Jiao extended her hand. Xiao Jinkong, feeling aggrieved, reluctantly placed Xiao Qi into Gu Jiao's palm, his words brimming with confidence, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. It is evident that the little one is genuinely concerned that Xiao Qi might perish under his care. Gu Jiao gently stroked the chick's belly and chuckled. "It has had its fill. It can eat no more." Xiao Jinkong widened his glistening black eyes at the chick, scratching his head, and with a look of melancholy, inquired, "Xiao Qi, did you sneak some food again?" The chick chirped in response. Xiao Lulang cast a humorous glance at him before his gaze shifted to Gu Zhao's face, where he noticed her complexion appeared paler than usual. "Dinner is ready. Let us eat," Gu Jiao announced. Xiao Lulang paused momentarily before replying, "Very well." During dinner, Gu Jiao's appetite was noticeably poor. Xiao Jinkong, holding his bowl and chopsticks, asked her, "Jiao Jiao, have you eaten enough?" Xiao Lulang regarded her with a complex expression. The old lady also cast a glance her way. Gu Xiaoshun lifted his head, astonished, and remarked, "Sister, why do you look so unwell? Are you ill?" Xiao Jinkong set down his bowl and climbed onto the stool. "Nonsense. Jiao Jiao would never fall ill. I am not sick," she affirmed. Indeed, she was not unwell. Rather, she had sustained some injury. Though it was painful, she had grown accustomed to such discomfort in her past life, hardly giving it any thought. She had forgotten that this body was inherently frail, unable to withstand the force of a warrior's strike. As night fell, Gu Zhao's condition deteriorated further. The pitch-black sky roared with thunder and flashes of lightning, casting the room in a flickering light. Little Jinkong lay on his small pillow, drooling in his sleep. Xiao Lulang opened his eyes and glanced toward the door, hesitating momentarily before sitting up. He first covered the little one with the blanket he had kicked off, then donned his outer garment and made his way to Gu Jiao's room. In the past, Gu Jiao would lock her door. But after an incident where Xiao Jing was startled awake by a nightmare in the middle of the night and, unable to open the door, cried for a long time, Gu Jiao decided to leave the door unlocked. As Xiao Lulang pushed open the slightly ajar door, he was met with a faint metallic scent of blood. Frowning, he hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Gu Jiao, he called out, but received no response, prompting him to approach the bedside. He extended his hand to touch Gu Jiao's forehead, which felt feverishly hot. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, revealing bloodied clothing draped over a chair. His expression shifted as he picked up the garment, realizing it was a small piece of clothing, made from a rough, inexpensive fabric that had once grazed her delicate skin. The scent of blood mingled with a faint, elusive fragrance reminiscent of a young girl. Xiao Lulang's ears flushed as he discerned the location of the bloodstains, confirming that Gu Jiao had been injured on her back. Taking a deep breath, he intended to turn her over and summon a physician. However, just as his hand approached her, it was seized by her icy little hand. She tugged at him, murmuring, "It's late at night. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiao Lulang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he stammered, "No, I am. Just don't take too much." Gu Jiao mumbled vaguely before drifting back into slumber. Was it merely sleep talking? His breath quickened, and cold sweat began to bead on his brow. Yet, this was not the most terrifying moment. As he casually turned his head, another flash of lightning struck, casting light at the doorway and revealing the ominous silhouette of an old woman. He felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The elderly lady entered the room with a stoic expression, placing a bottle of wound salve upon Gu Jiao's table. Xiao Liulang's back was drenched in perspiration. He could not discern whether it was fear or guilt that gripped him more intensely. After all, his hand remained pressed against her chest, albeit pulled there by her. Yet, it appeared undeniably as if he had taken the initiative. "Aunt, please don't misunderstand. Aren't they a couple? What is there to misinterpret?" The old woman set down the salve with a huff and left the room. Honestly, on such a dark night, why not hurry and give her a little great-grandson? Chapter 90, Confession, Part 1. Xiao Lulang was oblivious to the turmoil within the elderly woman's heart, nor was he aware of the origin of the salve. However, this was not the moment for idle thoughts, as Gu Jiao's condition was dire and required immediate attention. Though they had shared the same bed before, it had always been under circumstances of modesty. Now, he found himself compelled to lift her garments. Xiao Lulang steadied his nerves and gently turned her onto her stomach, allowing her to rest. His long, jade-like fingers trembled slightly as he raised her warm nightgown, revealing a long lash mark that extended from her faintly visible right waist to her left shoulder. He was obliged to lift her clothing entirely, exposing her smooth back. Her hands rested upon the pillow, her form creating a delicate silhouette unique to youthful femininity. To better assess her injuries, Xiao Lulang lit an oil lamp within the room. Yet his gaze inadvertently wandered to a forbidden area. His breath quickened momentarily, and he hastily averted his eyes, refusing to look further. After regaining his composure, he dipped his fingertips into the cool ointment, applying it gently to her lash marks, one careful dab at a time. In her slumber, she seemed to sense a twinge of pain, yet she merely furrowed her brow slightly. The scars from the whip were indeed grotesque, unlike those inflicted by an ordinary lash. She did not exhibit the demeanor of someone easily victimized, at least, not in her current state. This left Xiao Lulang pondering the origin of her injuries. Who had she crossed paths with in enmity? Strangely, she herself appeared utterly indifferent, as if such suffering was a commonplace aspect of her existence, which only deepened the mystery surrounding her. Though she had endured hardships throughout her life, it was not to the extent of being perpetually battered. After applying the ointment with a heart full of questions, Xiao Lulang sought a clean strip of cloth to cover her wounds, subsequently adjusting her garments and tucking her under the quilt. Then, a loud thud resonated, as if a box had toppled to the ground, causing its contents to scatter chaotically. Xiao Lulang lifted the small wooden box and placed it upon the table, carefully gathering the scattered items and laying them out as well. As he gazed at the array of objects now sprawling across the table, he felt a sense of bewilderment. What were these peculiar items, and how could there be so many? The strange assortment of objects completely covered the table's surface, leaving him to wonder how such a small, battered box could contain them all. On the day Gu Jiao first fell into the water, he had visited her room in search of something, and he was certain that she had not possessed this box at that time. With the inexplicable injuries and the bizarre box, how many secrets lay hidden within her? Xiao Lulang cast a complex glance at the peacefully sleeping Gu Jiao, suddenly feeling a surge of restlessness, yet unable to pinpoint the cause of his agitation. He marveled at the box's capacity, pondering its remarkable ability to hold so much. It seems that he did not secure the small medicine box properly, causing it to tumble with a clatter from the table. The contents spilled out once again. Was it my eyes playing tricks on me, or? Xiao Lulang gazed at the scattered medicines on the floor, for the first time doubting his own vision. The following day, Xiao Lulang rose at dawn. Gu Jiao's high fever had subsided considerably, yet she remained in a deep slumber due to exhaustion. Xiao Lulang refrained from waking her and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After informing the elderly lady, he headed to the academy for his studies. Meanwhile, at the villa, Yao Shi, who had waited all night, was eager to have Gu Hao escort her to the village. The door was opened by Xiao Jingkong. In the countryside, doors are typically left unlocked. However, since Gu Jiao was sleeping, Xiao Jingkong had secured the door to prevent disturbances. Peering through the crack, Xiao Jingkong cautiously observed Yao Shi and Gu Hao at the entrance. He recognized Yao Shi, the beautiful benefactor who frequently visited the temple to light incense, and Gu Hao, the villain who had ordered him and Jiao to be taken away. The two were actually together. Xiao Jingkong pondered seriously for a moment, tilting his head to inquire, "Benefactor, have you also been captured by him?" Yao Shi looked utterly bewildered, while Gu Hao wore an embarrassed expression. Last night, Yao Shi had indeed shared numerous stories about Gu Jiao, yet Gu Hao dared not divulge everything. He certainly did not mention that he was responsible for having Gu Jiao and a small child taken away. How could he, who could barely take care of himself, have taken on the burden of another? He wondered what that girl was thinking. Yao, unable to fully grasp the words of the little monk, vaguely recalled that he belonged to the temple. She crouched down, meeting his gentle gaze at eye level, and said, "I remember you. You are the little master of the temple. What is your name?" The little monk blinked his big, bright eyes and adorably replied, "My name is Jingkong. I am no longer a little master. I have come down from the mountain." Yao affectionately ruffled his slightly unkempt hair and smiled warmly. "I am here to find Jiao Jiao. Is she at home?" Jingkong looked surprised. "Oh, you know Jiao Jiao too?" Yao nodded. "Yes, I know her." Jingkong drooped his little head, sorrowfully saying, "You might not be able to see her today. She is ill and cannot receive visitors." Immediately, Yao's concern grew. What happened to her? Jingkong reflected for a moment and said, "Auntie said she was too tired. It must be exhausting to take care of me, after all. I eat so much." Lord Gu felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if the girl had been hurt by the whip he had wielded yesterday. This was something he had dared not disclose to Yao. Yao looked at Jingkong with pleading eyes, her tone urgent yet soft. "Could you let me in to see her? I promise not to disturb her. I am not sure if Jiao Jiao wishes to see you. Please wait a moment. I will ask her," Jingkong said, closing the door and scampering inside. He approached Gu Jiao's bedside and quietly asked, "Jiao Jiao, a benefactor from the temple has come to see you. Do you want to meet her?" Gu Jiao was fast asleep. After a short while, Jingkong opened the door and told Yao, "All right, Jiao Jiao has no objections. You may go in." Yao Shi entered the room with palpable excitement. Gu Hao also wished to step inside, but Xiao Jingkong extended a small hand to obstruct him, declaring, "You cannot enter." Gu Hao furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Why not?" Xiao Jingkong lifted his chin defiantly, stating, "Jiao Jiao hasn't agreed to let you in." Gu Hao was bewildered. Was this truly a matter of her consent? Was it not rather that this little monk had failed to inquire in the first place? With a serious demeanor, Gu Hao challenged, "If you possess the courage, go and ask her yourself." I refused to believe she would oppose. How could she object when she was still asleep? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jingkong responded, "Very well." He scampered into the room, calling out, "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. The big bad guy wishes to see you. Do you want to meet him?" What was this talk of a big bad guy? It was infuriating enough that the girl herself was vexatious. Did she truly have to raise a troublesome little monk as well? Gu Hao's face darkened with fury. Xiao Jingkong grasped Gu Jiao's hand and shook it, declaring, "I understand now. You do not agree." He strutted out with an air of triumph, asserting to Gu Hao, "Jiao Jiao has rejected you." Gu Hao could only respond with silence. To prevent any unauthorized entry, Xiao Jingkong promptly fetched a small stool and stationed himself at the entrance. Watching Gu Hao with keen eyes, Gu Hao inquired, "What are you doing?" Xiao Jingkong replied, "Keeping an eye on you." Gu Hao scoffed, "Humph. I have no intention of entering." Xiao Jingkong retorted, "How can one be certain?" Gu Hao countered, "If you doubt me, then secure the door." Xiao Jingkong replied earnestly, "What if you attempt to scale the wall? I must watch over you to prevent you from committing any misdeeds." Gu Hao exclaimed, "Am I not the Duke of Dingen in the capital? Has my reputation deteriorated to the extent that it requires a little monk to keep watch over me?" A large figure and a small one stood face to face at the door, locked in a silent stare. At that moment, Mrs. Yu was too preoccupied with her husband to notice. Her heart was entirely consumed by thoughts of Gu Jiao. Once inside, she eagerly settled beside Gu Jiao. The color on Gu Jiao's face had improved significantly since the previous night, yet traces of a sickly pallor remained. The adage "a mother's heart aches for her ailing child" resonated deeply within Mrs. Yao as she beheld her daughter in such a state, her heart clenching in pain. A glance around the room brought tears to her eyes. She grasped Gu Jiao's hand, feeling the calluses and wounds that made her own palm ache. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Mrs. Yu began to weep silently. "Eh? Not gone out?" the elderly lady mused. Although little Jing Kong was merely 3 years old, he led a remarkably busy life. He had maintained the habit of reciting scriptures from the temple, rising each day to chant Buddhist texts in his heart, followed by practicing in the small woods behind the house. On one occasion, the elderly lady ventured outside and found him grasping his feet with both hands. Entwined around a sturdy tree trunk, she almost mistook him for a small serpent spirit. His practice consisted solely of fundamental skills, and occasionally Gu Jiao would join him. If no one was available, he would practice alone, utterly devoted to his craft. At that moment, it was time for him to frolic with his friends in the village. "I must stay with Jiao Jiao. She is unwell," he replied, his schedule allowing no interruption save for Jiao Jiao herself. "Who is this person?" she inquired lightly. "Just one person," Jing Kong retorted dismissively. "Surely I can discern who this person is," the elderly lady responded, not dwelling on it further as she stepped towards the door. At this moment, Lord Gu also noticed the elderly lady approaching him. He was well aware of Gu Jiao's circumstances. He knew she had adopted a little monk and had also taken in a limping husband, along with a distant aunt who had come to seek refuge with them. The aunt belonged to the male side of the family. How could she, in her own dire straits, continue to take in others? Could she really expect to find a prime minister, or perhaps even an empress? Did she not have any understanding of her own limitations? With such thoughts, Lord Gu felt a surge of anger rising within him. However, as the old woman drew nearer and he beheld her countenance, his ire dissipated, replaced by sheer disbelief. Could it be the Empress Dowager? His knees buckled, and he stumbled, landing prostrate at her feet in a gesture of complete submission. The elderly lady, witnessing this unfamiliar individual bowing before her, pondered aloud. There is truly no need for such formality. The little monk turned and remarked, "He has come seeking Jiao Jiao. The benefactress has already entered, and I am here to ensure he does not follow." The prohibition against men entering Jiao Jiao's quarters was entirely reasonable, and the old lady harbored no suspicions. She couldn't be bothered to inquire about the identity of Lord Gu, choosing instead to yawn and head to the backyard to enjoy some melon seeds. Meanwhile, Lord Gu, steadying his nearly toppled head, managed to rise. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the elderly lady seated on a bench outside the back door, clad in the garb of a rustic woman, her head wrapped in a faded village matron's scarf. From this perspective, Lord Gu began to reconsider his initial impression. At the tender age of 13, Empress Dowager Zhuang wed the late emperor and was bestowed the title of virtuous empress upon her entrance into the palace. For several decades, she commanded the inner court with authority, overseeing state affairs from behind a curtain for 17 years. Although she bore no children for the late emperor, the current sovereign ascended to the throne with her unwavering support, rendering her position both in the palace and the court unassailable. Ordinary individuals seldom catch a glimpse of the formidable Empress Dowager. On one occasion, while visiting the pregnant consort Shu, he unexpectedly encountered her imperial carriage. He stepped aside to pay his respects, daring only a fleeting glance, yet the piercing gaze nearly left him breathless. The Empress Dowager was no benign figure. Otherwise, she would not have earned the clandestine monikers of Venomous Empress and Siren Empress. The elderly woman before him bore a resemblance to the Empress Dowager, yet lacked the latter's commanding presence. With determination, the matron turned away, dismissing the young attendant with a sharp rebuke. "Do not speak foolishly. I am nothing like her." As she spoke, she hastily stuffed a handful of items into her pouch. By the time the attendant approached to confiscate the jar, she had already hidden away a considerable amount. Lord Gu observed the entire scene, increasingly convinced that this individual was merely a glutton, not the ruthless Empress Dowager he had heard of. Inside the room, Gu Jiao stirred from her slumber. She could have awakened much earlier, but in an effort to ensure her restful sleep, Madame Yao had temporarily draped a curtain over the window. The dim light indeed lulled her into a deep sleep, and she did not awaken until midday. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered someone seated beside her, triggering alarm bells in her mind. Swiftly, she drew a dagger from beneath her pillow, encircled the stranger's neck, and pressed the blade against their throat, pulling them into her embrace. "Jiao Jiao, it is me," Madame Yao exclaimed. Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Jiao paused slightly, the wariness in her brow dissipating as she set aside the dagger and released her grip on her. "Madame Gu?" The previous moment had startled Yao into a cold sweat. Turning around to steady herself, she reached out to feel Gu Jiao's forehead. "How do you feel?" Instinctively, Gu Jiao tilted her head to evade the touch. Yao's expression faltered, and she awkwardly inquired, "Did I frighten you?" The dim light in the room obscured the swelling around her eyes, but Gu Jiao noticed the streaks of blood on her neck, an injury sustained during the earlier confrontation. Yao, in her feverish state, had inadvertently wounded her with less precision than usual. Yet, her immediate concern was not for her own injury, but rather for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao regarded her with a complex expression. Noticing the look in Gu Jiao's eyes, Yao covered her wound with a handkerchief and smiled gently. "I am fine, Jiao Jiao. How do you feel?" she asked once more. "I came to see you." As she spoke, Yao approached the window and drew back the curtains, allowing a flood of bright light to pour in. Gu Jiao squinted slightly, taking a moment to adjust to the brightness. "Madame Gu has just been poisoned. She should rest in bed." Yao's tender gaze settled on Gu Jiao's delicate features. "I know. But the reason I came today is that I have something to discuss with you." Gu Jiao observed you closely and suddenly noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Yao stepped closer, taking hold of Gu Jiao's hand, and gently caressed her thin face. Despite her frail form, she emanated an immense strength. "Jiao Jiao, I am your mother." Chapter 91. Mother, second update. Lord Gu had been waiting outside for quite some time, nearly succumbing to slumber, when Madame Yao finally emerged. Her face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were swollen, indicating she had wept profusely. Lord Gu quickly stepped forward and placed a supportive hand on her shoulder. "My lady," Madame Yao nodded, suppressing her tears, and turned to the elderly lady in the backyard, offering a slight bow. "Elder, I am leaving. I entrust Jiao Jiao to your care." Although Madame Yao had never entered the palace and thus had not met the elderly lady before, she was aware that there was an aunt in the family who treated Jiao Jiao quite well. The elderly lady regarded her with a peculiar glance but did not respond. Madame Yao requested Lord Gu to retrieve the pastries she had inadvertently left in the carriage, and she personally presented them to the elderly lady. "These are pastries I made myself. I hope they suit your taste." "Ah." The elderly lady's expression softened somewhat. In the brief moment as Madame Yao turned away, the elderly lady suddenly acknowledged her with a slight hum. Madame Yao stood in stunned silence for a while, realizing that the elderly lady was responding to her earlier words. Was her willingness to engage born from the sight of the pastries? Yet, it hardly seemed like a genuine engagement, merely a token acknowledgement. Madame Yao had prepared pastries for everyone in Jiao Jiao's household, including the little monk. Lord Gu was eager to know what had transpired between the mother and daughter. What did the girl say? Jiao Jiao's reaction was remarkably calm, at least more composed than Madame Yao had anticipated, as if she were hearing not about her own lineage but rather that of another. Then, she uttered a puzzled hum, a flicker of confusion passing through her gaze. Though she stood right before Madame Yao at that moment, Madame Yao felt an inexplicable distance between them. From beginning to end, Gu Jiao uttered a single perplexing statement that left Madame Yao bewildered. "If only you had arrived a bit earlier, even by just half a year." Madame Yao was left in confusion. The couple, the Gu family's third son and his wife, had passed away 9 years ago, while their daughter had married and separated from the Gu family just a year prior. What could have transpired half a year ago that warranted such a desire for an earlier arrival? Had she suffered some unseen harm? With these thoughts weighing heavily on her mind, Madame Yao departed. The wind lifted the curtain of the carriage, and Lord Gu casually glanced out, inadvertently spotting the ox cart bearing Xiao Lulang. He was taken aback, stumbling and colliding with the carriage wall, causing the swelling on his head to flare up once more. Rubbing his eyes, he attempted to catch another glimpse, but the ox cart had already receded into the distance. He leaned out of the window, straining to look back. "What are you staring at?" Madame Yao inquired. "What on earth is happening today? Did you not consult the almanac before venturing out?" "First, we encountered a village elder resembling the Empress Dowager, and now a destitute scholar strikingly similar to the young lord of Zhao capital. The Empress Dowager is convalescing at the palace, and the young lord has long since departed from this world. It is impossible for either to be present here." Lord Gu muttered to himself, "It feels as though I have seen a ghost." In truth, Xiao Lulang had also noticed Lord Gu's carriage. He did not peer into the window, thus unaware of who occupied it. However, he did observe the distinctive horseshoes of the splendid steed, Those were no ordinary horseshoes, they were used by the marquises of the capital. The carriage seemed to be coming from the direction of the village, and Xiao Liulong's first instinct was that it was searching for him. Particularly as their vehicles diverged and traveled in opposite directions, he was startled when the man inside the carriage leaned out to scrutinize him. Well, isn't this interesting? Uncle Luo readily agreed. After Lady Yo and Lord Gu departed, Gu Jiao sat in the room, lost in thought. She recalled that fantastical dream, which turned out to be true. She was indeed a member of the marquis family. Thus, it follows that she had misunderstood him that day. When Lord Gu claimed to be her father, he meant it literally, while she had assumed he was merely provoking her. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the dream. In her dream, it was not Lady Yao who came to acknowledge her, but Lord Gu himself. Gu Yin had succumbed to a heart ailment, and Lady Yao might have been unable to bear the grief of her son's passing, leading to her own demise. Either through illness or self-strangulation, bereft of her mother and brother's protection, the version of herself in the dream was akin to a rootless weed. Bearing the title of a marquis's daughter, yet living like an outsider. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong entered, raising his injured little hand, looking utterly aggrieved. He approached Gu Jiao and showed her his bleeding pinky finger. I got hurt. Gu Jiao gently took his pinky to examine it. How did this happen? I heard it while cracking walnuts, little Jing Kong replied, his voice tinged with indignation. Be more careful next time, Gu Jiao advised, refraining from forbidding him from cracking walnuts altogether. After all, children inevitably stumble and fall, and she was not the kind of parent to be overly protective. Gu Jiao retrieved iodine and cotton swabs from the medicine box to disinfect little Jing Kong's wound. There, it's not serious, no need for ointment. Blow on it, little Jing Kong said, his large eyes blinking. Gu Jiao blew on his finger gently. Little Jing Kong was not a delicate child. Compared to the pain he endured during his daily training, this minor injury was nothing at all. He simply sought the comfort of Zhao Zhao's gentle breath. Upon receiving a gentle breeze, the cheerful Jing Kong ventured outside. In her prior focus on tending to Jing Kong's wounds, she had overlooked certain details, but a fleeting glance revealed something amiss. Why had there suddenly been an influx of medications? The contents of her medicine cabinet were typically divided into two categories. One comprised emergency supplies that she had placed there during her tenure as a doctoral researcher at the institute, essential for saving lives amidst perilous circumstances. The other consisted of medications acquired after her arrival here, such as Gu Yan's heart failure treatment, Yao's antidepressants, and the anesthetics previously required for Xiao Liulong's surgery. Regardless of the type, all were necessary for her medical practice. However, what were these strange concoctions like Luwei Dihuang pills, Chibu Zhuangyang tea, and Zine Bushendali pills? Most perplexing was the glaring presence of a box of contraceptive products prominently displayed in the center. Gu Jiao wondered, who had tampered with her medicine cabinet? How had it become so scandalous all of a sudden? Lord Gu hesitated. Might this be too hasty? He reasoned with Gu Yin that it was inconsequential. After all, he cherished Gu Jiao, and upon learning that she was his biological sister, he would merely feel elated. However, Jin Yu's situation was different. Being the sole daughter of the household, accustomed to being cherished, the sudden revelation that she was not the biological child of her parents would undoubtedly be a heavy blow. Jin Yu would be hurt. Lord Gu spoke softly. Yo furrowed her brow. If she was saddened, would Jiao not be equally affected? Jiao had just discovered that she was not the biological child of the Gu Sanlang couple. Lord Gu asserted with righteous conviction. How could they be compared? What kind of family was the Gu family, and what kind of family was the marquis household? That girl. Cough. Upon learning her true origins, Jiao Jiao might be overwhelmed with joy, yet Jin Yu would undoubtedly feel the sting of disappointment. Joyful? Yao Shi shook her head, unable to discern any signs of it. Gu Jiao's reaction was so composed it bordered on indifference, when she was unaware of her lineage. Her demeanor towards Yao Shi was not so frigid. Now, suddenly being identified as her mother, it seemed as if she had erected an impenetrable barrier within her heart. Yao Shi contemplated that Gu Jiao struggled to accept her due to the profound bond she shared with the Gu Sanlang couple, and she did not entertain doubts about this. However, the ultimate decision in this matter did not rest with them, but rather with Jin Yu and the Gu family. Yao Shi held the same respect for Gu Jiao's choices, treating both children with equal fairness in this delicate reconciliation process. I do not concur, declared Lord Gu. He had only divulged part of the Gu family story, mentioning Gu Jiao's challenging upbringing, yet refraining from revealing the extent of the mistreatment she endured at the hands of her relatives, fearing it would distress Yao Shi. Nevertheless, he was wary that avoiding the topic might ensnare Yao Shi in their family's treacherous web. After careful consideration, Lord Gu remarked, I suspect that family harbors ulterior motives. It is best we refrain from associating with them. What has transpired? Yao Shi inquired. Lord Gu recounted how the Gu family attempted to substitute Gu Yue for Gu Jiao. Is such a thing possible? Yao Shi furrowed her brow, realizing that Gu Jiao must have suffered greatly in their household. Lord Gu hurriedly reassured her. I have already reprimanded them. Yao Shi affirmed, I would never allow her to endure suffering. She is my child as well. She reflected on her past missteps with Jinyu, recalling her struggle to understand why she could not be a competent mother. Upon discovering the truth of her origins, she felt a sense of relief. Jinyu was not her biological child, and thus she found it impossible to love Jinyu with the same fervor as Gu Yin. However, from that moment forth, she resolved to embrace her role as a foster mother, showering Jinyu with affection, infused with the love that the Gu couple had bestowed upon her. Hearing this from Madame Yao, Lord Gu felt at ease. As long as Madame Yao did not insist on sending Jinyu away, the girl would not choose to leave them of her own accord. That evening, the couple summoned Gu Yin and Gu Jinyu to their chamber, revealing the truth about the mix-up. Sure enough, Gu Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. Initially, he was indifferent upon learning that Gu Jinyu was not his biological sister, but when he discovered that his sister was, in fact, Gu Jiao, he leapt with joy. Although Gu Yin struggled to remain seated, Lord Gu's imagination conjured a vivid scene. Gu Yin, with his hands raised, dancing around the room in exuberance. Alas! Lord Gu pressed his forehead in exasperation. Calm yourself. In stark contrast to Gu Yan's elation, Gu Jinyu felt as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt. She had never expected to learn that she was not the biological child of her parents. The scorned wild girl was. Gu Jinyu felt as though she had plummeted from paradise into the depths of despair, her shock, fear, and sorrow intertwining with the sense of impending loss of her parents, ensnaring her heart like an all-encompassing net. Mother wishes to arrange a meeting with the Gu family at a suitable time. Madame Yu continued speaking at length. Yet Gu Jinyu absorbed not a single word. Madame Yao gently took her hand, urging her to rest well. That night, Gu Jinyu lay upon her opulent and soft bed, experiencing the sensation of sleeplessness for the first time. Outside, a fierce wind howled, rustling the branches and leaves with a whispering sound. Gu Jinyu threw off the covers and descended from her bed, pulling open the door, where a gust of wind rushed towards her, lifting her robes and cascading her hair. Alas! Miss, what are you doing out here? Such a strong wind. Be cautious not to catch a chill, exclaimed the night attendant, rushing forward to assist Gu Jinyu back inside. Gu Jinyu replied nonchalantly. I cannot sleep and wish to take a stroll. Very well, she nodded. The maid retrieved a soft cloak from the wardrobe and draped it over Gu Jinyu's shoulders. As Gu Jinyu gazed down at the cloak adorning her, she suddenly murmured, 5-flower steed, 1,000 gold fur, call for wine to exchange. The maid, momentarily taken aback, inquired, Miss, what is the matter? Why have you suddenly begun to recite poetry? Do you wish to compose a poem? The maid was unfamiliar with poetry. The former attendant, Yuru, understood it well, but unfortunately, she had been dismissed by Gu Yin. Gu Jinyu lifted a corner of the cloak and softly uttered, Do you know what 1,000 gold fur is? This very garment I wear is such. Some individuals live their entire lives without the means to acquire a piece like this. The maid understood and chuckled. Indeed, that is only natural. You are the daughter of the marquis. You cannot be compared to those commoners outside. What is your name? Gu Jinyu inquired. I am called Shaoli, the maid responded. After Yuru's departure, the servants around Gu Jinyu had been carefully selected by the marquis, and the recent arrivals were all unfamiliar faces. Are you from a nearby village? Gu Jinyu asked once more. Yes, the maid replied, her bright, sparkling eyes wide with excitement. Gu Jinyu surveyed her from head to toe. You appear even younger than I. How could your family bear to let you serve as a maid? The young maid chuckled softly. Miss, you jest. To be employed at the manor is a coveted position that many in our village yearn for but cannot attain. I have 4 sisters, yet my position is the most fortunate among us. Gu Jinyu was taken aback. For sisters, do they all work? Is there no brother in your family? The maid nodded. I have 1 elder brother and a younger brother. My elder brother is to be married soon, and we are currently gathering the bride price. My younger brother will also need to marry in the future, so we must earn enough for him as well. However, if we all find suitable husbands, the bride prices we receive should suffice for their marriages. Her tone held no trace of complaint, as if she were destined to live her life for the sake of her brothers. Gu Jinyu felt her worldview shatter. Raised in the marquis' residence, she had 3 elder brothers and 1 younger brother. Although her younger brother was mischievous, He merely teased her and did not exploit her. Her 3 elder brothers were all accomplished young men who, regardless of their indifference toward her branch of the family, had never considered sacrificing their stepsister for their own benefit. As she listened to the maid recount tales of her family, Gu Jinyu increasingly recognized that Lord Gu and Lady Yao were the most exceptional parents in the world. She could not bear to part with such wonderful parents, nor could she relinquish the comforts of the marquis' residence. The following day, Lord Gu and Lady Yao visited her, and her eyes were swollen, resembling 2 walnuts. The young maid explained. Miss cried throughout the night. Leave us, Lady Yao commanded. Yes, my lady, the maid replied, retreating in trepidation. She worried that her inability to attend to the miss properly had caused her distress, and she feared being expelled from the manor. The esteemed Lord Gu and Lady Yao approached the bedside, where Lord Gu stood at the side while Lady Yao took a seat on the edge of the bed. Their daughter, Gu Jinyu, threw herself into Lady Yao's embrace, large tears cascading down her cheeks and soaking Lady Yao's garments. Please do not abandon me. I cannot bear to part with you. I cannot bear to leave my dear father. Gu Jinyu wept, her sorrow piercing Lord Gu's heart. With a tearful affirmation, she nodded. Lady Yao gently caressed her head. The couple then proceeded to visit Gu Yin. Gu Yin had spent the night sleepless, exuberant like a little bullfrog, croaking incessantly, nearly driving Yuya to the brink of exasperation. Indeed, the quiet little master who ignored everyone was the most endearing. Overwhelmed with joy, Gu Yin even forgot to roll his eyes at his father. She likes me, he exclaimed. Lady Yao looked at her son with fondness. Mother knows. Gu Yin continued. I like her too. Lady Yao smiled and nodded. Indeed. Sitting up straight, Gu Yin declared, I must go find her. Lady Yao gently grasped her son's hand. Let her have a moment to process everything first. Gu Yin suppressed the multitude of restless thoughts within him. All right, then. In the village, Gu Jiao did not conceal the truth of her lineage from her family, and Xue Ningxiang was present as well. Due to Gu Jiao's illness, the elderly matriarch, unable to eat the meals prepared by Xiao Lulang, summoned Xue Ningxiang to assist with the cooking. After completing her task, the matriarch invited her to dine with Guo. During the meal, the matriarch inquired about Lady Yao and Lord Gu, prompting Gu Jiao to casually relay their identities and the details of her being mistakenly swapped at birth. In the room, everyone except for the dog understood that Gu Jiao was actually Gu Jinyu, and Gu Jinyu was indeed Gu Jiao. Their identities had been swapped. However, Gu Jiao's tone remained remarkably composed, leading those unaware to believe she was merely remarking on the dinner menu, perhaps suggesting cabbage for the evening meal. Xue Ningxiang was utterly astonished, nearly dropping her chin in disbelief at the revelation that her neighbor, with whom she had spent so much time, was in fact a daughter of the marquis household. She had dined in the residence of a noble. Xue Ningxiang felt her chopsticks tremble in her grasp. She glanced at the elderly matriarch, Xiao Lulang, and Xiao Jingkong, noticing that aside from their initial surprise upon learning of Gu Jiao's misidentification, they maintained an air of calm throughout. Don't you all find it remarkable that Jiao Nyang holds such a prestigious identity? Her father is a marquis, the elderly matriarch replied. He once struck down the most powerful man in the entirety of Zhao Kingdom. A mere marquis is insignificant. Xiao Lulang added, a second-rank marquis, possessing only a title without any real power. Xiao Jingkong chimed in. Just another villain who bullies women and children. What is so impressive about that? Humph. Xue Ningxiang stared in astonishment at the table of composed neighbors, realizing she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The door was ajar. After a moment of hesitation, he gently knocked. Gu Jiao closed her small medicine chest and looked up, inquiring, what is it? Xiao Liulong's gaze subtly traversed her medicine chest before he stated earnestly, the medicine is ready. It is a fever-reducing remedy. Oh, Gu Jiao replied, pushing the medicine chest aside and accepting the potion he offered, though she despised the taste of bitter medicine. Out of gratitude for his effort in concocting it, she steeled herself and consumed every last drop. She returned the empty bowl to him, saying, thank you. Xiao Lulang casually remarked, it's a trivial effort. Gu Jiao gazed at his retreating figure and smiled gently. I was referring to your application of medicine for my wounds last night. Xiao Liulong's back stiffened at her words. Upon waking, Gu Jiao had discovered that her injuries had been tended to, with the pungent scent of healing ointment enveloping her, not to mention the cloth covering her back wound. Such meticulous care could hardly have been rendered by an elderly lady. In the vigor of youth, witnessing such attentiveness was indeed overwhelming. Xiao Lulang felt a dryness in his throat, steadied himself, and replied earnestly, it was nothing. With that, he took the empty medicine bowl and hurriedly exited. Observing his hasty retreat, Gu Jiao murmured softly to herself, "It seems he has seen quite a lot." Today, Xuaningxiang was the one to tend to Gu Jiao's wounds. Although the door was ostensibly closed, Xiao Lulang felt a lingering discomfort as he gazed at the shut door, prompting him to fetch a bucket and draw water from the village well. Midway through the application of the medicine, there was a knock at the door. "I'll check," Xuaningxiang said, setting down the healing ointment. She stepped out of Gu Jiao's room, closed the door behind her, and opened the main door to find a middle-aged man exuding an air of scholarly elegance. "Who are you?" she inquired. Director Li smiled. "I am the principal of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Li. May I ask if this is Xiao Yulang's home?" Upon hearing that it was the place where Xiao Lulang studied, Xuaningxiang quickly responded, "Ah, so you are the principal. Are you looking for Lulang? He has gone to fetch water. Did you not encounter him as you came from the village entrance?" Director Li's carriage had indeed halted at the village's edge, but he had walked the rest of the way, not paying much heed to the dimming light. Xuaningxiang said, "Wait a moment, I shall seek him out." Director Li suddenly interjected, "Excuse me, is Miss Jiao present?" Xuaningxiang tilted her head. Gu Jiao invited Director Li into the main room and poured him a bowl of brewed cool tea. Recently, Xiao Jingkong had been feeling a bit overheated, so Gu Jiao had gathered some fish mint from the mountains to brew for him. Director Li had never tasted such an unpleasant tea, yet he persevered and finished a large bowl. Noticing his fondness, Gu Jiao poured him another generous serving. The hospitable Director Li, unable to refuse, continued to drink. After consuming 3 large bowls, Gu Jiao shook the teapot and remarked, "It's all gone." Director Li, on the verge of being overwhelmed, sighed in relief. "Thank heaven. It has finally ceased." Gu Jiao politely inquired, "Did you come today for a specific purpose, Director?" "I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your multiple visits to my mother." As Director Li spoke, he handed a bundle to Gu Jiao. "The peach tree in the backyard has borne fruit. My mother insisted that I bring some to you." Gu Jiao accepted the bundle gratefully. "Thank you, madam." Director Li said gently, "Though my mother is advanced in years and at times forgets how many sons she has never forgotten you." "How many?" Gu Jiao looked at him curiously. Director Li, momentarily caught off guard, revealed too much about his family. He chuckled awkwardly. "I have 4 elder brothers. I am the youngest child of my mother." It is no wonder that despite Director Li being under 40, the elder Madam Li has already reached a venerable age. His brothers reside in the capital, and he has not seen them for many years. Moreover, Dean Li ceased his discourse. Gu Jiao refrained from further inquiry. Dean Li continued, "There is another matter concerning Lu Lang that I wish to discuss today." Gu Jiao inquired, "What has befallen my husband?" Dean Li replied, "You are likely already aware of his examination for the position of licentiate, but there is another troubling incident you may not know. He originally had the opportunity to become a 3rd jinshi, yet someone conspired with the examiners to substitute his examination paper, resulting in him submitting a blank sheet during the final round." A chill settled in Gu Jiao's eyes. This was akin to a modern-day college entrance examination. Yet malfeasance had occurred. Dean Li continued, "The matter of his re-examination is of great significance. The reasons for his failure to retake the exam remain unclear to me. Perhaps he is unwilling, or perhaps the authorities have intervened. I have learned a few details from a student of his who serves in the tribute office of Pingqing, yet the information is not comprehensive." Dean Li then asked, "Has he mentioned this matter to you?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No. His nature is such that he harbors everything within." Dean Li remarked, "I inquired after the fact, but he refused to divulge anything. Not qualifying for the 3rd jinshi is not a catastrophic failure. As long as one passes the licentiate examination, there remain opportunities to partake in the provincial examinations, which is where the true journey begins." Gu Jiao responded, "However, the atmosphere had reached a point where a mere however was warranted." Dean Li sighed. He seems rather reluctant to participate in the provincial examinations. After a moment's reflection, he corrected himself. "No, when I mentioned the provincial examinations, he displayed little reaction. However, his countenance darkened at the mention of the subsequent journey to the capital for the imperial examination. Uncertain whether my words aptly convey the situation. It appears he previously neglected his studies, seemingly to avoid the step of journeying to the capital for the imperial examination. Did he not wish to go to the capital?" Gu Jiao pondered, her chin resting thoughtfully upon her hand. Dean Li had come to inquire about the matter from Gu Jiao, yet he returned with little fruit from his visit, feeling somewhat resigned. Such a promising talent, he truly did not wish to see them confined to a mere village. Lost in contemplation, Dean Li inadvertently collided with the little dog, Go Wa, who had rolled out from the courtyard. The little creature had tumbled down from a haystack. Had he not struck a person, he might have rolled straight into a puddle. Dean Lee hurriedly lifted the small fellow from the ground. Brushing off the dust, "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" Gowa gazed up at him with wide, glistening eyes. "Recently teething." He drooled excessively as he stared blankly at Dean Lee. Suddenly, he opened his tiny mouth and chirped, "Daddy." Dean Lee jolted in surprise. Xuaningxiang, who had just exited Gu Zhao's courtyard, was equally startled. Gowa was learning to speak. When he saw a woman, he called her mother. But he had never uttered daddy, for he had none. The embarrassment surged within Xuaningxiang, wishing fervently to find a hole to bury both herself and the child. She hastily approached and scooped Gowa into her arms, awkwardly apologizing. "I beg your pardon. He doesn't understand. Please don't take offense." Dean Lee chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's quite all right." However, as Xuaningxiang quickly carried Gowa away, the little one turned his head back and called out to Dean Lee once more, "Daddy." Xuaningxiang, filled with a mix of shame and anger, felt tears welling in her eyes. "Child, not only is your father deceased, but even if he were alive, it could never be the esteemed Dean. What are you? What gives you the audacity to claim such a relationship? When I call you dog boy, do you truly possess the courage of a dog?" Dean Lee chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. "A father? It seems he may never have the chance to be one in this lifetime." "Dog boy," he repeated. "Father, not father." Xuanyang insisted. "Father. I said there is no father. You must not call him father. There is none." As the dog boy crawled away, Xuanyang felt she might lose her sanity. "If you keep calling him father, I might just lose control of your father's coffin." Enraged, Xuanyang shook her pillow, and as she did so, a hard object fell out with a thud onto the stool. Xuanyang picked it up, struggling to recall what it was, until a frown crossed her face. "Oh? Is this not?" Chapter 93. A Visit, Second Update. Gu Jiao remarked, "Dean Lee visited earlier." Xiao Lulang carried water to the backyard, pouring it into the tub. "Yes, I encountered him at the village entrance." Gu Jiao leaned against the back door of the main hall, casually inquiring, "Did you not ask what he said to me?" "What did he say?" Xiao Lulang asked absent-mindedly. Gu Jiao replied nonchalantly, "He mentioned that you have a mistress in the capital." Cough. Xiao Lulang nearly choked. "Is that true?" "No," he responded. "What do you mean no? There is no mistress. It's not that I've never been to the capital, but there is simply no mistress." Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, when most people hear that statement, their first reaction would be, I have never even been to the capital. How could I possibly have a mistress there?" You only denied the second point. "So, have you been to the capital?" Xiao Lulang replied calmly. "What of it if I have?" Gu Jiao inquired, "How did you obtain the travel permit to the capital?" The capital is the heart of the Zhao kingdom, where the most esteemed individuals reside, and its defenses are exceedingly stringent. An ordinary person could scarcely procure such a permit. For someone like Xiao Lulang, a commoner, entry to the capital is nearly impossible unless one has succeeded in the provincial examinations. Gu Jiao's pupils contracted in surprise. How astute of him to use her secret to silence her. Xiao Lulang leaned on his cane and approached her slowly, halting less than half a step away, and stated, "Tell me where you got that box, and I shall reveal how I obtained the travel permit to the capital." It was then that Gu Jiao realized he had not merely grown a bit taller. She could sense the youthful vigor radiating from him, pure and refreshing, yet there was more. He was gradually maturing into a true man. His aura was cold and perilous, akin to a beast bearing its fangs. Gu Jiao blinked and suddenly extended her little finger to poke at his chest muscle. Xiao Lulang exclaimed, "Ah, I didn't mean to." Just then, Xuaningxiang, arriving at the entrance, covered her face, signaling that she had seen nothing. The proximity between Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao was indeed too intimate at first glance. One might think that he had her cornered against the wall, poised to commit some mischief. The sensation was delightful. Gu Jiao poked him once more. Xiao Lulang gasped in shock. Xuaningxiang, in a daze, remarked, "Ah, this is the first time I have seen such a sight of Xiao Lulang. Is something the matter?" Gu Jiaoyan approached with an air of nonchalance. Xuaningxiang's gaze swiftly landed on her face. How could it be that, despite engaging in such intimate acts, it was Xiao Lulang who turned crimson rather than this girl? Was there an error in perception? Well, Xuaningxiang ultimately did not forget the matter at hand. She extended a bronze plate she held in her hand towards Gu Jiao. "This is for you." "For me?" Gu Jiao accepted it, discovering it to be a bronze plate devoid of inscriptions, marked only by a peculiar emblem. Xuaningxiang awkwardly bypassed the incident involving Go Hua and her furious pillow shaking, suddenly recalling that she had forgotten about such an object. A year prior, When Xiao Lulang collapsed at the village entrance, it was Xue Ningxiang and Gu Jiao who had discovered him together. I'm not entirely certain if this belongs to Xiao Lulang. Perhaps you should inquire with him? Gu Jiao suddenly remembered something. On the very first day of her arrival, Xiao Lulang had been furtively rummaging through her belongings. Could it be that he was searching for this item? Hiki, young man, let us see who unveils whose secrets first. She was utterly convinced that Xiao Lulang had tampered with her medicine box. The box was impervious to outsiders. Yet it was possible that in her state of confusion last night, she had forgotten to secure it. Did those bizarre tonics and contraceptive items only appear after Xiao Lulang had meddled with the box? Gu Jiao fixed a fierce glare upon the medicine box. If you dare present me with any more of this nonsense, I shall incinerate you. A chill breeze swept through, and the medicine box remained as silent as a tomb. After breakfast, Gu Jinyu began to gather her belongings in preparation for departure. She had promised Madame Yao to pay respects to the couple, Gu Sanlang and his wife, before setting off. She sought an audience with Madame Yao and Lord Gu. I should be able to encounter my sister in the village, right? I wish to see her. Madame Yao did not object. However, Lord Gu expressed concern over Gu Jiao's fiery temperament, fearing that she might bully Gu Jinyu, given their previous conflicts. He instructed Huang Zhong to accompany her along with an experienced nurse. Gu Yan, having been exuberant throughout the night, had only just fallen asleep during breakfast and was now blissfully unaware of the opportunity to visit the countryside that he had missed. Gu Jinyu settled into the carriage, while her maid and the nurse occupied another vehicle. Huang Zhong led several guards on horseback, flanking Gu Jinyu for protection. Along the way, Gu Jinyu pulled back the curtain of her carriage to gaze at Huang Zhong, who was riding alongside. With a pleasant demeanor, she inquired, Lord Huang, have you met my sister? What kind of person is she? Huang Zhong hesitated, unsure of how to respond. A tempestuous temper, one who even brought Lord Gu to his knees. He cleared his throat and said, although I have seen the young lady, I have not had the chance to converse with her. Gu Jinyu smiled wistfully. Neither have I, really. I never had a proper conversation with her. Had I known she was my sister, I would not have treated her that way. How foolish of me, not to recognize my own sister. Huang Zhong thought to himself. She is not even a blood relative, of course, you wouldn't recognize her. Look at how easily the young master became close to the young lady after just one encounter. There is indeed a difference between blood relations and otherwise. However, these thoughts remained unspoken. Currently, the matter concerning the two young ladies has yet to circulate within the household. Only he and a few other lords are privy to the truth. Nonetheless, one cannot conceal a fire with mere paper. It remains to be seen how the marquis and his wife will communicate this to the outside world. Huang Zhong has visited this area several times and has thoroughly inquired about the village's news, including the burial site of Gu Sanlang and his wife. Gu Sanlang met an untimely death, and according to local customs, he could not be interred in the ancestral grave. His resting place is situated far from the Gu family's auspicious grounds, with Suitors laid to rest beside him, allegedly at her request before her demise. The carriage halted at the village entrance, the spectacle rather grand, especially with the ethereal presence of Gu Jinyu, which inevitably drew the villagers' gazes. Gu Jinyu adorned herself with a veil, accompanied by respectable maidservants and a matron. The villagers had never encountered a city-born young lady, their eyes wide with wonder. Miss, watch your step. The rural paths are treacherous, and Huang Zhong feared that this delicate young lady might stumble. Gu Jinyu tightly grasped the arm of her maid. These uneven dirt roads were indeed a disservice to her refined feet. As the group moved further along, the villagers began to speculate. Who are they? I don't recognize them. That man seems to have visited our village a few times, inquiring about the Gu family. Look, they are heading towards Gu Sanlang's burial site. Could they be relatives of the Su family? The Gu family does not possess such distinguished kin, leading the villagers to guess it must be connected to the Su family. Suitors was not a native of this village and hailed from a family of somewhat better standing than the Gu family, considered semi-urban. However, after Suitors' passing, the Su family had severed ties with the Gu family. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Gu Jinyu noticed a figure standing by the grave, clad in coarse linen garments. Slender in stature, with a conical hat atop their head and a small basket slung over their shoulder. Sister, is that you? Gu Jinyu ventured tentatively. Gu Jiao paused her weeding, straightened her back, and turned her head to look at Gu Jinyu. A radiant smile spread across Gu Jinyu's face. Sister, it truly is you. Gu Jiao cast her a strange glance, but chose to ignore her and resumed her task of tending to the weeds. Since discovering an unusual abundance of weeds on the anniversary of Gu Sanlang and his wife, Gu Jiao had made it a point to come regularly to clear them away. Although Gu Jinyu felt neglected, she did not retreat. She released the small maid's hand and approached Gu Jiao. However, her delicate embroidered shoes were ill-suited for the rugged path of the graveyard, nearly causing her to twist her ankle. "Miss, be careful." Both the maid and the matron hastily supported her. "I'm fine," Gu Jinyu replied awkwardly, casting a glance at Gu Jiao, signaling for them to let go, and then proceeded with more caution. She lifted her pristine skirt and moved closer to Gu Jiao, extending her hand. "Sister, allow me to help." "I am not your sister," Gu Jiao replied, "and you cannot assist. This sort of dirty work is not suited for a pampered young lady." Gu Jiao employed a shovel for the more arduous tasks, while she directly used her hands for the simpler ones. Gu Jinyu attempted to imitate her technique, but the results were predictable. The small maid and matron remained unaware of the underlying truth, yet the servants of the Ho residence were always well-versed in propriety, refraining from inquiries that were deemed inappropriate. Though they did not voice their curiosity, it lingered in their minds. "You may leave," Gu Jinyu instructed. The small maid and matron retreated a distance of 10 feet. "You two depart." Gu Jinyu addressed Huang Zhong, who was busy weeding, and he retreated to a distance. Only Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu remained at the gravesite. Gu Jiao continued her task of weeding, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Gu Jinyu placed the grass mat and paper money she had brought onto the ground, ignited the paper money with a fire stick, and knelt on the mat to bow 3 times for Gu Sanlang and Su Shi. Subsequently, maintaining her kneeling position, Gu Jinyu murmured as she burned the paper money, "I have heard that they were good people in life, who treated my sister with great kindness." At last, Gu Jiao responded, coolly stating, "Does calling them father and mother burn your tongue?" Gu Jinyu was taken aback. Gu Sanlang and Su Shi were indeed wonderful parents. If they had known their child had been swapped, it would have deeply saddened them, and they would have longed to hear their biological daughter call them mother and father. Gu Jiao cast a sidelong glance at her, saying, "If you're only here to burn paper money, there's no need for that. I can manage this little bit of money myself." Gu Jinyu lowered her head and softly spoke, "Sister, do you hate me? I know I have wronged you. I have taken your identity, your parents, everything that rightfully belonged to you. It is only natural that you would hate me, and I do not blame you." Gu Jiao ignored her. The one who had lost everything was already gone. Moreover, it was inappropriate to say taken, for Gu Jinyu was innocent. The one who had also been mistakenly swapped. She harbored no resentment, nor did she feel any affection. This person was irrelevant to her. Gu Jinyu failed to comprehend Gu Jiao's sentiments. She merely perceived Gu Jiao's words as a grievance against herself, a grievance that was understandable, given that she had indeed gained an advantage. Gu Jiao, feeling somewhat exasperated, asked, "Are you finished? If so, leave quickly." Gu Jiao cast a faint smile towards her, inquiring, "Does this include your departure with nothing but the clothes on your back, never to return to the Ho residence?" Gu Jinyu's expression stiffened at her words. In Chapter 94, titled Slap in the Face, first update, Gu Jiao possessed a taller and more statuesque figure than Gu Jinyu. Even with the thick-soled embroidered shoes, Gu Jiao still held a commanding presence that allowed her to look down upon Gu Jinyu. With reddened eyes, Gu Jinyu said, "If you intend to drive me away." Gu Jiao replied coldly, "I have no interest in that. Take whatever you wish, just do not trouble me." This was the most Gu Jiao had ever spoken to a stranger, for she typically reserved such patience only for those she truly cared about. Subsequently, Gu Jiao demonstrated what it meant to regard Gu Jinyu as mere air. Gu Jinyu persisted in burning the paper money. Yet she could not bring herself to address Gu Sanlang and his wife as her parents in front of Gu Jiao. After kneeling for such a prolonged time, her legs grew numb, and it was only the young maid and the matron who assisted her to her feet. She bowed to Gu Jiao, saying, "I shall take my leave now, and I will visit you again when I have the opportunity." Not long after her departure, Xiao Jinkong bounced over from another path, exclaiming, "Jiao Jiao." Upon spotting Gu Jinyu in the distance, he curiously asked, "Who are they?" Gu Jiao replied, "Strangers." "Oh, strangers, then we needn't pay them any mind." Xiao Jinkong said, "What brings you here?" Gu Jiao inquired. "Whose tomb is this?" Xiao Jinkong asked, his eyes widening. Gu Jiao gazed at the 2 old graves and replied, "These belong to my parents. This one is my father, and this one is my mother." Little Jinkong stood with his small hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head in contemplation. "They are Jiao Jiao's parents, thus they are also Jinkong's parents." With this declaration, he knelt down and offered several profound bows to Gu Sanlang and Su Shi. His reverence was palpable, his forehead almost touching the earth, as he called out to them as father and mother. His voice, though childlike and tender, bore a solemn expression on his small face. Kneeling beneath the desolate grave, he evoked a sense of melancholy in those who beheld him. A child, adopted yet able to express such devotion, while his own flesh and blood struggled to utter a single word of father or mother, left Gu Jinyu feeling a tightness in her chest, akin to a stinging rebuke. "Miss, are you all right?" The young maid noticed Gu Jinyu's distress. "Yes. Jiao Jiao, have you recovered from your illness?" Little Jinkong inquired, grasping Gu Jiao's hand. "Yes, I have." Gu Jiao nodded. The fever had subsided, which for her was tantamount to recovery. As for the wounds scabbing over, such occurrences were commonplace, not weighing on her heart. Upon hearing Gu Jiao's assurance of being well, little Jinkong believed it wholeheartedly and exclaimed with glee, "I just spoke to my parents." "Oh, what did you say?" Gu Jiao, while weeding, had indeed heard the little one murmuring, though she was unaware of the content. Little Jinkong proudly lifted his chin and proclaimed, "I asked my parents to bless Jiao Jiao so that she would not fall ill again. They must have heard me, which is why Jiao Jiao is better now." Gu Jiao remarked, "Is it truly possible to influence such matters? You are indeed a little monk who constantly vies for affection with your brother-in-law." She then instructed the coachman, who halted the carriage at the roadside. Huang Zhang, mounted on his fine steed, inquired, "Miss, what has transpired?" Gu Jinyu meticulously rummaged through her sleeves and purse. Her brow furrowed as she lamented, "I seem to have misplaced something." "What is it that you have lost?" Huang Zhong inquired. "A letter," Gu Jinyu replied. "Allow me to summon the maidservants to assist you in your search." Huang Zhong called forth the young maid and the matron from the carriage behind them to aid Gu Jinyu in her quest through the confines of the carriage. Despite their diligent efforts, the group turned the carriage upside down but failed to uncover the lost item. "Is it a letter of considerable importance?" Huang Zhong asked. "Indeed." Gu Jinyu nodded. "It is a letter penned by the noble consort, addressed to her, containing a problem originally posed to all the princes. However, the consort's son, the fifth prince, was unable to solve it and thus entrusted it to Gu Jinyu. Gifted with remarkable intelligence, Gu Jinyu far surpassed the fifth prince's companions, having secretly solved problems for him since childhood, only to have him claim the credit. Unbeknownst to the emperor, he genuinely believed that the fifth prince was wiser than his siblings. The emperor's favoritism towards the consort was undoubtedly linked to his regard for the fifth prince, which in turn led the consort to hold Gu Jinyu in high esteem. This particular problem was crafted personally by His Majesty and was said to have confounded all the princes. The entire kingdom of Zhao was aware that their sovereign had little affinity for poetry and classical literature, preferring instead the study of arithmetic and astronomy. The consort repeatedly urged Gu Jinyu in her letter to assist the fifth prince in solving the problem promptly. The one who could decipher it first would surely win the emperor's favor. Gu Jinyu carried the problem with her daily, diligently calculating whenever she found a moment of leisure. Yet, the challenge posed by His Majesty was exceedingly difficult. After many days of relentless effort, she had only managed to compute half of it. Yet, even if it were merely half, it was the result of an immense computational effort, and today, she had lost the fruits of her labor after such prolonged toil. Gu Jinyu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The thought of recalculating everything from the beginning sent her spiraling into despair. She pressed her hand against her chest and pondered. Could it have been left in the village? I was kneeling there earlier, burning paper money. Perhaps it fell from my pocket during that time. Gu Jiao went to prepare a meal while he tended to the chicks, simultaneously shoveling their droppings and cleaning the coop. However, before he could commence, he stumbled upon something peculiar. Oh! He looked down at an object stuck to his heel, blinking in confusion before bending down to retrieve it. To his astonishment, it was a small, folded envelope. The envelope bore no name. He opened it and extracted the letter within. The paper was devoid of any name or signature, filled to the brim with numbers, as if it presented a problem to solve. Xiao Jingkong displayed a look of bewilderment. This was an unfamiliar realm for him, leaving him at a loss on how to proceed. More importantly, why had it appeared at his feet? He was certain that his shoes had been immaculate when he left home. Could it have been a message from his parents? After contemplating for a moment, he tucked the letter into his pocket and hurried into the kitchen, crouching down to inspect the soles of Gu Jiao's shoes. Gu Jiao, perplexed by his scrutiny, inquired, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Jingkong shook his head like a rattle drum. Nothing. Nothing at all. His parents had left no message for Gu Jiao, only for him. As she had not spoken to them just moments ago, only he had. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Jingkong's mind, solidifying his belief that this letter was penned by his parents from the depths below. However, due to his failure to communicate his academic standing, his parents had overestimated his capabilities. To avoid disappointing them, Xiao Jingkong resolved to seek external assistance. When he descended the mountain, he brought along numerous Buddhist scriptures, as well as some peculiar problems purportedly devised by his master, some half-completed and others untouched. When Gu Jiao encountered one of these problems, she thought little of it, assuming it was yet another puzzle left by his master. The pot simmered with crispy meat, the oil at the perfect temperature, not too tender nor overcooked. Seizing a moment, Gu Jiao solved the problem for him, and shortly thereafter, she removed the pot of golden, crispy meat, an entire process that took less than a minute. With the resolved problem in hand, Xiao Jingkong made his way to the graves of Gu Sanlang and his wife, an honest child. He did not conceal his inquiry to Gu Jiao. Simultaneously, he recited the Buddhist scriptures he had studied, hoping that they would inspire questions during their next examination of him. Dear parents, please rest well. I shall take my leave for now. I will return another day to visit you. Xiao Jingkong placed the solved problem at the grave, ensuring it would not be whisked away by the wind by carefully placing a small stone atop it. Meanwhile, Gu Jinyu and her companions arrived at the village entrance. Miss, please wait in the carriage while we search, the matron advised Gu Jinyu. As a lady of high standing, it was best for her not to frequent such lowly places. Gu Jinyu contemplated this for a moment but did not refuse. The matron, along with the young maid and Huang Zhong, set off along the path to search. You all look in this direction. Lua and I will check the graves. After the elder concluded her words, she accompanied the young maid to the graveside of Gu Sanlang and his wife. Suddenly, the young maid pointed at a stone on the ground, exclaiming, Elder, look, there is something beneath the stone. The elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she hurriedly removed the small stone, only to discover a pile of smoldering ashes and an incomplete piece of paper money underneath. Now, they shall receive it, she thought, feeling quite clever. Chapter 95, The Monk, Second Update. The freshly burned ashes revealed faint traces of writing, just enough for Gu Jinyu to recognize it as her own work, yet insufficient to reconstruct the entire problem-solving process. Of course, Gu Jinyu had no inkling that it was the young monk who had incinerated it entirely. She believed she had inadvertently discarded her paper among the offerings, resulting in its simultaneous destruction. The thought caused her heart to ache, and she felt as if she might faint from the anguish. After dining, with daylight still abundant, Gu Jiao intended to stroll up the mountain she had recently purchased. She had taken to exploring the mountain frequently, not only gathering herbs and mushrooms, but also meticulously documenting the terrain. Now, with only a small portion remaining, she was on the cusp of creating a comprehensive topographical map of the entire mountain. Upon hearing her plans, the young monk tilted his head and inquired, May I accompany you, Zhao Jiao? His primary desire was simply to be by her side, though he would be content regardless. He sprang off a stool and added, Then I will go see them. The destination was quite close to the temple and conveniently along the way. Gu Jiao carried a small wicker basket on her back, prompting the young monk to look on with envy. In response, she fashioned a tiny basket for him as well. Within the small backpack, he carried gifts for his companions, succulent meatballs, fried to perfection by Gu Jiao, osmanthus cake, purchased by her, and wild fruits, gathered by her own hands. Little Jingkong, adorned with a matching miniature backpack, felt a surge of pride as he showcased his treasures to the old woman, and then rushed next door to flaunt them before Xue Ningxiang and Go Hua. Soon after, the sibling duo set off on their adventure. Despite his tender age and diminutive stature, Jingkong possessed a remarkable resilience, enduring a long detour around the mountain's far side. As they ascended, he dashed ahead with fervor, while Gu Jiao followed at a leisurely pace. However, midway up the slope, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed onto the steps, resembling a little salted fish. Gu Jiao lifted the weary Jingkong and carried him up the mountain. At the temple entrance, Jingkong, having regained his energy, waved to Gu Jiao, saying, Zhao Jiao, you go ahead with your tasks. I shall seek out Jing Fan, Jing Xin, and Jing Shan. Very well, Gu Jiao replied, watching as Jingkong entered the temple and exchanged enthusiastic greetings with a monk, calling him Brother Jing Chun. Only then did she feel at ease to explore her own mountain domain. She had invested a considerable sum in acquiring this land, but with each visit, she grew increasingly convinced of its worth. The mountains were teeming with untold quantities of wild medicinal herbs and creatures, all of which were now hers. Perhaps fortune was favoring her today, for along her path, she unearthed 2 ginseng roots, though not particularly large, sufficient for a nourishing chicken soup. For some reason, Gu Jiao's thoughts wandered to the traps she had set in the forest, though she mused that it was unlikely anyone would meet with misfortune there. Just then, a sound echoed through the trees, as if something had indeed tumbled down. There lies the trap she once set. Could it be so fortuitous? Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it is merely a large insect? A wolf would suffice as well. With eager anticipation, Gu Jiao approached to claim her quarry, only to find herself momentarily bewildered. The trap she had devised for fierce beasts had ensnared a human instead. Clad in a grayish-white monk's robe, the figure was tall and slender. Cradling something unknown in his arms, a delicate wrist bone protruding from his sleeve, fair as jade. Perhaps alerted by the sounds beneath him, he lifted his head, revealing a face that seemed untouched by the mundane world, abruptly captivating Gu Jiao's gaze. This monk possessed elongated, alluring peach blossom eyes. With a teardrop mole beneath the right eye, his youth unmistakable, Gu Jiao could not help but marvel at the state of the world. Were even monks so strikingly beautiful? Could it be that creatures of the forest had transformed into spirits, intent on enchanting virtuous women like herself? Gu Jiao regarded him with caution. He curved his rosy lips into a gentle smile, speaking with a melodious tone, reminiscent of a divine being. Might you assist this humble monk in ascending? His voice was exceptionally pleasant, imbued with an ethereal quality. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Jiao retrieved a rope from her backpack and pulled him up. Only then did she notice the small, tender white rabbit nestled in his arms, while a dead snake lay in the trap he had just vacated. Gu Jiao glanced from the snake to the rabbit in his embrace and inquired, "Did you fall into the trap to rescue this little rabbit?" "Indeed," he replied, smiling. His smile was tender, not of the maternal sort like that of Yao Shi, but rather a softness that could leave one dizzy and blushing. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was inherently unembarrassed. Captivated by his striking appearance, Gu Jiao couldn't help but steal a few glances, though her heart remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing his words, she responded with a soft hum, only to be interrupted as he swiftly drew a dagger and dispatched a wild rabbit with a single stroke. Gu Jiao was taken aback. After slaying the rabbit, the monk requested some water from her, cleaned the creature, and proceeded to kindle a fire, preparing to roast the meat. Gu Jiao felt a bit bewildered. The act of killing and consuming meat made her question the monk's authenticity. "Would you like some?" he inquired, offering her the plumpest piece of rabbit meat on his dagger, sharing the bounty. Gu Jiao retorted, "Shouldn't it be that I saved you? And thus you ought to express your gratitude?" Though she had not eaten much for lunch, she found herself quite hungry now. Taking the meat, she took a bite. It was neither particularly delicious nor utterly unpleasant, perhaps a touch of a waste in terms of ingredients. "Ah, I forgot to add salt," the monk exclaimed, tapping his head. He retrieved a small bamboo tube from his wide sleeves, removed the lid, and sprinkled salt over the rabbit meat. "This should enhance the flavor considerably," he remarked, slicing off another piece to offer her. Gu Jiao accepted the salted meat, and indeed, the taste improved significantly. She inquired, "Did you save it merely to consume it?" The monk replied with an air of nonchalance. What else would one do? Gu Jiao's lips curled slightly in disbelief, pondering which monk from the temple he could possibly be, for she had never encountered him before. The monk pointed to a nearby trap and suggested, "Care for some snake meat? If you desire it, you might as well fish it out." Gu Jiao questioned, "Why don't you fetch it yourself?" The monk sighed, "I am afraid." To which Gu Jiao found it peculiar, afraid. "Yet you have just killed a rabbit?" "It wasn't dead," he clarified. The monk paused momentarily, correcting her. "It was bitten to death." Gu Jiao responded, "Why on earth would you bite it?" "It was the one that bit me first." The monk, with righteous indignation, revealed his left pant leg, exposing a calf swollen grotesquely like a pig's trotter. Gu Jiao was utterly dumbfounded. "A snake bites you, and you retaliate by biting the snake. What manner of logic is this?" The snake, until its last breath, could never have fathomed that it would meet its demise at the hands of a human. Moreover, despite being bitten, "You still have the appetite to feast on roasted rabbit? Are you not aware that your life hangs by a thread?" As if he could read Gu Jiao's thoughts, the monk sighed and said, "I am aware." With that, he collapsed to the ground, spitting forth black blood, unconscious. Gu Jiao pondered, what kind of bizarre monk is this? The creature that had bitten him was a highly venomous silver-ringed snake, yet fortune smiled upon them as Gu Jiao's small medical kit contained the antivenom. The antivenom, derived from equine serum, harbored foreign proteins that could provoke allergic reactions. Time was of the essence. Gu Jiao forwent the desensitization injection and, with a heavy heart, administered 2 injections of antihistamines. When the monk regained consciousness, he found himself no longer on the original grassy expanse but seated beneath a grand tree. Rain pattering down from the heavens. He cast a glance at Gu Jiao beside him and rasped, "Do you not know that in spring, with frequent thunderstorms, one should not seek shelter under a tree?" Gu Jiao, unfazed, shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "I thought you were unafraid of death, given that you remained calm enough to roast a rabbit after being bitten by a snake." The monk cleared his throat, slightly taken aback. and replied, "I thought if I were to perish, I might as well die with a full stomach. By the way, did you save me?" He rolled up his pant leg to take a look. The wound was bandaged with medicine, and the pain had largely subsided. The swelling had vanished. "You can even cure snake venom. Are you some kind of hermit?" he asked curiously. Gu Jiao did not respond, instead sitting quietly to the side, evading the rain. Perhaps feeling indebted to her for a couple of favors, the monk awkwardly smiled and inquired, "May I ask the esteemed surname of this lady?" Gu Jiao replied, her gaze fixed firmly on the incessant downpour. The monk continued, "I possess a slight understanding of physiognomy. I could read your palm, esteemed Gu." "No need." Gu Jiao declined coolly. A monk is handsome as he was typically irresistible to women, yet she was the first to rebuff him. Intrigued, he scrutinized her a bit more. Gu Jiao had donned a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring her features, leaving only a delicate chin visible. He raised an eyebrow in perplexity, remarking, "It seems you hail from the household of the Marquis of Xianping." "What?" Gu Jiao turned her face towards him. The monk's gaze swept over the birthmark on her left cheek without a flicker of surprise, stating, "It is the token you hold." Gu Jiao glanced at the token and then back at him. "Do you recognize it?" With a playful smile. The monk stretched his long legs and propped an arm behind his head, leaning against the tree that stood behind him, gazing at the relentless rain. "Indeed. I am familiar with it." "Speak then," Gu Jiao urged. The monk, with a hint of amusement, glanced at her again. "So, you do not recognize it? How did you come by this token?" "I found it," Gu Jiao replied. The monk's expression grew increasingly intriguing, his enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing into crescent moons, reminiscent of spring waters and autumn waves, imbued with an alluring charm. "You are indeed fortunate to stumble upon such a precious item," he remarked. Gu Jiao refrained from inquiring how a monk residing in the depths of the mountains could be aware of the happenings in the capital, simply responding, "Anything will suffice." The monk smiled and said, "It seems everyone is eager to listen. Unfortunately, tales of the Xianping marquis could take 3 days and nights to recount. Are you seeking information about individuals or perhaps amusing anecdotes?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jiao replied, "People. Masters or servants?" He asked. "Either will do." He spoke of having a legitimate younger sister and a half-brother. His sister was the current empress, while his brother was the formidable General Wei Yuan. "Ah. I almost forgot to mention, he also wed Princess Xinyang. They had a son, a truly remarkable child, though sadly he passed away at a young age." "Is that all?" Gu Jiao inquired. The monk's demeanor shifted, and he even altered his form of address. Gu Jiao paid no heed to his caution, for she had never been one to delegate risk to others. Yet, the Xianping marquis sounded quite formidable. How could Xiao Lulang possess a token from such a prestigious house? What indeed was his connection to the Xianping marquis? Before she could finish her thought, Gu Jiao suddenly realized something and turned her head, only to find that the monk, who had been chattering beside her moments before, had vanished without a trace. Even more astonishing was her complete ignorance of his departure. She glanced at the spot where the monk had been seated, where a single character had been inscribed with a finger. "Xiao." Gu Jiao pondered. "The Xianping marquis. Is it of the Xiao surname?" Xiao Lulang also shares the surname Xiao. What a remarkable coincidence.